T minus 2 minutes. T minus 1 minute. T minus 50 seconds. T minus 40 seconds. T minus 30 seconds. T minus 20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
In the winter of 2015, as Christmas approached, snow began to fall across Pennsylvania. You had a young mother named Ashlee Druhot. She faced a decision that would haunt her for the rest of her life. She and Daniel Murphy, who's the father of her 2 young sons, they needed someone to watch their children. You had Daniel's brother Scott and his wife Kristy, who offered to help. The arrangement seemed temporary. Ashlee and Daniel needed someone to care for their boys that December, but no one could have imagined that 2 months later, 5-year-old Orion Murphy would be dead on the floor in his uncle's apartment, his small body bearing the marks of violence, his life cut short in a place that should have been safe. He only lived for 2,000 days. Now this story is going to be live streamed. After this story, I have a whole bunch of other stories for you, some of the worst true crime cases ever, so please stay tuned. Now, Orion Murphy was 5 years old in the winter of 2015. He had a younger brother who was just 4, and together they were the children of Daniel Murphy and Ashlee Druhot. They were a young couple in Meadville, Pennsylvania. Daniel was 26, Ashlee was 23. They were young parents navigating the challenges of raising 2 small children, and like many other families, they sometimes needed help. Daniel's brother Scott was slightly younger. He was around 25. Scott had married Kristy, who was a lot older than him. She was 35. Cheeky bugger. Scott and Kristy lived in Ridgeway, a small borough in Elk County, Pennsylvania. They had no children of their own. Now Scott and Daniel, the Murphy brothers, shared a troubled history. Murphy brothers, or as I call them, 2 cheeks from the same arse. In 2009, Scott had been convicted of assaulting Daniel with a knife. Quite the serious incident, the kind that leaves scars, both physical and emotional. But of course, families are complicated, and over time they managed to patch things up. Both Scott and Kristy had criminal histories that painted a picture of lives marked by poor choices and dangerous behavior. Their record included drug offenses, assault charges, and other violations of the law. These were not people who had demonstrated the ability to look after a child. Yet when the question arose of who would care for Orion, Scott and Kristy stepped forward. Daniel and Ashlee accepted their offer. You gotta ask yourself a question. Why do Ashlee and Daniel need someone else to care for the children. Well, rumor has it that Ashlee and Daniel were selling meth from their house and sending the kids to Scott and Kristy. Ashlee had reservations. She worried, given they had no children of their own, they had no experience with the daily demands of young kids. She did express these concerns, but she was given reassurances. Daniel told her the children will be okay. Her own mother said, "Don't worry, the children will be okay." Even her sister said, "It will be okay, send them." So in late December 2015, Daniel Murphy drove his two sons to Ridgeway. He dropped them off at Main Street, the apartment where Scott and Kristy live. This was meant to be temporary. Days would turn into weeks, and then weeks would stretch into months. But no one said that at the beginning. The boys arrived with whatever belongings they had, and their father left them there, and he did not come back. The apartment on Main Street was a place that's not suitable for children. In fact, it was a place no one should be living. The conditions were deplorable. Feces all over the floor. The waste had been there long enough to become part of the landscape of the apartment. Something to step around and step in, a constant presence that filled the air with its smell. Let me say that again. There was so much animal shit on the floor and around the house that it was stuck on the couch, stuck on the beds, stuck on the furniture. What? There was garbage decomposed in piles, rotting and festering, creating a breeding ground for bacteria and disease. The apartment was filthy in a way that went beyond normal clutter. It was a health hazard, a place where the basic standards of sanitation had been abandoned entirely. Also, the apartment had very little heating. Orion and his brother, small children, they needed warmth and comfort. They lived in conditions that were not just uncomfortable, but they were also dangerous. Hypothermia is a real risk for children in cold environments, and while the apartment may not have been cold enough to take their lives, the lack of adequate heating added another layer of misery. But the physical discomfort and unsanitary conditions were not the only dangers. Throughout the apartment, there were drugs everywhere. Prescription drugs all over the tabletops, all in the drawers. Pills that could poison a child who didn't know better than to swallow them. Alcohol was available and bottles that small hands could reach. Weapons were left where children could find them. Knives with sharp blades, a blackjack that could be swung and cause injury. This was the environment where two small children lived for 2 months. This is where they woke up each morning and went to sleep each night. This is where they ate their meals, if they were even given food. This is where they played. And during this time period, from December 2015 to February 2016, neither Daniel or Ashlee came to visit their children. Daniel had dropped them off and he stayed away. Ashlee stayed away too, though her absence was built on a foundation of reassurances and deception. She was receiving regular reports the children were fine. Daniel said they're fine, her mother said they're fine, her sister said they're fine. The messages were consistent and positive. During this 2-month period, there were some social media posts by Scott and Kristy with the children showing them that the children are okay. They looked healthy and cared for. Based on this information, Ashlee believed her children were safe. But regardless of this, right, as a mother, you miss your children. I miss my kids. I mean, I'm with them all the time, but when they go to school or whatever, of course I miss them. Imagine going 2 months without them. As a mother, did you not have just, oh, I want to see them anyway? Sure, they might be doing okay, but I want to go see them anyway, right? Now, what was actually happening inside the apartment on Main Street during those 2 months, I can only partially reconstruct. I know that the conditions were horrific. We know that at some point Orion suffered injuries, bruising on his arm and torso. He had 2 teeth marks on his body. He had a scratch on his face. He suffered a blunt force trauma injury to his head, severe enough to take his life. But we don't quite know the full circumstances on how this happened. We have an idea of what daily life was like, given that there was shit all over the floor. I can only imagine how miserable life must have been for these 2 kids. We don't know if they cried for their parents. We don't know if they asked for mommy and daddy to come back. We don't know how they coped with the cold. We don't know how many times Orion was hurt. We don't know if his little brother witnessed what happened. But what we do know is that 2 small children were left in the care of people who couldn't do it. in an environment that was not fit for humans. Part of the reason why we didn't know is because the parents never went and inquired. There was no DCF, child services, or anyone involved. So on the morning of February 3rd, 2016, at 8 a.m., Scott and Kristy called 911 because the child was not breathing. The paramedics arrived at the apartment to find a scene that would stay with them for the rest of their careers. Orion was lying motionless on the living room floor. He was unresponsive. His small body was cold to the touch. The responders would have tried everything to save him. They would have checked his pulse or any sign of breathing, but he was beyond saving. And just 22 minutes after the 911 call, County Coroner Michelle Muccio pronounced Orion Murphy dead. Again, he was only 5. He had been alive for fewer than 2,000 days. And now he would never see another sunrise. He would never grow another inch. He wouldn't learn to read or ride a bike, or experience any of the thousands of moments that should have been his future. The officials who examined Orion's body could tell he had been dead for several hours. His body temperature, the state of rigor mortis, and other physical signs that the medical examiners use gave them the time of death. All of these indicated Orion had died much earlier that morning, maybe even the night before. For hours, his small body laid on the floor while life went on around him, while his brother was somewhere in that apartment, while Scott and Kristy were there knowing he was dead. The examination of Orion's body revealed the violence he suffered. Again, bruising on his arm and torso, the kind of marks that come from being grabbed or struck. There were 2 teeth marks on his body. Human teeth marks had broken his skin, pressed into his flesh hard enough to leave marks that remained after he died. There was a scratch on his face, and there was the injury that took his life, blunt force trauma to his head. Someone had struck Orion's head with enough force to cause fatal injuries. And after his body was removed from the apartment, officials had the opportunity to fully assess the conditions in which he was living, and what they found was appalling. Unfit for human occupation. Animal feces, decomposing garbage, the lack of heat, the dangerous items all over the house. It was all documented and photographed. And I'm waiting for these photographs, by the way, and I'm also waiting for their police interviews. So when I see them, so will you. The evidence painted a picture of profound neglect. Thankfully, the investigation moved quickly. 4 adults were charged in connection to the death. Scott and Kristy were the ones charged with the death. They were charged with homicide. They were also charged with child endangerment and other conditions. The district attorney said he would seek the death penalty for both of them. The state of Pennsylvania was prepared to argue that what happened to Orion was so heinous it was unforgivable, that the people responsible deserved the ultimate punishment. Daniel and Ashlee, the actual parents, they were also charged. They faced charges of involuntary manslaughter and child endangerment. The legal theory was that by leaving their children in such dangerous conditions, by failing to check on them, by not ensuring their safety, they had contributed to the child's death, which I agree with. They may not have struck the child, they may not have been the one to take his life, but they created the circumstances that made his death possible. See, for Ashlee, she had lost her son. She had trusted the wrong people. She had believed the reassurances she was given. And now the state was saying she was responsible. So during this, they looked at the evidence against Ashlee closely. What did she actually know about the apartment? What should she have known? What could she have reasonably have been expected to do? Now for me, if I'm a member of the jury, in my mind I'm thinking, it doesn't matter what your family tells you, it doesn't matter what the evidence is, you as a mother should have taken your ass and gotten over there just to check on them. Surely you missed them, surely you wanted to hold them. What do you mean you saw pictures on social media? You didn't want to hold them, feed them, just to visit? I mean, it's disgraceful enough that you sent them away in the first place, but the least you could have done is visit them, you silly cow. But according to the judge, the facts that emerged painted a more nuanced picture. Ashlee, of course, didn't visit for 2 months, but she had been receiving regular reports. These reports came from multiple sources. So the question the courts had to answer was whether Ashlee had sufficient knowledge of the dangerous conditions to be held criminally responsible. Did she know or should she have known her sons were in danger? Eventually, the court concluded the evidence was insufficient. If you can Adam and Eve it, yes, the court decided, it's not her fault, so we're not going to charge her. The charges were dismissed. The legal system determined that while her decisions may have been unwise, she did trust the wrong people. Bruv, that's a diabolical. From a legal point of view, that's taking the piss. According to them, the judge and the court, she had been deceived by the people she trusted. There's nothing worse, the deceitment or whatever you want to call it, that's nowhere near the fact that she didn't get off her ass and go for 2 months. But if it's any crumb of comfort, Ashlee did eventually end up in prison, and I think she's still in prison to this day. But that's unrelated to Orion's death. She was actually in prison during the middle of this investigation, so she was unable to attend sentencing hearings or hear from the other defendants. See, court records show Ashlee pled guilty in court to 1 count of burglary, which is a first-degree felony, 8 other charges including 2 counts of robbery. This is what she was sent to prison for. So while her sons are getting tortured in shit and she doesn't want to go see them, she was out and about playing cops and robbers. What the hell? Now Scott Murphy was charged with homicide. Kristy was charged with homicide. They were both sentenced between 8 and 20 years in prison. I couldn't find any information on what happened to Daniel. I did go to the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections. He is in prison, but it doesn't say for what and it doesn't say for how long. And the death of Orion is a story of failure, a systemic failure. He was only 5. He should have been starting kindergarten, like my son has. He should have been learning to write his name, making friends, discovering the world. Instead, he spent the last 2 months of his life in an apartment filled with shit, in care of people who were not capable of caring for him, separated from his parents, suffering injuries that culminated in his death. His younger brother survived, but at what cost? What memories does he carry? Is he experiencing this trauma today? What is his life like? We don't know. Now, one of the cornerstones of any legal system is the presumption of innocence. So in the case of Ashlee, right, was she innocent of not knowing what's really going on? It's irrelevant. It's your job to go and be with the children. If you couldn't take care of them for whatever reason and someone else agreed to do so, okay. But you should have been there at least once a week or once every 2 weeks. The fact that you went 2 months without seeing what happened, you're a disgrace. As for the others, 20 years might not be enough, but it's certainly better than getting the charges dismissed. But let's move on to the next story. How many of you know the name Ezekiel Mathis? Well, that's what we do on this channel. We tell the stories of those that were never told. My name is Cameron. Welcome to True Red Crime. This is the case of baby Ezekiel. Now, on May the 18th, 2011, around 8:30 p.m., emergency services arrived at the house of Swaziki Mathis. This was in Hillsborough County, Florida. The call was made by multiple people when Mathis came running out of her apartment, screaming at the top of her lungs, "My baby, my baby." Witnesses watched as the young 21-year-old mother broke down outside her home, and the paramedics rushed the 1-year-old infant who wasn't breathing to the hospital. See, the paramedics determined that Ezekiel was experiencing cardiac arrest and was flatlined when they arrived on the scene. Once Ezekiel made it to the University Community Hospital, he was declared dead at 12:08 a.m., May the 19th. Multiple individuals had attempted CPR, but there was no saving the child from death. The medical examiner's home office declared the death a homicide. This tragedy could have been avoided had Swaziki followed a safety plan set in place after her 2-year-old daughter, whose name is unknown, had been taken away by the state due to physical mistreatment by Swaziki's boyfriend, DeMarcus Kirkland Williams. He is the main suspect in this case. And who would have thought a 21-year-old would be this prone to violence? Muppet. DeMarcus had been seen by multiple witnesses and security camera footage, striking the young girl with a blunt object at a public park around 2 weeks earlier, having grown irritated of that child and Ezekiel's crying. Witnesses also claimed they saw DeMarcus quivering Ezekiel violently when the infant would not calm down. Swaziki's daughter, her only other child that was still with her, was taken into custody on May 7, 2011, 11 days before Ezekiel died. One child is gone, another one's in custody. What? Why did the mother not take action sooner? The daughter that was taken had marks on her private area, but there were no SA allegations. She also had swollen feet marks on her legs and arms and a bloodshot eye with a mark under it. After her daughter was taken away, Swaziki agreed to a safety plan that wouldn't allow DeMarcus anywhere near Ezekiel or her residence, and forced her to participate and comply with the children's first response team. However, she did not abide by this plan and continued to be in a romantic relationship with DeMarcus, allowing him to watch Ezekiel alone at times. So she stayed with him for a bit of hanky-panky, and look at what that resulted in. You cheeky devil. The children's first response team was aware that DeMarcus was left unsupervised with the child and did nothing about it. DeMarcus claimed in an interview that he had been living with Swaziki for around a month. How could a team dedicated to protecting children allow for the innocent child to be left with a violent man who had a history of child mistreatment? Furthermore, why did it take all these agencies for the mother to act somewhat? She still allowed DeMarcus to be with the child, but she didn't have the own foresight to say, "Bye, Marcus." So on May the 18th, around 1:45 p.m., Swaziki left for a doctor's appointment with a social worker from the child's first response team. This social worker's name is Pidad Mink. His name is spelled Pidad, so I'm going to call him Pidad. Now, Swaziki was supposed to take Ezekiel to this appointment, but ensured Pidad that DeMarcus had watched the baby many times before and that he would be okay. Surprisingly, Pidad was okay with this and left Ezekiel behind. Albert Slicker, another social worker, was also at the residence checking in on the family. He checked on Ezekiel in the main bedroom, where the child was laying on a bed with a near-empty bottle in his left hand, wearing a light blue and brown striped jumper and a diaper. He was sleeping peacefully. Albert quietly checked his body for bruises as he slept when DeMarcus was out of the room, but he didn't see anything suspicious. Albert also noticed that the house was somewhat messy. There was a full ashtray in the room where the baby slept, and Albert encouraged DeMarcus to clean up the mess, so that the baby would not be exposed to that kind of environment. And aside from the ashtray, Albert, this genius, saw no issues and claims DeMarcus treated Ezekiel as his own son. Albert even said he had watched TV with DeMarcus, striking up casual conversation. Albert left the boy alone in the house with a violent person while Swaziki was at the appointment. So, then an unknown friend of DeMarcus and Swaziki was over and also saw no issues with how DeMarcus was treating the child. So around 3 p.m, this friend left. DeMarcus and Ezekiel were going to take a nap together because the boy was feeling sick and irritable. So then around 4 p.m. is when Swaziki returned with Pidad. Swaziki was going to the doctor to see if she was pregnant. Upon finding out that she was not, she was relieved, as was Pidad. Swaziki had told Pidad that she did not even know DeMarcus's last name. Pidad wondered how the 21-year-old could have a child with someone she barely knew, and encouraged her to get out of the situation, as she did not know DeMarcus well enough for him to stay permanently. So when they returned home, Pidad helped inform DeMarcus that Swaziki was not pregnant, which he did not enjoy hearing. DeMarcus became visibly upset at the news, becoming cold towards Pidad. The social worker ensured the child was okay, and saw him sleeping on the bed still with the bottle in his hand. Now, sometime between 4:30 and 10:30, this friend had returned. He didn't report any mistreatment he witnessed firsthand. Around 10 p.m, Swaziki was playing with Ezekiel and feeding him. The baby was bouncy as ever, happy to be interacting with his mother. She saw no issue with him and he was in good spirits, as usual. She said sometimes he was fussy, but nothing out of the ordinary. He had been taking medication for an ear infection, because of multiple health conditions that Swaziki suffered, including cervical cancer. She had to take medications that upset her stomach immensely. Once Ezekiel was back down for quiet time, she went to the bathroom for over an hour. And between 11 and 11:15, DeMarcus began to bang on the bathroom door saying, "The baby isn't waking up." Sometime between when Swaziki went to the bathroom and when DeMarcus began knocking on the door, DeMarcus had callously tossed Ezekiel into a dresser, causing blunt force trauma to his abdomen, making it distended and bruised. He flung him so hard that it broke a clock on the top of the dresser, causing plastic pieces to fragment across the room. He was angry at the mother and decided to take it out on the helpless baby. He also used an unknown blood object on the child, causing lacerations to his liver and spleen. Wow. He grabbed him hard on his right thigh and right arm, leaving large red handprints in his rage. At some point, he must have struck him over the head as well, since he had cuts and bruises in the hairline of his forehead. Swaziki rushed out and DeMarcus took the child into the living room on the couch and attempted CPR. Swaziki was not aware at this point that her child had been savagely mistreated, only that he was not breathing. That is when Swaziki ran out of the house, not knowing what to do. She ran to her sisters who lived next door and broke down. She couldn't stand the thought of her son crying. Multiple neighbors and friends attempted CPR on the child, but it was of no use. He was far too gone by the time the ambulance got there. Swaziki and DeMarcus both agreed to go in for questioning after Ezekiel was taken to the hospital. Swaziki also consented to the house being searched. Detectives on the scene noticed the house was visibly dirty with clothes spread out on the floor, evidence of smoking inside. There were stains on the curtains and walls, and roaches and bugs crawling everywhere. They removed a pair of orange shorts belonging to the boy, stained with blood, from his crib. At first, when questioned, DeMarcus had told the detective that his name was Willie Kirkland, a lie to cover up his identity since he had an outstanding warrant for burglary. When the investigators later discovered his real name, he was then arrested, but not because of the child injuries. He was arrested for the burglary warrant. They were not aware he was the reason for this devastating murder. They were still trying to figure that out. So after the medical examiner and the doctors had confirmed that Ezekiel's death was caused by blunt force trauma, they began questioning Swaziki, DeMarcus, the social workers, and all the other witnesses. Now, I do have DeMarcus's interview. Take a look.
Stop breathing, and I'm still doing it. And I'm still doing it.
You're doing the compressions?
Yeah, I'm doing this to his stomach.
Yes, it was recorded on a potato. But in the interview, he claimed he had been living with Swaziki for nearly a month and that he sometimes watched Ezekiel alone. Employees at the doctor's office also confirmed that Swaziki showed up without her son that day. In DeMarcus's statement, he claimed at first that he checked on the child around 11 p.m. and that Ezekiel was happily playing with his toys in his playpen. When he returned about half an hour later, he saw that Ezekiel lying on his back with a brownish liquid coming from his mouth. DeMarcus claimed he thought it was maybe chocolate or another candy the child has gotten into. DeMarcus said when he picked up the child, he was breathing, and when he sat him back down, he suddenly stopped. This is when he began CPR. Yeah, because suddenly stopped happens all the time, huh? Moron. Upon further questioning, DeMarcus said Ezekiel must have fallen on something, but later he admitted that while he was watching the child, he became frustrated with the mother and attempted to toss the child onto a pillow, instead accidentally throwing him into a dresser. You mistaken the pillow for the dresser. What? When the child began to cry, he patted him on the back to get him to stop. He also said he flicked him on the thigh where there were marks. Only a pat would not have caused the bruising and external injuries that Ezekiel had suffered. See, the baby also showed blunt force trauma on the front side of his abdomen, which was caused by intentionally throwing the baby at the dresser. He also said that Swaziki was not home when this occurred, when clearly she was still in the bathroom. So the question is, what actually happened? But the story continued to be confusing and inconsistent. During Swaziki's interview, she was unaware her child had been pronounced dead. She detailed her experience of coming home, spending time with her son, needing to use the bathroom, and suddenly learning her child was not waking up. She told detectives the father of Ezekiel was not involved in her life and lived somewhere in Alabama. The father was a paranoid schizophrenic and a victim of bipolar disorder. Swaziki herself became pregnant at the age of 18. Only 4 months after her daughter was born, she was pregnant with Ezekiel by the same man. Swaziki admitted later in other interviews that she grew up in the foster system, having been the victim of child SA starting at the age of 7. Swaziki lived a life filled with adversity. Apparently, her mother was not a great advocate for her either. Naturally, someone with so much trauma in their lives may find it hard to raise children in a healthy environment. When asked about why she allowed DeMarcus into her life and to stick around, she said, "I just like staying in corners. I like being by myself in dark rooms, all quiet. I still like that." Whatever that means. Swaziki said DeMarcus was extremely romantic at first, a charmer. He stole her heart with flowers and acts of kindness, gaining her trust before he would later murder her son. Wow, that's powerful. Let me paint another picture for you. Imagine it's Valentine's Day, right? I get to know you, I take you out on a date. Yeah? Now, I live by Washington, D.C. What restaurant is good? There's a restaurant nearby called La Vie. Excellent restaurant, great for a date. So imagine we go there, I get the lamb chops, you get, I don't know, chicken or something, have a great time, and it's going well. I move in with you, you have kids, and then that very person who took you to that restaurant, the flowers and the kindness, ends up murdering your son. What the fuck? See, her family was not always on board with their relationship, nor were the neighbors who always claimed that Swaziki was a great mother. They were not so sure about DeMarcus. Supposedly, they had broken up and gotten back together about a month before Ezekiel was murdered. Swaziki's mother, she said, he didn't really have nothing going for himself. I think he was threatening my daughter and she wasn't saying anything. Ezekiel's grandma had just started taking him to church and was trying to teach him how to pray. Swaziki was known for being a quiet girl, and she didn't want to upset DeMarcus about anything in case he became violent. Swaziki's sister, Yoni, also said about Ezekiel, "You can just tell when a child has been mistreated. I don't understand why they would do this to him." She also claimed she had seen marks on her sister before as well. It's tragic that the state seemed to care more about the daughter than Ezekiel. Had they also taken the young boy, perhaps he would have survived. It's astounding, actually, that the CPS tried to remove Ezekiel on many occasions, but the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, refused to have him removed. Pam later admitted that they dropped the ball on the incident, a mistake that cost the baby his life. What do you mean drop the ball? Bollocks. DeMarcus had been unsupervised both times the children were physically assaulted, so it never seemed to occur in front of Swaziki. Even though DeMarcus admitted to throwing him against the dresser and swatting him on the back, Dr. Mainland, at the medical examiner's office, upholds that the bruises and lacerations on Ezekiel's head, upper body, arms and legs must have been caused by DeMarcus assaulting him with a blunt force object rather than the throwing of his body. See, when the previous daughter was being mistreated by DeMarcus, Swaziki told the authorities her daughter was clumsy and she must have fallen down the stairs. She was purposefully ignoring the signs that her children were in danger because she was afraid of conflict. The young girl had been taken to the hospital due to her injuries caused by DeMarcus, which ultimately led her to being taken away. Swaziki even ignored the safety plan put into place to keep Ezekiel safe. Why would she do this, knowing she had just had her daughter taken away because of this dangerous man? As I said, hanky-panky. Swaziki was still allowed regular visitations with the young girl while she was in the foster system. DeMarcus was known by many names, however: Slim, 6'9", and Willie Kirkland. In fact, DeMarcus was 6'10", so you can only imagine when he got angry what kind of towering person he must have been. And why did he get so angry when he learned Swaziki was not pregnant? Did he intend to trap her? The story gets more confusing when investigators are tipped off by Miss Hicks and a girl only known by the name Jamaica. Miss Hicks called detectives at Hillsborough County and told them she had video evidence proving DeMarcus didn't do this. Miss Hicks refused to give any further clues about her identity. She also told detectives she would not turn in the video evidence and that they had to meet her in person to go over it. 2 days later, they met with this anonymous Miss Hicks at her house and watched a video, supposedly showing Swaziki admitting that her family had hurt the child, not DeMarcus. In the video, the mother claimed she left Ezekiel with her sister. So why did DeMarcus admit to mistreating the child if that is the case? Both stories could not be true at the same time. Was Miss Hicks a friend of DeMarcus trying to get him off the hook? We still don't have the answers. As for the other female, Jamaica, she never spoke to detectives, but was part of the story according to a neighbor and friend. She told him Swaziki told her Ezekiel had been food poisoned. But this again was a dead end. There was no proof of this. In fact, the medical examiner even said the injuries occurred well before the death. So it's clear DeMarcus and Swaziki were covering up a lot. But regardless of all the mixed up stories, DeMarcus was found guilty in a trial by jury and sentenced to life in prison. He was charged with first-degree murder and aggravated child abuse. The investigators took only 15 days. A Secretary of State at the Department of DCF said the presence of DeMarcus should have triggered a crisis response. Their failure to recognize the danger is another stepping stone toward Ezekiel's death. Bit late for that, isn't it? Swaziki denied that DeMarcus ever hit her and said she did not believe he would hurt her kids. She admitted to disobeying the ordered safety plan because she did not think anything would happen. The failure to acknowledge the danger Ezekiel was in on the account of the mother and the social workers and of course the Attorney General all led to the untimely and vicious murder of the child. But of course, if someone had stepped in, especially after his sister was taken away, his death could have been prevented. How could a mother allow a man to stick around who had done this to her daughter, had her taken away, and then Ezekiel died? Is she just as guilty? Just a tragic case, but as I said in the beginning, the story of Ezekiel Mathis had to be told. Torn liver, ruptured spleen, broken spine. Comment, tell me what you think.
I feel horrible because, which is a good thing he's at the hospital, and I'm glad that I made the call so that he's there, but I don't know why he's there, and I don't know what happened. I honestly don't, and I really do care for him.
Friends, this is the case of 9-month-old Colton Sinogles. His mother, Caitlin, took him to the home of Jennifer Baldwin. This video will contain Jennifer Baldwin's police interview. Jennifer called 911 stating Colton is struggling to breathe. It was March the 25th, 2018 in the state of Minnesota. I'm going to start this video by first showing you the audio-only interview between police and Jennifer when they arrived at the house. Then I'm going to show you the audio interview from the police station. I do have some of the crime scene photos. They'll be shown throughout. Let me know if you think she's guilty.
And then he threw up on the way here. So I had to clean up some on the floor. It was, like formula or whatever. And I said, oh, is he sick? And she said, no, that it's just, just the formula that he just kind of threw back up. And, but then, right at when so she took him out and then handed him to me. And then she left and he was and I sat him down because he can sit up and crawl. And so I sat him down or whatever, and he kind of got a little fussy at first, when his mom walked out, but then he was fine for just a short while, and then he was getting fussy, and I checked his diaper, I changed his diaper, and then I made him a bottle, and I laid him on the boppy pillow thing, which I think he uses that a lot at his house, and gave that to him, and he started drinking it, and then he fell asleep. So I just, I was sitting right on the couch, and he's just, sitting, he's just sleeping. And then he, so we're being quiet, watching TV. Well, then he wakes up, and then he, is like kind of fussy, and so I gave him a second to see if he would just go fall back asleep, which, because some, babies do. And so then he was just kind of fussy. So then I picked him up.
So he fell asleep in that?
He fell asleep.
In that little pillow thing there?
Yep, and then he had this blanket kind of, like around him. He likes a blanket. And, and so then I got him up, and that's when I know, I'm like, and he was just like,
How long was he sleeping for, do you think?
Maybe 20 minutes, half hour max, no longer.
Okay.
And then when I got him up, then I noticed that his, his outfit was wet, probably from on the throwing up, and then from, drinking and yeah.
Yep.
So then I go and grab another outfit. I laid him on the floor. I changed his outfit, but as I'm changing him, so he's just in his diaper, his eyes were just kind of like, I don't know how to explain it, but I mean, I know when a baby's tired where they're like this, where they're like fighting it,
Right.
but it's like almost seemed like, I don't know how to, it was like his eyes were like rolling back. I'm like, Colton, and he didn't seem alert, like Colton, and you at this 9 months, he'll look at you when he hears your name,
Yeah.
and so he wasn't being alert. So I'm like, Colton, and then so then after that, so then I got him dressed and
Was he on the floor still when you were doing that, or did you pick him up?
I picked him up.
Okay.
And then so then I was holding him for a second, and I was just walking back and forth and holding him like this with my hand on his back so that I could make sure I could feel that
Right.
that he was breathing. So then I got him dressed, and then he kind of seemed to act okay for a second, and then I got him dressed, and then he just kind of was still like, he'd like kind of fall asleep on me for a second, and then he'd wake up, but then it's like he was doing this, like he didn't want to hold his head up.
Uh-huh.
And so then I don't know, just right away, I called his mom, Caitlin, and I said, you got to get here. I said, I don't know if I'm being overly protective, I said, but something is, and I don't know. I know that he's been to the hospital a few times, so maybe, I don't know, his, he's supposed to, I guess he still does nebs at times. I don't know. But I had, I felt something, I just didn't feel comfortable. I felt like, so then I call her. So then she's like, okay, I'm going to leave, whatever. And then a minute later, her boyfriend or fiance calls me, Logan, the dad, and says, I'm on my way. What's going on? And I told him, and he said, call the ambulance.
Yeah.
And I literally hung up with him, and I called the ambulance right away. And then,
do you think could he have hit his head on anything, or
no? There was nothing around him except for that brown blanket, and he was laying right here.
Okay.
I mean, this is the only thing that may have been but no. I mean, he was laying right here, and you can see it's all wet because when he fell asleep drinking his bottle,
Yeah.
it so I took his bottle away and set it on the table because it was like he fell asleep drinking it, so it was like dripping. That's how his outfit got wet.
Right. Okay.
And he was sleeping on the couch, and she was in the room, and I was just sitting on the couch next to him watching TV.
Sure. Yeah, I gotcha. So when you were trying to wake him up, did you shake him at all, or just kind of pat him, or what'd you?
No, and no, he was awake because his eyes were open. But when he was crying down here, I'm like Colton or whatever. So I picked him up. I'm like, it's okay, just doing this,
Just kind of
it's
patting
okay.
his back, yeah.
Yeah, because he was just seemed like he was upset. But then when then his outfit was wet, so I went to go change him, and I laid him on the floor. That's when his eyes started. So then when he was just in his diaper, I didn't even wait to put his clothes back on. I picked him up, in just his diaper. And so I'm just doing this or whatever and patting his back and having my hand, rubbing his back and having my hand on his back so that I can hear or I feel that he's breathing, because sometimes, I just wanted to make sure, because then that's what I was freaking out, because I know he was recently in the hospital, was having breathing issues. So I was making, so then he seemed to be doing better, and it sounded like he was really congested, or sounded like, I don't know, he's just right in the chest area, which, he was recently sick. And so then he seemed to be better for a second. So then I set him on the ground, put his onesie on, but then he just wasn't alert. I'm like, Colton, and he just seemed really tired, but it wasn't his normal self tired. And I know that he had just woken up from a short nap, so I'm like, okay, he could, but I didn't feel comfortable laying him back down just because of how. So that's why until you guys got here, I was holding him the whole time, because I wanted to be able to make sure that I could physically feel that that there was a heartbeat.
Right.
Because I don't know that, they told me he's been in the hospital a few times, and they've had to bring home I'm not sure what it's called, a nebulizer, I think, or something that he's had to use at home. I know that they've done that before. So
Okay.
So, I mean, I don't know. I called his mom right away and then called you guys. And she just said he threw up. I thought she said last night, and then he did throw up this on the way here. So I don't know. And then he was fussy shortly after he got here, so I gave him a bottle, and he fell asleep, and then woke up, and then all this
Like that,
happened.
yeah.
And it was, well, he was kind of like, he was like that, and then for a minute he was kind of alert, and then he went like that again. So when he was kind of alert, that's when I then got him dressed. Because I had been at first, when I laid him down to change his outfit that was soaking wet, that's when I could see his eyes doing that. And I'm like, so then I picked him up and was holding him, and I'm pacing back and forth from the sink to the door, and I was on the phone with his mom while I'm doing it, and I'm like, Colton, and I had my hand here to make sure that I could feel a heartbeat. And then all of a sudden, he made a couple noises, or grunting or whatever, and then it seemed like he was fine, again. So then I laid him back down on the floor, put his outfit back on, put an outfit on him, and then picked him back up, and then I was holding him until you guys got here.
Okay.
So, I mean, and he sleeps, I guess, because, I just bring this out for him, but Caitlin, the mom, and Logan, the dad, both say that he both sleeps using this quite often, but I was sitting right here, and he was right here, so,
Sure. I got you. Okay.
Is Caitlin the mom?
Caitlin is, yes.
Do mom and dad live together?
They do. They live together at Caitlin's mom's house.
So that's the end of the initial police interview at her house. They then take her to the station a day later, interview her again. I want to play that for you now. Before I do, let me give you some of the autopsy results so you can understand the impact, the injuries on the child. So there was evidence of blunt force head injury, a subdural hematoma, there was brain damage and cell death caused by oxygen and blood deprivation. There were contusions on the left scalp and right ear. In addition, the examination of the child's eyes revealed retinal hemorrhages in both eyes extended through all retinal layers, retinal folds, and hemorrhages surrounding the optic nerves. But at this moment, the child is still alive at the hospital. Let me play the second interview for you now, then at the end I'll give you the full police report.
Sitting on the couch with my son who had fallen asleep, and he sat up and was fussing, so I got up and picked him up. And when I picked him up, then I noticed that because he was wearing just what do you call them, like the one piece, button up, snap up outfit, like a onesie, yep. And so it was wet, and it was probably from, with his bottle when he fell asleep dripping. So I was holding him and went to the dining room into the diaper bag to grab another outfit. And then I laid him on the floor in the living room, and I was taking his outfit off. And when I took his outfit off, that's when all of a sudden, I don't know Colton very well. I mean, I do, but I don't. But I mean, I have 4 kids, so I worked at a hospital for 10 years, so I'm pretty, but he wasn't. He was like, seemed like, he was like, so he was laying there, and had his clothes, but then he was like laying there, and he all of a sudden was like, like this or whatever. I don't know. It just seemed kind of weird. I'm like, Colton, and he wouldn't look at me, which usually a kid would, make eye contact. And he didn't do that. And so then I picked him up, and, I was holding him for a second or whatever, just kind of popped, and he like rests his head on me, and I was just kind of rubbing his back and, patting his back. And then, then I looked at him again, and then he seemed, so I didn't know if at first maybe if he was just kind of a little tired or just waking up, I don't know. So then I laid him back down on the floor so that I could put the outfit on him. And then when I was putting the outfit back on him, I noticed there's something with his eyes again where he was like, I don't even know how to explain it, like I don't know how to explain
his
it.
Eyes were fluttering and stuff?
Well, not it was like but then it's like his eyes would roll back, and I don't know. It was different. Not like, I don't know how to explain it. It was just different. And then I picked him up again, and then he was like kind of like breathing like in it, like kind of like sounded like he had like, which, because I know my kids have had it before, like if they have like a bunch of crap, in their lungs, which doctors will tell you it's kind of gross, but you blow in their mouth and then a bunch of crap will come out of their nose, And so he was kind of, breathing kind of like almost like after you've been crying and the baby's calming down type of cry, like, he was just acting. It was weird. I don't know, something from just, and then when I was holding him for a minute, he like put his head down. So he was laying on my shoulder and I was just kind of walking back and forth and rocking him. And then all of a sudden he put his head up, but then like he was putting his head back or whatever. And like, and then I was like, Colton. And he was like looking, or his eyes were still doing that. And so right away I called Caitlin. And I said, you need to come and get Colton. I said, something's not right. And so I kind of...
What was the most distressing thing that you saw that he was doing?
It was when I was holding him, he was just, or like when I was changing him, like he was like in a different world. Like he was just like, his eyes were half open and he's like, and then when I would say Colton, like most kids will look at you, and he wouldn't do that. So, I don't know how to explain it. It was just really weird when I went to go change him, and that's why I picked him up right away so he was just in a diaper at first. And, and I was like, and then I put him back down to get him dressed because I didn't want him to get cold. But then I picked him back up again. And I don't know, because I know that he recently he's been in the hospital a few times, and I don't know everything. I think one time they said RSV or something. But a few weeks ago, he was at the hospital, and it was something to do with breathing. They had him, I don't know if they had him on oxygen, but they sent home a nebulizer with him, and they did, I guess the doctor did say that possibly could be asthma, but at that young of age, they don't really, like to give you the diagnosis of asthma. So it was just his breathing, it just, I don't know, it just didn't, like with his eyes and his breathing, it just didn't, I don't know, I just had like that, I don't know, that mother instinct, or I don't know what do you call it, but so I called her and I just said, Caitlin, and because I was just kind of, freaking out. I'm like, Caitlin, you need to come and get Colton. And she said, why? And I said, there's just something not right. I said, when I went and I explained it to her, that he fell asleep shortly with the bottle, but then woke up. And I said, when I was changing him, I said that it was just, there was something about in his eyes where his eyes were kind of like rolling back, or like, like, I don't know. I was trying to explain it to her, and I said, and I said in his breathing, I said, he's breathing, but I kept, so as I was worried, because I know that he has, which I don't know exactly what his diagnoses are from being in the hospital before. I just know that he has been there for sometimes for his breathing. So that's what I was panicking more as far as, because he was kind of like just breathing a little different. So when I was holding him, I had my hand he's right here, and I had my hand like here the whole time so that I could feel his heartbeat. And so I was just holding her, and I just said, you need to come and get him. Something just doesn't feel right. And so then a few minutes later, Logan, who's the dad, had called me, and I kind of explained to him again, what was going on or whatever. And I said, I know that he was, recently in the hospital. And I said, I don't know. I said, there's just, I just don't feel comfortable. Something's not right. I just have this,
So you weren't super nervous, but it didn't feel right.
Well, at first I'm like, am I overreacting? But then as he kept I'd be like, Colton, Colton, and I kept saying his name, and he would not, and then I would put him, flip him, and lay him like this, and like, Colton, Colton, and he's still doing that eye thing that, and would not look at me. And so then Logan called me, and I kind of explained to him, what was going on, and they, know that he has some previous health ish or whatever, from being at the hospital. So, he had just said, well, he said, I'm on my way. And, and at this time, cause it was kind of freaking me out because he wasn't acting like he should be. I know how he is when he's, normal or, and so, I just told him that he needed, so he says, I'm on my way and whatever. And I said, okay. And I'm kind of crying and I'm like, please just get here. And he says, well, if you need to, he says, call an ambulance. And I literally hung up with him and I looked at Colton again. I was holding him and I looked at him and he still was doing that, like kind of fading in and out of sleep, but he just didn't look right. I don't know how to explain it, but so I made the decision and I just called 911. Because I know that he was just like 3 weeks ago in the hospital for something with his oxygen level or with breathing and the nebulizer, and which I think he still takes. I'm not sure, but I know that it was recent. So I just didn't want to mess around. And so I called the ambulance and then, they came and then Logan came, a few minutes after. And he just started yelling at me or whatever, and he's like, something happened. He's like, what happened, Jennifer, or whatever. I'm like, what? I was like, nothing. And he's like, he has a bruise on his head. I'm like, now there's a bruise? I'm like, a bruise? So then he sent me a picture, and he's like, and it's weird because I'm like, well, I didn't notice a bruise when, I'm sorry, it's my boyfriend. And I said, I didn't notice the bruise when he was here. And I said, when the police and when the EMT were here, I said, there was no mention about a bruise. And he told me, he said, I didn't see a bruise either. And he said, but there is one now. And I'm like, so then, he's just yelling at me. And he's like, so what happened? And he was like, if you don't tell me, the police are going to be there and they're going to be questioning you. He's like, just yelling at me. And I'm like, I don't know. And I told him what happened. I'm like, I don't know what happened. I said he was a little fussy. I said, Caitlin told me he threw up last night and had a fever. And then he threw up today. And I said, and I told him, how Caitlin said he was just like I explained it today. He was just very fatigued and just very tired, and she said he was like that yesterday. Well, and then I'm talking about the bruise, and which kind of it was kind of weird. I said, well, I didn't see one, and I said, he goes, well, I didn't see one at the house either, but there is one now. And then he tells me, because he starts work fairly early, I want to say 7:30, I think is when he has to be there. So he's fairly early. And he had said that, he said, well, there was no bruise on his head this morning before I left for work or something. Well, and I didn't think about it at the time, but then after I'm thinking about it, I'm like, well, before you go to work in the morning, who usually checks over there? You know what I mean? Caitlin was there, So I'm like, so I'm thinking, well, why would you check his head? Or I don't know. It just seemed weird how I find out about the bruise or whatever, and then he's telling me, well, I didn't see it at your house either, but it's there now. But then telling me, he's like, well, Jenny, something happened because it wasn't there this morning because I checked before I left for work. I checked and there was no bruise, which I didn't, at the time I'm crying and I'm just trying to gather all this, and then afterwards I'm thinking about it. I'm like, why would he tell me that he checked this morning and there was no bruise on his head.
It concerns me that he got so sick so fast, you know? And so I don't know. I don't honestly know if that means that it likely happened either right before he got dropped off or while he was in your care. I don't know what that means.
I mean, but he was sick the night before, and so she had already, when I called and tell her, you got to come pick him up because he's just, there's just something, he's just, something not right. And she had said that she was planning on bringing him into the hospital because she thought that he may have the flu or pneumonia or whatever because somebody else just recently died or something. And he had a fever yesterday and threw up yesterday and this morning on the way to my house. So why she didn't just go right to the doctor, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I mean, I didn't have him
these things happen from time to time. We investigate them. I wouldn't say fairly often, but infants in particular aren't really good at protecting themselves because they're helpless, basically.
Right.
And we do get cases like this from time to time. And it is very rare when we find an infant's been injured by somebody intentionally.
Right.
Usually what happens is they've been dropped. They've been put on a bed or something.
I know that not with me, but I know that, Caitlin has shared with me before, and I couldn't tell you when or how, if it's happened more than once. I know he has fallen off the bed before.
Well, the last couple like this that I worked, one, the baby fell out of one of those mechanized swings.
Yep.
And, it's accidental. These things are almost always accidental.
Right.
The one before that, the baby was on the bed and rolled or was jostled and fell and hit his head on the floor. Like I said, these things are usually accidental.
Right.
Well, the doctors are telling us that this injury is what they call acute. And again, I'm not a doctor, but they've explained this to us. They feel that this is an acute injury, meaning this didn't happen 24 hours before you called for an ambulance. This happened within a fairly narrow window before the emergency was determined. Now, that doesn't mean you have anything to do with it. I'm just saying the doctors, they receive a lot of training in these sorts of injuries, and they're telling us that this is an acute injury that couldn't have happened too much before the police and the ambulance were called.
Yeah, I didn't have him very much before, and and I don't know, so Logan sent me a picture of the bruise,
Mm-hmm.
or the side of his face, and Andy, had looked at it, and because it's there, but it's kind of, it's there, but it's not like whoa,
Yeah.
and there's like a little mark or line or something, and Andy said, and just out, I don't know, and he wasn't even there, he was working at the time, but he said that looks like a car door. That's what because of there's like a little line or something. That's what he had said. He's like, that looks like, like that a car door, like he had, and if she was in a hurry, I'm not saying that, but that's just what his thought, But then when we were talking to Luke, Logan's brother, for a quick minute, when he came to get Logan's car, and I was asking how he was doing, and I had told him, I said, well, Caitlin had told me that he threw up last night and had a fever, and he's like, he didn't have a fever last night. I was like, Caitlin told me he did, and he's like, he didn't. He was just, like angry and just like calling me a liar because I'm telling him something that Colton's mom told me. Why would she lie about it? If he had a fever, he did. She told me on the phone he had a fever last night, and she even had the tile around the diaper bag.
The reason I mentioned that, Jenny, is that I want you to understand. We weren't there. We don't know what happened. You may not have been wherever this happened either. But I need you to understand something that's really important right here, right now.
Yeah.
Ordinarily, when these things happen, it's been the result of an accident. Baby got dropped. Baby rolled off the couch. Somebody fell asleep. Something bad happened. And sometimes people don't want to tell us that. The problem, just let me finish before you offer a response. But the problem when they don't tell us this accident happened is that it leaves people later on to wonder whether it was intentional or not. And like I said, it's a rare person who intentionally harms a child.
Right.
And I guess my point is, if something happened as an accident, That's something we need to know now. You know what I mean? Because if our investigation ultimately determines that he was injured in your care and you've said there were no accidents, that leaves people only to conclude there were only intentional things that happened. And so if you dropped him, for example, it's really important that we understand this so we can frame this investigation in a way that's fair.
I literally carried him from the kitchen probably like 10 steps and sat him down. No, I sat him up and I had, and then I had to get the boppy pillow because he is still wobbly. And, sometimes he'll be sitting there and he reaches for a toy and he tips over. But I have carpet. My son and him were playing and, Caitlin would even tell me that there's been several times that Colton grabs a toy, whatever, and whacks himself in the head, because, he's a baby. I know my daughter, kids do that, but I didn't drop him.
Well, the doctors have told us that this injury, it's not possible that a child could have done this to themselves by tipping over or some of the things you described. I've got a couple of kids and they're older, but I get exactly what you're saying. Kids do all kinds of stuff,
right.
But the doctors, when they looked at these injuries, have said this isn't something that could have happened, and whomever was with him at the time wouldn't know that he'd fallen or been dropped.
Yeah, he never cried. The only time that I ever stepped away was just to quick go to the bathroom, which I left the door open, and then to go make his bottle. And that's all within, 15 feet from what, he never, except for that little fussiness that he did when I took the bottle away from him that was my son's and I gave him, that's the only time. And then the little fussiness that he had when his mom left.
And here's my concern is how he was able to play for 20 minutes on the floor, hold himself.
Well, he was just sitting there and my son was like handing him toys.
Right. And again, I'm not a doctor. I think they'll be able to narrow this much further down for us and they'll be able to answer questions that I have now that I don't know the answer to. Okay. I don't know what happened. Colton's the only one that knows what happened and the person who was there with him when he got hurt. All I know is he has a severe injury to his head that must have happened from either a large fall or something falling on him or someone.
He didn't fall unless a toy. He didn't fall.
Yeah, and they're explaining it that unfortunately it would have to be something very violent, something that a large item hit him or he fell down the stairs or something like that, something that had a considerable.
The door's always shut because I have a 3 and a 2-year-old. Right. So the door's shut and it even has the child-proof locks on it. I have the lock on my stove. My house is very. I have the child safety things on all the doors, and I have it on my stove and everything because my kids are at that age. On the cupboards, you have to, you can't just open them. That's the kid, my house is like safety or kid proof or whatever. No, he's never even been in my basement.
Well, like I said, we wanted to make sure that we gave you the opportunity to tell us that. Yeah, we don't have hard answers tonight on timelines and exactly when they'll be able to narrow down when this occurred, but I suspect it's going to be close to the time either she dropped him off or he was in your care. You've got my card.
So now the question, because you asked that, so if somebody called CPS, they called them today?
I believe so, but I'm not sure yet.
Somebody then calling with concerns about Caitlin or Logan?
Well, one of the issues is there's nobody at CPS right now. By the time I heard that somebody may have made a report, it was after hours. I can't call them, so I don't know. I just know that supposedly a report was made, but I don't know who called yet. I don't know what they alleged. I don't know what it involves.
I would have no reason to call because Caitlin's kind of. If you ever watch them show Friends, I don't know if you ever do, but Phoebe, how she's just kind of like floozy, kind of sometimes. That's Caitlin, but she's never given me the impression, that she would do any. I would have no reason to.
Okay.
Oh no. You could you could pull up my call log.
I'm not accusing you. It's just a question I have to ask because I don't want to have to find you tomorrow and ask you if If you did, I would just like to know why.
If I did, I would tell you. I would be honest with you and tell you. But no, I have no reason to call Anoka Child Protection.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for us? And is it okay if we contact you again and ask you some more questions?
Yeah, no, you can call me whenever you need to.
Okay.
I always have my phone. Just it's either somewhere close to me. So
there's a lot of people tonight that are very hurt and they're very sad.
Well, I have been since this happened. I mean, my mom tried to calm me down. My cousin, even Andy. I mean, I've been because I feel horrible because. I mean, which is a good thing he's at the hospital, and I'm glad that I made the call so that he's there, but I don't know why he's there, and I don't know what happened. I honestly don't, and I really do care for him. And I mean, Caitlin's a good friend of mine.
Well, there's a lot of work that we have to do yet and talk to the medical people to try and figure out what happened. And so we're not accusing you. We just have to ask these difficult questions. We've had to ask Caitlin these same questions, and Logan and some other people. And so it's all part of the job, and we don't mean to hurt you or upset you.
But my question is, though, and if you could just, because I really do, and after talking with my cousin, who my cousin did, I don't know if she graduated, but she did go to college at some point for criminal justice, social, in that area. And she even thought that I was odd when I told her that when I was talking to Logan on the phone the first time, and he was telling me the second time, and he was started yelling at me and was saying that something happened, and now this bruise, and I'm like, what bruise? I'm like, I never saw it, and I was like, and he didn't have a bruise. He's like, well, I didn't see one there either, but now there is one. And he said to me, which I didn't think anything at the time, but after talking to a few people, they're all saying, why would he make that comment that he checked his son or didn't see anything on his son prior to him going to work this morning?
Let me put your mind at ease a little bit about that. He'd explained that he gets up to go to work before everybody else does, and he goes over and he checks on him and gives him a kiss and tucks him in, and I did that with my kids, and so I don't think it's really weird, but if you didn't understand the context, I get that would be a weird thing to say. So I don't know. Strike me as
I don't know how Colton lays because he was laying on his back, but then when he was laying like this, and then he just kind of went like this, and it was more or less they moved his hand, and he was still laying on his belly, and he was laying on this side of his head. Okay. But then he sat up. Yeah. And then he, was just kind of fussy, and he seemed fine. I mean, he just wasn't he's usually a pretty happy, smiley baby, and he wasn't that when she dropped him off, and was kind of fussy when she dropped him off, which has never happened before. And then, and she even said how he was very tired last night too, just like he was this morning. Prior to her bringing him, she said he's just been very extremely tired. And I mean, I literally
part of the reason why we wanted to tell you that there's a lot of emotion and stuff going on, because everybody else is struggling with what happened and what could have happened. If you have problems at the house tonight, if people show up or if they call you, or
I mean, I've already had Logan. I mean, yelling at me, and I would never ever.
But feel free to call 911 right away. The officers are aware of what happened today, and they'll send someone out to help you right away.
So now I have to worry about someone possibly coming to my house, and I live there by myself.
Yeah, I don't anticipate any issues, but I do want to be honest with you that there are a lot of people that are struggling with a lot of high emotions right now.
Well, I mean, I could tell that from Logan on the phone, and I could tell that from Luke, who I've never met, who was coming to get the car. I mean, he was just very short with me, and I said, Caitlin said he had a fever last night. He didn't have a freaking fever. I mean, just snapped, and I don't even, and I understand that's his nephew, and I understand. I mean, I've been dealing with this and crying, and I mean...
There's lots of people feeling upset, and
I'm upset too.
Yeah, for sure.
And I would like to know. I mean, I've cared for him several times, And he's never ever, I mean, he's never even gone back to them in a wet diaper. I mean, as soon as that line starts turning a little blue, a new diaper is on. I mean,
Well, we don't think somebody's going to come to your house. Chuck just wants you to be comfortable calling us if you have a concern. That's all. Okay? They're in search of answers just like you are. People are upset. You imagine how upset you would be if this was your own child.
I mean, no, I totally understand,
So,
but I mean,
we just want you to be.
They're like coming at me as if, like I did something wrong, which they know I would never do because they trusted me to watch their kid, and I have other children, and I'm actually like overly I don't even I won't unless, an adult's there or something. Like, I'll have somebody come over to watch, or make sure that my oldest is in the living room watching my two youngest ones, or to shower. I mean, I just, I don't, some people say, oh, just shower and leave the door open. No, because if something happens, then you got to get out, get dressed quick. And, I just, or I wait until make sure that they're in bed. I mean, I'm just very, it feels so bad for that little boy.
Yeah, it's upsetting.
So you said those chances aren't good, or they are good, or
I think he has a significant injury. And where it goes from here, I guess is going to be up to the doctors and stuff down at the hospital.
So he's still he's still like breathing and everything.
That's
and
the last update.
He's still doing okay.
So that's the end of the police interview. I know she doesn't quite give you the information you were looking for, but let me read out the police report to you. It'll give you more clarification. So when the police arrived at the house, they saw the child to be lethargic and laboring to breathe. The child was then transported by ambulance to the hospital, where he was treated for a severe head injury, including intracranial bleeding and swelling. Unfortunately, 5 days later is when Colton died. He suffered severe brain death. Now, where the conundrum for me is that when police spoke to Caitlin, the mother, Caitlin got to Jennifer's house at 10 a.m. Jennifer called police at 11:50. This means the injuries inflicted on the child either happened in that 1 hour and 50-minute period, or they happened before and it escalated in that period. So who's at fault? You understand what I'm saying? So a pediatric child abuse specialist from Midwest Children's Resource Center was consulted regarding the child's injuries. The specialist suggested that a child who has sustained injuries, the same injuries as Colton, according to this expert, the injuries would manifest symptoms such as lethargy and unresponsiveness immediately after the infliction of the injury. So according to them, this kind of injury that he had happened in that moment. It wasn't something that happened over time. Now, after the autopsy report came in, the police spoke to Jennifer one more time. She admitted she handled the boy aggressively and roughly on that morning. She said she had never handled a child that roughly before. Jennifer did confirm when the child came in the morning, he was completely fine and he was playing with his toys normally. She said she had not gotten much sleep the night before and she had not taken her medications for anxiety and mood disorder that morning. She had issues with the CPS, as you heard, and she has just regained at that time custody of her children. She was also experiencing financial problems. So because of this, Jennifer was sentenced to 21 years in prison. I mean, it seems like she admitted what she did, but then it makes me think, how severe was the punishment that within the hour, you injured the boy so much that the pain lasts for 5 days and then he passes away? What the fuck? Anyway, comment, tell me what you think.
That is the individual that we do have that is deceased. We're not a ma'am. Hang on.
Friends, today's tragic story is the death of David Washington. There was a shooting in a house, and we're trying to figure out who shot him. So police are first going to interview the owner of the house.
So you go to sleep. When you go to sleep, it's just you and Pops, and Randy and them had gone. All right. And you're not really sure where EJ was. He was just with Debbie.
Yeah, Debbie had took him to go somewhere. I don't know where he went. He has to go running for me. He has to buy groceries and everything because I'm on house arrest. I can't go nowhere. I can't do nothing. So I just I get tired of him. So I send his ass on. I find something for him to go do.
Okay.
I sure do. I get tired of looking at his ass. I sure do.
Don't sugarcoat it or anything.
No, I'm not. I mean, I just get tired of it.
Okay. So you're sleeping. You get woke up by all this going on in the house.
And I call EJ to get his fucking ass on that.
Okay. So when you get woken up, tell me what happens.
All I know is Randy's telling me, hey, I need you to call EJ, call him right now. I call EJ, I said, you need to get home, right now. He never ring the phone. All I know is Randy's coming in, following behind him is a black guy. I don't even know who the hell he is. And then here comes Mary. Apparently somebody was robbing the black guy that was riding with him because his head was busted open.
Okay.
Or something. He was bleeding. I mean, I was already in a panic because there's cops running all around. I'm on house arrest. I'm flipping the hell out. And I told him, I said, what the hell's going on? Some boy tried to rob him. And
the
they
one
were
that
shooting
had
at
the head busted up?
Yeah, okay. No, the boy that had the head busted up and was getting robbed. And that's apparently Mary's friend.
Okay.
And Mary was going to pick him up to give him a ride. And when they pulled up and walked inside, that's when all this went down. The boys come in and tried to rob him, had Mary at gunpoint or some crap, and shooting was going on. That's all I know between black guys. And that was enough for me. That's all I needed to hear.
All right. Did you hear anything about a gun?
Not until they were on my damn property.
What did you hear?
All I heard was, there's a gun. That's it.
Who said that? Who said that?
I seen it on camera. I can hear everything.
Okay. All right. So it's all audio, video, and all that
Everything's
stuff.
on surveillance.
Whenever you heard that, where were you at?
I was sitting inside looking at my TV with my headphones in.
Where's that at?
In my bedroom.
Okay. So you were already kind of...
I'm already flipping
You're
the
already
hell out.
on it, trying to figure out what the fuck is going on in your house.
Exactly.
And where are they having this conversation?
I don't even know where the hell they was in my house. I'm too busy watching the TV and worried about my probation officer pulling up. That's all I was worried about, and EJ getting his ass home.
Who said something about the gun?
I heard investigators. I heard the dog bark. I knew they found something.
Okay.
Now, y'all gonna have to bring your own SD card now, because you ain't taking my box, because I need my DVR for my cameras. Okay?
We can bring that back to the office.
Oh, no, you got me messed up. You better get you a little SD card. Y'all better figure something out, because that ain't happening.
Take a thumb drive USB port.
How does it work?
Yeah, you can have a USB port. It's the Bunker Hill.
How many cameras do you have on it?
6.
Nope, I have 8.
8? Okay.
Yeah, we should have it back to about 6 months or so.
No, I don't think so. That's not gonna work. Y'all better have a replacement. You better have a replacement. I got house arrest for 30 days now. No.
Before we get out of here.
Who was the victim? Did they ever say who the victim was?
Yeah, I can't tell you that. It's homicide investigation.
Well, I have it on my property. I'm being detained for it.
Did you kill him?
No, but I want to know who the hell got killed. Who was it?
I don't know.
I'm being detained for
Tell me
something.
who it is.
I don't know who it is, but I know the guy that was down there with the glasses is A.K. Mims. That's my best friend, Druhot Mims, that was buried in the backyard with that Desiree Teeter bitch. That's his brother. That was down there.
That was investigator saw that one too. She's a superstar.
I'm calling him when I get home.
So Dana obviously has no idea what happened. Police are now going to talk to the mother and sister of the victim to try and find out what happened.
Did David have any fallings out with anybody here lately?
I know him. A boy named Daniel.
Daniel was the one that told me.
He normally, him and David D had plenty of fallout.
That's his cousin.
And when you say David D, who are you referring to?
My son.
Okay, so that's David. That's his nickname is David D. Okay. And you said he was having problems with who?
He had altercation with Daniel.
Then he had altercation with Poo Poo.
But he left with Poo Poo this morning, right?
Yes.
What was, does Poo Poo drive?
Yes.
What was he in?
He normally pull up at my house up in a gold Taurus with tinted windows.
Okay. Is it a newer Taurus?
No, it's old. 4-door.
4-door?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And did he say anything about where he was going?
No.
Well, if he's having problems with Poo Poo, would he have gone off with him?
No, I don't think he would have.
Do they run together?
No, they don't.
A lot, or
No.
what was the reason behind him going with Poo Poo today?
I don't know. I don't know if you talk to Daniel. If y'all can get Daniel in here, Daniel was the one that told me that Poo Poo came to pick David up.
Do you know how to get in touch with him? Can you call him and get him to come up here yourself?
I don't know.
Would he listen to you before he listened to me?
I don't know.
Because I know
I don't know how to get in contact with him.
How did he get in touch with you, dude?
We went round to the apartment because they said that girl that was in the apartment, that lived there at the apartment, was the one that called and said that my son had got shot.
Okay. Do you know that girl's name?
Her name, she go by the name of Shay.
Shay?
Mm-hmm.
And she lives in that apartment with Daniel?
What Daniel was. Yes.
Now, what was said? I know you were telling me outside that what did Daniel tell you?
Daniel told me, he said, wait a minute. He said, Miss Ripper, they got it all wrong. He said, Poo Poo came and got David D. Him and David D rolled out. He said, if it wasn't for, I don't know if it wasn't for Poo Poo, David D would have got shot in the head. But he said if it wasn't for somebody, David D would have got shot in the head. He said, but David D got shot in the back.
And did he tell you who told him that?
No, he did not.
So if it wasn't for Poo Poo, he'd have got shot in the head?
Yes.
So it seemed like the mother and sister were not too sure what happened or why it happened. So police now are going to speak to Stefan. Stefan is one of the victims in this case.
All right, Stefan. One thing that I want to say is that I just want you to not hold back any information. I want you to be straightforward and honest with me. You know, don't lie about anything. Don't try to hide anything.
I ain't got nothing to lie about.
Okay.
Nothing.
Just hear me out. Don't try to give me little half-truths or anything like that.
I did nothing wrong, so I ain't got nothing to lie to you.
All right. That's just one of those things that I like to get out of the way before we get started, okay? Why don't you tell me, we're just going to go through your day. What time did you wake up today?
I woke up like around 7 to 8 something.
Okay. And where did you stay last night?
That's where I stayed last night. At
that house where all this happened?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you said that that's somebody else's house?
Yeah.
Okay. Chris or whatever?
Yeah.
Tell me about Chris. Is he a white guy, black guy?
White guy.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so you were there last night. You woke up.
Mm-hmm.
And then what?
And then I don't know what I did. I got a call from her, from Mary.
Mm-hmm.
And she asked me to help her move some stuff from the storage or whatever. And that's how we got connected through the day. And that was that. They dropped me off and they said they had to run and do something. I took a shower.
Who dropped you off?
Mary dropped me off, the girl Mary.
Okay.
When they dropped me off, they left and came back. When they came back, I was asking them for a ride to the store to take me to Grocery Advantage. When they came to Grocery Advantage, I had the door open. Out of nowhere, somebody came behind and just hit me in the back of the head with a gun and told everybody to get down on the ground. Me and her, and they lay down on the ground.
All right. So Mary shows up and she has that black car.
Yep.
Okay. And you were in the house?
I was in the house.
Okay. Who was in the house with you?
It was me, Mary, and I think it was some white guy she was with.
All right. So you were alone before Mary got there?
Yeah, I was alone before Mary got there.
Okay. And so she shows up with the white guy.
Mm-hmm.
And then what?
And then I asked him for to get a ride. We was talking for a little minute, and then I had my back turned towards the door. Then next thing you know, somebody came and hit me in the back of the head with a gun and told everybody to lay down.
Okay. Do you remember who came in the door first?
I don't know who came to do. I had my back turned. I can't even remember their face. Like they had a couple had ski masks on their face.
Okay, so let's try and describe them one by one. Okay, whatever you can remember about them.
I know one of them was skinny, had a little afro, and his eyes a little big. That's the only one I can kind of remember. And one had like a little hair, like a lot of hair on his face. That's the only thing I can remember.
Were they black, white?
There were 3 black dudes.
Okay. Could you tell how old they were?
They looked like they was in their mid-20s, around my age.
You think all of them?
Yeah.
Do you remember any of the clothes that they had on?
One dude had a shirt that had security written on it. That's the only thing I remember.
Okay. Do you remember which one had the security shirt?
I don't know.
What kind of hair he had or anything?
That was the one that had the hairy face. He had a security shirt written on the shirt. And the other one that had a hoodie on. I don't remember the skinny one had.
All right. So they come in the house. Were they asking for anything?
They asked for money.
Okay.
They took all the money. They took all the money I had in my pocket. I guess they think I'm some kind of drug dealer around there selling drugs, whatever. Which is not true. I just got this money sent from my brother from up north, and I was just to live. I'm talking about I'm poor. I ain't got nothing. You know what I'm saying?
How much money was it?
About $500-$600.
Do you remember what kind of bills you had?
It was 20s.
All 20s? Do you have anything else mixed in there?
20s, ones. I don't know.
Okay. And you had your cell phone stolen from you? Anything else?
That's all I know.
All right. When they got the money from you, was it in your wallet?
It was in my pocket.
Just in your pocket? So did they kind of pat you down, or did you take it out of your pocket?
I put it out my pocket. You know, when dude hit me across the head, he told everybody to get it up. I started looking at her to see what they doing, and then they put the gun towards her head and told her to lay down on the ground. And when they did that, I said, I ain't got no money on me, you know what I'm saying? So I just went ahead and pulled the money out of my pocket. They told me this is all I got, you know what I'm saying? But they still told me to lay down and start looking around for stuff and all that. Like,
how long do you think they were in the house?
It was in the house for like good 15, 20 minutes. I'm talking about they had the door closed and everything. Like, and then I had somebody else coming over, and when they was coming over, that's when everything just popped off. Like I really was kind of like so much in the days. Like I really don't remember half the stuff. Like my vision was blurred. Like I was kind of knocked out. Like I got a big gash in the back of my head now. It's still bleeding. Like,
Who knocked on the door?
Huh?
Who knocked on the door?
The door was open. The door was wide open.
Did somebody come to the house?
Huh?
You saying that somebody else come to the house and that's when it all popped off?
No. Oh yeah, when what's the name? When dude came to the house, that's when everything shooting. I started hearing a whole bunch of shooting.
What dude?
I don't even know who it was. I promise you, I don't know what the dude was. He pulled up, and next thing you know, I heard a whole bunch of gunshots. That's all I heard.
You pull up in a car?
He pulled up in a car.
What kind of car was it?
It was like a red car. I mean, I really don't remember. It's like, soon when I heard that, Mary ran that way, and I was gonna run straight. And when I ran straight, she told me to come this way, and I ran with her, and that's when we ended up at the house down the street.
Okay.
I didn't even know the police was out there. Like, I was just trying to get the blood dry up. You know what I'm saying? My blood to stop leaking. Like,
who owns that house?
What house?
The house that y'all was at.
Who?
4717.
Yeah, Chris.
Chris.
Yeah.
You sell a little weed on the side?
Who that?
You.
Yeah, I mean, I have been in the past.
We do homicides, but I don't give a shit if you out there selling weed.
That's what I said. I sold weed on the past, but I've been slowing down, like, and I guess that gave them some kind of thought that I had some money.
Would you sell it out of that house?
Huh?
Have you sold out of that house?
I had before.
Okay.
I had before.
When you say you slowed down a little bit, I mean, when are we talking about? 6 months ago, last week?
Since I caught a charge. Since last year, I didn't sell none this year. None this year.
What we're trying to figure out is why somebody would come to that house.
They had a motive. That was the motive. I guess they felt like I had some money or whatever. I don't know what the hell. Like, all I know, I just came over there I was chilling over there. He let me hang out at his house. You know what I'm saying? He been a friend. He just left. He left me at the house, the owner of the house. You know what I'm saying? Cause I've been homeless. I ain't have a place to stay for a couple minutes. You know what I'm saying? Cause the house that I'm staying at on 13 Bellsman is getting remodeled. So I stayed over there for a couple nights. You know what I'm saying? He let me stay over there for a couple nights.
Where's Chris at now?
I don't know where he at.
Was he at the house earlier?
He wasn't at the house he was at the house earlier today, but he wasn't at the house when the incident happened.
What kind of car is he driving?
He don't got a car.
Walk, ride a bike.
He was on a bicycle.
If you got a pistol, that's fine. You
I don't have no gun. I don't have no gun. I don't have no possession, no gun or nothing. Okay. If I would have had a gun, I probably, you know what I'm saying, shot something. I probably shot. I'll be honest, I would have shot something. If I would have had a gun, I would have tried to protect myself. If I was there,
absolutely. Somebody put a gun in my head or pistol with me or put a gun to somebody else's head that I know.
But I'm hearing, what the hell happened? Like, did they get shot?
He did. Laying out in the middle of the street. And I always thought it started inside the house because there's a shell casing inside the house.
Who died?
Security.
The security dude?
Yeah.
I don't know nothing about that shit, man. I didn't squeeze no gun or no nothing. All I know, I just got robbed and that's that. Anything after that, I don't know nothing.
There's a holster on the front seat of Mary's car. There's a holster.
They took her keys and went inside her car.
Okay.
I know that. They took her keys and went inside her car. I don't know what they did after that, but they went inside the car and started searching, doing all that. I don't know nothing about about no holster.
Well, I mean, she says it's hers, so.
I mean,
yeah.
I just know they went and y'all mentioned something about the car. I just know they took her keys and went inside the car.
Self-defense is self-defense.
I didn't squeeze no gun. I put this on Jesus Christ. I didn't have no gun. Look, it's a camera. All right. Matter of fact, right by the house, it's a camera that shows everything at that house. It will show you everything.
48?
Yeah, that little car, that car shop on Lily is a camera that show the whole yard. It should show the whole incident. All y'all gotta do is go to that shop and see the camera, and y'all will see everything that happened. Y'all will not see me squeeze no gun. I promise you, I didn't kill nobody.
Well, I mean, we got some shell casings inside the house. Blood started from inside the house. I don't know if that's
my blood.
Well, there's blood that comes out and it goes through the yard all the way up the street, and that's where
street?
Right there on 48.
I see them. They ran that way.
Yeah, and he's laid dead right there in the middle of the street. And there's blood coming, so he got shot either in the house or out on the front.
He didn't get shot in the house. I promise you, he didn't get shot in the house.
You think that's your blood?
That's my. If it's any blood in the house, it's my blood.
Okay, we're gonna have to get DNA swab from you. Okay, check your DNA and make sure that the blood inside the house is yours or is his.
No, he didn't get shot in the house. I promise you. I put that on Jesus Christ. He didn't get shot in the house. I knew they left the house.
What made them start shooting?
Huh? I have no idea. I had no idea. I was on the ground. I was dazed. When I heard the gunshots, I was laying on the floor.
Okay.
I came and ran out. When I came and ran out, I hopped up. When I hopped up, after the gunshots, I hopped up and went towards the door and looked to see him. And then I seen one dude running from the side. That's what let me know they was running that way.
Did you see a car?
Nah, they wasn't in no car. All three of them ran off. They ran towards the left.
Let me ask you this. Did anybody from you, Randy, or Mary shoot a gun?
I have no idea. I know I didn't shoot no gun.
Okay. Would Randy have shot a gun?
Huh?
Would Randy have been the one to shoot that gun?
I have no idea.
Because this is what's going to happen.
What's that?
There's a shell casing inside the house. Mm-hmm. Okay. There is a 45 found at the house where y'all run to on the side of the house. That girl that we got over there that lives with EJ has 8 cameras around that house, and she's also got audio. I heard people talking about a gun. Okay, so we got the gun. It's going to be matched up to bullets, the shell casings at the scene. And if that's the case, that's fine. Okay, we're good with that. It looks to be home invasion robbery where the person is inside protecting themselves and may have shot one of these individuals, or one of them accidentally shot their homeboy, which is fine. Okay? But we need the truth instead of having to put it together all the way down the line. Okay? Because what's going to happen, we're going to get DNA swabs from everybody, and it's going to be on that gun.
You get DNA swab, whatever you need from me. I'm telling you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I ain't got nothing to do with that dude getting killed. All I know, he hit me across the head with a gun, and that was that.
Would you recognize him again if you seen him?
I probably wouldn't even recognize. All I remember was a hair on his face, and that's it.
Is he the one that had security?
Security shirt. That's the only thing I remember. Okay. That's the only person I remember because he had security on his shirt. Everybody else had all black on. You know what I'm saying?
Did Chris know that you were staying over there?
Yeah, he
at
knew
the house.
Yeah,
Where he set you up?
Huh? Nah, he wouldn't set me up. I don't think he would. Nah, he wouldn't set. It seemed real crazy though that whoever it was knew had to know. I mean, it was just, it's
you
crazy.
Got problems with anybody?
I ain't got no problem with nobody, man. That's the crazy thing. I ain't got no problem with nobody. This ain't never happened.
The thing about it is, I mean, basically you got a dude that lives there, that a house is basically he inherited. Yeah. He ain't got a car. He's on a bicycle. So basically he don't have a pot to piss in. And why is that house being targeted for a home invasion robbery that these guys are trying to hit a lick?
I don't have no idea. Like I said, they think I'm some kind of big time drug dealer or whatever. I don't got it like that. I don't got it. I don't even have a car.
Are you over there on Bessemer?
I mean, I be at his house a lot. I be at his house a lot. I be at Bessemer a lot. I go back and forth.
Do you know Tatiana Williams?
Tatiana Williams, nah.
The name don't ring a bell to you?
The Tatiana sound familiar though.
Stays over on Penhaven.
What kind? Do she drive a car?
Fuck, I don't know.
I think it's seeming like she the girlfriend of the dude that set me up.
What kind of car she drive?
Huh?
What kind of car she drive?
She drive like a brown car.
Like what?
Like a brown, like a brown, like kind of like the color of that door, like
gold or brown?
Like a goldish brown, like yeah.
The older model?
Yeah, older model, like yeah.
So you live on Bessemer, and she stays on Penhaven. You know her old man?
I know of him. I don't know him like that. I think he was one of the dudes that robbed. Yeah, he was one of the dudes that had something to do with me getting robbed. Yes.
How does she know you?
How did she know me? Through him.
Have you been dealing with him? Selling him a little weed?
I've been dealing with him a couple times before, but
weed?
Yeah, for weed, and that was like last year. Like I said,
ain't been fucking his old lady, have you?
No, I ain't been fucking. No, who is Tatiana? No,
I guess his girlfriend.
Uh-uh.
So you ain't been doing that. You just been serving him weed. I'm asking you.
I'm saying last year. Yes, last year. Yes.
Okay, last year. Yes. So is it plausible that he knows that you got money since you sold him some weed, or he's trying to come over there and steal your weed?
That's what it seemed like. Yeah, that's what it seemed like.
You sell high grade weed, or are you selling just some bullshit?
I guess it's good to him. He came trying to get some, whatever. I thought I had some.
When he bought weed from you, how much did he buy?
He didn't buy none from me. He didn't buy none from none this day, like none during that day.
I'm talking about the past.
Probably $10.
$10 is small
Yeah,
shit.
Small,
it's not like pounds or nothing like that. You sell.
No, I ain't know that. No. It's crazy, man. It's crazy shit all happen like that, man. I ain't expect nothing. I just woke up, my day go like this. Like, I ain't do nothing wrong, man. I'm trying to get my life together. I'm on pre-trial release right now.
For what?
For just possession of marijuana.
Selling weed?
Yeah.
Okay. How long ago?
It was in November.
How'd you get popped?
Police? Yeah, by the police. No.
Keep your door in?
No, they keep no door in. I ain't
just stopped you? You got arrested?
Yeah, random stop.
I mean, look, if that's what you're worried about, that you're out on pretrial release for a little sack of weed, I mean,
I'm not worried. This is more serious. I'm not worried about that.
Exactly. We're not worried about that. We're not trying to hit you up on that.
Yeah.
You know, it's just.
I'm surprised somebody died. I ain't know nobody died from this shit. Like,
well, somebody did die, and now we've got to figure out how that happened. Okay.
Yeah.
And like you said, whether it's his homeboys shot him, or
it could have been one. It could have been one of his homeboys.
Whether it's somebody that was inside. Hold on. Somebody that was inside that house with you. Okay. like he's already explained to you, it looks to us, and everything that you're saying is that if somebody came into that house, they were coming there to rob you.
Yeah.
If anybody inside of that house shot a gun that was part of you, Randy, and Mary, we're good with it. We don't give a shit. Right? Because those people came to do harm to you. You got to do what you got to do.
What did Randy Mary tell y'all? I mean, they should have the answer.
Well, I'm here right now.
I'm telling you, no, I'm telling you, I don't know who shot who. I was on the fucking ground when I heard gunshots. I got up, I seen them running off. That's all I know. They ain't nobody say nothing to me. I seen them run. I seen Randy and Mary running down the street this way. I was gonna go across the street back towards Besma, but Mary said, come this way. And I ran towards that way and went there and came towards that house over there. That's all I know. I was blacked out. They knocked me out.
And
they basically knocked me out, really. Like, I woke up like.
Y'all go to that house, and like he said, we've got a gun at the house that y'all went to. Okay.
What gun? At what house?
He just sat here and told you we got a gun from over there.
I don't know nothing about that. I mean, I don't know nothing about that.
Okay. But understand, once it eventually gets all sorted out, whose DNA is on that gun, whose fingerprints are on that gun, it's going to be a problem if your DNA or your fingerprints is on that gun. My DNA
ain't going to be on that shit. I ain't touch no gun.
Okay. I'm just trying to give you all of this right now before we leave this room.
Yeah.
And it gets worse because if we have fingerprints and DNA on a gun that you're saying that you never touched, then we've got a problem. And now we've got to figure out how to fix that problem when you're saying that you don't know anything about anybody shooting or having a gun. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're trying to avoid, is you getting yourself backed into a corner that you're not going to be able to get out of. That's what I don't want to have happen. If you are just sitting in that house minding your own business, and those motherfuckers come and bust the door down.
Now look, I'm gonna say this. I ain't saying that. Know what I'm saying? I don't know what the fuck happened. Like, all I know is I got hit across the head with a gun. I blacked the fuck out. When I gained my conscience, I heard gunshot. I seen the dude. I seen somebody coming through the door, and they was like, "Oh, somebody coming in, or something like that." That's all I kind of heard. And next thing you know, they came outside, and I just heard gunshot.
Okay.
When I heard the gunshots, it alerted me and made me wake up, and that's when I came out and looked. And it was me, Randy, and homegirl Mary was outside, and we looked and we seen them running towards that way. I don't know nothing. They ain't tell me no who shot or none of that shit. All I heard was gunshots.
How many gunshots did you hear?
About 7 to 8.
Okay.
It was a lot of gunshots I heard.
Okay.
So it seemed like all three of them it seemed like all three of them had been shooting their gun or something. Like, I don't know what the fuck.
And I mean, again, it goes back to, we're just trying to figure out the whole story. And if part of that story is that somebody from your house shot back in self-defense.
I'm thinking that's probably what it was. I'm thinking that's probably because I'm saying where the hell else would the gunshots come from and he end up dead? Like, I don't know. I really don't know. Like,
would have had a gun.
I'm saying what's his name probably would have had a gun. Though. I'm just saying I'm not. What's his name? Randy. He might have a gun. I don't know.
Have you ever seen Randy with a gun?
I never seen him with a gun. I can't say I've seen him with a gun, but I'm saying he was on. I know she ain't gonna have one. Know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know who the fuck had a gun. I didn't have a gun. If I would have had a gun, I would have shot somebody. Know what I'm saying? Like, straight up, I told you, I probably would have killed him. It would have been me. That'd been the one to kill him if I had a gun. Know what I'm saying?
Okay. Now, whenever you were picked up over at that house.
Picked up over where?
From where we got you from. You said to them that it was self-defense. You said that.
Huh?
Yes.
I didn't say nothing like
You
that.
told them that it was self-defense.
I said it was self-defense.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it probably, I mean, how I said, yeah, it was self-defense. I mean, I didn't do nothing, but if he ended up dead and I got robbed, hell yeah, it was self-defense. Mm-hmm. But I didn't do it.
But see, that's the problem, and that's what we're trying to get from you.
Yeah.
Okay? Is that you didn't even know that old boy was dead.
I didn't know nothing. I didn't know nobody.
Until right now. So why are we talking about self-defense? Back there at the house before you know about it.
When I was in the house, I heard somebody got shot. So it wasn't just no new news. Like I was kind of confused. Like I'm hearing somebody getting shot. Like they was talking about that when I was in the house. So I was kind of concerned about that. That's why I said if anything happened, it was in self-defense. Mm-hmm. I didn't do nothing.
But if
it seemed like you're trying to catch me. It seemed like you're not trying to catch me in the lie. And listen here, I'm telling you the truth. I did not do shit wrong. I got fucking robbed, hit across the head with a pistol. I don't know who the fuck shot a gun. I told you it's a shop that got a camera. It will show you everything that happened in that yard. Dude did not. I tell you, dude did not get killed in that house. He did not get shot in that house. I would have seen that. You know what I'm saying? I was on the ground. I lost my conscience a little bit, but I was still alert a little bit to know what the fuck was going on, like in the house. He didn't get shot in the house. The dude with the security shirt, I seen him when I hopped up. I seen him running. He was busting back, and I moved back, and I seen him running towards that way. I ain't see nobody shoot at him or none of that. Nothing.
Okay, I mean, I'm just trying to.
I mean, it's crazy, like, cause it seemed like it's fucked up that somebody got killed. I got robbed, got my money took. I got fucking, I don't even know this, a big ass gash in the back of my head, and I'm seeming like I'm a suspect for fucking murder, man.
We're not sitting here trying to say that you're a suspect. Okay, yeah. That's not what's happening here. Yeah. Okay, people a lot of the times what they do is they'll tell little half truths about things because they're trying to protect whatever it is that they've got going on the side that has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about here. Okay. So, you sell a little bit of weed on the side. I don't care. Okay. You're on pretrial release for that little bag of weed that they caught you with. Okay. So whether you're worried about that, whether you're worried about something else.
Do that violate me though? The pretrial thing?
Pretrial release doesn't even know about this, okay? And that's the way that it is right now. They don't know, okay? And I'm not trying to call them. I ain't got time to call them.
Yeah, I didn't do nothing wrong. I just got robbed. I ain't expect nobody to get killed. I didn't want nobody to get killed. Like I'm just saying. I did say. I mean, if I had a gun, I would have shot. I mean, I'm truthful about that.
And I would expect somebody that had a gun.
That just protected myself. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't get a chance to do nothing. All I got to do is I got hit across the head, got my money took out my pocket. That's all I did.
And listen, I look at you right now. I mean, you're bloody. Mm-hmm. You're in that house. There's no disputing this. Okay, you are a victim. Okay?
You see any blood in the house? I guarantee you all that blood, mine.
Right, and we're not disputing that. Mm-hmm. And that's why when we're trying to talk to you and lay all this out for you and say to you, Stefan, forget all the other shit in your life. Forget the little bag of dope. Forget pretrial release. We don't care about all that. We're not going to fucking call them. Mm-hmm. Okay? So if there's anything else.
One out of 3 died. So what happened to the other 2? Y'all know, they just disappeared. I think y'all need they need to be chained up right here.
I agree. But you got to understand where we're at right now is we got all this other stuff going on. Mm-hmm. All right. I agree. You're a victim, but that's why I'm sitting here talking to you, trying to get you to trust me. Yeah, that if there's anything, just hear me out, okay? If there's anything that you're holding back on for whatever reason that you're worried about this gun or anything like that, okay? I want you to just forget about all that other shit because I don't fucking care about it. I care about the fact that you're a victim and I don't want later to find out something that we could have resolved right here in this room to come out. And then we've got to go back and say, well, what do we do with this now? Because Stefan didn't tell us right then and there.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I don't want my victim, which is you.
I don't. What y'all want me to tell y'all though? Like, I don't get it. Like, I mean, y'all told me what was the story. I told y'all the story. Like, I don't know what else to tell y'all. Like, I'm not lying about nothing. I'm not lying about nothing.
Okay. And that's what I got to hear. I mean, if that's what you're saying and you're sticking to it, and there's nothing else that I need to know about, then, you know, I just have to take you at your word for that right now. I just want you to understand that later on.
Can you tell me what is you trying to find out so I can?
I'm trying to find out if you had a gun, or if you were given a gun, or if you took somebody's gun in a struggle and maybe it went off something.
I put my right hand on the Bible. God killed me. I put this on my dead mother grave. I grabbed no gun. I squeezed no trigger, none of that. I squeezed no gun. I put on everything I love.
Okay.
I can stay you right. You can give me a lie detector test, whatever. Like, I take the lie detector test, anything. I did not kill nobody.
Okay.
I just got hit across the fucking head and my money took.
All right.
And it's crazy. It was by the same guy with the security shirt on. By the same fucking guy with the security shirt on.
Okay. All right. Did you ever think of what kind of car that was? That brown car or gold car or whatever?
It's like a Oldsmobile. I think it's an Oldsmobile. I don't know what kind of car it is.
Is it a boxy car?
A what?
Boxy? Is it like square looking? Is it round?
It's like it's round. It's brown. I think they stay on Penn Haven. Like you said, like it's on Penn Haven unless they move.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But it's two dudes that was with him. So that dude ended up killed. I feel like it's the two dudes that was with him for. Even if it was somebody that had something to do with me, it was the two dudes that was with him for.
Okay.
They came to rob something, and that's what it led to. Like, you know what I'm saying? I didn't kill nobody. I mean, I don't even know dude who got killed. Like, I never seen his face before. He don't know me. None of that.
Okay. Sit tight for me. I'm going to have somebody come in, take pictures of you because you're, all gashed up with blood and everything.
Will I be able to go home today?
It's going to be a little bit, okay, because we still have some stuff that we got to do. Like I'm trying to tell you, the pictures, because your blood and everything's there in the house. We're going to have to get your little DNA sample, which is just the swab on the cheek. So we still have some things that we got to take care of.
You know how long the process is going to take?
We'll get you out of here as soon as we can. Okay?
Please. I'm telling you, this shit stressing me out. I got to talk to a couple of my family members.
Okay. All right. As soon as we can.
I don't think nobody knew. I ain't get to talk to nobody. Like, don't nobody know what's going on right now.
Okay. All right.
So, Stefan is a victim in this too. In regards to the name mentioned, Cleveland, Poo-Poo, Tatiana, they're the suspects. I do have their police interviews. They'll be linked in the description. I also have Mary's interview. That link is in the description and pinned comment. Some of you know this case, but let me tell you exactly what happened. Let me read out the report to you. So, David Washington was one of 4 people involved in a home invasion robbery. You had Cleveland, who was 37, Lintonio, Poo-Poo, who was 22, and Tatiana, that was 26. They were arrested. According to the arrest report, Cleveland, Lintonio, and David forced their way into the house, held 2 people at gunpoint and demanded money. The people that were held at gunpoint, Mary and Stefan. The arrest report said the video shows a gold sedan pull up near the men. Lintonio and Cleveland got inside, leaving David by the road to die. See, while they were in the house trying to rob these people, gunshots went off. Someone shot David. They then all run outside, get into a car, but David is injured and is left on the street. He ends up dying. In Florida, if you commit a robbery and somebody dies during that robbery, that is automatically second-degree felony murder. So Lintonio was sentenced, Tatiana was sentenced, and Cleveland was also sentenced. Cleveland was considered the mastermind behind all of this, all over trying to steal some money and weed. Comment, tell me what you think.
you didn't do very well on the test, okay?
Oh,
And there's a couple reasons for that.
oh,
In your whole life, did you ever tell even one lie?
no.
Please, no, please, no, please.
I'm so sorry.
No, just know you don't hear about no shit like that.
I know.
Friends, today's unfortunate bugger is La Jucelyn Booker. Now, in 2014, her 4-month-old son, Jehemiah Booker, was found dead with a cut liver and head trauma. The police then bring her in for questioning, and in this interview, she's going to undertake a polygraph test, or a lie detector as they say. Now she claims her roommate Chris is the one that committed the murder. I'm going to start with her initial questioning from the officer, then we'll get to the polygraph test.
And so what do you think happened then?
I think he beat my baby to death.
Okay. And when you say he, you mean Chris?
Mm-hmm.
So when you left that night, the baby was fine.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't nothing, any problems where you thought, hey, I need to take him to the doctor, get checked. Like there wasn't nothing
It was something. Well, I took him and got some shots prior to that, and then it was my mama said something about a bruise on him, and I thought my son did it, but I should have paid attention.
Before this day, you ever thought that
No.
Chris was hitting the kids and not telling you or anything?
No.
And he would he ever have your permission to spank them if you were away? If he thought
No, he said he don't hit the kids.
Okay. Like if your kid was doing something bad,
He'll fuss at him, but he's like, I'm not gonna hit your kids.
okay, but he never had your permission. You weren't okay with him hitting.
I
your
mean,
kids,
okay, my little boy, my 3-year-old, like we got like a little ruler, it's a little plastic ruler you can paint.
Yeah.
But I never told him he could beat my kid. You don't hit no 4-month-old
Yeah,
baby.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You don't. What can a baby do?
Yeah. All right. So you weren't, if he was or ever hit them before, you weren't aware of it
No,
before
sir.
that. And before this happened,
I don't even know how to answer that question because it's still keep on going back in my head
Yeah.
with that. So it's kind of fucking me up.
well, I understand. Now looking back on it,
Yeah, now I
hindsight,
feel.
Mom said that he had a little blood and some bruises.
And I'm thinking,
And you
if
think-
the baby was just jumping
Yeah.
over him, so I could have sworn.
Yeah.
And now I feel like this is what I feel like.
Well, you'll feel guilt because you're the mother, and you want to protect your children, and you think, well, what could I have done? If I would have noticed that bruise, or if I'd have noticed the blood,
If I would have paid attention,
maybe I'd have took him to the hospital.
But see, the thing is, my son was jumping over him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He was. So he was. I just do not believe you do not see my baby. I'm the one that found my baby. And I don't give a fuck what nobody say. He knew my baby was looking like that. My baby had shit all on his face like somebody was just jumping on him.
And definitely though, before you left,
He wasn't looking like
you
that
noticed
at
the
all.
little things, but it didn't look nothing like how
At all.
And,
It was horrible.
And you don't think, I know you've thought about it, but you don't think that, let's say Doodoo Man did jump on him, it wouldn't have caused any of that.
Oh,
right?
that I ain't even gonna lie. I even thought like, did Doodoo Man do this? But Doodoo Man don't got enough pressure to do that.
Oh, by the way, Doodoo Man. So she had a son, Jehemiah, who was 4-month-old, who's the victim in this case. She also had another 3-year-old who she refers to as Doodoo Man. I couldn't quite make out his name, so in the subtitles, I'm just going to put my son, just so you know. Oh, and by the way, earlier I said 2014 this took place. It was actually 2015. I just could not be bothered to go back and re-record that bit.
Like you could tell clearly that the injuries he had, that an adult or a grown person did. Okay. And then before this time, I know you said that you never spank a 4-month-old because what can they do?
What can they do? I kiss him when he cried. I do. I be kissing him on his gums. He was like, man. I'm like,
So before this incident, though, you never spanked the baby or punished
no,
her or nothing like that? Okay, good. And you wouldn't give anyone permission to do that, right?
That
I
don't make
know
sense.
you wouldn't, but I just had to ask. All right. And have you learned anything new about what's happened since you've talked to the police or anything?
No, it was pretty much all gut feeling from the jump. I learned something new about this situation. That you can't be nice to everybody. You can't help everybody. Because you can help somebody and they don't do nothing, but this is what you get.
Mm-hmm.
I had my own place. I paid my own bills. I got my own thing. It's you, your mama, and your grandma ain't got nowhere to go, and you come to my house. The whole family must be obviously fucked up. Excuse my language, sir.
Do you think when you said you think Chris beat the baby, do you think it was like he's trying to sleep and the baby's crying? He gets upset and the baby won't stop crying.
I
so
never
he
thought
gets
he
mad
would
and
do
hits
nothing
it,
like
or
that.
do you think he like just wanted to attack the baby or something?
I don't know. I ain't never think he'll do nothing like that.
Yeah.
Not like that. No, I ain't even think he would hit no baby.
And was the baby slept in the car seat?
In the car seat, the baby was in the bouncer. Because I remember the car seat, I put the baby in the bouncer because the car seat had poop on it because he had just got shots. Now, so far as they asked him with him being sick or whatever, you know, when baby has shots, they be like sleeping a lot towards the, you know what I'm saying? So now, okay, he just had shots. And then I just took him down there. So when he had the runs, you know how to get the runs sometimes, I switched him to the bouncer. And I had put the car seat up. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to get my mom to come watch this. But by the time everything come to pass, look.
And when you came back and turned the light on, was he in the bouncer? Or
He was in the car seat.
In the car seat. Okay. So definitely, though, when you left, he wasn't in the car seat.
No, sir.
So Chris was there, and then Chris moved him to the car seat, probably. Okay. And when you left around midnight and you came back at noon, you didn't come back in the middle of the morning or nothing like that.
No, sir,
right?
I didn't.
Do you know if Chris had other people over there, or
I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, I think his mama knew. I think he called his mama if something happened to baby. I think the mother knew. I really honestly think so.
Because I think she called the police, right?
She called the police. Yeah, because obviously he called her first instead of calling the police. Yeah. Ain't that something?
And since this, is he gone or is he still there?
Where?
At your house, Chris?
No, okay. Chris ain't in my house.
So he hasn't said nothing?
I ain't even at my house. I can't build it. Oh Lord, I don't even know my stuff on the road. My whole life have changed. My whole world is fucked up.
I know.
Oh my God.
But it's hard. I mean, nothing but time is going to help, you know. But you just have to.
I don't even got my other baby no more. I should have paid attention. I will do another try to help. I have my own shit. I got my own shit. I got my own bills. I got my kids.
Yeah.
And then I could be trying to help somebody else out because y'all don't got nowhere to go. And this is how I get repaid.
Yeah. I think, you know, you do the best you can. You make your own way. And you didn't know that this person would do such a thing. You know?
I didn't know he's going to kill my baby. I never thought that.
I don't think there's no way to know that. You know?
Huh? I don't know.
All right. A couple other things. The baby had some significant injuries, like you said.
Oh, please. I cannot go. I can't keep on. That's the only part with this test. Like when y'all keep on going, I'm just like, man, can you just put me in the chair and let's get to it?
Let me just ask you one important part, and then we'll be done with it.
Okay.
The baby, from what I understand, had some bruising to the chest. Before you left that day or that night, did you notice those bruises on the baby?
No.
Okay. So before you left, though, you didn't see any of the bruising?
No, the bruising that the baby had, besides what I told you, no, not at all. My baby did not look like that.
Okay. And in any way before that incident, I know you said you don't spank the baby or discipline it, but prior to that day, did you ever do anything at all that would cause that type of injury to the baby?
No,
like
sir.
Any spanking, hitting, kicking, punching,
no, sir.
shaking, squeezing,
no.
anything at all, okay? And never like anything on accident that wasn't on purpose, like changing the baby and he fell off the table and hit like when you're changing his diaper.
No, I mean, no.
So even if it was on accident, nothing that
I didn't do that.
Okay.
I didn't do that.
And you don't, no doubt or confusion, like you know 100%.
I know 100%.
I never did anything to cause that bruise.
Yes.
Okay. So any type of injuries the baby may had or may not had, like you didn't cause.
I didn't cause it.
And as far as you know, though, before that night, Chris wasn't spanking the baby or hitting it that you know of.
Like, I know. My mind keep on going back because I'm.
You saw.
Yeah, what my mama said, and I was like, damn, I should have paid attention. So that's kind of you know what I'm saying? I'm just being 100% honest.
The part you're struggling with is responsible. Like I didn't hit the baby and do it, but maybe if I saw that
I could
took
have
him away.
avoided it.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And my 3-year-old was just jumping over the baby for real.
So now it becomes, well, was Chris hitting the baby before and that?
Yeah, and I'm like, oh my God.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I would have never.
I think that if, just from talking to you, I think you're pretty intelligent and a good parent. So I think if you would have saw that and thought, that's not right, something's up, I think you would have.
Yeah.
You know, I think most people would have done the same thing you did. Well, that doesn't look like an alarm, you know?
Yeah, I didn't think it was an alarm.
So there's no way around it. You'll always feel bad about it, but don't.
Yeah, I don't know how that's going to be when they come in there because I really do.
But you know 100% though that you didn't.
I didn't do it.
Cause no bruises or nothing. Right?
Oh yeah, I know 100%.
Right. So you might feel bad about, well, had I saw it and took the child out of there, maybe he wouldn't have done it. But there's no doubt in my mind. I know I didn't cause none of that. Okay, good. All right. So let's go ahead and go over the questions then. Okay.
Right, so the questions he's now about to ask her refer to the polygraph she's about to take. Just to give you more clarity on the situation, she was not home. She was gone for about 12 hours. And when she came home, she found her child in the state that it was in, from the abuse the child received. Again, she blames Chris. Anyway, let's get now to the questions in the polygraph.
All right, so everyone thinks that when you go and you take a polygraph that there's just a polygraph, but really there's literally hundreds of different types of tests, okay? Mm-hmm. It all just depends on the person you're testing and what the purpose of the exam is. So today, the particular exam that I've chosen for you has 3 parts to it, okay? Each part is going to last roughly about 4 or 5 minutes, so it goes by pretty quick, okay? There shouldn't be a reason to have to do more parts unless something happens beyond our control. You know, the power goes out or we have some type of difficulty, we may have to repeat one of the parts, okay? All right, so basically there's 3 types of questions I'll be asking you today. Questions about the case, the issue that's being investigated, questions that I like to call special questions. And these are questions where I'm going to ask you to lie to me on purpose. And then we're going to ask you questions that are considered technical questions. And these are questions that sound kind of silly, but they're just to help the test to make sure that it works properly, okay? All right, so let's cover the questions about the case that I'll be asking you today, okay? The first question I'm going to ask you today concerns your intent to be truthful. Is it your intent to be truthful today? Okay, obviously it is. Yeah. All right, so regarding whether you inflicted any of those injuries to that child, do you intend to answer each question truthfully?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so all that means is I'm going to be asking you a couple questions about the injuries on your child. And do you plan to answer them truthfully?
Oh, I'm 100%. Good.
And when I say that child, I don't mean to be insensitive or not.
I know what you're saying.
Personal, but
that child, right?
Is your baby. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Understand that question?
Yeah.
Okay. So the next question is did you inflict any of those injuries?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So what I mean by that is when I say inflict, that means the bruising on his chest or the injuries he had. In any way did you cause that? Did you punch, strike, kick, bite, shake, throw him down, drop him, anything like that? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So in your mind, you're clear. You didn't do anything to cause
that.
Okay. Good. And just to go over it, you understand what I mean by inflict, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like in order for a person to have injuries, they have to be caused or inflicted. Where you would have literally had to punch him, kick him, spank him, drop him. You didn't do any of that.
That's a 4-month-old. Right. I like it when he cried. I used to love it. I used to just kiss on him. He's like, man, yeah, he used to flip me. Yeah.
And on that question, though, you understand exactly what I'm asking?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you didn't do anything to cause that?
No, sir, I didn't.
Good. All right. And the next question is going to sound almost exactly like that question, but with just an extension on it, okay? Did you inflict any of those injuries to that child?
No, sir.
And it's basically the same thing. We're talking about your child, your baby. Did you do anything at all to cause those injuries to it, to inflict that damage? Punch, kick, strike? Okay, good. Understand that question?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And now I'm not asking you about, did you leave him there? Could you have prevented it? None of that. I'm asking you purely, did you physically cause that injury?
No, sir.
So you understand that, right?
Yes, sir.
Good. All right, so the next question is did you see anyone inflict any of those injuries to that child?
No, sir.
Okay, so what that means is I'm asking you at the time that baby received those injuries?
I was not there to see it.
Yeah. Did you see who did it?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So you, does that make sense to you? You weren't there when it happened watching it. You didn't sit there and watch it happen. Of course not, right? Because had you been there, you would have stopped it quick.
I probably really would be behind bars if I would have seen it. You know what I'm saying?
So I know that we talked about it. You know, we suspect him and we think that he did it, but you didn't actually, you weren't there to see him do it. Okay. Understand that question?
Yeah,
good. All right. And now let's cover those special questions. Okay. So remember before at the beginning, I said it's important that you're actively involved in participating here. So these questions kind of make sure that you're doing that. Okay. You're going to have to listen up and pay attention to identify these special questions. And once you do, you're going to have to follow special instructions on how to answer them. It's very important that you get these special questions.
I got two things. Right. They're going to mess anything up.
No, you'll be fine.
Oh, my God. I got from Amazon somewhere.
All right. Okay, so let's cover these special questions. And these are kind of funny because I'm going to ask you to tell me a lie on purpose, just like the tie thing, okay? But it's okay because I'm asking you to do it. So let's practice these, okay? So everyone in their life has told a lie before. You have, haven't you?
I told them before, but I don't.
Not on a regular basis, but in your life you have. You know, I have before sometime. And everyone in their life at some time has made a mistake before. You have, haven't you? All right? And everybody at some point in time in their life has lost their temper before. You have, haven't you? All right, so take a few seconds. I want you to think of any time in your life that you ever told a lie. It doesn't matter what it was about or who you told it to. Just think of some time in your life that you told someone a lie. But don't tell me about it. Don't tell me what it is. Just let me know when you think about it. All right, now think of any time in your life that you ever made a mistake. Doesn't matter what it was or what you're doing. Just think about it, okay? And don't tell me what it is. Now think of any time in your life that you ever got lost your temper before, okay? All right, so think about those things, but don't tell me about them, okay? So during the exam, I'm going to ask you questions about these type of things. The truthful answer is yes, but I want you to lie to me and say no to it, okay? So I'm going to begin these special questions with the words in your whole life. So when you hear me start a question like that, when I ask it to you like that, in your whole life, that's your cue. That's how you know, all right, this is one of those questions where I'm supposed to lie to it on purpose, okay? It's the only questions that I'm going to start out like that in your whole life. So let's practice them. Make sure you lie and you say no, okay? So in your whole life, did you ever tell even one lie?
No.
No? In your whole life, did you ever make even one mistake?
No.
In your whole life, did you ever lose your temper?
No.
Good. All right. Understand those questions? Again, you followed my instructions. Anytime you hear me say that in your whole life, you're supposed to lie to me on that on purpose, okay? It's very important that you do that, okay? If you daydream through these and you miss these questions, you're going to fail this test, okay? So those are very important. All right, so the purpose of these special questions is to ensure that your body can and does respond appropriately when you tell a lie, right? It's also so I have something to compare the important questions against, right? Because how do I know if you're lying if I don't know what it looks like? So as long as you follow my instructions during this test and you remember to lie to these special questions and your body produces that response and continues, you'll pass this test. If you don't follow my instructions though, and you don't pay attention to these special questions and you don't remember to lie to them and your body doesn't produce that response, then you'll fail, okay? All right, so last we're going to cover some technical questions, okay? And these are questions that you're going to answer truthfully, and it's going to be obvious that it's the truth. It's so I can see what it looks like when you tell the truth, and it's also to ensure that this test works properly, okay? So these sound kind of silly, but just go along with it. Is this the month of June?
Yes.
Okay. Before this year, did you live in Florida?
Yes.
And is today Tuesday?
Is it? Yes.
I think it is, yeah. Good. All right, understand those questions? All right, so now let's cover a couple questions that are going to make sure this test is working properly, okay? So before I told you there's no surprises today. I'm only going to ask you on the test what we're covering right now. I won't ask you anything at all that we didn't cover right now, okay? That's how it works. I'm not allowed to just ask you a trick question or a surprise question in the middle, all right? So the first question is, are you convinced I will only ask you questions we have already reviewed?
Yes.
Good. Is there something else you're afraid I will ask you a question about?
No.
Good. Okay. And what that means is I'm only going to ask you the questions we've covered. Okay. I'm not going to ask you any surprises or tricks. I'm not going to ask you about something you did last week or something at work or nothing like that.
Okay.
The only things that I will ask you during this test today is exactly what we've covered right here. Okay. Anything outside of that, I won't do it. Okay. So understand those questions? Good. So let's practice answering your exact questions for this test. All right. Here comes the exact questions I'm going to ask you. All right. Is this the month of June?
Yes.
Regarding whether or not you inflicted any of those injuries, do you intend to answer each question truthfully?
Yes.
Are you convinced I will only ask you questions we have already reviewed?
Yes.
In your whole life, did you ever tell even one lie?
Yes.
Remember, that's the one.
Oh, shit.
That's the special question. Right? So anytime I say
your whole life.
In your whole life, it's yes, but I want you to lie and say no. Okay.
Okay.
All right. In your whole life.
My mind be fucked up sometimes. I'm throwed
okay.
a little
This
bit.
is kind of tricky because it's not something you normally do.
Yeah.
And then you always tell the truth, and I'm asking you to lie, so it's kind of weird, right?
Yeah.
So in your whole life, did you ever tell even one lie?
No.
Did you inflict any of those injuries?
No.
In your whole life, did you ever make even one mistake?
No.
Did you inflict any of those injuries to that child?
No.
Is there something else you're afraid I will ask you a question about?
No.
In your whole life, did you ever lose your temper?
No.
Did you see anyone inflict any of those injuries to that child?
No.
Good. All right, so the questions I just asked you are the only questions I'll be asking you today, okay? The only difference is they might be in a different order.
Okay.
All right? Good. Okay, so what we're going to do now is any questions about the questions?
The question you like is there. You scared? I'm gonna ask you another question. I still be like, oh.
I won't do that.
Okay, that question. I just you gonna be like.
What we just covered is the only stuff I'll ask you about.
But it's like, are you scared? I'm gonna ask you something else.
It's not like a trick. Like I'm not gonna get you in the chair and say.
I'm just saying,
Tell me about last year a bank got robbed. Did you do that? Like I can't do all that.
No, I ain't about no stuff like. Okay.
Yeah. So I can't bring you here for this and then ask you about other stuff.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah.
So I only ask you exactly what we covered. Okay. And is it clear to you which questions that I want you to lie on purpose about?
Yes.
That's the ones.
I'm gonna make sure I pay attention.
In your whole life, right?
In your whole life.
All right. So what we're going to do is, do you want to get some water and use the bathroom?
Nope, I'm ready.
Okay. So we're going to start with a little practice test.
Okay.
That's just to get you familiar with the process, let you see what it feels like to sit in the chair with the stuff on you. It doesn't count, and I don't grade it. And then after the practice test, we'll go into the actual test. Okay.
I probably can't use the restroom.
Okay.
Good.
I'll take you over there.
So he's gone over how the polygraph test will go. And remember, when he says, in your whole life, she must lie. So now she's going to come back. She's going to sit on that seat and she's going to go through the test. He asks her all these questions 4 times over. So I'm just going to go through one part of it and then we'll come to the conclusion of what he thinks.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to attach these components to you and then we're going to cover all the instructions, okay?
It is kind of cold. The sugar rain ain't going to mess nothing up.
Okay, so let's cover all your instructions and I'm going to attach all these components, okay? So the first thing you're going to do is place both hands like this and lean forward just slightly, okay? So these are going to fit snug, but it shouldn't be so tight that you can't breathe. If you can't breathe, then that's going to be a problem, okay?
Snug where?
One goes on your stomach and one goes on your upper chest.
Oh, okay.
All right, go ahead and take your left hand, turn your palm up toward the ceiling and just extend your arm straight out. Okay? All right, so let's cover your instructions. So imagine you're at the doctor's office and you're going to get an x-ray taken. And every time right before they take your x-ray, you move all around, right? It's not going to work out too good. So same thing with this.
I'm trying. I'm fidgety too.
Yeah, that's fine. I want the purest tracings possible from you.
Okay, I'm going to try.
But to get those, I need you to remain as still as possible, okay? So not right now, but during the test.
I'm trying to practice because I don't know how to stay. I'm fidgety.
Yeah. So during the exam, while we're testing, rule number 1 is no moving.
I don't know how to do that. I'm trying.
We'll get through it. So you're going to sit still with good posture. Head up, chin up, look forward. Both feet planted firmly on the ground.
Okay.
You can blink your eyes, but don't close them because you'll fall asleep during this thing, right? So no moving means no coughing, sneezing, burping, farting, wheezing, deep breaths, sighs, clearing your throat, none of that stuff, right? So we're all human. If you have to do something, go ahead and just do it. But if you can help it, try not to.
I'm gonna
right?
try not to.
And again, these rules, it's important you follow them because it helps you pass this test.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, an example is during the test, let's say you have to yawn or someone had to
Yeah, I feel yawn at that.
someone had to cough or something. People are so afraid to move that they'll clench their jaw and try to hide it. Don't do that. If you have to do something, go ahead and just do it. But if you can help it, try not to. Okay? All right. Second thing during the exam is there's no talking. Every question I ask you, you can answer with a simple yes or no. So there's no reason to discuss it, talk about it, explain your answers. They're all just yes or no. Okay? Answer everything verbally and not physically. So don't nod your head yes and no during the test. Okay? And it's just a simple yes or no. You don't have to say no or no sir, just no. Regular old no or yes. Okay? All right. So let's get into this practice test. I want you to think of a number between 3 and 8, but it can't be 3 and it can't be 8. All right, got a number in mind?
Yeah, I got 2 numbers. Stay one.
All right, you're going to take this pen with your left hand, and you're going to write that number in the center of this page, about 2 inches in height there, and then just put a circle around it, okay? All right, good. I'm going to add some numbers to that. So you wrote 7, you circled it. I'm going to add some to it. All right. So I wrote the numbers 4, 5, 6. You wrote 7 and circled it. I wrote 8 and 9. I forgot my tape. I'm going to put it on the wall over there right in front of you so you can look at it during this practice test. I want you to answer all my questions truthfully, yes or no. And then follow those instructions that I gave you, okay? And this is what it's going to sound like. Regarding the number you wrote on that piece of paper, was it the number 4?
No.
Was it 5?
No.
Was it 6?
No.
Was it 7?
Yes.
Was it 8?
No.
Was it 9?
No.
Good. You followed all my instructions. You answered your questions appropriately. Everything went well, okay? All right, give me just a second. I'm going to set up a template for you. And you can relax. You don't have to be all...
I'm trying to. I don't know how to.
You can just... you don't have to be a statue right now.
Okay.
All right, so here in a moment, we're going to go ahead and do that practice test. Before we do, I want to make a change to it, okay? This time on the practice test, when we get down to number 7, I'm going to ask you, was it 7? I want you to lie to me and say no, okay? But it's okay because I'm telling you to do it. So let's practice that one time. Make sure you...
I just say no to all of them?
Yep. And make sure you lie on number 7 and say no. And this is... This is what it's going to sound like. So regarding the number you wrote on that piece of paper, was it the number 4?
No.
Was it 5?
No.
Was it 6?
No.
Was it 7?
No.
Was it 8?
No.
Was it 9?
No.
Good. All right, you followed all my instructions. You answered your questions appropriately. Everything went well. Here in a second, we're going to go ahead and do the practice test for real, just like that, okay? All right, so you're going to feel some pressure in your arm as I inflate that cuff. I'm going to massage the cuff to make sure there's no air trapped inside of it. I'm going to release the pressure, and then we're going to begin, okay? Make sure you follow all of your instructions. And on number 7, you're going to lie and say no. All right, so here we go. And this is the worst part of the day. I only have to do this part once.
That was bad.
Yeah. Well, most people don't like that part. All right. This portion exam is about to begin. Please remain still.
I'm sorry. Lord Jesus. I think it's this band that's uncomfortable.
All right. You going to be able to continue? You going to be okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm feeling okay.
All right. Go ahead and just relax for a second. And you only have to be still for just a couple of minutes.
Okay.
So what we'll do is take a few seconds, and then we'll continue on with this practice test. Just follow all of your instructions, and then make sure you lie and say no for number 7, okay? It is going to restrict the blood flow to your arm, so it's going to your hand may tingle or whatever, but it's not going to injure you or nothing.
No, it's not. Okay, this is weird.
All right. All right. You sure you want to continue and try to do this?
Yeah, it's just in my arm. Can we start this thing over? Jesus, look at all these veins. I ain't eating nothing. Everything popping out that arm. Look at this. I can't do that.
Okay. Now I can move it to your forearm and see if that makes a difference for you.
That? It's irritating. Okay, no, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to stay still. Come on, let's just go.
Okay.
Oh God, I don't. I cannot. Look at my veins. My whole arm looks like it's about to pop off. You see that?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
All right, so there is going to be discomfort. There's just no way around it. It won't be any permanent damage or effect to you. It's just temporary because you just kind of lose feeling to that part of your hand because of the restricted blood flow. But there's no way to do it without it. So I can try to move it to your forearm. And if that's... If that part's unbearable, I'll try it on your forearm. That may feel better for you. And we'll just see how that feels for you, okay?
Okay.
But it doesn't stay that way forever. Like while we test, it's on, and then when we're done with that part of the test, you get to take it off and you get to rest for a minute, and then we start back.
Okay. Well, we could pump it and we could start then. And then as long as you can release, I thought it was gonna be the whole time.
No, like we stop and then we do one part and stop, then one part, stop, and then the last part.
Okay, well I could bear with it.
Okay.
I bear with it. I thought it was gonna be the whole time. I just want to make sure I'm like.
No, it's not forever, but it is a few minutes at a time though. This portion exam is about to begin. Please remain still. Regarding the number you wrote on that paper, was it the number 4?
No. He's doing it again.
Your arms bothering you?
Yeah, okay. All right, I'm just waiting. It's doing it again. Okay, I can do it. I can bear it. Come on. I gotta get it done.
I'm going to try something different, okay?
Okay.
Because once we get into the real test, I'm not going to be able to test you. You know what I mean?
Whoa.
Like you can't move at all. And if that's bothering you, then we won't be able to do it.
Oh, God.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not fair to you for me to test you if you can't.
Okay, I'm going to try.
You know what I mean?
How long do we pause in between each question? Can we just like...
It's going to be about 25, 30 seconds in between each question. Yeah.
Okay.
But what I was saying is I can go get a different cuff and see how that works on you. All right, so let's go over this one time real quick, just to make sure you got everything, and then we're going to try to do it, okay? So again, on this practice test, answer all your questions truthfully, yes or no. On number 7, though, I want you to lie to me and say no.
Okay.
It's important that you follow your instructions. You're going to sit still with good posture, head up, chin up, look forward, both feet on the ground, and no moving or no talking, okay? All right, so let's go ahead and attempt to do this, okay? So let's go ahead and continue on to the test. We've already reviewed the test. Again, I will only ask you the questions that we reviewed, okay? And do you remember, is it clear to you which questions that I want you to lie on purpose about and which ones I want you to tell the truth about?
Yes, sir.
All right, good. So we're ready to go ahead and try to knock out part 1?
Yes, sir.
This is the month of June.
Yes.
Regarding the injuries to that child, do you intend to answer each question truthfully?
Yes.
Please keep your eyes open. Are you convinced I will only ask you a question we have already reviewed?
Yes.
In your whole life, did you ever tell even one lie?
No.
Did you inflict any of those injuries?
No.
In your whole life, did you ever make even one mistake?
No.
Did you inflict any of those injuries to that child?
No.
Is there something else you're afraid I will ask you a question about?
No.
In your whole life, did you ever lose your temper?
No.
Did you see anyone inflict those injuries to that child?
No.
This portion exam is over. Please remain still until I tell you it's okay to move. All right, you can move. All right, how was that?
It wasn't bad.
You did much better job staying put that time. So,
Mm-hmm.
all right.
You see the test results?
No, I mean I see tracings, but I don't actually score them like while we're doing it. I'll score it afterwards.
But you can see the tracings.
Yeah, I can see
it's doing
tracings.
pretty well for me.
What's that?
I said it's doing well. I'm doing better.
Yeah, you're doing better. Before I couldn't get a good reading on you because you're fidgeting around, but now you're doing much better. So.
Again, I'm still feeling myself tense up. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's okay.
If you do something that is a problem, I'll let you know. Like I'll say,
Okay.
Don't move or open your eyes.
Yeah,
or,
I don't want it to work against me or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. All right. So that was part 1. We're going to move into part 2. Okay. Again, I'm going to ask you the same questions. It's important that you remember the special questions in your whole life. That's the same thing. Those are the ones where I want you to lie to me and say no. Okay. And then on the other questions that we covered about the injuries, things like that, you're sure in your mind what inflict means, stuff like that, right? Good. All right. Any questions about what we've covered? Okay. And again, like I said, the only questions I'll ask you is the ones that we've reviewed already. Okay. So no trick questions or nothing like that. All right. So we're finished. So what I do now is I go over it, I look at it, and we talk about how you did on it. And then Investigator Jackson may want to speak with you. So on the test, was there anything that you thought about during the test when I asked you those questions that we didn't discuss before? Well, let me just hold that thought. What I'll do is I'm going to tell you, I just believe in being straight with you. You didn't do very well on the test, okay? And there's a couple reasons for that. Number one, it could be that I didn't explain the questions to you good enough and maybe you didn't understand it. Second thing could be is during the test, you may have thought of something that we didn't talk about before.
I was visioning my baby.
Yeah, and then the third thing could be you just didn't tell me the truth. So it's probably one of those things, or it could be a combination. But during the exam, when I asked you,
do it again or something?
Well, when I asked you the questions about injuring the baby, did anything come to mind? Like, did you think of something you thought of before that we didn't discuss, or you remembered?
I was picturing my baby, what my baby looked like
when you found him.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that's got to be very difficult to remember. I mean, it's terrible what happened. There's no taking that away, nothing to take it away. I can't minimize that. I just tell you, we talked about the exam, how it works, and how a person responds to a question. So what my training would tell me is that one of those 3 things: either you didn't tell me the truth, I didn't explain things to you properly, or you just thought of something that we didn't discuss earlier. So I would tell you.
What about the temperature in here? I was yarning and stuff.
No, that wouldn't affect it. I do take into account for that. The temperature, the being cold would affect your body's response and your sweat gland activity. But as long as you're consistently producing a response, then it's still good. If anything, it would be the cold would make it to where you won't respond at all, like to where we couldn't run it. So that wouldn't be an issue. Any yawning, you would have to yawn at specific times for it to affect the exam, and that's why I'm careful to watch you to make sure that doesn't happen. So.
Yeah, yarn. I was holding in some yarns too. You think that could have been it?
No, I would see that if that happened.
Well, I'm telling the truth, so I don't. You think something that a vision or something or anything? I mean, I'm not lying.
So there's you don't remember spanking the child previously?
No, I don't. That's a 4-month-old baby. You don't get no response from no baby.
Okay. Well, I would just tell you that if there's any chance, like if there was any explanation as to what happened, and I'm not saying, I'm not accusing you here, but
I mean, that's what
if there's any possibility that maybe, like we've discussed before, like maybe you're changing the baby and he accidentally rolled off the table, like you turned around and he rolled off and fell down, or maybe the other child injured it.
You talking about due to the marks?
That's to cause that bruising.
No.
Yeah. I'm just saying if there's anything like that could have happened.
No, like I had said, it had crossed my mind. I'm like, do you think my little boy could have did it?
You're talking about the 3-year-old?
Yeah.
Because before you left that day, your mom said, hey, he's got a little blood on his nose and some bruises.
No, that was the day before.
That was the day before.
And my son was jumping over him, but that did not have him looking like that, though.
Yeah, because when you left, he didn't have any of that type of
No, he didn't have none of that.
Yeah. I would just say that if there's any possibility, you know, if there is a good explanation, you know, if it was an accident or anything, now would be the time to get out in front of it. You know what I mean?
I swear to God, on my life, my mother, everything. I'm not lying about nothing. There ain't no explanation. I wasn't there.
And we talked about before. Then you feel like if you would have looked more into what your mother was saying, maybe you could have prevented it.
Yeah, now that really do.
Okay.
I really did thank my son because he was jumping right over him, and I was like, stop, and then, but he wasn't looking like that though. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like if I could have I should have listened to my mother. I should have listened to my mother. My mother, she pinpointed something out, and I didn't listen to her. She said, she called it word for word, and I didn't listen to her.
Do you have any questions? Okay. But you know, my part's finished. Again, I don't have anything to do with the investigation, so you know, unless for some reason another exam comes up or something, that I wouldn't have any more involvement in it. But the yawning or the stuff like that, I was
100% honest. I mean, I wasn't there. I didn't do it. I didn't kill my child. Matter of fact, I gotta go finish buying more stuff for my child's funeral.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming in, and I'm sorry that you're dealing with all that.
So, what do you think? He concludes by saying, yo, I think you're lying. The test proves that. But everyone knows a polygraph isn't admissible in court, am I right? So I'm not too sure why he took this test in the first place. Now, I do have her actual full interrogation. I just don't have all the parts. I also have the interrogation of Chris Harris. So this case is going to continue. Give me a few days, I'll post it for you. But comment, tell me what you think. At this moment of the story, is she guilty?
Nah, baby dead, man. That knew he was dead, folks. Man, I just cleaned that baby up, man. Saying like, I'm doing like, what the fuck? I'm kill a baby. What the fuck do I look like kill a baby? What the fuck do I look like? Boy, I'm ever abusing my baby, my life, man, ever.
Right, friends, today's sorry bastard is Chris Harris. You see, he's being interviewed in the murder of 4-month-old Jameer Booker. Unfortunately, there's no images of the child. Now I'm going to play the interview for you. I'll come in with some information as we go along. This took place in 2015. And finally, he's a little hard to understand, so forgive me if the subtitles are not so accurate.
First of all, I want to start off by how do you know her? And what's her name? What do you
Jocelyn.
Jocelyn. How do you know Jocelyn?
I've been knowing her for like 3-4 years and stuff since I was about 15.
Okay. Do y'all have a relationship with each other?
We supposed to, but we didn't though. But I still, you know what I'm saying? She want me to love this baby like a father since his other father didn't see him. So, okay, I might claim this baby like he my baby and stuff. Every time I hold that baby, like she smiled at me like she don't have one miscarriage since then. But
was that yours? She miscarried?
No, it's not mine. It's the other dude.
But now y'all in a relation? Are y'all?
Nuh-uh.
Y'all sleep together?
Nuh-uh.
Okay. So you just stay over at the house?
Yeah.
Y'all sleep in separate beds?
Yeah.
Okay.
I see the other side, but she be sleeping on the couch a lot though.
Okay. You know who the daddy is of the baby?
No, that's what she don't tell me. But he want to talk about cash money. Get your damn baby, then you talk about cash money. But she's saying like he a good father, but I can't see. But I'm here though. That part. Mm-hmm. He wasn't there when he was born. You know what I'm saying? He ain't gave baby no diaper. He ain't changed the baby diaper or clean him up or feed him or give him milk or You know what I'm saying? Anything. He didn't do nothing for his baby. That's why he would be on child support. But you know what? It's not in my problem no more. I love that baby in my heart. It's not in my problem no more, folks. You know what?
Well, tell me what happened. Let's start. Let's go a couple days back and let you just walk me through.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Waiting on you.
When?
Well, tell me what happened.
Oh, yeah, I do know what happened. I was asleep, like dead asleep. But when she came in, like what the fuck? Like I couldn't explain myself about it. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't explain myself like when this shit happened. That's why I don't like explain when shit like that happened. I don't like explain that. That's why my little brother gone now for. That's why I don't like see.
Well, what is it that you can't explain? That you don't like to explain?
That what happened.
Okay, but that's something I need to know what happened. I need you to talk to me about it.
Mm-hmm.
You owe that to him. You owe that to that baby.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, tell me what happened.
Like, I changed his diaper. Okay, he cried when he sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I clean him up. I fed him. Actually, I burped him. I even fed him. Boom. So, I left. So, one of the lights on in the kitchen. So, he crying. So, I see the lights out. He was crying. I said, okay, I'm not going to take out the baby and cry for nothing. So, I had put the baby to sleep. So, he was on his stand first. Then I put him on his car seat. So, he was asleep from there. And they said, no, he cried again. So, I walk his car seat. So, boom, boom. So, I text his mama, where the fuck you at? So, she didn't text back. So, okay, just in case shit go down, I'm tell the truth. So, it about, like, I got no text, so I was asleep. You know, I ain't like, I was dead asleep. I don't know what happened. All I know, she yelling, that's it. I was dead asleep. I don't know what happened first beginning. You know what I'm saying? I don't even be there. Like, I be there, but I be like at the store or my friend's house. But else, I don't be going nowhere else like that. You know what I'm saying? I be at the house a lot. But I told her, she didn't text back to me. But I was texting her. So, okay. I said, man, I'm going to still watch this baby, man, just in case. I said, I'm not going to have the baby up. But the baby was asleep already. I just asking her where she was, but her ass won't be in the streets and shit. But she want to have something to talk about. Why she want to explain to y'all what she was doing. But you know what? You know what, though? Man, I asked her where she was. She didn't text me back yet. She didn't text me back. So, okay, I'm going to leave it at that. She came back around and said something. But Mario dropped her off. Okay. Mario dropped her off and started talking to him. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I didn't know that shit happened. I was talking to him. Whoop.
So, just to clarify, LaJucelyn, right, her interview were my previous 2 videos. The images on the screen, I'll put the link in the description for you. Just so you know, she was out having a threesome. This is a fact. She says it herself. Check out the video. It is reported that Chris did have some mental deficiencies and he suffered from ADHD. Can you see it? His demeanor, do you feel sorry for him? I do a little bit.
Man, he was talking and stuff. And he left. And then me and her were talking. And I said something funny. And they said, no. She said, my baby. My baby. I thought she was playing the baby. I said, oh, man. She said, my baby. I don't like explain stuff like that. I didn't know what happened. Like, I was dead. You can tell I ain't had my clothes on. This one I had on while I was asleep. Like, I was dead awake. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I don't know what happened.
When you put the child in the car seat, was it still crying?
No, he wasn't crying. He was asleep.
But you could feel it breathing?
He was asleep. Yeah, he was breathing. Okay. I was rocking.
What time was that?
They were yesterday.
Well, that's what we're trying to get to.
Yeah, they were they were like around, that's why I don't have my phone. They were like around 11.
Last night?
They were like last night. And he was up on like around 2. You know I ain't lying. That's why I had to text her. But he wasn't crying like he was, not check on him. He okay. Now I walk his seat. I would change diaper and stuff, got cleaned up. So I rock his car seat and stuff. So shoot, he sleep. I went to sleep. Now I didn't went to sleep yet because he sleep again. I text her, you know what I'm saying, where you at? Cause I wish I got my phone right now. I would show a text message too.
Where's your phone at?
I think it's in the house.
Where at in the house?
It's probably in the living room on the couch.
Okay.
When we was sleeping, he was on the car seat. I was right beside him on the couch.
How long have you been staying over there with her?
A month, I think.
Okay.
I think.
How often have you watched the kid lately?
A lot when she be gone.
Is she gone all the time?
She do. I can't lie. She do be in them streets. Now I'm let you know. I let y'all know she be gone. And I be having them keys. But ever since I be gone, everybody else be having keys. They cry. You feel me? Mm-hmm. Man, every time I hold this baby like he my baby. These not even my babies. I love these babies like they mines. You know what I'm saying? Every time I hold him, he loud. But anybody else hold him, supposed to be like a father or like a family, he cry to him. You know what I'm saying? Then I get him back, he loud. Like yesterday, when I changed his diaper and talked to him, he was laughing. And before I put him to sleep, he was laughing and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I love this baby like he my baby, folk.
And
ever since he was born.
You keep saying this baby. What's the baby's name?
Jameer Braxton.
Jamil?
Yeah, Braxton. He 5 months.
When you have to keep that kid because she's always out in the streets or going places, that make you mad?
It don't, but I be feel like she ain't doing right sometimes. She do right first time, but last minute she fall back.
What time did she leave the kid with you yesterday?
They were early, I think. See, that's why I don't have my phone. That's what I'm saying. And I showed the time.
Was it daylight? Was it dark?
It was dark. It wasn't in the morning yet. It gotta be around 10.
So she left the house maybe around 10?
Around 10. At least 9 or 10.
All right, what time did she come home?
And she just came home around 6. But like I said, she should have got that message. She didn't got the message. So I saying, man, I feel uncomfortable, man. I told her straight like this. I love baby all my heart. I let her ass know. Since you be in the street, you go find out your mother your own. You know what I'm saying? He don't ain't got no father already. But still, I'm not gonna leave this baby nowhere in no house. He don't got nobody. But the mama gone. Try to handle her business. She probably do her little thing. Boom, boom. You know
what's her little thing?
She probably like do a little stripping sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Whatever and stuff. I don't mind. That's the only thing she can survive. You know what I'm saying? Until she find a job. But she came back around. They don't even clue. I don't know why you said that. What I'm about to say.
Have you ever had to discipline a child? You ever have to discipline the kids?
Not really. They listen.
Well, but when you say not really, have you had to discipline them before? Tell me about it.
Discipline?
Mm-hmm.
They listen now.
You ever had to spank any of them?
I had told Doom, man, I didn't even spank Doom. I had told him go upstairs. Because yesterday he don't listen to his mama. So, okay, Doom upstairs. So he know what time is, so he goes upstairs. I say, I don't hear no talking, no crying, no nothing. So he goes to sleep. Boom.
That's the 4-year-old boy.
The 3. With Dre, that's 3-year-old.
What's his name?
Dooney Man. I don't know his last name.
But his first name is Dooney Man?
That's his real name?
Mm-hmm.
He's 3 years old?
He's 3.
Jameer. You ever had to discipline Jameer? Not at all?
Not really. He be crying a lot.
You know what I'm saying? A lot of times when children cry,
I be talking to him and stuff. He listen. He just a baby.
Yeah, but sometimes when the babies cry, sometimes, the parents will pop them and to get them to stop them. And, try to, teach them not to cry as much as they do.
I don't like popping. I don't like to do that. Still, he just a baby.
But when you do, I know
you're talking about,
But when you do, do you feel bad when you do have to pop Jameer or no?
Yeah, I feel bad just in case if I do it. That's why I don't like explaining that why I seen that. I don't ever pop my baby. One thing.
Well, I guess you see the bruising on Jameer.
Yeah.
How'd that happen?
I don't even know.
well, both of y'all being around a child, I mean, we're aware that accidents happen, things happen, and a lot of times we're used to dealing with big kids, 3-year-old, and sometimes we go a little too far because a 5-month-old, we don't realize there's so much difference. And that's what we're trying to figure out.
Town don't mess with the baby, but still.
Who?
I don't
tell who not to mess with a baby.
Do mess with baby because yesterday I can't. But it don't mean he just a baby. Because baby go mess with babies. You feel me? So I ain't gonna just taking out doing that he mess with the baby. I just came to the store, got a cigarette from Beacon. I said, Dooney, what you doing? So he got a baby bottle. I said, Dooney, what you doing? Okay. He listened. I said, what you doing? And then Jocelyn was asleep. She was asleep right beside me because she was with the baby. She was asleep.
What was Dooney man doing?
Nothing to him. He just grabbed his bottle. And...
So, what do you think happened? Before I play it, I want to get your theories. I think he saw Jocelyn come home late at night. He saw Mario, and he knew Mario and Jocelyn did something physical. Now, him and Jocelyn are not officially together, but he obviously has feelings for her. I think he got pissed off thinking, she's leaving me with the kids, why can she go out and about? And then maybe he abused the child. That's my best theory. What do you think?
He was doing so I told him to do it. I told him to back away from the baby. And the baby was watching the movie.
That was this morning?
No, that was yesterday.
Okay. Well, I want to talk about Jameer being spanked, okay, and disciplined, okay, because that's what the So that's what the marks are consistent with, okay. So who disciplined Jameer?
I don't know who disciplined before I was there.
Okay, while you were there, how many times did you have to discipline him?
I would talk to him.
How many times did you have to pop?
Who?
Jameer.
I didn't pop Jameer.
You didn't have to handle Jameer and put your hands on him at all?
No. I be talking to him.
Okay.
He be crying, he be asleep.
Yeah, but what about the bruising? Where'd that come from?
I don't know.
I think you do know. That's why I'm asking. I need to know. It's important.
I don't know who happened. I don't know.
So you sitting here telling me that you don't know why that baby's got them bruises?
I don't know how he got that.
Okay, because I want you to understand something now.
Yeah.
Accidents happen. And that's why we're here is to find out how the accident happened.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I couldn't explain it to y'all. You feel me? I can't explain it. I don't like explain stuff like that.
Why don't you like to explain it?
Because I just don't.
Well, this is probably the most important time of your life to explain it.
Okay. I only need you to explain it to me one time, and you don't have to explain it to nobody else, okay? And that's what I need you to do is right here, me and you, tell me what happened, and you ain't got to tell nobody else. I won't let nobody else ask you about it, okay? I just need to know what happened, okay? It's important. You say you love that baby. If you love that baby, you'll tell me what happened, okay? And nobody else is going to bother you with it. This is me and you talking.
You know what I'm saying? I ain't know what happened. Like, I wasn't, like, I didn't know he had that. That's why I can't explain it. You know what I'm saying? I always knew about the discipline, but I look at that, I don't know what to do.
Well, who disciplined him?
I don't know. But she had somebody else with babysitting too before.
So I need you to think real hard and be straight with me, okay? All right, I need real talk, 100%. Because if you stay in there and you watching them kids, you got to know what went on, okay? I know you know what went on. You just ain't telling me. And I need you to tell me, okay? So tell me what happened.
I don't know, officer.
You do know, okay?
I know, but I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I wake up, I don't know what happened.
But how do you say you know, but you don't know?
That's the thing. I know, but I couldn't remember. I'd be asleep. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what happened. You see what I'm saying? You see how I wake up? I don't know.
Before you went to sleep, okay, something happened to that baby, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You remember that part of it?
Yeah, I remember that part.
Tell me that part of it.
I don't know who did that to him.
Did what to him?
Abuse. I don't know who did that. I don't know who did that to him.
Talking about abused him?
Yeah.
Okay. Kristy, we're not going to sit here and do this all day, okay? All right? Accidents happen. Things happen, okay?
Yeah.
It's my job.
Yeah, it got to be your job.
Listen
That's
to me.
the
Listen
thing.
to me.
I can't get mad at you.
Well, but this is accidents happen all the time, okay? It's our job to make sure when accidents happen that we show the parents or the caretakers the correct way to do it so it doesn't happen again, okay? It's hard for me to sit here and explain to you and show you the correct way because when we make a mistake...
It was hard. It is hard. That's why I couldn't explain.
But did you make a mistake?
Yeah, I did, bro.
Well, that's all I need to know.
Yeah.
Okay, and I just need to know what the mistake was.
Yeah.
Because I can get you some booklets and things like that on correct child care because you plan on babysitting kids again, don't you?
Not really.
Or do you ever want some kids of your own?
I do, but not yet. I'm not rushing yet.
But you need to prepare yourself for down the road so you can do that. Okay? But for me to be able to help prepare you, I need to know what exactly happened so I can say, hey, next time don't do this or don't do that or you need to do this instead of that. You see what I'm saying? But I can't tell you the right way to do it if you don't tell me what happened. Okay? That's why I need you to think hard so I can help you. I want to help you be a better parent. Okay?
I do. I am like a better parent.
Okay. So that's why I need to know what happened. That's why I need to know what happened last night. Okay? When that baby started crying, I need to know what happened. Okay? So I can help you down the road when you're around other kids. Okay? Because accidents happen. Was it an accident?
They're like an accident. They're like an accident.
Okay, well then what was it? So we can make sure that we don't have that accident again.
Don't even know. I can't explain it.
Well, why can't you explain it? Did you drop the child?
No, I had him.
Okay, well, how did you get to bruising right here? What happened there? Christopher, I need you to talk to me, buddy. I'm spending my time with you. I need you to talk to me. Okay? I've been straight with you since we got here.
Yeah, that's why I don't got no problem with you.
So I need you to meet me halfway, my man. Real talk. Okay? I need your word on that. I just need to know what happened. And like I said, tell me one time you ain't got to talk to these other people because you know a lot of people going to want to know this. You ain't got to talk to them. I just need you to talk to me.
You want me to get out of here so you can talk to him, just him?
Not really.
Okay.
Talk to him, Christopher. Let's get this straightened out before you can go on about your business, okay? Because I don't want to sit here all night. I know you don't. I know you want to get back and, get everything straightened out, okay?
I got to pack my shit up out of the house, too.
Well, I understand, and that's,
yeah.
I don't blame you. But before we do that, I need you to tell me what's going on because I got things I need to do, too, okay? And I don't want to hold you up, and I know you don't want to hold me up, right? So last night, kind of walk me through what happened.
See what I'm saying? I couldn't remember.
Well, there's got to be some little parts of it you remember. So just give me the little parts.
It do. It's in there. It just, I couldn't, it's like, rephrase it.
Can you write real good?
I don't know how to write all that.
Okay. Just tell me the little pieces in your mind that you know, and then we'll see if we can put them together. You want a drink of water or something?
Okay. She had left with Mario. Told me about your baby. Okay. They left. I don't mind she go out. She left again. Okay, she left. I had the baby. The baby wasn't even crying after that while I'm watching him. Only time he cry when he sleep. Or, you know what I'm saying, he get his ways, you know what I'm saying? I tell Jameer, no. You know what I'm saying? He listen, but I'm not going to be abused my baby because he cried for nothing. I don't want to do all that for nothing. What made me go do that? I'm in the same house. I love this baby like he my baby. That's just in case. If I don't love him, I wouldn't say he my baby right now.
Okay, well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Okay? Did the bruises come from you or from her?
I don't know who. It didn't came from me.
It did or did not?
It did not.
Did it come from her?
I don't know. I can't say if she did.
Have you ever seen her hit the baby?
I ain't ever seen her hit the baby.
And you know you can't lie to me, right? You can't lie to the police, right? Okay? So I'm going to ask you again. Okay? Raise your right hand. Raise your right hand.
Or what?
Because I'm going to ask you a question. Have you ever seen her hit that baby?
Not like lately.
Okay. Have you ever hit that baby?
No.
Okay. When's the last time you saw her hit that baby?
Not yet. I would be gone after that. And then I come back and then she don't do it like, I don't know when she do it. You know what I'm saying?
And she the one that put the bruises on that baby?
I don't know. It could, or somebody else.
Well, who would someone else be?
I don't know the name.
Christopher, you need to tell me the truth, okay? All right. We're not going to play this I don't remember no more. I'm going to ask you the question again, and don't tell me you don't remember, because I know you do, okay? This is important. If you love that baby like you say you love that baby, you tell me, and I wouldn't have had to ask you. You'd have just went ahead and told me. All right? If you say you love that baby, prove to me that you love that baby, okay? Prove to me that you love that baby. Who put the bruises on that baby?
Oh, she did, but not like that. Not the bruise. I don't know about the bruise, but probably the popping part, you know what I'm saying?
Well, how does she pop? You've seen her pop the child. How does she do it?
Not with none. With bare hands and stuff.
Where at?
The butt.
What about the chest?
I don't know. I didn't see the chest.
I'm going to ask you that again. Don't lie to me.
I didn't see the chest part.
What about the face?
I didn't see the face part.
You ever hit that baby on the face? Chest? Butt? Never hit that child on the butt? I know you know what happened, and I need you to tell me what happened.
Okay? I don't know. See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all ask me, I don't know.
You told me you just didn't want to talk about it, is what you told me.
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, but it's important that we do talk about it.
It's not. I don't want to talk about it. So.
Why not?
I don't. I just don't like explaining.
Are you going to be scared she's going to be mad at you?
No, I just don't want to explain it. I feel safe. I don't want to explain it.
She don't know what's going on, though.
She don't know. I don't know. I don't want to explain it.
Let me interject just a minute, Christopher. I'm going to tell you what I think real quick. All right. When we started off, I asked if you had a relationship with her.
Yeah,
She said, hang on, let me talk just a minute. All right. You said, I thought we did.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I seen your eyes. You care for her. You want her. That's human nature. All right. Now, if she goes and does what she does and make a dollar or whatever, she's got to do that. You don't like it.
Yeah.
I know you don't like it. Most men wouldn't like it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now you stuck at home watching these babies while she's up in a club somewhere, talking to dudes and all this bullshit. All right. So you send her a text last night. Can't get her on the text. That makes you mad because you stuck with these kids and she's out doing whatever.
Yeah.
All right. So then what happens is she comes home at 6 o'clock. All right. And then she brings another piece of leg to the house in your face. That's disrespectful.
Yeah, it did.
That's disrespectful.
It do. That's why I can't be there, man.
Exactly.
It's too much. It's too much.
And that infuriates her because he stays for a little while. You and him talk, have a little bit.
You know what I'm saying?
And then
exes, some of the exes she bring in, I don't even fucking know.
And then he leaves.
I can't. You know what I'm saying? I can't be there.
I understand that. But it's like this.
It's not even y'all, man. I
understand. It's like this officer said, though. I mean, it is what it is. You know, we here now. You're 19 years old. You're a grown man.
Just hit 19.
Okay? You still a grown man.
Yeah.
We here now. We got called out there, so we got to do our job and investigate.
Yeah.
All right? Now, you've been watching these kids for a pretty good while. So there last night, it's just you, Jameer, and Dan, or
Braxton.
Braxton.
No, not
and
Braxton.
Jameer.
That's Jameer Braxton.
There you go. It's just y'all last night. She cuts out at about 9 or 10. So you got the baby. You know, you rock it, you feed it. You know, you text her at 2 o'clock, bam. Don't get nothing. Pissed off. Baby sleeping. Starts crying. I got babies.
Yeah.
All right. And I can tell you this. Baby starts crying. Man, it's like that sound just gets in your head and grates in your head and grates in your head and gets in there. And I mean, and they just won't be quiet. They just won't be quiet. And then you got to go, God dang, man, I got to get this baby shut up just a little bit. I got to, because I mean, it's in my head. It's just hurting my brain. It's hurting everything. So we go do what we got to do to tighten them babies up to get them to quit crying. So we can have a little peace, because you tired by then. You want to go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? Mm-hmm. All right. So baby ain't crying. So you come up and you might give him a cup a little bit like that. You know, hey, Jamil, knock it off or whatever. You might even pop his mouth a little bit. Hey, knock it off.
Yeah.
Right? You got to stop that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Because we've all done that, haven't we?
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, and then finally, he stops crying. And he's asleep. And then mama comes home, check on baby. Baby's asleep, honey. He's fine. You and her get into a little argument about her running the roads.
She didn't know. She didn't argue. She didn't tell me. She just, my baby, I like, okay. I didn't even like cigarette on this.
I understand.
It's scary. It's
I understand,
scary,
but
man.
I mean, she's treating you like a bitch. You know, she's using you. She's using you to go run the road, lay down with whoever, and have a good time. And here you are, a 19-year-old kid, being a nice guy, trying to help her out. And you ain't getting nothing in return. She's just using you. She might, give you a little love, a little kiss, a little feel here and there. And that's it. I feel you. But tell me, them kids won't get on your nerves, cuz.
They do, but shoot, they don't irritate me. They cry, baby cry. They
I understand.
Cry. Like last time when the baby was crying, she said, baby, I said, no, he good, man. That day he stopped crying. But I gotta get away from Johnson.
I understand. That's one of my youngins right here trying to make me mad.
See?
I mean, I'm telling you, they can get on your nerves, man. I mean,
they get on nerves, but you
love them, but that still don't mean you
don't
don't get mad and stuff. You know,
not.
But
for what?
But you know, man, I used to, before I had kids, man. You know, I'd go like out to eat at Red Lobster or whatever, or something like that, and I'd see a little baby sitting over in a high chair or whatever. You know, that was a year old or whatever, and they got crackers and shit and breaking them and just crying and throwing stuff and all this stuff, and I'd eat my food going, God damn, man, I can't deal with that shit, man. I'm gonna have to get up out of here.
Yeah, they're like that.
Because it just grates on your nerves so bad. So, hey, that's why sometimes, like I said, we get over there, hey, you rock it, they won't take the bottle. Baby crying. They ain't gonna take no bottle.
They fire it up.
They fire it up.
Man,
I
why you think I ain't fed him like that?
Exactly.
I try to feed him, he spit to me, I clean him up.
But he won't take the bottle because he's crying, he's upset. You know?
Because he don't see his mama like that.
Yeah, he wants his mama and mama ain't around.
And I can't do nothing about it.
So I'm like, damn. She ain't answering my text, man, at 2:00. I got them on my phone, I'll show you. All right, I text her. And then my mind starts going, man, what's this bitch doing, man? She out laid up in a hotel room. She out drinking some drink and partying with some old boy while I'm watching her kids.
Drinking shit.
Exactly. Just to make a dime, and I'm watching her fucking kids. Man, but I love this kid.
You feel me?
I love this kid.
Yeah.
But man, he won't be quiet. He won't be quiet. So just like I said, he's crying, man, he's crying. So I got to, man, I might even take the back of my knuckles here, a little bit of these, like my knocking knuckles. Like that. Hey, knock it off. Look, see them little dents right there? Knock it off right there, just a little bit. You gotta, there you go. You gotta just get it out, man. And he's still crying. Well, where did the cry come from? The cry comes from the mouth, right? So I gotta pop that mouth one time to get him to be quiet. You know, and then sometimes they cry a little more, so I got to pop in one more time.
It, man, that one.
You feel me?
Why do you think that one on Facebook did that?
Exactly. I feel you.
But you know
but the thing is, Christopher, because I've done it, he's done it, we've all done it, but we get caught up in that moment for just 1 second because we're mad and we fired up. All right, and then we realize, that. This ain't me doing this to a grown man.
No.
This is a 10, 12, 14-pound baby. That's only about this big. So, the skin, we pinch it, it bruises. We touch it like that, it bruises. Mm-hmm. Right? So, and then, we could do that stuff right there. That causes a little bit of bruising. We pop them in the mouth, cause a little bruise. I see that on the baby. You didn't mean for that to happen. You're just trying to get him to be quiet. That's all. You just trying to get him to be quiet so I can get some rest till she gets home so I can confront her to why she out tricking. That's right.
And she
That's
ain't
right.
made money like that.
That's right.
And she ain't gave me shit. She made, the woman just said like this. I've been getting another babysitter. I said, you know what? I love this baby. Get your babysitter or get that grandma to take care of him.
Yeah, she punking you, man. She punking you, and you know that. You hoping to stay because things gonna get better with her. But she's still doing what she doing.
She doing what she doing.
She doing what she doing. Spitting out youngins, ain't nobody care for them but you. And she ain't even taking care of them.
Nobody else ain't doing shit. Father ain't shit anyway.
That's
know
right.
What I'm saying? Talking about he got cash run. What the fuck he at then? Talking about he got a car and a house.
That's right, because he don't give a fuck. He just donated the seed, baby.
Fuck.
He just donated the seed.
I was there with him though. He was a baby. But this fuck dad want to do shit though. No what, folk.
But now, let me ask you this here. And this is the thing, because you know how sometimes we do something and then we got a little time to think about it.
Yeah.
And you go, oh, man, I wish I wouldn't have done that shit right there.
Yeah.
You know, do you feel like that now?
I do.
I understand. Because sometimes we don't understand how fragile a little baby is. You know?
I can't just be around her now.
And you ain't gonna have to be. You ain't gonna have to be.
I know. I want her phone. I want her phone on my phone right now.
I'll take it off for you.
I want all that. I don't want to hear about her no more. I love that baby. I don't want to
you won't be done with it. You won't be done with it. And you know the thing about it is, man, is you knew this thing wasn't going away. So how do we fix it now? Tell me. How do we fix something like that?
I don't even fucking know. It's dangerous shit.
It is dangerous.
Dangerous.
But you know, part about being a man sometimes is we got to make decisions and we got to do things that we necessarily don't want to, because in life we like to take care of ourselves and have feel good feelings, not bad feelings.
No.
But you know, the Bible and everything else says, you know, we got to honor our word and be a man about things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you didn't mean to hit that baby that hard. You didn't mean to slap that baby. And I don't think you meant he had a little bit of bruising on his back. You might have turned him over a little bit, gave him one high on his back or his butt right there. You know, I don't think you meant to do it. You know, but you know what though? The only problem is sometimes we get a little heavy-handed and it ended up being just a little bit too hard. You know? It was a little bit too hard, wasn't it?
I gotta get away from her still, man.
I understand.
She been.
Let me ask you this: Did you know the baby wasn't alive anymore?
I didn't know the baby was alive.
Mm-hmm.
Cause if I knew, I would been call her. I would call my mama or y'all.
Mm-hmm. But after all that happened, that you just once the baby quit crying and stuff, you just crashed out till she woke you back up.
Yeah, I crashed out. I been woke up when she ring doorbell. I was asleep and then she woke me up when she ring doorbell.
About 6 o'clock?
About 6, son. It was early. It was daytime.
All right. What did she do when she walked in? Did she check on her baby or anything?
She checked. She didn't check on it till last minute. That's
when she called 911?
Yeah, and I called it.
But she went to sleep for a little bit?
No.
So she been up ever since 6? She ain't been to bed?
Up. Man, that one been up.
Were y'all arguing the whole time?
We wasn't arguing. We were joking around. And then next thing you know, I was sitting down by the stool. She was freaking out. I said, my baby. You know what I'm saying? I thought she was playing no, this shit real. This not no movie. This real.
What was is it Jamil? I'm sorry.
Jamil.
What was Jamil dressed in? Anything?
He had nothing on.
Just what, a diaper?
Yeah, cause he was hot.
Hot, gotcha.
Yeah, because he was thrown up yesterday and started cleaning him up, change him.
Mm-hmm.
He drank a little milk, you know what I'm saying? He a little thirsty still, you know what I'm saying? Burp him anyway, feed him.
But that didn't work. He still crying.
He still cry.
Mm-hmm.
But on time, I said, shoot, the mom be home, so he a baby, man. Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna just go say, shut up.
Well, he can't understand that anyway.
He can't.
She putting this on you, player. She putting this all on you, man.
She better not.
She said she didn't get home till noon and the baby was dead already.
No, she wasn't. He was asleep. She lied. What time? Where my phone at then? Where my phone?
I got your phone in there.
Let me
there ain't
see.
no text messages on there.
Yes, it was. It was one text message at 7.
Hang on.
She not came at noon. She not came at noon 12. She got me fucked up now. Shit, that's why we get the fuck up out of here. She green as fuck. She still won't push it, don't want to let it go. That bitch green, fuck. That baby was asleep. Man, that baby was dead last minute, fuck. I didn't know he was dead. I want to show you. Man, that woman lied. She ain't not came no noon, folks. See that?
Cause she had your phone all night, did she?
Huh?
She had your phone all night.
No, I had my phone after that.
After what?
I had my phone.
When?
See how long it take you for today. There was since 7:05. Hold on. See, they were today. It was May 22nd, 15, 7:05 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
So that be lying, for that be not came no noon, no 12. She came.
Who's this 356 number?
356.
That you?
That's mine.
Okay. Who's the 3?
That's hers. That's
I thought she didn't have no minutes.
She did. Why? She probably did. She don't want to tell me she would get minutes. She lied. That woman lied, man.
So she sent you a text that said how long it take you for today?
No, I sent her that.
All right. What were you at? What were you trying to say to her?
Like, what time she come back? It's late. What the hell? She'll be in the streets at her kids' home. If she want to do that shit, okay, I give about the baby, but she won't push it there, man. She don't want to call no folks on her phone.
You sent this to her at 7:05, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did she reply?
No, she didn't reply back.
Well, how does this tell us that she's home at 7:05 then?
What? No, that's why I would text her. That was time to text her.
What time did she get home then?
She came out 8, 9. I know she ain't came no noon, cause it wasn't no noon like that.
Were you asleep when she woke you up?
Yep. She had ring the doorbell while I was asleep.
What, you had to let her in? She didn't have a key?
No, I said where her key is. She ain't have a key.
All right. So you had to get up.
Yeah, I had to get up.
And let her in.
Yeah.
What she do when she come in?
Nothing. We would joke around. And that's she looked at her baby the whole time, but you knew he was dead the whole time. Whole time that baby would throw her up. And I cleaned him up this morning.
Like a lot of throw up or just spitting up a little milk?
He spitting up like fumble and cold. Man, that baby was sick, man. I had cleaned that baby.
She said the baby ain't been sick since she took him to the doctor on Monday.
What? He don't know that man was spitting out fumble.
Foam?
Fumble.
What's fumble?
Foam, that spit.
Oh, okay. All right.
So how he was sick?
So when she got home at 9, the baby was dead?
Man, that baby, he probably been dead when she came, but I didn't know he was dead, but he was still breathing while I had put him to sleep.
And what time was that?
Man, it was like around 7. It was like around 7 before I even got done text her.
Mm-hmm. So the baby hadn't been asleep all night?
He did. I had rocked him to sleep.
When? At what time?
The same time.
At 7?
Not like, it like 7 something like that. But I know she ain't came no noon. No way in hell.
Cause she's saying as soon as she got home.
No, she
Listen
knew.
to me. She's
so,
saying.
Yeah, that was she said.
She's saying as soon as she got home, she went upstairs.
No, she didn't.
And saw Doo-Doo Man.
What the hell?
That's his name?
Yeah, Doo-Doo Man. What
Doo-Doo
about?
Man. She says she went upstairs and he was soiled. He had diaper hadn't been changed or none of that because she said
That would been changed.
She said when she pulled up, he was looking out the window on the second floor. So she went up there and she saw him or whatever.
What they got to do with him?
Who?
Doing it. What they got to do with him?
I'm telling you what she said. Then she comes downstairs and you say, "Don't turn the lights on."
I did. She did turn. I didn't say no. Nah, she lied, bitch. When I said don't turn the lights on, she just had to turn it on.
So you saying that the baby had been dead for a while?
I don't know. He was dead. That's the thing. That's why I can't explain it. She got me fucked up like that, man.
Well, that's
For
why
real.
we're trying to get
All
you
right,
to
that's
think.
why I've been calling folks on her. She got me fucked. Bitch, she want to tell on herself what she was doing in the streets.
Well, that's why
She
we're
got
trying
me
to
fucked
get.
up.
That's why we're trying to get you to
Shit.
think real hard about the times.
She got me fucked like, no. She know.
Because she said
All right.
Mario never come in the house.
He did. He was outside in the car.
But you said you shot the shit with Mario for a little while.
What?
You told us earlier today that you talked to Mario for a little while. You're like, "What's up, man?" and all that. You talked.
No, I would talk to him in his car. He was outside in his car. I was talking to him. He wasn't in no house.
So you went outside and talked to him?
This why I was waking up.
What time was that?
The same around 8. She lying to you. I woke up around 8, talk to Mario. She lying.
You got Mario's phone number?
I don't talk to that nigga like that.
That's her dope dealer, ain't it?
Yeah, dope dealer.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the interview goes on, and Chris just says, I don't know, I don't remember, and then they take his buccal swab, and it ends. So to conclude on this story, let me tell you what happened, right? This is what was reported. So, Chris was sentenced to 15 years in prison after he entered a plea of no contest to aggravated manslaughter of a child. Now, initially, he was charged with first-degree murder of Jameer Booker, but then that case was considered a mistrial because there wasn't enough evidence. His family during the trial did say that he does have long-term disabilities and was taking medication for ADHD. Nothing happened to the mother, as in Jocelyn did not get charged with anything. This kid was 19 years old. He didn't do this on purpose, and there's no excusing what he did. But still, it's just so sad. Comment. Tell me what you think.
How much cocaine did you do last night?
I didn't do none last night.
Okay.
I ain't a perfect person. Okay, I'm a stripper. You know what I'm saying? We had sex all night.
I don't give two fucks about
I
that.
know that, but I'm just telling you the truth. I did not go back to the house. I'm not lying to you. I mean, if I went back to the house, I would probably save my baby life. I was watching porno girls. Porno. I was trying to have a threesome.
Friends, today's suspect is Jocelyn Booker. She's accused of murdering her son, Jameer Booker. Now, this is a continuation of her previous interrogation where she took a lie detector test. The link to that is in the description. Let me play the interrogation and I'll give you more details as we go along.
Sit back for me if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. What's going on with him?
Who? Chris?
Yeah.
He's just chilling.
He's just chilling.
Mm-hmm.
So what's going on with my baby?
Which one?
My baby, my dead baby. What's going on?
Well, we're gonna do an autopsy tomorrow.
Okay. So no, I'm talking about he ain't gonna get charged.
Him? Don't know.
Well, let me ask you this. Tell us what we need to charge him with.
I wasn't there. He was in charge. He was in charge of watching the baby.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Your mother came to your house, was it Tuesday?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And she asked you about the blood in the nose of the child, right?
She said something, I thought it was like Duna Man probably messing around or something like that. But then she had told me that she didn't trust that boy around him. So I kind of like, I'm thinking maybe the baby or whatever, and then I took him to the clinic or whatever. And I had told her, that's why I told her that it was like something was going on with the baby around the eyes. And that's when she said it seemed like somebody knows, I don't know, something.
How much cocaine did you do last night?
I didn't do none last night.
Okay.
No, I did something the prior night before. And then I wasn't even at home with my kids. I mean, I had paid a babysitter to watch my kids while I went out in McKenna with my boyfriend, my ex-boyfriend that I was together with for a year.
What babysitter did you pay to do that?
Chris.
Okay.
Because I paid him in room board. He paid no bills. And really, he's only there because his mother don't have nowhere to go. And she got 8 kids. And so I brought them there on the street. She was supposed to be staying there.
Why did she move out?
Really, she didn't move out. She didn't move out, really.
Okay.
She still stayed, her stuff's still there.
Okay. Well, she's here right now, and I just finished talking to her.
Yeah, she's still.
Has she ever had to talk to you about the way you discipline your children?
No, because I don't discipline my children.
She never had to get on to you about putting your hands on them?
Matter of fact, you can ask anybody. They say my kids with me. I don't with my kids.
Now, just to be clear, Chris was someone that lived with her. This is Chris Harris. She believes she's the one that did this to her child. But let me give you some quick information on her boyfriend. Now, with this ex-boyfriend, clearly there was some attachment. You see, according to the case file, apparently he proposed to her. You see this ring? It's actually called the Redwood, but it's part of today's sponsor, brought to you by Thorum. Thorum has unique quality crafted products for everyone. They specialize in men's brands but offer matching sets and women's engagement rings, stackable paved bands and watches as well. With their products, you get a lifetime warranty included on all the rings. Every ring comes with a medical grade silicone activity band and beautiful walnut display box. Great customer team service. They're based in the United States. Every ring ships within 1 business day. Free shipping even internationally. They're a husband and wife owned company from Tampa, Florida. They have super unique designs and materials. Dinosaur bone, meteorite, skateboards and guitar strings. So go to thorum.com and use code TrueRed for 15% off. Link is in the description.
Chris's mama, has she ever choked you? Have y'all ever got in an argument and her choked you?
No, she never choked me before. Let me tell you about this lady. That is Michelle. Michelle is, look her right up. She's a habitual lie. She's always crying. She came to my house as a freeloader. Her son just killed my child. Okay, do the background check. You cannot believe nothing Michelle say. It's all period. Her mama was the one that brought Chris to my house. Her mama.
Sit back.
I'm sorry, sir. Her mama brought Chris to my house. She got 8 kids. They staying with me. She stayed with me because she didn't have nowhere to go. And her mom asked me, begged me to, can I please stay? And can Chris please stay there and look after her? You know what I'm saying?
So you telling me a month ago that you didn't punch Duty Man in the chest and she didn't choke you and you didn't pop your baby on the leg for crying?
Oh, no, man. I mean, I could I'd do a lie detector test. No.
Okay, well, that's probably going to be what we're going to do next.
Okay, we'll do that.
But, number one, those marks on that baby.
It was a bump.
Huh?
The marks on that baby. You seen the baby?
Yeah, I seen the baby.
I held the baby.
I held the baby too.
The bruising is also not consistent.
Hold on, you telling me I'm getting looked at like I'm bruising the baby?
Yeah, you are.
Oh no, I swear to God, I'm not. You can ask anybody.
I'm not asking anybody, I'm asking you.
No.
Okay. Well, let me explain this to you, all right? Because I've asked you a lot of questions, and on a lot of them, I feel like you pointed me down the wrong direction. Okay?
No, sir, I promise you.
Don't interrupt me again either, you understand me?
Yes, sir.
I've asked you numerous times questions, and you've pointed me in the wrong direction or went around. Don't shake your head either,
Okay,
all right?
yes, sir.
You went around the wrong way about it, okay?
I didn't. No, I didn't. I told you this.
Didn't I just tell you don't interrupt me? Don't interrupt me when I'm talking to you, okay?
That baby died.
Hey, I understand that. That's why we're sitting here right now, okay? Your baby did die. You left your baby with somebody that you probably didn't need you to leave your baby with. But you act like your record's clean. You ain't done nothing wrong either.
What did I do? I left my baby with someone.
You damn right. You left your baby with somebody you shouldn't have left your baby with. Because you would rather go out and run the damn streets.
No,
that's the problem.
That was my ex-boyfriend.
I don't give a damn who it was. You still out running the streets.
I'm not running the streets.
You still got a drug problem.
Look, I'm not running the streets.
No,
okay.
I'm not done talking.
Okay.
At the end of the day, the child is dead. Okay?
The child is dead.
And that is a shame.
Not under my care. I paid somebody.
You're the mother. It doesn't matter if it's under your care or not. You're responsible.
And then they in my house. They said, I found the baby.
If something happened that's an accident and it got out of hand, you need to tell me that because that's different.
Oh, no.
Okay? Because that bruising didn't just appear out of nowhere.
No, ain't nothing happened. That's just an accident. I don't think none of that is an accident. I don't know what that was.
Okay? There is a history of that.
Why am I hit a 5-month-old baby for?
That's all.
It happens every day.
Well, I don't do that.
I
don't do that. My kids, they say, matter of fact, they say I let my children run over me. And Michelle's
Look here, we've all been in the same position. We all have kids. I've come home from 24 hours working straight kids will not go to bed wide open, just won't be quiet. You know, you say, hey, go on now, go get to bed, go into bed. Then I had to get up and had to tear that ass up.
I was out hanging with my ex-boyfriend. You was right. I should have brought my ass home. And my baby would have not been dead.
Now, this is the same ex-boyfriend that you said you couldn't tell us his name?
No, I told you his name. I didn't know his last name. I can't remember his last name.
Bullshit.
Didn't you used to live with him?
I did. I can't remember it.
Oh, you may tell you? You may help you with it?
What?
Last name's yeah.
Right, now that we've learned that the night before she was having some good old hanky-panky, right? She claims she was not there during this unfortunate incident where her son was abused to death. Therefore, should they be speaking to her in this manner? Is it fair? Let me know.
You talking to two guys right here, hon. I don't give a fuck what kind of dope he moves or any shit about that. All right?
No,
I spent most of my career in narcotics, and so did he. We ain't the fucking dope police.
I
We
know
the
that.
fucking murder police.
That's what I want. I want us to get through. Look, I don't,
That's what we
mean
are.
no
So don't try to, but you're trying to hide who he was.
No.
And another thing is, you also didn't just pop in at fucking noon today. You come home this morning.
No, I didn't.
Oh, yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
I have no idea.
About 8 o'clock or so, you
No, I
come home.
didn't. No, I didn't. Guarantee you I haven't. No, sir, I haven't. No, I
That's
haven't.
not what Mario says.
I ain't come home no 8 o'clock this morning. Mario said I came home at 8 o'clock this morning.
It was 8 something.
Well, how did I do it? I got up off my knees with the flick that we were watching of the two.
At the hotel room?
Yeah, at 8 o'clock this morning. Come on now. Where did I go at 8 o'clock this morning?
Back to the house, and then you left again.
That's a damn lie. Mario ain't say no shit like that because I was with Mario the whole time. We had sex all night.
I don't give two fucks about
I
that.
know that, but I'm just telling you the truth. I did not go back to the house. I'm not lying to you. I mean, if I went back to the house, I would probably save my baby's life.
Let me tell you, this is what I think. And this is the way I feel about it. I think you've been running the roads lately. You've been getting tanked up. Kids ain't been acting right. And you got a little too rough with them. And the little baby's been throwing up because of it for the past couple of days because something inside was ruptured, but nobody carried the baby to the doctor to be checked out. Okay?
Ruptured?
Yeah, that's what I think.
Something was ruptured in my baby?
I don't know if there's something ruptured. I'm saying I think.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Okay, all right.
So,
no.
Like I said, I think you come home tanked up or coming off of something, and you ain't done what you're supposed to. And here we are. Listen to me. There's a difference in an accident, and there's a difference in murder.
Mhm.
Okay? There's an accident and murder.
Mhm.
Okay? You need to figure out which one it is.
Oh, I didn't even touch the baby. I'm the one that ran the baby outside.
Sure you did, because you can't leave the baby inside all day.
I found the baby. He told me to keep the lights on.
Okay, well, let's talk about what happened previously. Let's talk about what happened, let's say, the day before or the day before that. Okay? At some point, that child was harmed and bruised.
My mama had said something. My mama said she didn't trust him with him.
I don't think Chris, whatever you call him, I don't think that was fucking smart enough to hurt anybody.
So, but I killed my baby?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No idea. So I'm getting help for murder, and I'm trying to put
You know, well, we trying to give you an out here
No,
and
it ain't
help
my out.
you because, like he said, there is an accident where things happen. Because first off, your baby's been sick for the last couple of days.
No, he hasn't.
Yeah, if you're throwing up, you're sick.
No, he wasn't.
Okay.
He spits up. Okay. You
I understand.
got-
We did
yeah.
a search warrant at your house. We already done the search
Yeah.
warrant at your house.
Okay.
Okay.
He spit up. He spit up.
So if your baby's sick, you as a mother, it's incumbent upon you
I took
to
him-
get help for that child.
And
You
I
took him
did-
got shots on Monday.
I did.
Today's Friday.
My baby don't have no fever or nothing. He didn't have no fever or nothing. He had one time that he came back. Okay, he's teething. He's beginning to teeth. Oh my God, you got me thinking about it.
Does teething make you throw up?
No, teething.
Makes
teething-
you gnaw on
No,
stuff, and it makes you drool.
Yeah, he wasn't throwing up like that. So what? Is some throw up somewhere?
Mm-hmm.
So it was some throw up. Where was the throw up at? Now, so he must have threw up somewhere last night.
And the thing about it is neither he and I are doctors, but we've done this job a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, long time.
Yeah, I didn't kill my baby.
And the bruises, there's a few that's old that he had on Monday when you took him to get his shots. he had a little bit of bruising on one eye.
Yeah, I had asked the doctor about that. Well, the nurse, but she wasn't a doctor. Then that's the same one my mom was talking about. Mm-hmm. And then that's when I said, maybe my 3-year-old, cause you know how 3-year-olds, he sometimes want to play with the baby. Mm-hmm. No, you can't play with the baby. He would probably get into it. That's why I was taking that from. Then she said it was some kind of skin impairment. I would never harm my baby. And I did not kill my baby at all. And I did not touch my baby. I would not hit a child. I'm the one that found that baby dead.
Well, you would hit a child because you've already told me you hit your daughter.
She's 10. Do you know what she did to me?
That's still a child. Does it matter?
She hit me. She kicked me when I was pregnant in my stomach. This little girl is something else. And y'all came down. Matter of fact, you call it police. The police guy told me to whoop her ass. But I'm not finna whoop no 3-year-old. I know no 5-month-old. I'm not finna kill no baby. I don't have that right.
I don't think you meant to kill the baby.
I didn't even touch the baby.
I think you put your hands on the child and then something happened
afterwards
I did and the child died from it.
I did not see the baby since last night, early this morning. I have not came back home.
And I'm not saying you did it in the middle of the night.
You said you ain't seen the baby since last night.
Yeah.
Early this morning.
Yes. And then that's the last time I seen the baby. Then I came home and I found my baby bruised up. You see what that baby looked like?
Yeah, I did.
Yes. And that's when he told me don't turn the light on. I turned the light on. I could do nothing but run outside and ask somebody. And I think I felt my baby last breath. I think I did. And I was trying.
I'm telling you now, you didn't.
How long he was dead?
He's been dead for a while.
For real?
For real.
Oh my God.
For real. Because I held him. He was cold as ice.
I thought I just ran outside and I took him to the truck to the lady. It was, I don't even know. I took him and asked for a heartbeat something. And, oh my God. I've been inconsolable the whole time, and y'all look how y'all sit up here and treat me. I'm not getting consoled when my baby get hurt.
It's not our job to console you. It's our job to work for him because he don't have a voice.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
He didn't get to live his life.
You're right now. You're right now. You're right now. You're right now. You is.
Now, whether you did it or he did it,
you're right now.
You're just as guilty because you ultimately have responsibility over that child. But you wanted to go get fucked up, hang out with a boyfriend that you wouldn't even tell us his name.
Because
you live with him. Bullshit.
Oh my God.
I mean, you got at least a high school education?
I do. I went and had sex with him. I went and had sex last night. When I got the DVD player, it's still wrapped in the bag. I was watching porno girls. Porno. I was trying to have a threesome. I mean, my ex-boyfriend. I haven't seen him in so long.
Okay.
So, and then I'm thinking I could trust him because he lives with me for free. He don't pay nothing. And then I help him. I feed him. I buy anything for him. I buy for the kids. I do all this. I let this person come in my house. I should never let nobody in the house because I was good without anybody in my house. This would never happen. But maybe I probably did get a little comfortable with him there. I ain't think he would have never did no shit like this. Now I'm all fucked up. That shit hurts. That hurts.
That we know is not the truth. You gonna take a nap or you gonna listen to me talk?
I'm sorry. I'm not trying. I don't know. Okay, right now I'm hurting. And I understand the voice for the child do need to be heard. But I'm sitting here and I'm the one that found the baby and y'all is coming at me and we're not even handling what's going on.
You know how many people kill their loved ones or their spouse and then call 911 to make it look good? Fucking tons.
I didn't do that.
Okay, but like I said, it's funny how when we throw a little bone to you that we know is not the truth, and we watch how adamant you are, like, oh, I know that ain't happened, and I agree, it didn't happen, and you're all on it. But then when we hit you with something we know you're full of shit on, your whole is changing. It's just the way we read people. Okay. We read people for a living.
I know.
And I mean, you've been sitting here crying ever since you got here, and I ain't seen nothing.
You ain't seen nothing? I know.
No.
Okay.
I mean, you act like we're wasting your time. Is this insignificant?
No, this is not wasting my time.
This insignificant to you?
No, it's not insignificant. I'm trying not to relive this. I'm trying not.
Honey, you're gonna live it for the rest of your life.
Don't do that.
The rest of your life.
I know.
What if I did this? What if I done that? What if you maybe not have grabbed him? What if you may not have shook him? What if you didn't have popped him a couple times?
Well, I didn't.
Huh?
I didn't. So I know that part. That was the first time I got back home. So I know that part. I didn't touch that baby. I'm the one that found the baby.
Well, who can verify that?
Mario and him, because he know that I ain't get home to that
Well, it's
time.
funny how everybody we've talked to has said that you put your hands on them kids.
I put them hands on the kids. Everybody, no.
Yeah.
So they said I beat the baby.
Yeah, they did. And Keisha's on the way down here. We're going to see what she's got to say about it.
Oh, no.
I mean, you in here trying to sell Mother of the Year.
I'm not
and
Mother
you
of the
ain't
Year.
nowhere close.
I'm not Mother of the Year. But I know that. I know that for a fact. But I did not touch my baby or shake my baby up. I love my baby dearly.
I'm not saying you don't love your baby.
And I did not
I'm saying
harm
you
him.
probably just got out of hand with something, and this is what happened.
You remember one thing, there's a difference, like he said, of getting out of hand
Mm-hmm.
and straight up murder. Because when it comes court time, we give people every time right now
Mm-hmm.
to say, hey, something happened, something went wrong, this is what happened. All right?
Mm-hmm.
If not, my common statement, I either let you tell the story or I'll tell it for you.
Well, let me tell you, that is not what happened. I did not put my hand on that baby.
Well, I suggest you tell the story of what happened, and let's see what we got to do
I told y'all
to
the
get this
story
straightened out.
already. I told y'all the story already.
Well, I'm calling bullshit on your story.
Your phone got minutes?
No, it don't.
It's out of minutes? Can
It's
it
out of
text?
minutes. No, it can't text right now. I went.
How'd you receive the phone call last night? Whose phone did you have?
I was using what's my call the phone?
Who's whatchamacallit? That's a kid
Chris,
bar.
yeah, Chris phone. This is hurtful.
So you had his phone?
No, when I was at the house.
I'm talking about afterwards when somebody calls. I believe you received a phone call after you were gone.
I thought it was gone.
Mm-hmm.
No, I didn't. What you mean I thought it was gone? No, I couldn't. He probably received the phone call after I was gone, but I wasn't there.
Who'd you send a text message to that said baby dead?
My mom.
How can you do that if you don't have minutes?
Because I had the phone. That was his phone. That was the phone. That's their phone. That was usually. Okay, my phone, I had went and bought some minutes. I did not even get to put the minutes on my phone because I'm rushing there to see my
Your
name.
phone's a flip phone. Chris's is the black stick. Okay, I'm with you on that, okay? But you say just baby dead.
Cause I didn't know what to say. I can't get my phone to pick up the phone. I'm calling her. I'm calling her. She ain't picking up the phone. She ain't picking up the phone. And I don't hit them kids.
I honestly don't think it's registering your mind what you're dealing with right now.
I know what I'm dealing with because I know what I didn't do. I didn't do nothing.
I think you did. He thinks you, and don't roll your damn eyes at me.
I didn't do
nothing,
nothing.
okay?
I didn't do nothing, sir.
Because I'm trying to be nice. You don't want to see me get nasty. I assure you. Okay? You rolling the dice with your life in here. Okay?
Am I free to go?
No, you're not. I'm not done talking with you.
I wanna
So let me get back to this part.
You said I'm free to go at any time.
That was earlier. You're not now. Okay? This has changed a lot.
How did it change?
Because now that I can see that, number one, the children have been neglected.
No, the children have not been neglected.
Don't tell me what the law states when I'm the law. Okay?
No, I'm the one that
you have neglected them children.
No, I have
and
not
you have
neglected.
abused them.
No, I have not abused. I neglected my kids at all. If anything, I was helping somebody out.
Who'd you help out?
Chris, they don't got nowhere to go. They was on the street.
Oh, so you helped him out by letting him watch your kids.
By
so you
letting
could go
him.
out. Don't scream at me neither.
By
You
letting
understand?
him, because his mamas was staying there too. Because the grandmom, they don't have nowhere to stay.
Okay, so here, watch my kids.
No,
gonna go
I'm
out.
still paying him.
You can't get a hold of me.
I'm paying him. I'm paying him still. Look, I did not neglect my child, and I did not touch my child. I did not hit my children. I did not hit my child at all.
Well, how do you explain that bloody nose that you
That's
mama saw?
what I'm trying. I don't know what's going on. My mama said that she didn't trust the boy either. I should have listened. I should have paid attention.
Okay, but your mama don't trust you either.
My mama don't trust me either.
No.
My mama's mad at me right now because she said that I should have listened to her.
Your mama straight up said that she's been trying to get you to do right, and you don't do right.
That's because I just had a baby. Okay, now after I had my baby, Okay, I'm trying to get out there. I'm trying to make money real fast. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, damn. Okay.
Do you prostitute too?
No, I don't. Well, I do have a friend. I do have a sugar daddy. So.
Is that your baby daddy?
Huh?
Is that your baby daddy?
He was my boyfriend. But,
the one that's the father of the child?
Yeah. But I was.
Who's the alibi?
I was with Mario last night.
You think Mario's gonna fucking raise his hand and help you out?
He gonna tell the truth.
No. He'll tell the truth to save him. He won't tell the truth to save you. I've done this too long.
He gonna tell the truth. I mean, what
he
is
let
gonna
bitch go down for him in a heartbeat. I promise you. Promise you.
But this don't have nothing to do. But where was I at? He just can't do nothing but tell you what time you brought me home.
I still want to jump back to prior to you leaving and going out. Because the kid was sick.
Who?
The baby was sick.
No, the baby was sick last night.
Well, how come everybody else says the baby's been throwing up, but you the only person that says the baby hadn't been throwing up?
Oh, you talking about Shell and her family? You talking about them, the people that's sticking together?
I'm talking about everybody that we've talked to.
That was a while. The last time the baby threw up, that was before I took the baby to the immunization shots. The baby is fine now. The baby been fine.
Obviously not. The baby's bruised up and dead, so it hadn't been fine. The baby was bruised up Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and today.
The baby was not bruised up like that today. How the baby gonna get bruised up? A busted. Have you seen the lip? Do you see the lip? Do you see a baby? Mm-hmm. The baby, you don't. Come on, man.
I opened his mouth and looked in it.
Oh Lord, don't tell me no shit like that.
When she grieves, I think her grief is normal. Yes, I know what she did the night before was bad and she was neglectful of her child and she should be punished for that. Personally, though, I think the way they're talking to her is a little disrespectful. Anyway, we're going to move on to another police officer who's now going to come in and question her even further.
So what happened with those complaints? What was it? How did those get disposed of? Was it found in your favor, in her favor, or what happened with them?
Really, he couldn't do nothing. He was so upset. He just drove off.
No, but once the case went all the way through the process and all that, what happened with the DC?
Oh, it fell in my favor.
On your favor?
Yeah.
No problem. You never get charged.
Nothing.
Okay. All right. Well.
And then I ain't a perfect person. Okay, I'm a stripper. You know what I'm saying?
You know, kids can be very trying on people's patience, especially when they're sick and they're teething. I mean, every person out there that has a child knows. I mean, you know, you heard of women going through postpartum depression and all that.
I didn't go. He was adorable.
Not saying you did, but
somebody
having babies is hard.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard. I mean, let's face it. It takes a mountain of patience to deal with a baby sometimes.
And then also to deal with somebody else plowing their kids up on top of you in your house that just kills you, baby. You see what I'm saying? Yes, what the fuck?
But here's what I'm saying. We do things, people are all pretty much the same at the base level, okay? And there's not anybody out there that's gonna say, you know what? Having a baby is easy.
No, it's not easy.
It's a hard job.
It is.
And kids can get on our nerves quite a bit. Especially when they're teething, they're crying.
I never shut my baby. My baby's adorable. You can't even strike him. You can't do nothing to him but kiss on him. When he was young, I would kiss you girls. I was like.
But you're saying, I want to get at is, if your baby's teething and he's crying all the time and he's annoying, if something happened in a moment of people lose control sometimes just because it all builds up and it keeps building up and building up. Yeah. And sometimes people snap, and then immediately after you snap, you feel bad about it.
Yeah.
We've all been there, right?
Yeah, we did that.
That's road rage happens all the time. Mm-hmm. Some guy cut you off in traffic. That's SOB, right? You're mad, and and then you think about it, like, well, that really was kind of stupid getting mad over something like that because that was nothing. But we all been there. Mm-hmm. It's the same thing. But what I don't want to see you get jammed up on something, and we got this version of events going that's being now contradicted by some other people. Now, if something happened and, you know, the baby's crying and you got stressed because you're taking care of other people's kids and you got boyfriend problems and whatever, it's all piling up and piling up and piling up. And there's a fit of passion and something happens. And then after you feel bad, you're like, oh shit.
That's why I went to have sex last night. I wasn't even at home. I mean, I came
fair
back
enough. But
home.
what I'm saying is if something happened, we need to find out about it right now.
That's
between me and you, between friends here, okay?
Hey, let me tell you. I know how this works out. But I'm looking, I swear to God, I'm talking about on everything that is in my soul. I mean, I'm not the perfect person, but I could. If you want to see that baby, I did not do nothing to that baby. Look like I didn't do nothing to that baby. I did not touch that baby. Right. I never ever hit that baby.
Here's the thing though. I've been doing this a long time, okay? And I can't tell you how many times somebody sat right there in that same chair you're sitting in and said, I didn't do it, nothing happened. And then all the forensic evidence comes back. Fingerprints come back. And we can get fingerprints off, off skin and stuff like that.
Oh, well,
fingerprints come back. DNA comes back. I'm not saying in this case. I'm not saying
no,
in this
we
case.
need to. We need to.
I'm not saying this case, but I'm saying, other people sat in that chair. Fingerprints come back. DNA comes back. Video surveillance comes back. Other witnesses come forward, and suddenly that person's sitting right there in that chair saying, "I never did that. I never would have done it." And suddenly we prove, well, wait a minute, it didn't go down the way you said, and you did have some culpability. Now it looks really bad for him because now we caught him in a lie. Yeah, and I'm not saying that this case, but what I'm saying is, if that person that was sitting in that same chair you're sitting in, could come forward at the beginning and say, you know what, you know what, investigator, right? Yeah, excuse me, I'm sorry. But if someone is sitting here and they lie to us, they back themselves into a corner. When they're sitting here face to face with us, just like this, I say, you know what, something happened. It was a moment of rage. It was a moment of passion. I lost control. And afterward, man, I felt bad and I was scared and I didn't know what to do. Now, if you're on a jury, or if you're just the average person off the street and you got this person over here that says, I lost my temper. I did something stupid in a moment of passion. And I felt bad about it. And as soon as I did it, I was scared. But then I realized I got to, do the right thing. Compare that person to the person that says, man, I didn't do it. I had nothing to do with it. And then you say, well, here's all this other evidence and all these other people contradicting them. And if you're the average person on the street, go, this person on this side, they don't deserve any mercy at all. They're not taking responsibility for their actions. They're lying. They keep digging that hole. This person, I've got some empathy for. That person, they made a bad mistake. But that's not a person that we need to lock up and throw away the key. This person made a mistake. We all make mistakes. Person on this side that just lies and lies and lies.
For no reason.
To try to save themselves at the expense of doing the right thing.
Yeah.
That person does need to be locked up and thrown away the key.
If I was to do that, let me tell you something, I would feel so bad. I would just let y'all throw away the key. I didn't do nothing. I was gone the whole time. I come back and I find this. And then also on top of dealing with all these emotions, then I got to deal with this.
There's a lot of there. I got to step over real quick and reference that phone call. I'll be right back. Thank you for your patience, ma'am. I do appreciate it.
Yeah.
So, all right. So, let's go over this in a little bit more detail, okay? Hold it together for me.
I'm trying. Y'all keep on digging in the wood.
You've been doing good. You've been doing good. Okay.
I'm trying to hold it together. I wish it was me instead of my baby. My baby was sad.
Well, I think most parents would say, I wish it was me around my child. But all right. So, from what I understand, you left at midnight. You were gone 12 hours. You never went back to the house. Okay. the child was spitting up a little bit in the last couple of days, but had no visible injuries other than some little pigmentation around the eyes. When you left at midnight, you went to the motel, but you didn't leave the motel for the entire time. Just you and Demario. Why would Demario tell a different story from that?
I mean, why would he say that we left for the motel? We didn't leave. We didn't go nowhere. We was at the motel the whole time. We didn't even go nowhere.
Okay. So if I was to hear from somebody else that some different people were in and out of that hotel and you left at one point.
No, I'm not going to hear that. Because I didn't leave the hotel at all.
For 12 hours. Okay. Help me out. Somebody's lying to me.
Well, I mean,
I'm not saying it's you.
I mean, I don't know.
But somebody's lying. I need to figure out a few things. So help me out, okay? Hey, go back in mind to when Mario picked you up last night, okay? Now you drive down off of your street on. You picked you up at your house. Okay. Now when you left, did you drive out to New Warrington Road or did you go up to Jackson Street?
You know what? I don't either. I can't even remember. I was just.
Why can't you remember?
Because I was like at odds with him. That, you know what I'm saying?
You were at odds with him?
No, like it's been a while. We haven't got up. You know what I'm saying? He's my ex. He was my boo thing, and it's been a while. And that night was gonna just be some catching up.
Okay.
When
you go up Highway 29, was the hotel that you stayed down on the right side of the road or on the left side of the road?
I didn't pay attention.
Okay.
I should have paid attention, but I wasn't. I didn't.
This is where it's going to start getting bad for you, because an average person, a rational thinking person, is going to say, "This is not even 24 hours. Last night, when I left my house, there's two main roads. There's all those side roads back there, but there's two main roads. If you're heading north 29, you're either going to go straight up Forest Park and hit Jackson." Or you can go down all the little streets named after trees and stuff, Elm and all that, and you can go and come out on New Warrington, right? Yeah. An average person, a normal, right-thinking adult, is going to say, I would remember last night if I went straight north to Jackson or I went straight east to New Warrington. And you don't remember. And then an average person is going to say, I would remember if the hotel I was staying on was on the right or I was on the left. And you say you don't even remember what side of the road it was on?
I'm not rational thinking right now.
This is the kind of thing that, for as much as I want to help you out and I want to believe what you're saying, this is what's making it hard to believe, because most people are gonna.
Can I get a lawyer then? Just give me a lawyer. Give me a lawyer then, because I don't understand this. I'm used to digging this in me. You think I want my baby?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You used to what?
I'm like, you digging, like, it's hurting me. It's hurting me. And then I see what you're saying now. You're trying to make it to where you let me know what it's looking like. But
that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is I want to believe you. Okay? That's all I'm saying is I want to believe you. But the average person on the street, they'll say, you know what, that story doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
I'm not rational thinking right now.
Okay.
I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm just not rational thinking. My mind is not right now. And I'm sorry. It's just simple things like that. How can I be?
Well, it's like I said before, you got a lot on you.
How can I be? Especially this. Oh God! Oh.
So, but to answer your question, yes, of course you can have a lawyer if you really wanted to.
I don't even know. I don't even care. My baby's gone.
And it's like I told you before. Okay, I can't even begin to imagine the pain you're going through. I can't imagine what it's like to lose a child. That doesn't You can register.
And then your friends, I get in here, and then like they said something, and he said, oh, you couldn't even shed out a tear. And I'm like, man, you been in this room on your crying the whole time. He's talking about, oh, you know, I understand a good cop, man. I don't understand. I mean, well, I understood that when he's like breaking down the justice for the baby. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. The baby would need justice. And if I was a guilty party, I would put my foot down.
But we're just trying to figure it out. Okay? We're just trying to figure it out because we're hearing different things from different people.
And ain't nobody. So when I'm supposed to, what they said I came back in the house around 8.
I've heard that, yes.
And I'm like, really? Who said?
Now help me on this. Why would somebody tell me that?
I don't know. Why? I don't even know.
And I'll be honest, no one told me that directly.
Yeah, but
I'm told that that's what somebody said.
Yeah. And I'm like, what the fuck is that come from? And then you got Michelle lying ass. Then you look up her record. There's a habitual ass liar. She ain't got no what to say. I'm like, Lord Jesus, have mercy. So you know the whole family gonna stay.
Is that Chris's mom?
Yeah, and the grandma, you know they gonna stay.
But now, so she's a good friend of yours, right?
She was a good friend of mine. Me and her fell out because she was trying to stay with me and did not want to pay no bills. Okay, his grandma, her mother came to me and was like, well, Chris ain't got nowhere to go because she worked on the house, their house was out there in Ridgeville. So I let them stay. Now him can continue to stay. And grandma came to me and I was like, well, I'm going to do that. You know what I'm saying? You ain't paying no bills, you ain't doing nothing. I was doing fine without nobody at my house. I tried to put him out. But then when they came back and like, well, Chris ain't got nowhere to go. And so I helped.
Here, let me ask you this. And before Chris moved in, so before that, it was just you and Leonardo, or we call him Druhot?
And Duda
Druhot man?
Yeah, and Jameer.
And Jameer. So just you and the 2 kids?
Yeah, we were doing just fine.
Okay. Who looked after the kids when you went to work?
My mom, my other, sometimes my neighbor, with my friend Keisha, but my mom. I wasn't really working like that. I'm just now beginning to get back into this groove of things, and that's probably why I seem like so reckless right now, because I'm like,
I got you.
You know what I'm saying? Like, my baby's just now about to hit like 5 months, you know?
Okay. So you weren't working for a while?
No, I wasn't working. Matter of fact, I was working 2 years before I had the baby. And I'm just like, well, okay, well, I'm just finna try to jump back in it and try to get some money real quick, which I was doing because obviously don't nobody got nowhere to stay but me. And I got people leaving, you know, now my baby's dead. And that's just not that. So,
okay. Well, that makes sense. That your mom helps you, and your mom helped take care of the kids. Your neighbor took care of the kids.
Yeah. And I was home majority of the time. See.
And you were home a lot.
Yeah. So why would I need to even have to really go anywhere? I'd be home. My kids got rooms. If I want to do anything, I got me a house.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Shit, I let him babysit her because I want some peace and privacy. But you know what I'm saying? I can't because I got you there. So you know what? Just go and keep the kids. As a matter of fact, I'd throw you something. You know what I'm saying? He was having a bad day. Hell, if you weren't there, I wouldn't need nobody motherfucking babysit the kids. You know what I'm saying? It's my house. It's privacy. I get everybody. And ain't nobody paying no goddamn bills but me. I'm paying everything.
Okay.
And then, you know, my baby's gone.
So.
My baby's gone.
Just help me understand. If all these other people are lying to us, what would be their motivation for telling us that you came back at 8 a.m.? Like, why would they be lying to us?
I don't even fucking know why, because I didn't even come there with it.
See, that's what is kind of confusing, because
who all is all the people? What you talking about? Michelle and them people? I did not go. No.
I didn't
come back.
I don't know, because I didn't hear directly from them.
Yeah.
We've got a number of investigators that are talking to different people, and I heard from another investigator that somebody said that you'd been there at 8 a.m. But, you know, here's what I'm getting at. Is someone trying to throw you under the bus? Somebody don't like you? Somebody mad at you?
Welcome to my world. I hope not this shit make it even better.
Because here's what I don't
No.
Why would they lie?
No. My life crazy. For what? I was true. Okay. Ain't been times where I thought I had stalkers. You know what I'm saying?
So at this point, she requested a lawyer again, and the interrogation ends. So that's all her interrogations done. We've had the lie detector test, and we've had these interrogations here. So who did it? Well, I can tell you, she was not tried. She was not the main suspect after they gathered further evidence. So what happened? Well, I'm working on that interrogation, so stay tuned. See you soon.
Severely, he suffered permanent brain damage.
And she was the caretaker for a healthy baby boy. She was pregnant at the time and accepted a plea deal to put the case behind her.
It's the 3rd of July, 1984. The Dowling family are planning on how to celebrate Independence Day. They visited their babysitter who had been watching their child. But as they're walking away from collecting the child, they notice something. There's something wrong. The child seems to be acting different. Strange. And the parents, Joe and Ray Dowling, little did they know their life would be changed forever. This happened in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, when they went to pick up their 5-month-old baby, Benjamin Dowling. Their babysitter was 22-year-old Terry McCurchie. This case is especially harrowing because it totally changed the trajectory of not one life, but several. The life of Benjamin Dowling went in a completely different direction. It shows that it's not the monsters under our bed that we should be careful of, but the smiling faces and handshakes that hide a sordid darkness behind them. Fortunately, justice prevailed, though it was not instant. It took almost 35 years before the family of Benjamin Dowling could finally breathe a sigh of relief and put this case behind them, but not before facing a tragedy no parent should have to go through. What happened to Benjamin? What did Terry do? Why did it take so long? How did it all come to pass? This is a heavy case to go through, but let's get into it. When Ray Dowling picked up Benjamin from Terry, she noticed something peculiar. His body was limp and his fists were clenched. Wasting no time, she rushed him to the hospital, where doctors concluded that the poor boy had in fact suffered a brain hemorrhage, not something that happens every day. In their reports, it said that his injuries were consistent with severe quivering, as if someone did this deliberately with force. Now, the Dowlings were introduced to Terry through the cousin of Benjamin's father. They knew her as a mother with childcare experience, and so they entrusted their child to be with her. A passage from a journal that Ray Dowling kept describes the state in which she found her baby. She picked him up from Terry's house that fateful Tuesday. In her own words, she said, "He was sitting in his car seat, whiter than a ghost, fists clenched, moaning, gazing into space. He actually didn't know who I was. So I knew something was wrong, and I got out of there as soon as I could." Terry McCurchie became the prime suspect. She was swiftly arrested then and there. By all means, it should have been an open and shut case. She was charged with attempted murder and aggravated child abuse. Of course, a child is suffering a brain hemorrhage. There had to have been some aggression and rage involved. But in 1985, Terry received a light sentence. She maintained that she was innocent throughout her trial. She was saying, "I don't know, I didn't do it. My conscience is clear. I can't deal with this anymore. I'm actually 6 months pregnant. You wouldn't believe what this has done to my family." Yeah, at the time Terry was pregnant. And there's a weird dynamic how she's about to give life while taking a life. She did, however, plead no contest to attempted murder because she wanted to move on with her life and spend time with her children. She professed to being innocent for years to her friends, to the family of the victim, to everyone. And when she was pregnant, that was her 3rd child. Pretty delicate situation. So at the time, Terry was sentenced to weekends in jail for 3 months, after which she gave birth. After the 3 years, she was freed and put on probation. According to Terry's public defender, Ryan Gardiosi, the sentence was fair under the circumstances. The Dowling family was not of the same opinion and was stunned when they heard of the plea deal minutes before a court hearing. How would you feel if someone did that to your child and all they got was weekend punishment? Whatever the answer, however, the case did not progress beyond this point for over 3 decades. The exact details of what went on in the courtroom are sketchy and hard to come by. David Weinstein, a former prosecutor and Miami lawyer, though not involved in the trial, he said it was difficult to determine what kind of deal was made in 1985. I mean, that was before I was born. It is possible that there weren't any witnesses available, or the medical reports might not have made a strong enough case. Adding to that, the prosecutors might have felt that the matter of Terry's pregnancy at the time would have made it difficult to get a conviction. How does that work? You commit murder, but if you're pregnant, oh, it's okay? And at the time, the prosecutors called this 3-year sentence therapeutic, but it did not explain what they meant by it. It was all very fortunate for Terry. It seemed that she might have gone away easy, but for the Dowling family, things were going to get more difficult. Ray and Joe had been married for 4 years when Benjamin was born. Both parents worked, so they had hired Terry to babysit him in her home. And of course, this is not unusual. I have a babysitter myself. For my kids, not me. Many working couples entrust babysitters and daycare centers to take care of the infants while completing their shifts. This is exactly what makes this case so depressing. It could have happened to anyone. And because of the consequences of his injuries, Benjamin unfortunately did not get to live the life of a normal child. He was not able to speak or walk on his own. He was hampered for the rest of his life. His life was irreparably altered. In a 2021 statement, the couple said that Benjamin had to endure several surgeries throughout his life. One of these involved having metal rods placed along his spine. He had to get food and water through a feeding tube since he was unable to eat properly. Plus, he was not in a condition to attend school, and so his parents had to arrange for him to attend rehab and special schools. It was a difficult life for sure, and according to his parents, Benjamin never progressed after his injuries and depended on his family and caregivers. Ray and Joe had 2 more children, but they never excluded him from their lives. In fact, they would take Benjamin to their games and performances. He was part of the family through and through and received the love and care he deserved from a family who adored him dearly. In other words, they made him live as normal a life as he could. They made him feel a part of it. More importantly, they made him feel like he belonged. The worst thing you can do to a person is make them feel like they're ignored. The family eventually moved to Florida's Gulf Coast in the 1990s. Unfortunately, there were some things that nobody could help with, and he spent his entire life severely disabled before passing away at the age of 35. He died on the 16th of September 2019 in his house. His obituary was heartful, showing once again how deeply his family cared for him. Despite the obstacles he had faced in expressing himself, he loved them as well. The family went on to say, Benjamin smiled when a familiar voice spoke to him, or he heard something that tickled him. He was the #1 fan of his talented brother and sister in their many activities and sporting events. He traveled many places in the US, even the Bahamas, for a wonderful family reunion. At his wake, it was a very emotional tribute. But after his passing, medical examiners conducted an autopsy, and what they found was revealing. In his medical and police reports, he was diagnosed with shaken baby syndrome. This is caused by forcefully shaking an infant or toddler with blunt trauma, or a combination of both. When that happens, the brain rebounds inside the skull, causing swelling, bruising, and bleeding. This condition gained national attention in the 1970s. Over the years, research has shown that the symptoms associated with it can be caused by genetic problems, diseases, or accidents. And maybe, back then, that's why Terry got off so easily. Shaken baby syndrome is in the same bracket of inherited disease, if you know what I mean. The latest autopsy report, which was signed by the medical examiner, dated 2019, listed the cause of death as sequelae of abusive head trauma, which of course is not an inherited disease, and the manner of death was changed to homicide. With this newfound evidence, the prosecutors could once again create a case, this time a stronger one, and recharge Terry with murder. In a statement to announce the charges, the prosecutor said, "The passage of time between the injury sustained and the death of the victim was considered by forensic experts, and concluded the death was directly caused by the injuries from 1984. I know, there's a bit of an Orwellian, depressing vibe to this, right? This case was then presented to the grand jury, which determined that indeed it is a homicide. Things were finally moving in the direction the family wanted. However, it was still possible that Terry would once get away with it. Terry, who at the time was 59, was living in Texas. She was arrested in 2021 after a grand jury in Florida indicted her on first-degree murder charges. The Broward County State Attorney's Office said in a statement that the facts speak for themselves. It said, "This case was presented to the grand jury, which determined it's a homicide. Police had evidence of Terry's guilt. Yes, the family had to wait 40 years for justice, but they never gave up. They kept the love they had for Benjamin alive and spared no expense bringing him justice." So in 2021, when she was indicted for the first-degree murder of Benjamin, she pled guilty to a lesser charge in an arrangement with the prosecutors. She would have been charged with first-degree murder and faced a possible life sentence. Under the terms of the plea agreement, her prison term was 3 years, followed by 10 years of probation. And she was also ordered to write a letter of apology for her actions, as well as detailing exactly what happened that day, as was requested by the parents as part of the agreement. Her letter was read aloud at her sentencing in the courthouse in Florida. Among many things, she wrote, "It was in a state of impulse and anger that I struck Benjamin while he and the other children were crying. Your life and Benjamin's life were truly harmed by me. I am sorry." As the letter was being read, one could feel the loss of the family who were robbed of so many memories. The life of their first son was cut short because of one person who, above all, should have cared for him, but didn't because they ran out of patience. Terry was shackled and dressed in an orange jumpsuit as her 90-minute hearing was read, but she showed no emotion at all. She was stone-faced and stoic, with no hint of remorse showing on her face. Benjamin's mother and sister talked about his life and showed a photo montage showing him and his loving family. She told the judge, "Benjamin taught us all many valuable lessons, and everyone who knew Benjamin was better because they did know him." And Benjamin's younger sister Melissa said Benjamin's presence was a constant source of inspiration. The family wept in court as they faced the woman who had ruined their son's life. It was not just a pivotal moment for the Dowling family, but also for Pamela Chestnut. Remember, Pamela is the one that introduced Terry to the parents. She said some harsh words and reprimanded her former friend for lying over the years. Pamela said to her, "You sat with me face to face and you denied knowing anything about the baby. You told me Benjamin fell off the couch. You lied straight to me." Pamela also told the court she knew of Terry's bad temper, but she could not even believe the accusations. However, she eventually came to the realization that people can indeed be worse than monsters. Terry had betrayed the child she was tasked with caring for, the parents in the family who entrusted her, and her friend. Their parents went on to say, "Benjamin was profoundly disabled every minute of every day, all 35 years that he lived, because of what Terry did to him." They went on to say, "Benjamin never crawled, did not fully roll over, never walked, never talked, never fed himself. He never enjoyed a hamburger. He could not eat ice cream. He could never tell us when he had an itch or anything. When he cried in pain, we as a family and caregivers had to guess as to what was wrong and hope that we could satisfy his need." Wow. Indeed, it could not have been easy to raise a child who had to face so many challenges just to communicate. They of course wanted him to live his best life. And while they gave him all the love they could, he was limited from having the lives other kids did. I think Terry got away scot-free. What do you mean a moment of anger, you silly cow? But this does remind me of a story from years ago that I recently covered about a crime taking place decades ago and then eventually maybe being caught after.
Giving you more information when I don't know.
I remember coming to visit you kind of week after week in Oshawa, and I would tell you, I'm like, "Stanley, I think you killed her." Do you remember that? And you would still talk to me.
I don't recall everything. You said.
Sharmini Anand Dawal was a 15-year-old girl. She was just weeks away from leaving junior high. She last left her Toronto apartment building in June 1999. She told her family she was headed to a new job. 4 months later, however, her skeletal remains were found in a shallow grave in a wooded ravine right next to the Don River. And years later, to this day, nobody has been charged for her death. My name is Kamran. Welcome to True Red Crime. This is the case of Sharmini Anand Dawal. The police had a prime suspect from the very night she went missing. A 23-year-old neighbor who lived one floor down from her. Police interrogated him, searched his car and his apartment, put him under round-the-clock surveillance and interviewed those who knew him. You see, today he is actually in jail, but not for Sharmini's death. You see, Sharmini lived with her parents and her 2 brothers. They were in an apartment building in Toronto's Don Mills neighborhood area. The family had fled war in their homeland like many other immigrant families in the community. they had come from Sri Lanka 5 years earlier. I used to live in Toronto, by the way, one of the best cities in North America. Now, as for Shamini, she left her house at 9 a.m. on June the 12th, 1999, on her way to the first day of a new job. Now, there were conflicting stories about where she was actually going. Her parents said she would be answering phones as a job arranged by a neighbor in the building. Her friends, however, thought no, that's not the new job that she got. One witness recalls seeing Shamini sitting on a bench at Fairview Mall around 10:30 a.m. that morning. Another saw her alone in Peanut Plaza north of the mall around 11:45 a.m. In either case, she never returned home. Now, investigators had their own theory, working off what her friends had told them. Shamini thought she was going to work undercover for an anti-drug police operation. How did that happen? Police did find a blank job application in her bedroom. This application was for something called the Metro Search Unit, an outfit that police later described as completely bogus. You see, this job application had a typo and was strangely worded. It only asked for her name, her date of birth, her address, and her age. There were no spots to jot down unemployment history, references, or even a social insurance number. Police believe this application was part of a ruse intended to lure her to the park where she was killed. Though they waited until 6 months after her remains were found to reveal this piece of evidence. That's a bit weird, isn't it? It seems someone posted a job that she could apply for. Here's your application form, get back to us. But having lived in Canada and now in America, when you fill in a job application, they ask you for everything, even your shoe size. Okay, they don't, but you know what I mean. Now, Matt Crone was a police officer for more than 30 years. He was one of the lead investigators on Shamini's case. When the teen went missing, he said the local police department reached out to the homicide squad immediately. Shamini did not fit the profile of a runaway teen. She was actually close with her parents. She did well in school and was looking forward to her graduation. She was steady, not impulsive. Therefore, Shamini's disappearance prompted a massive search involving helicopters, volunteers, canvassing at the mall, and dozens of police officers. In fact, even her parents banged on their neighbor's apartment door the first night when she didn't return home. You see, Shamini had told them that the neighbor had helped her secure this job after all, but when they knocked on the door, nobody answered. The person in question, this neighbor, was Stanley Tippett. He had moved out 2 weeks earlier. You see, Stanley himself grew up in a single-parent household in the Toronto area, living in government housing with his mother and 2 brothers. Stanley was born with Treacher-Collins syndrome, a genetic disorder that affects speech. It also affects hearing and facial bone and tissue development, often causing deformities. His ears are undersized, with one sitting lower than the other, and his eyes slant down into a slightly sunken facial structure. As a result, Stanley was in special education classes for hearing impairment, and frequently bullied growing up by classmates and neighborhood kids. His mother said he was bullied up from time to time more than once. In fact, sometimes she had to get the police involved. By his early 20s, Stanley was living in the same apartment complex as the Anandaval family, just 1 floor down with his wife and toddler. Now, in 1999, Stanley said he had a relationship with many of the kids in the building. He would sometimes take them swimming at a nearby pool and taught some of them judo. Stanley told some of his kids that his facial deformities were the result of a mishap, and that it occurred while he was working with the police bomb squad. In fact, the police were interested in Stanley because Shamini's parents believed he's the one that offered her the job that she was heading to on the way she disappeared. But not only that, he further piqued their interest in part because he was known to impersonate a cop. He had a jacket with the word police stitched across the back. He'd sometimes carry a nightstick and patrol the building. You know, the more I researched into him, the more he reminds me of the Zodiac Killer, or at least the film Zodiac. He gives me that vibes. I could be wrong. Now, by the time of Shamini's disappearance in 1999, Stanley had a history with police, one that would continue to grow in the years that followed. In 98, Stanley told a group of young boys in the neighborhood that he was a police officer, seizing one of their bikes as part of a supposed operation. A little over a month later, police were called again after the building's superintendent said Stanley tried to make a fake arrest. But it goes further back. In 1991, Stanley was 16 years old. You know what he did? He set fire to a teacher's desk after stealing her keys, breaking into the classroom. What? We all want to leave the classroom. Why are you trying to break in? When I was 16 and I was in high school, do you know what I would do? You know, you get in America, you call them pins, when you pin paper onto the wall. Thumbtack? Is that what you call them? I think in England it's called a safety pin or something. I don't know. But either way, a pin to put paper on the wall. I would leave that on my teacher's desk, like on the chair. I would just leave it there. So the teacher would come walking in, sit down. Oh, that's what you do if you want to mess around in class. Not break in and put the teacher's desk on fire. Then, a year later, Stanley was accused of following a young woman off a Toronto bus and attacking her. Court records say he approached her from behind, threw his arm around her waist and pointed a pellet gun to her head, pulling her into a laneway and instructed her to lie down. He was charged and convicted of attempted robbery. Court records say the quick-thinking teen got away unharmed by saying she had HIV and was menstruating. Wow, this guy, he's as weird as it gets. Now, back to Shamini. Her remains were found by a father and son. They were both out for a walk in the East Don Parklands. A subsequent police search revealed a skull, some long bones, and a mandible which police used to pull dental records, getting a match for Shamini. The shallow grave was located next to a fallen log right beside the Don River. The site had been ripped apart by coyotes in the ravine, with Shamini's remains strewn throughout the woods. An excavation by foreign archaeologists later revealed some hair and blue fingernails, the same color polish Shamini was wearing on the day she left home. But it had been 4 months since her disappearance, and given the summer heat, the proximity of the scene to a coyote's den, and some flooding in the ravine, police would not be able to find any DNA of the killer. So police questioned Stanley about Shamini's disappearance multiple times over the course of the investigation, but he was never charged. Matt Crone, the investigator, said he believed Stanley was grooming Shamini with the offer of a job, specifically choosing something that would have a certain amount of secrecy attached to it, one where she'd be discouraged from speaking to her friends and family about it, hence an undercover investigator. According to Crone, Stanley stationed Shamini in the East Don Parklands where her remains were later found, giving her some tools and telling her to be on the lookout for drug dealers. In Crone's hypothesis, Stanley left to attend his lawn cutting job, then returned to Shamini's location later, taking her life and burying her body. Afterward, he cleaned his clothes and car at his in-laws' house, then took his car to a local garage to install its new engine. Crone was absolutely certain that Stanley was the one who did this. In fact, soon after the first interrogation, Crone said Stanley sold his car to a junkyard for about $10, despite having just put a new engine at a cost of around $1,000. $10. That's probably the same value as this water bottle. Police then seized the vehicle before it was slated to be crushed, but nothing was found in the car. Investigators noted the liner of its trunk had been removed. Police also believed the phony application found in Shamini's bedroom was given to her by Stanley. The application was created using thermal paper. It was coated with a material that changes color when exposed to heat. It's commonly used to print receipts in cash registers or debit terminals. And in the years following Shamini's death, Stanley continued to draw police attention. You see, in the year 2000, he was accused of stalking a cashier at a grocery store. He wasn't charged, but was given a no trespass order for the supermarket, an order to stay away from the women. A few years later, Stanley and his family were living in Collingwood, Ontario. This was a ski town on the southern tip of Georgian Bay, about a 2-hour drive north of Toronto, and it was here that Stanley was convicted of harassing his female neighbor. Court documents say that when the 25-year-old rebuffed his romantic gestures, he wouldn't give up. He would park in front of her residence and would sit and stare. He also made false allegations to the Children's Aid Society about how she treated her younger son. He was given a suspended sentence in June 2005. You know what? This Stanley guy, what a dirty bastard. Just weird, innit? Standing outside her house. In fact, he went to child services and reported her to be an abusive mother simply because she didn't like him. You dirty, dirty mother. Then Stanley and his family moved to Peterborough, Ontario, where police say he was on their radar right from the day he arrived, mainly because he was on probation for the stalking I just mentioned. The first hint of trouble came when Stanley allegedly offered a 12-year-old girl a fake job at the YMCA. Why are you giving 12-year-olds a fake job? Wait, why are you giving 12-year-olds a job in the first place? So she went and told her mum. Her mum called the police, but no charges were laid. A similar interaction played out a short while later when Stanley approached a young woman at the local Walmart where she was looking for a job. Records show Stanley showed up at the woman's home on at least 3 occasions, once leaving a birthday card signed Jason. He also told her that her duties at the YMCA would include work on behalf of the police. When Stanley ran into the woman a few days later at Taco Bell, again looking for a job, he berated her, saying he had already promised her employment. Court records indicated he even brought an application form with him to the fast food restaurant. The woman just found him weird, so she reached out to the YMCA directly and was told there was no openings and no employee named Jason. So she went and called the police. Police moved to arrest Stanley, searching his home and seizing his van. They found duct tape, rope, plastic sheets, plastic cable ties, and a hammer and a knife under the driver's seat. In Stanley's home, there was a pellet pistol hidden in the basement. Stanley pleaded guilty to criminal harassment and was sentenced to 2 years in prison. But the most serious charge against this muppet came in August 2008. You see Stanley, right? He was driving home and it was August 6th. It was around midnight. He came across 2 young girls strumbling drunk in the streets. Stanley offered them a ride in his van, dropping one of the girls at the park. He then drove off with the other, who was 12. The child was found naked from the waist down outside a school in Ontario. When the girl was found, neighbors were calling the police. They kept hearing screams. When the police arrived, they saw a man walking toward a red van in the school's back parking lot. He ignored police's commands to stop, jumping into the vehicle and driving away, mounting a curb to do so. An officer gave chase, but it was eventually called off. It became too dangerous on the town's sleepy residential streets. The officer did manage, however, to get the van's license plate as well as a look at the driver. This driver was later identified as Stanley Tippett, aka Dirty Bastard. Noting that the features of the man's head and face were very distinctive, the van, which was found abandoned in Oshawa, was registered to Stanley. Police found 2 used condoms inside the vehicle, and the victim's clothes were found near the scene at the school. Then, when DNA was collected, there wasn't enough of it to match it to anybody but the victim. Still, in December 2009, Stanley was convicted of 7 counts related to the attack, including kidnapping, sexual assault, and sexual interference. To this day, Stanley, who pleaded not guilty to the charges, maintained his innocence, saying he too was the victim of a crime and was ultimately wrongly convicted. In his telling of what happened that night, Stanley was giving the girl a ride home when he was carjacked by 2 men, who threw him out of the vehicle and took off. Stanley says he landed in a ditch and had to climb out. He then walked a short distance so he could call his wife, who ordered him a cab, which he took to his uncle's place nearby in order to report the carjacking. Evidence at Stanley's trial showed there were traces of semen on the girl's tank top from 2 different men, which support his carjacking claim. He alleged it was these men who did this to the girl, but these samples that the police found were very small. Millions fewer sperm cells than you would normally see if there was recent sexual activity. Stanley, were you firing blanks, my man? A forensic expert at Stanley's trial testified that a laundry transfer, where trace amounts of a substance can transfer from one item of clothing to another in the wash, was one plausible explanation for the 2 sets of sperm cells on the victim's tank top. In his ruling, the judge who found Stanley guilty noted that the victim's clothing had only her DNA on it. Because of this, Stanley filed an appeal, but he lost. The appeal judge conceded that while the trial judge erred by not mentioning the men's sperm cells in his initial ruling, the error was not significant. In fact, he noted that the male DNA proved nothing. There wasn't enough of a sample to match it to anyone. The DNA did not point to someone else sexually assaulting the 12-year-old, nor did it convict Stanley. It was simply inconclusive. The other evidence, including witness testimony, was enough to convict Stanley. Therefore, Stanley was declared a dangerous offender in October 2011 and was handed an indeterminate sentence, meaning he could remain jailed for the rest of his life. I don't think anyone's going to complain, sir. Stanley was last denied parole in 2018. He is currently housed in Beaver Creek Institution. This is a minimum and medium security prison located in Gravenhurst, in the heart of Ontario's cottage country. He was moved there from Warkworth Institution closer to Peterborough after a number of violent incidents. It's probable that Stanley has been targeted while imprisoned, both for his appearance and due to a hierarchy common in prisons, meaning those accused of sexually assaulting children are often the most despised. You all know that. But for the most serious charge, the 2008 assault, Stanley maintained his innocence and said he regrets picking up the young girls. But he asks people to consider the circumstances. It was after midnight, they were drunk, they were on the road. But I want to talk to you about his psychiatric profile. You see, when he was seen by a psychiatrist, they described him as a sensation seeker. He's an impulsive individual with personality disorder. He is duplicitous and a narcissist. But in all of this, it goes back to the Anandaval family. See, today, they live in Ottawa, where they moved soon after Shamini's remains were found. Both of her brothers say they don't have many memories from the time. They've forgotten or perhaps blocked from their minds, but both are among those who believe Stanley was their sister's killer. Shamini's murder was listed as homicide number 36 for 1999, remains classified as a cold case, meaning there are no leads left to follow the investigation. Detective Sergeant Stacey Gallant, who is in charge of cold cases for the Toronto Police, confirms his team reinvestigated the killing in 2011 after they received new information. Unfortunately, between the two investigations, the one in the 90s and the one in 2011, they were unable to bring in to the point where anyone could be arrested or prosecution could be mounted. Gallant declined to specify what new information was brought forward, but the timeline coincides with Stanley's dangerous offender hearing. Cold cases are also kinda hard to prove. Witnesses may have died or moved away to a new address, and the passage of time can erase memory. Details can often be forgotten. So, to conclude on this story, I don't know what triggered this moron, but he obviously loved a cat and mouse chase. He loved the thrill. I'm going to give her this application form. I'm going to make her come to me, right? Make her come to me, and then I'm going to satisfy whatever it is he feels and take her life. It seems he got some kind of thrill from doing this. From the woman whose house he was stalking outside, reporting her to the child services, to the other 12-year-old girls to which he was eventually convicted. This human being can best be described, his entire existence can be broken down into 2 words. Dirty bastard. Comment, tell me what you think. On the evening of 15th December 2022, Cara Alexander had been smoking cannabis. She'd been doing so every night for weeks, probably much longer. She had 2 sons, Elijah Thomas, age 2, and Marley Thomas, age 5. Now at some stage, the boys were in their pajamas, ready for bed, with Elijah also wearing his diaper. Cara decides to run a bath. She takes her children, places them in the tub, but then she holds them underwater for a minute or 2. And then they are no longer breathing. She then dried the boys, put them in clean pajamas, and laid them together, tucked in under duvets on the same bunk bed. She then spent the night sleeping with them. Wow. Yes, she slept with their dead bodies. The next day, the boy's father, Selvin Thomas, he became concerned because he had not heard from Cara. You see, he was scheduled to look after the boys over the weekend. He came into the house. She told him, "Don't worry, they're sleeping upstairs, leave the boys alone." But then he went upstairs and the kids were not responding. Selvin, who had split up with Cara just 3 months earlier, began screaming, "Cara, Cara, what the F have you done to my children?" When he returned downstairs to call for help, Cara had run away. It took the police around an hour to find her. The Metropolitan Police said forensic analysis of Cara's phone, which had been found in a filled sink, showed it had been in regular use in the run-up to the murders. But on the day the children were found, no calls were made or messages sent. This led detectives to believe that she had intentionally been avoiding people following their deaths. Now, Cara herself has been described as a caring and affectionate mother to both her children. A witness who saw them days before they died, they said both boys seemed really lovely and well behaved. One witness to the family said she never shouted or raised her voice at the boys. She never showed violence to the boys. Now, the evidence from the pathologist said both boys had some scratches or scrapes that children pick up from playing or tumbling over, but there was no signs or suggestion at all that they'd been physically mistreated before the incident when they died. 3 psychiatrists gave evidence at trial because, of course, only a psychiatrist can explain why Cara would do this. They claimed Cara was in a psychotic state when she took her son's life. This was the analysis of Dr. Farnham. He felt for her this was abnormal behavior and it did not fit with the kind of person she was. Another doctor, Dr. Blackwood, his diagnosis claimed the episode was cannabis induced. Cara had a previous psychotic episode in 2016. Cannabis probably played a part in that episode as well. And in the aftermath of that episode, there was an agreed diagnosis of psychosis. It's unknown if she was aware that cannabis could trigger another psychotic state, because another doctor, Dr. Ratnam, testified that she might have been psychotic. Now, in the trial, the judge referred to the children's father finding his deceased sons next to one another as the stuff of nightmares. Prosecutors said they built their case on showing the boys could not have accidentally drowned, and that the only reasonable explanation for their deaths was that Cara caused them to do so. Now, in terms of the way the children were treated, the judge said there was every sign Cara was a caring and affectionate mother to both children before the events of the 15th of December 2022. He pointed out that their father said Cara never shouted or raised her voice at the boys and never showed violence towards the boys. The judge said, "From all that I have read and seen of you, I have no doubt that every day when you awake, you will remember and grieve for the little boys whose lives you snatched." For the judge, there were 3 important pieces of mitigation. Firstly, she not only lacked any previous convictions, but before that terrible evening, she had been a caring mother. That stands as a stark contrast to the history that normally confronts the courts when a child's life is taken, or when they're being consistently mistreated. Second, the judge believed she was in a psychotic state, and she may not have been told that her previous psychotic state could be brought on again by cannabis. It is inconceivable she would have harmed either child had she known this. As a matter of public policy, the law at times treats self-induced intoxication as aggravation, and in homicides, the law excludes the effects of such intoxication from founding the partial defense of diminished responsibility. The legal question the judge had to address was whether, on the facts of her case, can he treat a psychotic state caused by the voluntary taking of drugs as mitigation. As in, if you knowingly take drugs, well, you know there's going to be consequences. However, he believed because she did not know it would make her psychotic, he would take that into account and he would be lenient with her. What do you think of that? He said the heavy use of skunk or hyper-strong strains of cannabis can plunge people into a mental health crisis in which they may harm themselves or others. The 3 psychiatrists who gave evidence disagreed about a number of things, but on her psychosis, they were unanimous. The judge believed, despite the fact that this was all her doing, she will mourn Marley and Elijah for the rest of her life. From all that he had read and seen of her, he had no doubt that every day when she wakes up, she will remember and grieve for the little boys whose lives she snatched away. Now, before I give you the conclusion of this case, I do have the story of Joanne Sharkey coming up. Insane case. Make sure you stay tuned. Cara herself was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Detective Chief Inspector Paul Waller, who led the investigation, he said, "This is an incredibly tragic case, which has left a father without his 2 beloved boys and a family without 2 young brothers. Cara Alexander will spend the next 2 decades behind bars, where the memory of what she has done will haunt her forever. To the family and friends of Elijah and Marley, while no amount of time will erase the pain, I hope this sentence serves to bring some semblance of justice. I hope you can now move on with your life." I don't know. I feel like the judge was just way too lenient. But then again, 20 years, is that enough time? Comment, tell me what you think. Now the case of Joanne Sharkey. In March 1998, Joanne Sharkey gave birth to an infant boy. She was alone and gave birth unaided in the bathroom of her family home. At the time, she was suffering from severe depression, and this impaired her ability to form a rational judgment and exercise self-control. The infant was born alive at full term, but died shortly after. She subsequently placed the body into trash bags and into her car, driving for around 40 minutes to a wooded area and leaving the bags containing the body in a little way beside a public path. This was during the afternoon of Wednesday the 11th, 1999. She was seen by a witness and the body was then uncovered by another witness 3 days later. Medical evidence suggests the baby was born a few days earlier. But the question is, why did she do this? How did she give birth by herself? Well, let's look back at her life. And during this period of her life, she was 28 and living with her husband. She had been with him since she was a teenager. They had another son. At the time, he was 3 years old. She had returned to full-time work after maternity leave and seemed to be coping. But that was a facade. She was in fact suffering from postnatal depression. This was not a case of the baby blues, but a far more sustained period of depression which impacted upon her physically and mentally. She experienced profound sleep disturbance, exhaustion, heightened anxiety, and chronic feelings of inadequacy. Her relationship with her husband deteriorated and she suffered a loss of appetite and significant weight loss. And just so you know, that is super key. When a woman gives birth, her boyfriend, husband, spouse, partner, whatever, he needs to take control and understand that whatever she says, however she acts over the coming weeks or months, just let it go. We as men will never understand postpartum, but it is a real thing. And given her deteriorating relationship, it was in this context, about a year after her first son's birth, she became pregnant again a second time, something she became aware of around the 4-month stage. Although her husband was the father and she was in a settled and supportive environment, she could not cope with the idea of a second pregnancy. At the time, she was underweight, a symptom of her depression, and her pregnancy was not detected by others around her. Her relationship with her husband was under strain, and even he did not realize she was pregnant. Joanne sought no medical help and mentioned nothing to her family. This was not simply a matter of her not wanting to be pregnant. After all, had she wanted to end the pregnancy without informing anyone, she would have been able to seek a termination and not risk her condition being discovered. But maybe her mental health was such that she effectively denied the fact of her pregnancy even to herself. But it wasn't until 2023 that when cold case detectives found a match for her in the National DNA Database. Nobody knew about this baby. Nobody knew who this baby was. Now, the area in which the baby was found back in '98, it was called Callans in the north of England. Local people gave the baby the name Callum because of the similar name. Forensic investigators found wads of tissue paper had been put into his mouth and throat and found injuries consistent with asphyxiation after birth. Hundreds of people were interviewed. DNA swabs were taken from local people and some young women were even arrested after their own family suggested they may have been responsible. The discovery sparked a nationwide hunt for the mother of the infant, but it was in 2023 detectives made a breakthrough. How? This is gonna blow your mind. So, a routine cold case review found that the DNA of Joanne's firstborn son, Matthew, remember the 3-year-old back then? Well, all these years, he's obviously grown up. He was arrested for an unrelated offense. They took his DNA, they put it in the system. The cold case officers took a random check at the DNA database and they found Matthew, his DNA matches Callum. Let me say that again. The police needed that 3-year-old to grow up, somehow break the law, get the DNA in the system, and then find a match. Wow. It's like the story has come full circle in a way. Joanne was then tracked down by police and arrested on suspicion of murder. She had kept the baby's birth secret from everyone, including her family. Now, when she was at trial, she admitted manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility. The judge himself satisfied that she had little recollection of this time, she had blanked it all out these years. The psychiatrist, Dr. Plunkett, has described her account of this event as an experience of derealization, something often associated with an intense dissociative experience, arising during a period of severe stress, distress, or trauma, and where the sufferer can perceive the world or their immediate context as unreal, distant, or distorted, and which may give rise to a numbing of pain sensation. After all, she did not recall suffering labor pains during the birth. She said she did not look at the baby and can only recall that what might have been some groaning or a gurgling noise, not the cry of a newborn child. Although she told the police she put her hand down the baby's nose and mouth, she was later unsure whether that was an accurate recollection or whether she was trying to make sense of things she was being told. Police knew that she must have put tissue into the baby's mouth and throat. Joanne, however, had no recollection of this. Although she did remember the basic action of wrapping the baby, she couldn't recall fetching the bags in which his body was found. She remembered placing the bag carrying the baby in the footwell of the car, but not of any awareness of when this was or whether the baby was then alive or dead. Now, no medical examiners were able to find a definite cause of death. The autopsy findings did not establish that the infant died of asphyxia caused by another party, but did not exclude the possibility. There was a bruising, but the examiner couldn't pinpoint how it happened. The theory was that after the infant had been born alive, Joanne most likely deprived him of oxygen by covering his nose and mouth or placing tissues into his mouth and throat. But another doctor, Dr. Kennedy, who was asked to assess Joanne upon her arrest, him and other experts agreed that her mental ill health substantially impaired her ability to form a rational judgment and exercise self-control. There was no evidence of premeditation, and nothing else could explain her actions other than this abnormality in her mental functioning. Considering her psychotic state in the period following the death, Dr. Kennedy observed that there is evidence she did possess functioning skills and consequential thinking. I mean, when she got home, she cleaned the bathroom and she must have disposed of the placenta. And she transported the body in 2 bags, presumably to prevent it being seen or blood being deposited in the car. That said, Dr. Kennedy also acknowledges that the trauma of the birth would have expected to have caused a further deterioration in her mental health. There was evidence of a continued sense of dislocation. Driving away from her home, she had no sense of where she was, or whether this was immediately following the birth or some hours or even days after. She had never been able to describe her actions and has no recollection of what she did with the placenta. Now, there was a lot of publicity about the discovery of the body at the time, particularly locally. She tried to avoid watching the news, but suffered severe nightmares and would wake up sweating and shaking. She continued to say nothing to her husband, although in her despair, she often thought about walking away or leaving her house and family. In the months and years that followed, she developed symptoms of anxiety and panic, remaining in low mood and avoiding family or socializing and becoming increasingly withdrawn. She eventually saw her doctor about her panic attacks in 2002 and was prescribed antidepressants. She explained, however, that she always felt able to pretend to others that things were normal, which was easy as she isolated herself in her home. Now, her husband obtained higher paid work. This allowed her to resign from her own job, and she later went with him when he worked abroad. And then it was in 2023, during a periodic review of the National DNA Database, a match was found which identified her and her husband as the parents of the deceased child. They were then both arrested and taken to the police station for interview. And there are 3 points that stand out from that interview. Number 1, she was clear that this was entirely on her. Her husband had nothing to do with it. Number 2, she did not deny what she had done. And number 3, she had carried this with her the whole time, thinking about it every day. Her police interviews were characterized by her admissions, albeit she was unable to recall many details. And she spoke of her relief that this had finally come out, and of how she had been haunted by what she had done, describing this as horrendous, the worst thing ever. So, to conclude on the story, in April 2024, she was charged with the murder of her child and with endeavoring to conceal the birth of a child. She initially entered not guilty pleas, and in her defense statement, there was no acceptance that the infant had been born alive or that she caused its death, and it was indicated she would rely on her mental state at the time, diminished responsibility. It was claimed that this started once the child was born, and it was further stated that she was unable to recall or reliably account for behavior in any detail during and in the immediate aftermath of the birth. The prosecution observed two legal issues. One, whether the infant had been born alive, a point on which she was unable to remember, or number two, as to the severity of her mental illness. So they used Dr. Plunkett, who spoke with Joanne. He produced a psychiatric report that addressed the question of diminished responsibility. But upon the completion of his report, Joanne then indicated that she would admit her baby had been born alive and was willing to plead guilty to manslaughter by reason of diminished responsibility. She was then rearraigned the morning of the 6th of March 2025 and entered those pleas. So given she pled guilty, the judge had to decide what kind of punishment she should get. What punishment do you think she should have gotten? But this was the thinking of the judge. He recognized that she is an educated woman in her late 20s back in 98. She was able to hold down a job with the benefit of family support, etc. Mental ill health can however impact anyone, and he was clear that she suffered a lengthy postnatal depression. And this depression, by consensus of psychiatrists, substantially reduced her ability to think rationally and substantially weakened her ability to exercise self-control. The prosecution pointed to elements of her conduct that could nevertheless suggest a degree of competence, control, or determination in how the killing might have been carried out and in how she disposed of the body. The judge did reflect carefully on this point, but felt there's a need to distinguish between basic reactions to circumstances and evidence of rational and controlled behavior. The judge said, "You have not found it easy to articulate such is your personality, but the evidence is clear. Not a day has passed when you have not dwelt on these matters, appreciating the horrendous nature of your crime." So with this, he gave her a 2-year suspended sentence. Joanne is now 55 years old. I don't know how a woman suffering clear postpartum should be punished. So comment, why don't you tell me? I'm going to talk to you about Lisa and Dwayne, or as I call them, two cheeks from the same arse. The unfortunate victim in this case is precious baby Lisa. You see, in the early hours of January 17th, 2013, in a quiet apartment in Florida, it became this tragic stage for an irreversible loss. Emma Morrison, who was 1 month and 19 days old, was found lifeless, her tiny body cold and stiff, her arms raised unnaturally above her head. What should have been a morning like any other morning turned into a scene of chaos as her mother, Lisa Lamoureux, screamed her help across the street, her cries echoing through the neighborhood. But by the time ambulance arrived, it was all too late. Emma's brief life had ended under circumstances that remained shrouded in ambiguity. A haunting intersection of neglect, systematic failures, and heartbreaking choices. Yes, DCF were involved, and as usual, they did fuck all. This is not merely a story of a child's untimely death, it's a reminder. As a father myself who has children, it's a reminder of how fragile life can be when entrusted to those who are ill-equipped or unwilling to protect it. Or in other words, these two knuckleheads. You see, as investigators pieced together the events leading up to Emma's passing, they uncovered a web of missed opportunities, conflicting accounts, and red flags that went unheeded. So could this tragedy have been prevented? Let's take a look. So Emma herself was born on November 29th, 2012 at Palms West Hospital in Palm Beach, Florida. She was born healthy and without complications. She was a beacon of hope for her mother, Lisa. I say hope because Lisa herself had struggled for years with mental health challenges and substance misuse. Or as I say, she is the first of the aforementioned arse. Now, for the first 2 weeks of Emma's life, Lisa breastfed her diligently attempting to establish a bond that felt increasingly fragile as external pressures mounted. By mid-December, Lisa transitioned Emma to formula feeding. She started to give her Good Start formula. And despite Lisa's early efforts to be there for her child, signs of instability began to surface almost immediately. Lisa's apartment, though presentable during prior visits from Child Protective Services, revealed cracks beneath its surface. A crib sat near Lisa's bed, yet it would soon become clear that Emma very rarely slept there uninterrupted. Instead, the infant often ended up on the adult bed, surrounded by hazards her mother failed to recognize or address. As for Lisa herself, her life was filled with financial hardships, emotional turmoil, and addiction. You see, she was 33. She lived paycheck to paycheck, relying heavily on friends and neighbors for basic necessities like food and transportation. Her depression, managed through prescribed Zoloft, offered little relief from the chronic anxiety that shadowed her daily existence. Even more troubling was her ongoing battle with crack cocaine, an addiction she had fought for years, achieving periods of sobriety only to relapse repeatedly. Dwayne Morrison, Emma's incarcerated father, added another layer of complexity to the household. His violent tendencies led to multiple arrests, including one shortly after Emma's birth, where he physically assaulted Lisa while she held their daughter. Though Dwayne remained behind bars during much of Emma's short life, his presence loomed large, exacerbating Lisa's fears and leaving her emotionally drained. Dwayne, of course, being the other cheek from the same arse. Now, before Emma turned 1 month old, red flags began to multiply. On December the 14th, 2012, an open protective investigation was initiated following allegations of domestic violence between Lisa and Dwayne. Investigators noted that the crib set up by Lisa's bed, they described it as presentable, but then they saw creatures and ants everywhere. Dwayne himself continued visiting despite Lisa's wishes to sever ties, exploiting loopholes in restraining orders due to his homelessness. What a fucking loser. Frustrated and overwhelmed, Lisa confided in investigators that she felt trapped, unable to protect herself or her child fully. Now, before I continue, the sentencing in this case is gonna blow your mind. There were over 11 cases sent to child services when nothing was done. So keep listening, I'll come to that at the end. There were referrals to programs like Triple P Parenting, a comprehensive course designed to equip parents with effective strategies for raising children. They went largely ignored. When offered enrollment, Lisa refused, citing logistical barriers or dismissing the program's relevance. Or, as I say, being a lazy cow. Agencies like Safety Net, tasked with providing counseling and support services, found themselves hampered by incomplete follow-ups. Communication gaps between departments meant that crucial steps outlined in protocols were overlooked, leaving Lisa without the sustained guidance she desperately needed. Now I'm going to go through the day before the death. It was actually January 16th, 2013. That's actually my birthday. The January part, not the 2013 of course. Lisa bundled Emma in warm clothes and boarded a bus bound for Dr. Sahido's office, where Emma was scheduled for a routine pediatric checkup. To the doctor, Lisa presented a facade of competence and stability. She assured them that she had ample family support and financial security, signing documents affirming safe sleep practices without intending to implement them. These assurances masked the harsh realities of their life. Lisa was alone, financially strained, and increasingly reliant on substances to cope with her mounting pressures. During the appointment, Emma appeared healthy, showing no signs of distress or illness. The pediatrician reviewed standard protocols for safe sleeping environments, emphasizing the dangers of co-sleeping and improper bedding arrangements. Lisa nodded along, seemingly attentive, yet failed to disclose critical details about her living situation. After that doctor's appointment, Lisa walked to Tamara Cox's house to collect dinner prepared by her friend. This was a sign of her circumstances. Lisa depended heavily on others for food and emotional support. As the dusk fell, she returned home with Emma, unaware that these were to be the final hours of her daughter's life. So moving on into the evening, it began with what seemed like routine activities for Lisa and Emma. After returning home from a pediatric appointment earlier that day, Lisa bathed Emma around 8:30 p.m., carefully dressing her in a pink onesie and fresh diaper. She then prepared a 4-ounce bottle of Good Start formula, feeding Emma at approximately 9 p.m. before placing her in the bassinet next to her bed. According to Lisa, this was standard practice. Emma slept in the bassinet every night, always positioned on her back, as recommended by doctors. Around 9:30 p.m., Andrew Bellamy, a married man who occasionally visited Lisa, arrived at the apartment. He was a driver for South Florida Transportation. Bellamy often stopped by when he had downtime between clients. That night, he parked his car outside and entered Lisa's home. Together, they watched television in the living room while Emma slept nearby in the bassinet. At some point, the pair moved to the bedroom where they engaged in consensual sex. Lisa, you cheeky little minx. She later admitted to investigators that she experienced her first menstrual cycle since giving birth during this encounter, which left bloody stains on her soiled bedsheets. I don't know about you, Mr. Bellamy, but I'm not Moses and I do not play with no Red Sea. Around midnight, Lisa claimed she fed Emma another 2-ounce bottle of formula, burped her, and placed her back in the bassinet. She changed Emma's diaper once more, ensuring the baby was comfortable before falling asleep herself. By all accounts, it appeared to be an ordinary night, but beneath the surface, signs of neglect and instability were mounting. As detectives pieced together the events leading up to Emma's death, inconsistencies in Lisa's statements became glaringly apparent. Initially, Lisa told investigators that she placed Emma in the bassinet between 11:30 p.m. and midnight and found her unresponsive the following morning. However, this account clashed with testimony from Tuesday Gilliam. Tuesday was a neighbor who responded to Lisa's frantic cries for help shortly after 10 a.m. According to Gilliam, she walked into Lisa's bedroom to find Emma stiff and cold, not in the bassinet but lying sideways on the bed, face up with her arms raised unnaturally above her head. Gilliam wrapped Emma in a purple blanket and placed her back in the bassinet before leaving the room. Her description, however, contradicted Lisa's insistence that Emma had remained undisturbed in the bassinet throughout the night. Under further questioning, Lisa eventually admitted that she may have moved Emma to the bed upon discovering her unresponsive. She speculated that she might have done so unconsciously in a state of panic, though she could not recall the exact sequence of events. This admission only deepened suspicions about Lisa's reliability as a witness to her own actions. A closer examination of the apartment revealed a chaotic and hazardous environment ill-suited for raising a newborn. But to reiterate, Lisa's initial claim was that she woke up the next morning and the child was unresponsive, and that's it. But as the investigators noted when they looked around the house, 2 crack pipes they saw, one located under the bathroom sink and another near the front door entrance, scattered amidst clutter and filth. And all the images that you're seeing are directly from the crime scene. Wet spots and bloodstains marred the queen-size bed, evidence of Lisa's poor hygiene and lack of attention to basic housekeeping. The disarray extended beyond mere messiness. It signaled a household teetering on the brink of collapse, or as I call it, being a lazy cow. Adding to these troubling details was the discovery of a green substance in Emma's stomach during the autopsy. While toxicology tests ultimately showed no illegal drugs or toxins in her system, the presence of this unidentified material raised questions about how Emma had been fed. Had Lisa neglected proper preparation techniques, introducing foreign substances into her formula? Or was the green residue unrelated to Emma's diet altogether? These uncertainties underscored the broader issue of inadequate care within the home. Police spoke to neighbors. Their testimonies painted a vivid picture of the chaos unfolding in Lisa's apartment throughout the night. Linda Patina and Oscar Martinez, residents of the adjacent unit, recounted hearing constant crying emanating from Lisa's side of the wall. They described prolonged periods of wailing, interspersed with loud bangs and arguing voices, creating a cacophony that made sleep nearly impossible. Patina specifically mentioned overhearing a heated argument between Lisa and an unidentified male late at night, This argument continued until 1 to 2 a.m. in the morning. The couple exchanged accusations, with the male questioning Lisa's fidelity. Another altercation erupted around 8 a.m., just hours before emergency responders arrived. Throughout these disturbances, Emma's cries pierced the air, a haunting reminder of her unmet needs. So Lisa and this male are having handbags, flapping their gums, arguing, but the child is there, bellowing and crying. And what did they do? They just continued arguing. 2 cheeks, 1 ass. Martinez corroborated Patina's account, adding that he frequently heard fighting and crying whenever he returned home from work. He expressed concern about Lisa's attentiveness as a mother, noting that Emma often cried for extended periods without intervention. These observations highlighted the persistent instability surrounding Emma's final hours, underscoring the tragic consequences of neglect. The cumulative effect of these revelations created a chilling portrait of Emma's last moments. From the conflicting narratives provided by Lisa and Tuesday Gilliam to the environmental hazards littering the apartment, each detail added layers of complexity to an already devastating case. Neighbors' accounts of constant crying and violent arguments underscored the chaotic environment in which Emma spent her brief life. Ultimately, systematic failures, personal struggles, and environmental neglect made this happen. As investigators delved deeper into the circumstances of Emma's death, it became clear that her passing was not an isolated incident. It was the culmination of years of oversight, missed opportunities, and broken promises. Could anyone have intervened in time to save her? Well, this was Lisa's version of events. So at 9:30, she wakes up on her couch, having fallen back asleep after making coffee earlier that morning. She had last checked on Emma around 7 a.m., assuming the baby was still peacefully sleeping in her bassinet. When Lisa finally entered the bedroom, she found Emma lifeless, her tiny body stiff and cold, lying on the bed rather than in the bassinet where Lisa claimed to have placed her the night before. Overcome with panic, Lisa runs outside screaming for help, barefoot and hysterical. And this is where her friend, Tuesday Gilliam, heard Lisa's cries and came to investigate. What she saw inside the apartment left no room for doubt. Emma was unresponsive, her face pale and rigid. Though Tuesday wrapped Emma in a purple blanket and placed her back in the bassinet as instructed by Lisa, it was clear the infant was already dead. Meanwhile, Tamara Cox, one of Lisa's closest friends, received a frantic call from Lisa shortly after. Distraught, Lisa told Tamara that something was terribly wrong with Emma. Tamara rushed over, bringing another friend, Lisa Boatman, with her. It's surprising. It seems like Lisa had such a troubled life, but she certainly had a support system, right? Inside the apartment, Tamara followed instructions from the 911 operator, checking for signs of life. She unbuttoned Emma's sleeper and touched her belly, finding no rise and fall of breath. Her small arm was cold and stiff, confirming what everyone feared. Emma was dead. By the time Palm Beach County Fire Rescue arrived at 10:30 a.m., there was nothing they could do. The scene was chaotic. Lisa sobbing uncontrollably, neighbors whispering about the constant crying they heard throughout the night, and the eerie silence of an infant who should have been alive. As deputies secured the area, the question was, how did this happen? So, on January the 18th, Dr. Gertrude Joost, Associate Medical Examiner for Palm Beach County, conducted an autopsy to determine the cause of Emma's death. The findings painted a grim picture of neglect and oversight. There were no signs of trauma or congenital anomalies, ruling out physical abuse or pre-existing medical conditions. Toxicology tests returned negative for illegal substances, alcohol, or toxins in Emma's system. However, liver mortis patterns revealed critical details. Bands of pallor on Emma's face indicated she had likely slept face down, her nose pressed against bedding, leading to probable positional asphyxia, a form of suffocation caused by obstructed airflow. In other words, maybe someone suffocated her to death. The doctor concluded Emma's death was, however, accidental, emphasizing the dangers of improper sleep environments. Yet lingering doubts persisted. Could co-sleeping have played a role? Was Emma moved to the bed accidentally or deliberately before being discovered? The wet spots and bloodstains on Lisa's sheets coupled with the green substance found in Emma's stomach, raised additional concerns. While the green material was ultimately deemed unrelated to toxic ingestion, its presence showed the disgusting environment in which Emma lived in. Moreover, the conflicting accounts from witnesses cast suspicion on Lisa's reliability. Neighbors, of course, were talking about arguing voices, loud bangs throughout the night. She had one man come in, he leaves, and then Dwayne comes in and is like, "What the hell are you doing?" These disturbances suggested a household ill-suited for caring for a vulnerable newborn. Had Lisa's erratic behavior and substance misuse impaired her ability to provide basic care? Detective Laurie Gunn took the lead in investigating Emma's death. She determined to uncover the truth. Her pursuit began with interviews of key figures, Lisa, neighbors, Andrew Bellamy, each providing pieces of the puzzle that refused to fit together. Lisa's shifting statements raised red flags almost immediately. Initially, she insisted Emma had been placed in the bassinet and remained undisturbed till the morning. However, when they questioned her further, she admitted she might have moved Emma to the bed upon discovering her unresponsive. This admission directly contradicted Tuesday Gilliam that is, who found Emma stiff and cold on the bed, not in the bassinet. Further inconsistencies emerged when Detective Gunn spoke with Andrew Bellamy, the married man who visited Lisa. According to Bellamy, he watched TV with Lisa while Emma slept nearby in her bassinet. He then later, during which Lisa experienced her first menstrual cycle since giving birth. I've never heard that before. That was actually in the police report. Are you saying she got her period during sex? Or as I call it, Moses in the Red Sea? What? Bellamy denied any arguments or unusual behavior, leaving investigators to wonder whether his account aligned too neatly with Lisa's desire to protect him. His involvement, though seemingly benign, highlighted the instability of Lisa's living situation and her reliance on others for financial support. Tamara Cox and Lisa Boatman provided additional insights into Lisa's character. Both described her as attentive and caring during their interactions with Emma, but they did note some inconsistencies. For example, Lisa misled her pediatrician just one day prior to Emma's death, claiming financial stability and ample family support, despite neither of them being true. These fabrications suggested a pattern of deception aimed at masking deeper issues, telling the doctor, "Oh, I'm good, the baby's fine, I'm not on drugs, I have money, I have a job, etc., etc." And as Detective Gunn pieced together the timeline, it became increasingly clear that Lisa's erratic lifestyle, marked by depression, anxiety, and substance misuse, has created a precarious environment for Emma. And with periods of being sober and engagement with local service providers, Lisa's relapses and refusal to fully participate in programs like Triple P signaled ongoing struggles. Her decision to use crack cocaine just 2 weeks before Emma's death further underscored her inability to prioritize her daughter's safety. Finally, there were missed opportunities for intervention breakdowns between multiple child agencies. Prior investigations, there were numerous red flags, allegations of domestic abuse, substance misuse, and inadequate supervision. Check this out. Between 1999 and 2012, 11 separate reports were filed involving Lisa, 4 of which resulted in verified findings for family violence. Verified, yet these warnings were largely ignored. For example, in December 2012, an open protective investigation was initiated following allegations of domestic violence between Lisa and Dwayne Morrison. Though investigators noted the presence of a crib and described the home as presentable, deeper issues, including Lisa's reluctance to obtain a restraining order against Dwayne, were not addressed. Referrals to services like Healthy Mothers were incomplete or declined altogether. Family Preservation Services and Safety Net, tasked with providing counseling and support, lacked follow-up documentation to verify engagement. Communication gaps between departments meant the crucial steps outlined in protocols were overlooked, leaving Lisa without the sustained guidance she desperately needed. And in response to all of this, ChildNet, the DCF, and all the care agencies I mentioned said, yes, we're going to implement better measures, etc., etc., etc. And of course, they do fuck all. Because, of course, these reforms represent progress, but they cannot undo what happened to Emma. So, to conclude on this case, by April the 1st, 2013, Detective Laurie Gunn had meticulously gathered all available evidence, interviews, medical records, toxicology reports, and crime scene findings to piece together the final chapter of Emma's life. Emma's death was caused by probable positional asphyxia, a form of suffocation, likely resulting from sleeping face down. Liver mortis patterns supported this conclusion, and toxicology tests returned negative for drugs in her system. And Detective Gunn faced a difficult decision. While there were overwhelming signs of neglect, no concrete evidence pointed to foul play or malicious intent. Without this proof of criminal wrongdoing, filing charges against Lisa was impossible. So then Laurie Gunn officially closed the investigation, classifying Emma's death as accidental. The lack of criminal charges is leaving you with questions. It seems Emma was put on the bed, Lisa accidentally slept on top of Emma, and Emma died. Or Emma was in the bassinet, was sleeping with her stomach down, her face down, and she suffocated. How is that even fair? Where's the justice? You've all seen so many true crime stories, and this accident can happen. But when you look at the entire context, drugs, multiple men, deceit, lies, relying on others for food, you're so broke, you're so lazy, you're so in your own cuckoo world, you need others to cook for you, and you're 33. How are you doing no jail time? Anyway, comment. Tell me what you think.
A mother convicted of murdering her newborn twins was sentenced to life in prison 9 years ago, and most thought that was the end of the road for Lindsay Lowe.
And after I pulled the bloody towel bag, I saw a deceased newborn.
I have the story of a woman so stupid you'll question her entire existence.
Lindsay Lowe stood trial in 2013 accused of smothering her newborn twins to death after giving birth in the bathroom of her Sumner County home.
I'm going to tell you this story and wait till the very end on my analysis on why this happened. The parents of Lindsay Brooke Lowe discovered the body of one of her newborn twins in the laundry basket in her bedroom. A second deceased newborn was also found in the basket. See, Lindsay became pregnant after having sexual contact with a man who was not her fiancé. She hid the pregnancy because of a fear of its social consequences, and that she suffocated her children to keep her family from discovering the birth. Lindsay claimed she became pregnant after being sexually assaulted. She said that she did not, due to a pre-existing mental defect, realize that she was pregnant at any time during the pregnancy. Now, of course, I'm a man. I've never been pregnant. How do you not realize you are pregnant? Is that a fair question? That giving birth unassisted affected Lindsay's mental state and physical capabilities, and that the deaths of the children were not intentional or premeditated. But before we get into the story, let's take a look at her history. She grew up in Hendersonville, Tennessee, and lived with her mother, father, and younger sister. She attended a private religious school and was involved in numerous activities such as swimming and dance. She was close with her family and was always well behaved. And in 2005, while Lindsay was away at college, her mother, who had previously run the home in addition to working, developed a benign brain tumor the size of an orange. After surgery, Lindsay's mother underwent a change in her personality. She was no longer able to plan, clean, organize, or make financial decisions, and she experienced emotional highs and lows. Lindsay tried to fill her mother's place by cleaning, getting groceries, and doing other domestic tasks when she came home from college on the weekends. A noble endeavor, you could say. Lindsay had become engaged to Jonathan Brooks at college, but after she graduated in 2008, she moved into her parents' house to assist her mother. Lindsay remained engaged to her fiancé, but the two lived in separate cities both before and after his graduation in 2009. Then the mother of Lindsay's fiancé became ill, and the relationship between Lindsay and her fiancé gradually became more distant. Around April or May 2010, Lindsay met Jeremy Smith through her cousin's husband. Mr. Smith began to send text messages to Lindsay. He went on 3 dates with Lindsay, had sex with her each time, and used protection only on the first 2 occasions. Remember, she still had a fiancé. Cheeky little minx. He tried to call her again after the 3rd date, but she did not return his call. Mr. Smith testified that there were several twins in his family and that he himself was a twin. He acknowledged that he had told Lindsay he wanted to marry her and wanted her to have his children before they ever went on a date and while he had a girlfriend. He denied that Lindsay had told him that she did not want to have sex or that he forced her to have sex with him. So both of them are cheating. And it seems he fell in love with her quite quickly. Bit too quick if you ask me. He acknowledged that he actually called her 4 times after their last meeting in early January 2011, but she would not return his call. In late November 2010, Lindsay and Mr. Smith exchanged numerous flirtatious text messages. In one series of messages, Lindsay asked Mr. Smith to join her at a restaurant and bar. When he responded that he was with his girlfriend, she asked him, "Well then why did you ask me to marry you?" Fair question. Mr. Smith responded, "Because I want to marry you. I want you to be the mother of my kids." The two exchanged messages, apparently attempting to arrange a meeting around December 22nd, 2010. Lindsay became pregnant by Mr. Smith and she was carrying twins. However, she did not tell anyone about her pregnancy. Lindsay's father testified that he never knew or suspected that she was pregnant, despite the fact that it was not unusual for the family to go into Lindsay's room. Lindsay's sister likewise testified that she never knew or suspected that her sister was pregnant. Even when she was carrying twins in her 9th month, she never heard anyone speculate that Lindsay was pregnant. Lindsay herself had been unable to find work in her field after graduating in 2008, so at some point in the summer of 2011, Lindsay obtained work doing billing and insurance claims at a dental office. In August, she was transferred to a branch closer to her home. Terry Farrell, who worked with the Lindsays at the new location, testified that she never suspected Lindsay was pregnant. Michelle Steinbach, Lindsay's supervisor, also did not know or suspect that she was pregnant. She testified that no one at work knew or suspected the pregnancy. Lindsay then went to work on Monday the 12th. She exchanged a series of text messages with her sister about going to a concert with her fiancé and about a trip they planned to take together and with Miss McFadden. That evening, Lindsay's family believed that Lindsay had a stomach virus. Lindsay stayed in the bathroom she shared with her sister, and Lindsay's mother went to the door 3 times to check on her. In fact, she even went to the bathroom with Lindsay's father on one occasion, just to check, is she okay? Lindsay told them that she was fine, but sick. But the parents were like, okay, that's fine, because as a child, she had always asked to be left alone when sick, so her parents did not think it's unusual. Lindsay's sister had stayed in her own room and was not aware that Lindsay was ill until her parents told her. At around 10:39 p.m., Lindsay sent a text message to her sister and said, "Let me know if you need anything, love you, good night." Now, at some point during the night, Lindsay gave birth to twins in the bathroom. On Tuesday, September the 13th, 2011, at 6:03 a.m., Lindsay sent a text message to a co-worker asking for the phone number of Mrs. Steinbach, her supervisor. Lindsay then sent Miss Steinbach a text message identifying herself and saying that she had been up sick all night and was not well. She told Miss Steinbach that she could not come to work but would be at work the following day. Early in the morning, after the births, Lindsay's sister used their shared bathroom. She did not notice anything unusual about the bathroom. Lindsay's sister got her some jello and crackers from the store on her way home from work later that evening. During the day of September the 13th, 2011, Lindsay sent several text messages. She sent her fiancé a text message around noon telling him that she loved him. She sent some text messages to a friend, Rachel Hawkins, who was pregnant and due to deliver in early September. Miss Hawkins told Lindsay she would be induced the following week if the baby had not arrived. Lindsay responded, "Oh, I'm sorry, but I've been thinking about you. Hopefully she will get here before Monday." The next day, Lindsay left for work in the billing department of the dental office. At 8:02 a.m., she sent her father a text message telling him in the billing accounts she had just come across a man who shared a name with one of her father's relatives. She also sent a text message to her fiancé at 8:35 a.m. regarding information on the cabin they intended to rent for their trip. Lindsay's father testified that Lindsay's sister had left for work and that his wife was upstairs. Then, Lindsay's father heard his wife shout out his name. In a panicked voice, she told him that there was a newborn child in Lindsay's room. Lindsay's father looked at the child and spent about 15 minutes unable to do anything due to shock. He then called a friend of his father's who was an attorney, and this man told him to call his pastor. He called the pastor, but the pastor advised him to call the authorities. Lindsay's parents did not go upstairs again. Now, Randy Tope testified that he was the one answering calls with the Hendersonville Police Department dispatch on September the 14th, 2011, when he received a telephone call which was played for the jury from Lindsay's father around 8:30 to 8:35 a.m. Lindsay's father stated, "My daughter has gone to work, but apparently she has had a child in her room and it's not living." Mr. Tope dispatched the police department, fire department and emergency medical personnel. Officer Jeremy Fentress was the first on the scene. He testified that Lindsay's father told him that his 25-year-old daughter had been sick and that his wife went to clean his daughter's room that morning. They had found a deceased newborn in a laundry basket by the bed. Officer Fentress checked on the infant who was under a sheet and bloody towel and found him cold to the touch and not breathing. Barbara Jones, a paramedic, arrived on the scene and examined the infant who was obviously deceased. She touched the infant's arm and found no rigor mortis. Miss Jones testified that it would take 12 hours to reach full rigor and about 12 to come out again. Miss Jones testified that there was fecal matter on the towel, but that the fecal matter could have drained out the muscles relaxed after death. She testified that there was no meconium stain on the baby, which can be an indicator of fetal distress. The baby appeared to be full term and she estimated he weighed 5 pounds. Law enforcement officers all testified that Lindsay's mother and father were very cooperative. Detective Sergeant Jim Vaughn testified that he arrived on the scene shortly before 9 a.m. and assigned Detective Malak to interview Lindsay. Lindsay's father testified that he told Detective Malak where Lindsay was and that he was concerned for her health because her blood type was Rh negative. He asked Detective Malak to take her to a hospital. He also asked the detective if he could have an attorney present while the police talked to Lindsay, and the detective said she was too old. Detective James Garrett was taking written statements from Lindsay's parents while Detective Malak was interviewing Lindsay at the police station. Detective Garrett testified that he received a communication from an officer at the station that there was a second baby in the home. Although the search warrant had not been obtained, Detectives Vaughn, Garrett and Fentress went upstairs to check on the welfare of the second baby. Detective Garrett removed the sheet and towel from the basket and put them on the bed, intending to lay the first baby there. However, he discovered that the first baby's umbilical cord was attached to something in the basket. So Officer Fentress held the baby while Officer Garrett removed some items from the basket and discovered the second baby and the placenta. The second baby had the umbilical cord lying across his neck and shoulder, but the cord was not wrapped around the baby's neck. After determining that the second child was deceased, they replaced the babies in the basket. Officer Fentress acknowledged that his report stated that the second baby was significantly smaller than the first and appeared to be only 3 or 4 pounds. Detective Garrett brought the basket out to an emergency vehicle backed up to the door, and he attached tags to the baby's ankles to distinguish them. The baby who had been discovered first was tagged Baby Low 1 and the other was tagged Baby Low 2. The officers all testified that Lindsay's home did not contain any baby items or any supplies for taking care of a newborn. Detective David Harrell prepared the search warrant for Lindsay's home and executed it. Detective Harrell testified that he saw no blood in the bathroom. Testing indicated that there was blood or biological material on the bathroom floor covering the toilet and on a patch of carpet in Lindsay's bedroom. In the closet of Lindsay's bedroom, Detective Harrell found numerous blood towels and sheets, several pairs of bloody underwear and pajama pants, and a bloody shirt. He also found a Kendall Curity maternity pads package for 12 pads in a trash bag in Lindsay's room. Now, an autopsy was performed in an attempt to determine the manner of death of the twins. Dr. Brent Davis, a forensic pathologist, testified that the gestational age of baby number 1 was 40 weeks, that the baby weighed 6.5 pounds, and that he suffered from no abnormalities. The second baby had the same weight, gestational age, and absence of birth defects. Both babies had a subgaleal hemorrhage, which is a minor injury common in vaginal birth. Dr. Davies testified that if a baby were to die in utero or were born deceased, the lungs would not be aerated and would not float. The lungs of both babies floated and were aerated when examined under a microscope. Dr. Davies testified this meant that both children were born alive. The second baby had the umbilical cord around his neck. However, Dr. Davies testified that he examined the neck tissue and found no indentation or hemorrhage in the neck muscles, indicating that the baby was not strangled by the umbilical cord. Dr. Davies' report concluded that the babies were victims of homicide and that the manner of death was smothering. Dr. Davis also, however, testified that smothering comes down to a documentation to a lack of injuries. He elaborated that a conclusion that a baby was smothered was typically based on scene investigation and the absence of another obvious cause of death. He acknowledged that he relied heavily on the information given by law enforcement. He also testified that the placenta, if delivered on top of the babies in a toilet bowl, could suffocate one or both. He stated it was possible that one baby delivered on another could suffocate the first baby. Dr. Davis testified that newborns typically cannot regulate their body temperature well, and that hypothermia could kill a newborn, particularly in water, in a matter of minutes to hours. He stated that hypothermia would also leave an absence of physical findings, and that a baby who died of hypothermia would look the same as one who died of smothering. He also acknowledged that a mother who delivered without medical attention could lose consciousness, particularly in suffering blood loss, that she might not be able to tend the babies, and that they could die of exposures as a result. Then Dr. Michael Baird testified that the twins were fraternal and that the genetic testing indicated that Jeremy Smith was the father of both. Lindsay's fiance Brooks was excluded as the father. The state introduced the testimony of Detective Malak and Lindsay's video recorded statement as evidence that she had intentionally killed her newborns. Lindsay's attorneys introduced the testimony of Dr. William D. Kenner and Pamela Orbill to establish that Lindsay did not realize she was pregnant and that she suffered from mental defects and hypovolemic shock at the time of the births, rendering her incapable of forming the intent to commit the crimes. During the interview, Lindsay told Detective Malak that she knew she was pregnant. She said probably almost the whole time, because she was not menstruating and was feeling different. She noticed she gained weight and began lactating shortly before the birth. She at first told Detective Malak that her fiancé was the father, but later told the detective that she cheated on him with Jeremy Smith. As I said before, cheeky minx. She had intercourse with Mr. Smith twice, once at the end of December and once in early January, and that Mr. Smith did not use protection. She had not told anyone she was pregnant because she was just scared of what her family would think, and she did not want her family or fiancé to be disappointed. She also did not want to risk losing her fiancé. She told Detective Malak that she was gone to a wedding from Thursday to Sunday. She stated that her stomach was hurting on Monday, but she went to work. She did not eat dinner and began to have intense back pain around 6:30 p.m. She had a bowel movement around 9:30 to 10 p.m. Shortly after 10 p.m., she thought she was going to have a bowel movement and instead gave birth on the toilet. Lindsay said that the baby landed in the toilet and that she lay down on the floor shaking. During the interview, she stated that the baby cried for less than a minute and she denied touching the baby. She did not see if the baby was submerged. At this point, Lindsay told Detective Malak that there were 2 babies and that the second one was also in the laundry basket. Detective Malak left the room to get a tissue, but also alerted another officer that law enforcement should check on the welfare of the second baby. Lindsay initially stated that the second baby was born 5 minutes after the first and never cried. She told Detective Malak that she got off the floor, delivered the second baby and placenta into the toilet bowl and then lay back on the floor. She raised the possibility that the second baby might have bumped into the first one as it was born. Lindsay stated that both babies were alive when they were born. She said she never looked at them and did not know what sex they were or if they were moving. Lindsay said she lay on the floor for about an hour and could not move. She told Detective Malak that her family came to the door 2 or 3 times after she had delivered the babies, but she told them that she was ill and did not need anything. She explained that around 3 or 4 a.m. Tuesday morning, she used a towel to retrieve the children and put them in the basket. She then cleaned up the bathroom and washed herself. She moved from the bathroom floor to the bedroom floor and finally got into bed. At 6:30, she heard her sister getting ready and her sister asked how she was. Lindsay told Detective Malak that she could not move and stayed in bed until noon, at which time she moved to the couch. She did not check on the babies and she put the clothes she had worn into the closet. She moved to a different couch later in the day and then she went to bed. The next day, she went to work. She stated that she had no plan for what to do with the deceased children. Lindsay told Detective Malak that although her mother sometimes did laundry for her, she did not think her parents would find the children. So, on April 26, 2013, Lindsay Lowe was convicted of felony murder, premeditated murder, and aggravated child abuse. The murder charges carried a life sentence. She was sentenced to 51 years in prison. And let me go back to what I said in the beginning. This crime happened because she cared way too much about what people think. I don't know if she was materialistic, I don't know if she was a vain person, but that's why this crime happened. Shame, embarrassment, whatever you want to call it, cheated on her fiance, sex out of wedlock, whatever you want to call it. Never underestimate the power of being fucking stupid. That's all this was. This was not a woman who was mentally ill. This was just a fucking moron. You know, I have a friend, in fact I have a couple of friends, right, who in a similar situation where they had sex outside of wedlock with like a white girl, you know, different culture, and they were too embarrassed to tell their parents because they got her pregnant. What do you do in that situation? You know what you do? You just be honest. And that's what they did. And eventually it's worked out. What you don't do is murder the children. Sometimes the decision making of other people will never make sense. Which is why I've learned in life, don't even bother trying to find out why. Anyway, comment. Tell me what you think. Lance Briggs and his future wife, Ray Dawn Smith, they went to Meeker High School together in Oklahoma. He played football. She was on the pom-pom squad. She was a homecoming queen candidate. Lance was her escort. They began dating after high school. Now, a judge married them on the porch of her parents' house on July the 15th, 2000. Ray wore a white satin dress, and everyone just kind of melted in the heat. But they had a terrible marriage for 2 years. They both drank. They both partied too much. They did all the wrong things. Ray herself worked jobs, working with the elderly and in manufacturing. She was also attending classes at Seminole State College. Lance and Ray were divorced prior to their daughter's birth. She was born on December the 28th, 2002. Her name and the victim of this story is Kelsey. But to clear up questions of paternity, a DNA test was performed. The test results received in April 2003 established that Lance Briggs was indeed Kelsey's father. I'll come back to that later. Soon thereafter, he began exercising regular visitation with Kelsey. Now, the testimony of Lance and members of his family established that he was involved and a loving father. But I will tell you now how they portrayed Lance to be a loving father. Then I'll read out the court transcripts who tell you who he really was. Check this out. See, Lance enjoyed spending time with Kelsey, and she enjoyed spending time with him. He was a hands-on parent who readily provided direct care for Kelsey, such as feeding her, changing her diapers, playing with her, and reading to her. Lance encouraged a relationship between Kelsey and her extended family, and they enjoyed together time with grandparents, aunts, and cousins. When Lance was remarried, his new wife fully accepted Kelsey and was a loving and involved stepmother. In the summer of 2004, Lance, a member of the US Reserves, was called to active duty service. He began pre-deployment in September 2004 and eventually deployed to Iraq. It was his desire that his wife and his parents exercise visitation with Kelsey while he was away from Oklahoma, and with court intervention, they were able to do so. Lance did not permanently return to Oklahoma until October of that year. Now, that's how they portrayed him, a loving father, and his wife loved the child too. But this is actually who he was. Listen to this. Now, when Lance and Ray were engaged, they moved into a house that Ray bought for them. After they moved in, Ray discovered Lance's drug addiction. This was the beginning of the abuse. One day, Ray and her sister Rochelle, who was 14 at the time, were sitting on the porch of Ray's house laughing and joking. Lance came out, grabbed Ray by the arm, dragged her into the house, slammed the door, and locked Rochelle out. She went to the window and saw Ray flat on her back on the floor with Lance on top, sitting on her thighs to keep her from and pinning her arms to her sides with his knees, and he started to abuse her. Rochelle ran from door to door to get help, and when Lance heard the police sirens, he ran away. Now, shortly before the wedding, Lance had one of his drug buddies at the house, and something set him off, and he abused Ray in the stomach. The friend left, and Lance forced Ray, who was in unbearable pain, to go to the movies with him. She sat through this movie, afraid to cry out of fear. When they got home, she went into the bathroom and called her mother. Her mother went to the house, took Ray and Lance to the hospital, where Ray, who was pregnant at the time, lost the baby. She then got depressed and started using drugs with Lance. Now, in February or March of 2002, she went to walk her dog. The city was having a yard sale and everybody was there. When Ray went to walk her dog, she saw her dad. She knew she could not let him see her. This is because she had black eyes and some of her hair had been pulled out by Lance. She took another route to walk her dog to avoid her dad. She knew then that she had to leave Lance. In March 2002, she did just that. She threw him out. She then started dating a guy named Jason. The last week of March, Lance broke into the house and messed things up. He also left a threatening message for Ray. He said, "You want to play games? We can play games. You decide." And then, out of fear, she went back to him and broke up with Jason. Finally, in May, she and Lance were planning on going out with friends, so she got McDonald's for dinner. Lance asked her to supersize his meal. When he saw she forgot, he threw her against the wall and tried to strangle her with his forearm. She got away and ran to get to a phone when her maternal grandmother saw her and took her to a phone. They went back to the house and found that Lance was gone. Ray then called the police and made a report, and they found Lance at the laundromat. He was arrested, and Ray filed for a divorce this time. The divorce was finalized in July, but then she found out she was pregnant again. And this is what led to the confusion of the father of Kelsey that I mentioned in the beginning. The DNA test. Was the father Lance or was the father Jason? Now, for the first couple of years of Kelsey's life, she appeared to be healthy and happy in Ray's care, and their relationship was good. In April 2003, when she was 4 months old, Kelsey saw her paternal family for the first time. After that, they saw her regularly. In August 2004, Ray and Kelsey moved out of Ray's mom's home and into an apartment. When Ray would work, Kelsey would be in daycare. That same month, Lance enlisted in the army. He left Oklahoma, and both Kathy and Ashlee were given his visitation. Katie was Lance's mom, and Ashlee was his fiancée. Ray and Katie had worked on a verbal schedule on visitation. By the way, Katie the mother is a real piece of work. I'll come back to her later. Now in October, Ray met and started dating a man named Michael Lee Porter. He had 2 children of his own. He had a 7-year-old named Whitney and a 2-year-old called Michael, but everyone called him Bubby. Between the time Katie was visiting Kelsey and Ray meeting and dating Mike, bruises started to appear on Kelsey. Julie Sebastian, the lady who ran the daycare where Kelsey went, would notice that every Monday Kelsey would come to the daycare with bruises and she would sleep till noon. Julie would call Ray and ask if she knew what was going on. Ray claimed she had no idea. Then, on January the 14th, 2005, in the middle of the night when everyone was asleep, Kelsey, who was in the early stages of potty training, tried to climb out of her crib. She slipped while climbing out and fell on a toy slide in the room and screamed. They took her to the emergency room and she was diagnosed with a broken collarbone. And the most common broken bone in a child Kelsey's age is the broken collarbone. They put a brace on her and sent her on her way. Then, about 10 at night, Ashlee, the fiancée of Lance, put Kelsey in the bath and saw bruises and lesions on Kelsey's bottom. She and Katie took Kelsey to the emergency room and Katie immediately claimed Ray had abused Kelsey. The child services was told about it and it was investigated, but it was found to be an accident. However, Katie was claiming Ray abused Kelsey, so they investigated again and removed Kelsey from Ray's custody. So you can see the tension now between Kelsey's grandmother Katie and Ray. Katie filed for an emergency guardianship and it was granted. Ray went to the child services and asked them what she had to do to get Kelsey back. They told her she has to get everything done. This included parenting classes, 6-week domestic violence class, anger management class, domestic violence inventory test, and to do several more evaluations. And it makes you think, if Ray agreed to all of this, then she must have really been abusing the child. Again, the details of that are coming. They are staggering. Keep listening. Now eventually Kelsey herself became lethargic and started losing weight. Continuing, in January 2005, Kelsey began to show more signs of abuse. At this point, she went back to her mother's house after Ray regained custody. She also had her stepfather, Michael Porter, whom she referred to as Daddy Mike. At this moment, her injuries included a broken collarbone, as mentioned, a broken leg, and multiple bruises and scrapes on her face. On January 17, 2005, the Child Services first confirmed abuse against Kelsey's mother after Kelsey had been taken to the ER room. This is again when they observed the bruises on the lower back, buttocks, and thighs. In April 2005, both of her legs were broken. Medical examiners concluded that these were spinal fractures in different stages of healing and were definitely the result of abuse. Broken legs. Who does that to a child? And after this incident, Kelsey again was taken into the state's custody. By the end of her life, Kelsey had been bounced back and forth, staying with so many different people. And finally, she ended up back with her mother and stepfather. Now on October the 11th, 2005, Kelsey's father was about to come home from Iraq. Kelsey that day had been put down for a nap by her mother. Ray then left to go pick up her other daughter, leaving Kelsey in the care of Michael Porter. By the time Ray came home, the ambulances were already there. Ray learned that her daughter had been taken to hospital. Kelsey died shortly after getting to the hospital, and her cause of death was classified as blunt force trauma to the abdomen, meaning that someone had abused her so hard in the stomach it literally killed her. And Lance himself learned all of this over the phone just as he landed back in America. He had been excited to come home and see his little girl. He even bought her a stuffed camel, but instead of giving her a gift, he had to organize a funeral for her. Kelsey had 2 funerals, one for the Smith family, Ray's family, and one for the Briggs family, which was Lance's family. So now I'm going to come on to more details of what actually happened to her in terms of the abuse. But let me start with the mother. You see, when Kelsey was born, Katie was the one that pushed for this paternity test. Lance, in fact, didn't want anything to do with Kelsey. He didn't even want to do the test at that time. Lance didn't want custody. He didn't show up for any of the hearings. In fact, Lance told others that he wanted to move on with his life. He was hoping that the baby would not turn out to be his. And the point that I'm making here is that the grandmother, Katie, did everything she could to make Ray's life difficult. Ray is not exempt from any blame here. She's not innocent in this, but the mother Katie certainly did not like her. Now we come on to the list of injuries that the medical examiner listed. Are you ready for this? So, on January the 8th, 2005, she has a broken collarbone. The next day, Katie finds a number of different colors of bruises on her face, arms, back and legs. On January the 10th, Kelsey went to the hospital with a broken collarbone. The medical team also found bruises on her butt, back and thighs. Ray explained that the injuries were due to her falling off the crib. On January the 14th, Lance and his wife took Kelsey to the emergency room with the side of her face which was heavily bruised. On January the 17th, a report was taken by the Child Services twice in one day after Ray left Kelsey with her mother overnight. On January the 24th, the judge awarded custody of Kelsey to Katie Briggs. Even more than that, Ray was given an order to take parenting classes. On February the 3rd, Ray admits to spanking Kelsey on the diaper. On February the 4th, the judge leaves Kelsey in the custody of the Briggs family. He does allow visitation for Ray. Two officers state that they did not believe it was child abuse. On February the 10th, Ray gave conflicting stories and denied the bruises to the Child Services. On February the 11th, Ray received supervised visitation with Kelsey each weekend. On March the 11th, the Child Services reviewed Ray's custody and determined that she could see Kelsey unsupervised, but Michael Porter was not allowed. On March the 31st, Ray contacted the Child Services about the hair loss. It should be noted that from March the 11th through April, there is a lot of back and forth between Katie, Lance, and the Child Services. On April the 5th, Lance himself spoke with the Child Services and indicated his concerns about Kelsey's bruises. He also indicated that he was not a fan of supervised visitation with Ray. Sometime in April, Kelsey went to the emergency room. This is where they discovered her broken legs, or spiral fractures. This is when the staff considered this to be a textbook case of child abuse. In fact, when they tried talking to Kelsey at the time and they asked her if she had been abused, she said yes. When they asked her who, she didn't say anything. According to Katie, when the police spoke to her, these injuries happened while Kelsey was on a non-supervised visit with her mother Ray. Ray said it was when she was with her grandparents, as in Lance's parents. And in between all of this, Michael Porter and Ray get married. But then, Kelsey's issues started to get worse. She started losing her hair and she stopped eating. Kelsey also started to show odd behavior, such as biting, bruising, and scratching other people. She started picking her fingernails and toenails. In fact, one toenail was missing when she died. It's unclear why Kelsey seemed to act differently when Katie was around. It's also been suggested that Kelsey tended to be lethargic and asleep during most visits. After this case was resolved, Judge Craig Key wrote a book about the systemic problems in the case. He said, although she was in protective custody, it was apparent that Kelsey wasn't adjusting to being in the Briggs house. A red flag was raised when her hair began to fall out in clumps. In fact, it fell out so much there was a big bald spot on the back of her head the side of a baseball. The judge in the trial, Craig Smith, indicated that he was unsure who abused Kelsey, but later we would learn that Michael Porter sexually abused Kelsey to the extent that she had torn. Since the judge couldn't determine the abuse, he returned Kelsey to her mother, but then Michael Porter's daughter witnessed Kelsey's abuse. According to transcripts, she said that her father abused Kelsey to the point that she vomited. A witness in the case said Michael was nice to Kelsey when others were around. Now in June 2005, Katie gave up her right to supervised visitation, and Katie did not see Kelsey again until after August. Even in August, a car accident further hurt Kelsey 2 months after returning to her mother Ray. Less than 2 months later, Kelsey was then dead. And in January 2007, the state of Oklahoma charged Michael Lee Porter with sexual assault and first-degree murder of Kelsey Briggs. The investigators also found child pornography on Mr. Porter's computer. At that time, Ray was scheduled to testify against her husband. Ray was also under investigation for the murder of Kelsey. The charges against Ray consisted of enabling child abuse of Kelsey. Prior to the trial, the defense had Kelsey's body exhumed for a second autopsy by a private physician. Again, it was concluded that Kelsey's injuries consisted of sexual assault. And this is because Michael confessed to everything that happened and all the abuse he laid onto Kelsey. Both Michael Porter and Ray Briggs were charged with the death of Kelsey. Although Michaels was charged with sexual assault and first-degree murder, due to a plea agreement, he was found guilty of a lesser charge, enabling child abuse. Michael was sentenced to 30 years in prison. During the trial, Michael testified that he witnessed Ray doing all the abuse. He listed 3 separate incidents, one of which she allegedly abused Kelsey in the stomach. Ray herself was convicted of enabling child abuse and sentenced to 27 years in prison. They denied her appeal. Now, to conclude on this story, I just want to read something out to you. More injuries. So, the child Kelsey had a broken collarbone, bruising and abrasions, bruising on the nose and knees, sprained ankle and bruising to both thighs and her ribcage. She refused to walk. She had bruising on her nose and eyebrows. She has a bruise on the left side of her forehead and a reddened area of her eye. She also had bruises on the left hip, left cheek, on the jaw. She had red spots in her eyes, rub burns in her eyes. Who the hell were these people? This case is sickening. This child wasn't abused, she was tortured. Plea agreement? How dare you? Throw away the keys, never ever let them out. Thank you for watching.
Eyewitness News 5's Jessica Holloway continues our live team coverage. Jessica, we were both there. We did not expect to see Kelsey Briggs' family there today. What did they tell you?
Well, you know, we're talking about 2-year-old Kelsey Briggs. She died from blunt force trauma to the abdomen, and today her family was there. They want to prevent what happened to her from happening to any other child.
We have been wanting to meet with them, so I'm real excited that we were able to come to the conference today to raise our questions and be educated on what they were going to do.
Losing Kelsey Briggs to child abuse is just the tip of the iceberg for Sherry Heath's family.
We're here today because we're concerned about the Department of Human Services.
They've been through a lot. They came today to share insight about our child welfare system.
Because it is a problem. We do know that there's problems, but a lot of the problems are breakdown of family and communication.
Their daughter, Raydon Smith, is behind bars. 27 years, no right to appeal. She's accused of allowing her husband, Michael Porter, to sexually and physically abuse Kelsey. Their caseworker resigned. Their daughter behind bars. But the Briggs family thinks it's not so cut and dry.
The fingers have been pointing at the workers, and they're very fearful.
Kelsey will never come back, but this family says they can tell the state firsthand the good and bad about dealing with DHS.
We would like to sit down with them and just talk. Just talk about our concerns, about what we saw, our experience. Maybe they can learn for future children in our state.
And after the news conference, Speaker Steele shook hands with those family members. He says he's willing to listen to the Briggs family or anyone who's willing to offer advice. Reporting live from the Capitol tonight, Jessica Holloway, Eyewitness News 5.
Okay, Jessica. Now, this newly created team is going to meet tonight. A special meeting. It's with those frontline DHS workers, but that meeting is closed to the media and to the public.
It has been 3 years now since Raydon Smith was found guilty of enabling the abuse that killed her 2-year-old daughter, Kelsey Briggs. Now she will get a shot at a new trial. 2 News reporter Casey Roebuck just spoke with Kelsey's dad, and she joins us now with more.
Well, Smith's defense attorney claims a juror in her 2007 trial researched Kelsey's murder online. Based on that, an appeals court is allowing Smith to request a second trial. Kelsey's father prays that won't happen.
As soon as I get done thinking of the happy times, reality hits me.
On September the 21st, 2004, a child protective worker made a home visit to the residence of Melissa Lucio. At this time, the home was found to be unsafe for children. Ants were seen crawling on the floor and mattress where the newborn baby Mariah was sleeping. There was a fan in the window that had no cover, leaving the blades exposed. Inside the refrigerator, there was only a rotten head of lettuce, a carton of eggs, and a plastic container of mayonnaise. The refrigerator had an odor of spoiled food. Ew. The pantry contained one small can of corn, a box of salt, sauce, a small box of infant mixed cereal, and empty condiment containers. There was a strong odor of urine throughout the house. Yes, this house for children smelled like piss. What? You see, today I have the case of Melissa Lucio and the death of her child, Mariah. I'm going to tell you two sides of this story. You have the guilty and the innocent. So let's start with the guilty. You see, on the same day that the child services visited the home, they observed Robert. He was a 4-year-old with a dime-sized bruise on his stomach, an old scratch on his stomach that was about 3 inches long, and insect bites on his arms and legs. He was also observed to have had 2 staples on his head, reportedly from an injury he sustained from falling on the bed. You had Gabrielle, who was 3 years old. He was observed with a bite mark the size of 2 quarters on his left shoulder. You gotta ask, who the hell is biting these children? He had multiple scratches on his face and multiple insect bites on his arms and legs. You had Adriana, who was 2 years old. She was observed with a 1-inch linear scab on the top of her head and multiple insect bites on her back, arms and legs. Her body was very dirty, with dried feces on her genital areas. Sarah was a 1-year-old, and she was observed to have a 1/2-inch cold sore on the bottom of her lip and multiple, yes, multiple insect bites on her arms, legs and body. How are there so many insects in this house? What the hell is going on? Sarah also had an open circular mark on the right side of her leg that appeared to be infected with pus. She was observed to be wearing neither underwear nor a diaper. Her body was very dirty with dried feces on her areas. Then you had Mariah, who's the victim in this story. She was observed to have tremors every once in a while. And remember, what I'm describing to you is not the crime scene or the time of the murder. This is the house in general. Mariah was also observed to have a small light green bruise on her right foot. No other visible marks were seen. All of the children appeared as if they had not been bathed. Their hair appeared to be matted and dirty. Their bodies appeared to be dirty, and all of the children had a strong body odor. Who are these adults living like this? These poor children. And by the way, last I checked, when I had a bruise, it's purple. Since when are they green? So let me tell you now about their mother, Melissa Elizabeth Lucio. She was born in June 1969. She had previously been married and had several other children during this marriage. She actually had 12 children in total at the time of Mariah's death on February the 17th, 2007. 2-year-old Mariah was the youngest of the children. It's not clear whether her husband, Robert Alvarez, was the biological father of Mariah, although Child Protective Services records indicate that he was. In fact, you know what's even more insane? Melissa herself, she gave birth to twins in October 2007 while she was incarcerated for this offense in jail. The story I'm about to tell you, she gave birth while she was in jail, ready to be prosecuted. What? Now, on February 17th, 2007, at 7 p.m., this was a Saturday, paramedics were dispatched to an apartment where Melissa lived with 9 of her children and Robert Alvarez, who was the father of at least 7 of these children. One of the paramedics testified that when the paramedics entered the apartment, they found Mariah unattended and lying on her back in the middle of the floor, not breathing and with no pulse. The paramedics observed that Melissa's distant and not overly distressed behavior was so far out of the ordinary that Melissa told police and paramedics at the scene that Mariah had fallen down the stairs. Mariah was transported to a hospital emergency room where she was pronounced dead. The condition of Mariah's body indicated she had been severely abused. There were bruises in various stages of healing covering her body. There were bite marks on her back. One of her arms had been broken, probably about 2 to 7 weeks before her death. And she was missing portions of her hair where it had been pulled out by the roots. Now, you guys have watched many crime stories, right? How often do you hear people say she's missing portions of her hair? Huh? The emergency room physician testified that this was the absolute worst case of child abuse that he had seen in his 30 years of practice. Certainly wasn't mincing his words. He also testified that his emergency room visual and manual inspection of Mariah indicated no apparent signs of a head injury. The chief forensic pathologist who conducted Mariah's autopsy testified that Mariah's cause of death was blunt force head trauma, which would have occurred within 24 hours prior to her death, and it would have been immediately apparent that Mariah was in distress and in need of medical attention. You see, the pathologist testified that Mariah suffered multiple contusions to her head area, and that blunt force head trauma basically means struck about the head with something like an object, a hand, or maybe she was The pathologist testified that these injuries would not have been caused by falling down the stairs, and this was the most severe case he'd seen. But this is where the waters get a little muddy. You see, on that night, several investigators questioned Melissa for about 5 hours, beginning at 10 p.m. Melissa initially told the police that Mariah had fallen down the stairs, and for about 3 hours she denied any knowledge of how Mariah became so badly bruised and suggested that her older children could have been responsible. Now, Texas Ranger Escalon, he began to question Melissa about 2.5 hours into the interrogation. Escalon said at the trial that while he observed her investigators questioning her, he could tell from Melissa's demeanor that she was tired, but she was hiding the truth. He testified that Melissa began to open up with him after about 20 minutes of questioning, specifically with him. You see, Melissa's recorded statement reflects that she told Escalon that she only had been striking Mariah since December 2006. Melissa stated that Robert Alvarez never did this to Mariah, and that Alvarez was unaware of most of the bruises on Mariah's body. Melissa also stated that none of the other children did this to Mariah, and no one except Melissa Mariah. Melissa also stated that Mariah had been in her care for at least the previous 3 days. The jury also saw Melissa on the videotape demonstrate with a doll how she abused Mariah. Melissa also stated that she would strike Mariah when she got mad. Melissa also described how she pinched Mariah's private area and how she would sometimes grab and squeeze Mariah's arm. I know, you're sick and pissed off already, but in a court of law, how damning is this? You see, Melissa described how she bit Mariah twice on the back and different times about 2 weeks before Mariah's death. Melissa said that on one occasion she bit Mariah on the back for no reason while she was combing Mariah's hair. She said in court, "I just did it." Melissa stated that Mariah was sick on the day that she died, but that she was afraid to take Mariah to the doctor because of all the bruises on her. Melissa also stated that Mariah would not eat and that her breathing was heavy. In fact, Mariah slept all day on February 17th, and she would lock her teeth together when Melissa would try to feed her. This was consistent with blunt force head trauma symptoms that the pathologist described. Now, of course, in the trial, the prosecutor will try and portray the criminal in as bad a light as possible. You've all seen it. But it was revealed that Melissa committed several disciplinary violations in the county jail. In fact, in jail, this crackpot, she was fighting and having verbal disagreements with other inmates. She was caught with possession of contraband, unauthorized communication with other people, and being disrespectful to guards. But the defense characterized these incidents as minor. Now, in the trial, the state presented the testimony of a person called Estrada, who was a CPS caseworker. Testifying under a grant of transactional immunity, because there was talk about CPS being indicted, Estrada testified that CPS removed Mariah and all of the children from Melissa's care due to physical neglect and negligent supervision just after Mariah was born in 2004. They placed all the children in foster care. Melissa did visit Mariah while she was in foster care, and then in 2006 the CPS returned Mariah and 8 other children back to Melissa's home. But keep in mind, the prosecution claimed, what did the children guarantee them? Why so many children? Why the need to have the children back? It's clear from the evidence so far she didn't care. Well, they said it was the food stamp money that she converted to drugs and the AFDC checks that she also converted to drugs. That's what the children represented to her: money and drugs. And at this point it was clear, because she wasn't feeding them, she wasn't caring for them, and she wasn't taking them to the doctor. In fact, this is what the prosecutor literally said. So why? Why would you want to have 13 children? Is it because the state of Texas gives you money, huh? And because that's evident by the fact that they were evicted under the investigation for failure to pay your rent? That the house was a pig pen, according to some of the reports. Why? Well, if you're getting $24,000 to $2,500 a month and you're working, why do you not have the resources to buy groceries? Oh, it's because you're buying cocaine. Again, that's quite a damning statement, right? Furthermore, Melissa told the police during her recorded statement that she was not close to Mariah because the CPS removed Mariah from her 3 weeks after she was born. No, you muppet. There's a reason why they removed her. The CPS worker Estrada also testified about the various contacts that CPS had had with Melissa before Mariah's death. Estrada testified that the CPS investigated various allegations, usually involving allegations of neglect and neglectful supervision. Now check this out. They had investigations in 95, 96, 98, 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003, and 2004. What the hell is wrong with this woman or family, including her husband? It was said that Melissa often tested positive for cocaine and that 2 of her newborns tested positive for cocaine during this period of time. That's fucking disgraceful. Okay, there's more to this story, right, where they claim her innocence, and I'm coming on to that, but that in itself is undeniable. The babies were born, right, or they were tested for cocaine inside of them. That is fucking unacceptable. Pardon my French. In the trial, it was revealed since 2004, Melissa had about 17 or 18 positive cocaine tests. Now, in response to all of this, the defense suggested that it should cross-examine Estrada. So the defense said that the CPS should not have returned the children to a parent who tested positive for drugs. Well, duh, don't you think? Estrada also testified that Melissa tested negative in 2 drug tests that were offered between 2006 and 2007. Oh, so she wasn't always crackers, huh? In her recorded statement, Melissa told the police that she had not used drugs since February, but that Alvarez had recently begun using crack cocaine. The police in the house found paraphernalia for smoking crack cocaine in a search of Melissa's apartment after Mariah's death. The pathologist said that Mariah had cocaine in her blood at the time of her death. What? In the trial, other evidence was presented that Melissa received about $5,000 per month in welfare benefits, most of which the state claimed Melissa used to support cocaine. Now, during the closing arguments in the trial, the state emphasized the horrific circumstances of this offense, Melissa's history of violence against Mariah, and her misbehavior in the county jail, in arguing that this isn't going to end with Mariah. This violent behavior is going to continue. Now, this is what the state said about her in court also in the closing argument. Check this out. Have you ever heard anything like this? Check this. They said, this defendant is like a dog that bites a human person. Once that dog bites, there will always be a probability that it will bite again. Same thing with this defendant. Her record speaks to you. This isn't going to end here. This isn't going to end with Mariah. This is going to continue. Wow. Have you ever heard a prosecutor refer to the suspect as a dog, as in subhuman? Wow. So, in 2008, Melissa was sentenced to death. But there was a twist. You see, after long campaigning, the Innocence Project took the case, and this is what they claim. They say Mariah fell down a flight of stairs while the family was moving home. The toddler had a mild physical disability that made her unstable while walking and prone to tripping. 2 days later, she took a nap and didn't wake up. Instead of taking the steps to learn about Mariah's health history and investigating the causes of her injuries, authorities immediately jumped to the conclusion that she had been murdered, and then, through a coercive interrogation, pressured Miss Lucio to make a false statement. Miss Lucio has maintained her innocence on death row for more than 14 years. In fact, during her interrogation, Miss Lucio asserted her innocence more than 100 times, until she was manipulated into falsely taking responsibility for some of Mariah's injuries by police officers. The Innocence Project claimed that the interrogating officers refused to hear the truth, that Melissa did not and would not ever hurt her children. Detectives themselves rushed to the judgment, and just 2 hours after Mariah died, took Miss Lucio in for questioning. And during this interrogation, Officers berated her, intimidated her, and Lucio at the time, who of course was pregnant, she was in shock from the loss of her child, and she was interrogated for 5 hours. It's clear the conditions were not ideal. It was said they used coercive methods known to produce false confessions. Research has shown that survivors of sexual abuse and violence, like Miss Lucio, are even more vulnerable to falsely confessing under such conditions. And experts who have reviewed Miss Lucio's case, including her interrogation records, concluded that she was relentlessly pressured and extensively manipulated during the interrogation. After several hours of interrogation, she said, "Yes, I guess I did it," and made other incriminating statements to get the officers to end the interrogation. Her inadvertent statement was then characterized by the prosecution as a confession to murder. 2 of the officers who interrogated Lucio were present at Mariah's autopsy, leading to a biased autopsy process. An incomplete investigation into Mariah's health history and causes of her injuries and death. The Innocence Project claimed at Miss Lucio's trial, the medical examiner testified that the bruises and injuries on Mariah's body could only have been caused by abuse. However, pathologists who have reviewed the evidence have concluded that this testimony was false. Mariah's autopsy showed signs of a blood coagulation disorder which causes profuse bruising throughout the body. At the time of her death, Mariah was healing from an injury to her arm, which the medical examiner also said was a sign of abuse. However, a pediatric orthopedic surgeon who reviewed the evidence concluded that the medical examiner's testimony was misleading and that there is nothing about Mariah's fracture that indicates that it was the result of an intentional act or abuse. This was an extremely common type of injury among toddlers that can result from a fall from standing height. The medical examiner also testified at trial that a mark on Mariah's body were bite marks. In fact, bite mark analysis has been wholly discredited since this was presented at this specific trial because it had no scientific basis. Studies have shown that even trained forensic dentists can't agree whether or not an injury is a bite mark. And in 2016, in recognition of the fact that bite mark evidence lacks scientific validity, and following the exoneration of a man in Texas convicted based on faulty bite mark evidence, the Texas Forensic Science Commission recommended a statewide moratorium on the use of bite marks evidence in criminal cases. That's actually huge. They're basically saying, okay, bite marks, they're not valid anymore. Now, thousands of pages of CPS records show that Miss Lucio's children never said she was violent with them, and no case workers noted signs of abuse. No physical evidence showed otherwise. This is in direct contradiction on what was claimed during the trial, right? They said that the state presented no physical evidence or witness testimony establishing that Lucio abused Mariah or all of the children. Judge Katarina Haynes wrote on behalf of the 7 dissenting judges from the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit. She said the jury was deprived of key evidence to weigh, and this is crucial. Miss Lucio struggled at times to provide for her family, but she was a caring mother who did her best given her incredibly difficult circumstances. Again, this is according to the Innocence Project. They said Miss Lucio is a survivor of lifelong repeated sexual assault and domestic violence. In fact, she was abused as a child when she was 6. She endured abuse throughout her childhood into her teenage years. She became a child bride at 16. However, Miss Lucio's husband perpetuated the cycle of abuse. Still a minor and unable to leave the abusive marriage, Lucio was trapped and developed a substance use problem. Her husband later abandoned her and their 5 children at that time. After that, Melissa Lucio had 9 more children. This of course included Mariah. Her next partner, who was also abusive, repeatedly sexually assaulted her and threatened to kill her. A psychologist who reviewed recent testing of Melissa said that Melissa has highly abnormal levels of vulnerability to police coercion because of her background. Now, on April 12th, attorneys for Melissa filed a supplemental clemency application, including a new declaration from a 5th juror, Melissa's jury foreperson. They joined the call of other jurors on the case to halt Melissa's pending execution or grant her a new trial where new evidence of her innocence can be considered. For example, the jury never learned about the extent of Lucio's history of child sexual abuse and domestic violence and how it shaped her reactions immediately following her daughter's death. The trial court prohibited the testimony but allowed the Texas Ranger who forced her incriminating statement. For the prosecution, her slumped posture, passivity, and failure to make eye contact told them she was guilty. Without that context, the jury was undoubtedly swayed by Miss Lucio's statement and the Texas Ranger's testimony about her demeanor during the interrogation, the context of her child abuse. The omission of this crucial evidence was particularly damaging because the prosecution had a weak case for capital murder and an even weaker case for the death sentence. And at that point, Miss Lucio had no prior record of violence. So lacking solid physical evidence, Cameron County District Attorney Armando Villalobos presented Miss Lucio's conciliatory statement to the jury as a confession to homicide and sought the death penalty. At the time, he actually was seeking re-election and came under fire for failing to thoroughly investigate or prosecute more than 100 previous allegations of child abuse. Ahead of the election, he sought to make an example of Miss Lucio, which helped him appear tough on crime. In fact, today he's serving a 13-year federal prison sentence for bribery and extortion. This dirty motherfucker. Regardless of what she did, that doesn't mean you capitalize and you try and further your own political career, dirty dog. So to conclude on this story, in 2022, the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals issued a stay of execution and ordered the 138th Judicial District Court of Cameron County to consider new evidence of Lucio's innocence in the death of her daughter. She's been awarded a new trial. That is a whirlwind of a story. And you know something? There's a case to be made that her child abuse and the way they treated her during the interrogation, yes, definitely affected the case. But I go back to the house, ingesting cocaine, ants, no diapers. That's no way to treat children. So she certainly had to, she had to be convicted for something. Child abuse, child neglect, whatever you want to call it. Death sentence, murder, I don't know. Comment, tell me what you think. Sugar and spice.
Shut the doors and lock that bitch.
And everything nice.
I hope that ain't my baby you talking to.
That's what girls are made of. But does this old nursery rhyme apply to all young girls? How about when they're ice cold killers? Desire Dennis was failed by her neglectful and alcoholic mother, Lucretia Isaac, causing the girl to face a juvie sentence for murder. Desire believed she was protecting her mom from a fight that her mother started. May the 30th, 2022, at Jernigan Gardens Apartments in Orlando, Florida. Gunshots were heard around midnight toward the back of the apartment buildings. A 42-year-old woman, LaShawn Rogers, was found by police flat on the ground, unresponsive. She was accompanied by a crowd of witnesses and at least one person tending to the victim. She had a bullet hole to the chin. Officers took over revival efforts, holding pressure on LaShawn's chin when she was bleeding heavily. She was breathing when they arrived, but shortly after, they lost her pulse. They began performing CPR until fire department medics arrived. The medics transported LaShawn to Orlando Regional Medical Center, where she succumbed to her injury and was pronounced dead at 12:23 a.m. May 31st. Officers had begun questioning the small crowd. The consensus among them was that a young girl between 7 and 12 years old is the one that shot LaShawn after her mother Lucretia got into a physical altercation with the woman. After the girl shot the gun, her and her mother hurried back to their apartment. Law enforcement approached the apartment, announcing themselves and demanding the two come outside. The mother-daughter duo submissively came out their front door with no issue. There was no one else inside the house. Lucretia was 31. Desire was 10 years old. They were handcuffed and taken into police custody. One officer reported hearing young Desire say, "Her family, they threatened me as if they were gonna threaten me." You see, she and her mother were taken to Orlando Police Department headquarters. Now I do have the mom's police interview. Check this out.
Like, I have a right to ask you when I have my call.
You don't get a call right now.
So when I get a call?
You can have a seat or I'm just gonna...
I'm asking you a question.
Okay.
Pussy, fucking cracker.
I know, it's insane. This will be on my interrogation channel later in the week. The crime scene was all taped up. Backup was called to maintain crowd control, as the shooting created quite a buzz in the neighborhood. Officers found an empty .40 caliber Winchester shell on the ground next to a pool of blood. They then filed for a warrant to search the house. Officers began questioning individuals at the apartments for more than concrete details. Many of their stories overlapped, but some details varied. Law enforcement spoke with one man, Marshall Druhot Jr., who identified himself as LaShawn's boyfriend. He reported that he and LaShawn were having a late-night party around the grill, celebrating Memorial Day weekend outside their apartment a few doors down from Lucretia. He stated Lucretia and her daughter approached LaShawn and confronted her about a recent argument between the two. Lucretia was intoxicated and she was the first to punch LaShawn in the face. LaShawn, not being the kind to back down, swung back at Lucretia. Then the two engaged in a brawl which was quickly broken up by Marshall and some others. Marshall tried to bring his girlfriend back to their apartment while Lucretia and Desire yelled after them. LaShawn broke free and Marshall noticed Desire holding a black firearm. Not even a second later, she shot LaShawn. LaShawn immediately collapsed and Marshall knelt down next to her. According to him, Lucretia grabbed the gun from her daughter and pointed it directly at Marshall. He recalled being horrified as he looked down the barrel, waiting for her to shoot. He got up, backed away with his hands up, fearing for his life. And for whatever reason, Lucretia lowered the gun and she and Desire went back to their apartment. Officers moved on from the distraught boyfriend and were able to locate one of the witnesses who called 911. This woman did not permit her information to be released, so we will refer to her as the witness. The witness was relaxing outside of her apartment when Lucretia approached her first and was talking loudly about LaShawn over an argument on a social media post the two had engaged in recently. Yes, all of this beef was over a social media post. Lucretia wanted to act hard, and if you play with feathers, you'll get your ass tickled, because look at how it ended. LaShawn overheard the argument and told the witness to go inside to avoid getting involved in any drama. Lucretia then approached LaShawn, and the witness confirmed she was first to throw a punch. Let's note here, every single witness on the scene testified Lucretia is the one that started the fight, as in the aforementioned feathers. She noticed Lucretia was wearing a pink backpack, which she remembered Desire rummaging through as the two older women fought. The witness saw the young girl shoot LaShawn and didn't see any movement from the victim after she fell. She heard Desire saying something along the lines, "You fuck with my mama, you don't hit my mama." Every witness on the scene also attested to Desire making this kind of remark after she fired the gun. The witness saw Lucretia grab the gun, then point it down at LaShawn. She wondered if the mother was going to fire a second round into the victim. She recalled Lucretia seemed to show no remorse or care for LaShawn. The witness told officers she was familiar with the mother and daughter, remembering that Lucretia had dreadlocks or braids, and her daughter was wearing a bonnet and a camo robe when it happened. Is it bonnet or bonnet? I don't know. She recalled there was another woman with the two, but the unknown woman fled after Desire shot the gun. It was known by the witness and most neighbors that Lucretia and the unknown woman would drink together often. There was also another witness, Kenya Griffin. She didn't physically witness the argument, but she heard Lucretia yell out somewhere nearby afterwards, "You done shot the lady," at her daughter. She recalled the pink pad and seeing the gun in Lucretia's hand as the two walked away. Kenya helped tend to LaShawn while they waited for cops to arrive. And one of the last witnesses, a woman who also did not want her information disclosed, knew Lucretia better than the other witnesses and referred to her as Krisha. She was showering when she heard the shotgun in her house. This witness turned the shower off and looked outside of her apartment. She witnessed Desire pacing back and forth in the corridor with the gun in her hand. She saw Krisha yell at her daughter, "You shot the lady," to which Zia responded, "But they was bothering you." The two walked away, so the woman came outside and saw LaShawn, then called 911. The mother and daughter returned back toward their house and the gun was now gone. This woman asked Krisha what happened. She said nothing, only glared at her before going back into her home. The woman recalled having a troubled history with Krisha. Krisha would get drunk and become aggressive, accusing people of talking poorly about her. And that's this case in a nutshell. Intoxication, feathers, tickled ass. During the argument, the woman remembered Desir demanding she didn't talk to her mother that way. She was surprised Krisha would let her daughter speak to an adult that way, which Krisha responded Desir could say whatever she wanted and she didn't need to respect anyone. The woman knew Krisha owned a gun and that the gun was always in the pink backpack. Krisha would often start arguments with other people. When these arguments took place, Krisha or her daughter would go into her apartment and get the bag so she could threaten people with her gun. The woman believed Krisha would start the fights with the intent of being able to shoot someone. Krisha drunk and Krisha sober were two different people, feathers and arse. While she was sober, she was quiet and barely talked to anyone. However, she was drunk the majority of the time and it was exhausting. Oftentimes, Krisha would allow Desir to sit outside on her own, where the young girl would follow her mom's example and try to start fights. That's just so sad. Officers then searched their house. Inside, they found the pink backpack with cash, credit cards, and an ID belonging to Lucretia. They also found her cell phone and drug paraphernalia. In another room, they found a camo robe with blood spatter. They did not find the gun inside. While all this questioning and searching was going on at the apartments, detectives were questioning young Desir just down the hall from the mother. Desir was only in 5th grade and stated she was able to read and write. Detectives ensured the child was able to fully understand her Miranda rights before questioning. So then Desir began recounting her version of the story. She said her mother was drunk and told her daughter that she wanted to speak with LaShawn, woman to woman. Her mum told her to stay inside, but the little girl couldn't resist and followed her mum out. Desir recalled that a friend was with her mum and was present when the argument started. The friend was supposedly holding the gun. The girl also saw LaShawn holding an unknown object, possibly a medium-sized rock. This rock she hit Lucretia over the head, resulting in a cut. Keep in mind, detectives were interviewing her mother at the same time. Lucretia had no cuts on her head, and also didn't say anything about LaShawn hitting her with an object. Desir went on to tell police that LaShawn threatened she'd bring her family to jump Lucretia. Desir claimed she had anger issues and became very worked up when she heard LaShawn threaten her mum. She briefly recalled the incident of the shooting and said afterward that the friend grabbed the gun and left the scene. She said the gun was not in the house. Detectives decided it was not helpful to interrogate the little girl and thought it would be helpful to transfer Desir to a child protective team. Because of course, she's all over the place. She has trauma right now. Maybe what she's saying isn't the truth. So the child protective team began a separate interview that was more age appropriate. The 10-year-old said her and her mum were at the friend's house earlier on. Her mum and her friend were drinking Hennessy. Whilst the adults partied, Desir played with the friend's children, Nini and Taylor. For some reason, they needed to return home to drop off some speakers they were listening to music on, so they took the bus home. It was late at night when they headed home. Desir pointed out that nobody else lives with her and her mum, and they lived on the first floor. After dropping off the speakers, they were going to return to their friends when they ran into LaShawn. Desir noted that LaShawn always gave her mum a hard time. In fact, Desir even said that before she was born, while she was inside her mother's womb, LaShawn tried to shoot her mother. In other words, kill her, the baby in the womb. Desir knew her mum and LaShawn had gotten into 3 fights before, 2 of which she was witness to. Desir said that there were 4 people outside, 2 males and 2 females, who were discussing how Lucretia was always starting problems with LaShawn. Desir said LaShawn overheard this group conversation and began yelling at Lucretia, saying she had AIDS and diabetes. It isn't confirmed if Lucretia does or doesn't have these diseases, but either way, they seem like a very childish insult. Desir said her mum became upset after this and then started arguing back. LaShawn left the scene to possibly go get a gun, and one of the males present held Lucretia back. LaShawn returned and began to strike the girl's mum while she was being restrained. Desir told detectives at this moment one of the males dropped a gun. This is when she grabbed it up and then shot LaShawn. They did ask her, why did you grab the gun in the first place? She responded, because someone is always messing with my mom or starting with her. She did deny talking to adults disrespectfully or knowing anything about a gun being in the house. She also couldn't explain how people just appeared on the scene. She then went on to discuss her life. She informed the team that she knew her father had been physical with her mum before, but wasn't really in the picture anymore. The child told him, "I wish I could rewind." Dazia was then released to the Department of Children and Families. I don't have any information on her police interview. Now, all the adult witnesses agreed on what happened. Video evidence was still much appreciated by law enforcement. A younger girl, who I'll refer to as TS, had taken a video only 9 seconds long. This included the shot being fired. It showed the end of the verbal altercation where Dazia reached into her mum's backpack as she was wearing it, where she retrieved the gun. She loaded it, racked the chamber, walked in front of her mum and pointed it at LaShawn. LaShawn was off the camera at this moment. The video confirmed it, not some gun that fell and Dazia picked up, which is what she told police. And what's key? Lucretia did not try to stop her daughter from pointing the gun or shooting it. She only continued yelling at LaShawn. After the gun went off, the video stopped as everyone fled. TS, the girl who made this video, she only began recording because she thought there would be a fist fight and didn't anticipate anyone dying. This video proved that Dazia, though only 10 years old, knew where the gun was and how to use it. Without a shadow of a doubt, the girl grabbed it and maliciously shot LaShawn in the face out of anger. And detectives suspected Lucretia and her daughter got rid of the gun somewhere afterward. Neither of them sustained any sort of injuries from the incident. Eventually, Lucretia was charged with manslaughter by culpable negligence, aggravated assault with a firearm, negligent storage of a firearm, and neglect of a child. For all these charges, she pled guilty and was sentenced to 5 years in prison, along with 3 years of probation and mandatory parenting classes. Dazia was charged with second-degree murder and was taken to juvenile detention. LaShawn's family were extremely disappointed with the small sentence for Lucretia. LaShawn's mum, Laura, said during the trial, "God is the final judge," as Lucretia could be seen wiping her tears in court. LaShawn's sister, Sharetta, she said, "This is a slap on the wrist and a pat on the back. 5 years is not enough. It's not okay to take a life and this is not justified." LaShawn's daughter, Asha, also said, "I always thought me and my mum would grow old together in her last days. I would take care of her." I mean, the unstable environment and the poor parenting that Dazia experienced, it's fair to say her actions were largely influenced by Lucretia. And you know something? This notion of her grabbing the gun and shooting LaShawn, it could have just been her trying to impress her mother. However, why don't we now go through all the crime scene photos? Okay, so I'm gonna start with the apartment in which this incident took place, and we're just gonna run through the crime scene photos just so you can get a feel, get a closer look on the area and how it all happened. It's one thing me telling you the story, but it's another thing you seeing it directly, right? So this is the apartment where she was walking back after being at her friend's house, getting drunk all day. Apartment 1440, or that's the block or the row of apartments, I don't know. Forgive my voice, by the way. I currently have pneumonia, so forgive me if I sound like a donkey. So this is an alleyway where I think a bunch of people were hanging out, a lot of the witnesses. And if we zoom in here, this might be her house, I'm not sure. I think this is police just interviewing another witness. I don't know if this barbecue was in use, but I mean, this did take place in May. Florida, May, it's going to be boiling outside. If I was there, I'd be looking nice and crispy for sure. So maybe the people gathering around were having a barbecue, who knows? So a closer look at the other side. So here's police questioning other witnesses. The actual crime scene may have been this area. It could have actually been on the other side. We'll confirm as we go, as the photos go along, because there's no blood anywhere here. So maybe this is just an area where the people were gathered and the police have just locked this off just to, you know, gather evidence and forensics and all that kind of stuff. So maybe this isn't the direct crime scene itself. This is a different angle looking left. You got people here outside wondering what the hell is going on. Possibly some more witnesses. This is a little bench area. So maybe they were having a barbecue. You got police here. What are they doing? Maybe just canvassing the area. So this is now from the view where the witnesses are, or those other people in the photo, facing her actual apartment. This is the same place, just facing the other way. As you can see, police is in this area. Here is the barbecue I mentioned earlier. So you got a bunch of trash on the floor, or maybe this is where the crime scene took place. You see the bit of blood on the floor? Huh. So this is a hat on the floor. Trash. Seems like an item of clothing maybe. This is possibly more blood on the floor, or maybe the shell casing fell here somewhere. This is blood stain on the floor. This is... so this is a bandage. Maybe they were trying to... you know how they say put pressure on the wound? Maybe this is what Marshall was doing. Here's the shell casing. There's a better view. Interesting. And I believe this is the other part of the bullet. There you go, here's a closer look. Yes, they were having a barbecue. See, I knew something like that was going on. The coals, the barbecue, is that still the chicken there? I mean, I'm guessing they were barbecuing. I mean, you've got these other barbecues here too. Public barbecues. They were barbecuing and gunshots fell off and they must have just ran and left the chicken there, you know? Yeah, that is a chicken. Looks like chicken wings to me. Or is it something different? Let me know. Is it look from the other side? Yeah, there you go. There's a drumstick right there. Yeah, it's all burnt because they must have just fled the scene and left it there. So yeah, I think the local community must have just gathered around. And then, yeah, the beef popped off. This is a better view. Chicken wings, chicken wings, chicken wings, chicken wings, chicken wings, drumstick. So this is where Desir was taken to the police and her mugshot. But given her age, it's all redacted. As you can see, every image redacted. But now we get to Lucretia. She looks devastated. She also looks a mess. Looking at her face, do you think she's drunk at this moment? I mean, I know she looks sad and distraught, but she could be drunk at the same time, right? Because she was. This is a better view. See the tears coming down her face? The position of her eyes, she's not looking directly at the camera. I think she's just thinking, what the fuck just happened? You know, if you really break it down, this Muppet all over a social media post. I have gotten into plenty of arguments online because I'm a moron and I have too much time on my hands. But for it to come to this, bro, you're just an idiot. Feathers and ass is a polite way to put it. So let's have a look at her hands. No wounds or defensive wounds or anything of that nature. Remember, the child told police that she had a stone, a rock, hit over her head. And you would think in a scuffle of that nature, she would try and fight back, put her hands in the way as you naturally would. Nothing. Hands look crystal clean. This is a side view of Lucretia. Another side view. Other side view. Other side view. And this is the back of Lucretia. All while she was arrested. Here's a close-up of her face. Again, no blood, no marks, nothing of that nature. And on the other side, no wounds, scratches, punches, bruises, or anything of that nature. So this is an item of clothing I think LaShawn was wearing. Some shorts here, maybe on the victim. Back of the shorts. Blood stain on the right, blood stain there. This is a hat maybe? What is this? Maybe this is what she was wearing, I don't know. Unless she was wearing this underneath. So now we get to Lucretia's house. This is the kitchen. She has this ranch dressing. I think it's disgusting, by the way. I wonder what she was cooking in this pot. When you see a pot like this, what do you think? As Pakistanis, we would normally make like a beef stew and something like that. And have a look at this pizza cutter. When was the last time that was cleaned? Holy Moses. Is that pasta on the side? Got a ketchup bottle. This is fruit roll-up. Yep, my son loves those. And this is bread that I do get sometimes myself. Interesting. Oh, that's that Nature's very own butter bread, I think. And this is the Pepperidge Farm. The bread is pretty good. I can tell by that red label. But this is the wheat one because it's 100 calories. Interesting. Oh, let's have a look at this. Honor B roll. Desir Dennis honor roll. I didn't go to school in America. What is meant by honor roll? Is it just attendance? Is it just something good she did in school? Let me know. So this is the kitchen now facing into the living room. This must be the black speaker I was talking about earlier. The one that they took to the friend's house when they were partying. This is the living room. What is this mess? That's the TV. So now we enter what seems to be the living room. There is a light. Here is a pillow or couch cushion or something. A fan, TV. Is that a massaging chair or something? Coffee table, couch. Ooh, do we see alcohol? I think. Cigarettes, sunglasses, ashtray. Look at the mess on the floor. Fizzy drink, Febreze, shoes. Ooh, what is this? This is... I know what this is. I just forgotten. Is this another heater or something? This is the pink backpack where the gun was hidden. This is a close-up of the backpack. Clearly the girl's backpack that she took to school. Imagine hiding a gun in that. Wow. You're just like the kid would have this with her every day when she go to school. So you're kind of normalizing this kind of behavior, you know? So this is another view of the living room. What's this mess here? That seems to be a cup. Plenty of family pictures. All of them have been redacted. Is that a mop? Or some kind of brush? Yeah, it's a mop. So this is facing the couch. These are some kind of prescription pills. Money. A book. Wi-Fi, right? This is obviously their Wi-Fi. So now we go into one of the bathrooms. This is the linen closet before the bathroom. These are all bed sheets, towels, etc. So this is the bathroom, toilet, bathroom. Bathroom looks okay. I mean, I've seen dirtier bathrooms in crime scene photos. Yep, clean bathroom. Maybe this is something they use to wipe blood off or something. Yeah. Can you see the stain there? Interesting. Now we enter the bedroom. It's unclear whose bedroom this is. My guess would be it's the child's bedroom from this backpack. Interesting. The linen closet had so many bed sheets. So why are there no bed sheets on this bed? All this mess and dust on the floor. Cans, water bottles. That's a fan. There was no air conditioning in this house. I thought all houses in America had some form of AC unit. This is the closet. Nice little setup in the room. 2 TVs. Cheeky minx. That's Lucretia's room. This is Desire's room. Holy Moses. What are we looking at? What is that a bed or a couch? Wow. What am I seeing? That is a bed. Oh, I'm sorry. That's a bed just styled in a different way. Clothes all over the place. TV. This is a dresser. Lamp. Is that a family photo behind or something? Desire, young lady, clean up your room, please. This is her closet. So this is a closer view of her bed. Wow. Is that peanut butter? What is peanut butter doing on your bed? You know what? It could have been Desire liked to sleep with her mom and maybe she just left mess in this room. Because that does not look like it's a bed somebody was sleeping in. No bed sheets. All this dirt and marks over the mattress. Look at that pillow. Is this a bag of chips? Yeah, I mean that looks like calories or something, right? Nutritional information. Wow. So this is her dresser. What is this? Hair paste? What was in this? My God. Is that a skipping rope on the floor? Looks like it. So this must have been... Okay, so when going through the crime scene photos earlier, this must have been what Desire was wearing at the time. police found a bong. Is that a bong? Is that the right term for it? I don't know. A pipe. I think this must have been a picture of Lucretia's bedroom when they tipped it over trying to find stuff. Wow, they did a number on the house, huh? Yes, it would make sense. Because if you go through these images, there's a lot more mess. And I think these were taken after the initial walkthrough. They were trying to find the gun. And this is the final image they took of the kitchen. So, there you have it. The story and the crime scene photos. Don't forget, I do have a police interview. It'll be on my interview channel later in the week. Comment, let me know what you think.
And Investigator Beatty, when I come out of the room, I think I was probably about 50 points dumber. I mean, talking to that boy's illiterate, I think.
Now, why were you burning it with a lighter?
I was not burning my hand. The officer was right. Run the video back in the car. I was looking at the blood.
Give me your hand.
So you seen me burn my hand?
I did. And your hand's black right there where you burn it. I'm just asking you about it.
It's blood.
Come on. You go pee?
Today's imbecile is Johnny Graffenried. In 2019, his girlfriend, Jasmine Blunt, was laying in this room. She had a bullet in the head. Her children were sitting right next to her on this bed. Police then bring in the boyfriend Johnny for questioning. I also have some footage of Jasmine's family. This will come after. He does mumble a little bit, so bear with him. He'll make sense at some point.
Well, this is what's going on. We've been sitting here. We've been doing our work. We've been, processing the scene, going through all the photos. We have somebody at the autopsy. They already done an autopsy on her. And like I said, Johnny doing this a long time. And you're how old? 28? 27.
27.
In February. Doing this a long time, man. The way you say things went down ain't the way things went down. How did they go down?
Yeah.
I'll put it blunt to you, man. All right? Because we have interviewed both children. That's been interviewed by a forensic interviewer down at the Gulf Coast Kids House. They specialize that. They videotape it and they audio tape it. And people that are specially trained to talk to children. Mm-hmm. All right? So there's no doubt that, what the first part of your story about her getting mad, if that's the case, about you talking to some chicks or whatever, that's cool. Whatever. Okay. I buy that. I buy that she comes over in the cab and you pay for it. Okay. But I do not buy that she shot herself. Ain't no way physically possible she shot herself. It's not physically possible. And then on top of that, Johnny, is you call over this 10-year-old boy to help hold brains in her head. Okay? As they're coming out the back of her head with a pillow. 10-year-old kid. Innocent as they come. Innocent as they come. While you sit there, and like I said, I'm not the dope police. I don't give two shits about the dope. But as you sit there and you make 2 different trips to get the dope out of the room before you dial 911, that's cold-blooded shit, bro. That's cold-blooded shit, man. But to have a 3-year-old little girl, okay, and then a 10-year-old boy, and to a 3-year-old and a 10-year-old is the most precious thing in the world because she's no longer here anymore. That's done. That ended this morning. Okay. Now the whole difference is, all right, Johnny, is if this was an accident, all right, and things went bad and things got heated, it was an accident. But right now, all Johnny looks like is a cold-blooded murderer. All right? That a jury of your peers, if you're charged with murder and you go in there to average people, you listening to me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Mm-hmm. Look at me like a man. Be a man for once. Huh? Then look at me in the eye. Okay? All right? I've treated you nothing but with respect. I'm telling you, the physical evidence does not lie. These children do not lie. All right? If it was an accident, now's your chance, because it'd be your only chance that you get to tell that. So people can see and have mercy on you to show that you're not this person, this monster that kills. You see what I'm saying, Johnny? Because what you say now can either help you by showing remorse and showing that you are forthcoming and that you are honest, or if you're going to sit there and just blow it off and act like you're sleepy and tired or whatever. I'm sleepy and tired too. I've been up all morning myself. I got woke up out of my bed, you know. All right. But everything in this room is videotaped. You know that. But it is physically impossible where she is shot in her head for her to shoot herself in the head. It does not work like that. She was standing when she was shot because physical evidence tells the truth. Okay? She fell face first onto the bed because all the blood that comes down here and that pools down here, blood is nothing like, it's like water. If you pour it downhill, it's going to go downhill.
Listen to me. I don't know where I'm going with this.
I'm telling you where I'm going with it.
No, I didn't.
Well, then who did? She didn't do it herself.
Man, look, listen to me. I don't want to even talk no more. You know what? You just pissed me off. Whatever you talking about, come on, let's just go ahead and go, man. Because I ain't going to lie to you. I don't want to talk no more.
Why?
Like, straightforward with some bullshit. Because I know I ain't killed this fucking girl. I ain't got to sit here and lie to you, man.
Why would you call her why would you say that about her when you ain't shed one tear, bro.
Listen to me, man.
You ain't shed one tear. You ain't mentioned once, I feel sorry for the 10-year-old and the 3-year-old. Because the only thing on your mind was to get my fucking dope out of there because that's what puts money in my pocket. You didn't give two shits about her. Her brain's leaking out of her head.
Do you think I was wrong?
It's true, ain't it? Am I saying anything that's not true? Am I saying anything that's not true? Because, and I don't care if you don't want to talk, that's fine. I don't care if you want to talk or not. But from the time we get there and you see this officer, he confronts you in the back seat of the car. Okay.
I'm running my hand with a lighter.
Yeah, you just doing. You may act like you're playing.
And
whatever. I don't care about that.
My
I don't care about that. But 2 hours later, when we're sitting right here, you can't recount what happened 2 hours ago. I mean, a 5-year-old kid can say, I went to lunch. I had class today. Me and mommy went to the store. And you're 27 years old. I mean, you skirted all around the truth. But Johnny, that's what I'm trying to, man, I'm sitting here trying to help you by telling you, bro, if you were just fucking with a gun and it went off,
fucking with no gun,
and it went off,
shoot her and whatnot, it just so happened that none of that. Truthfully enough, I did tell the boy to hold her head while I tried to get rid of the dope. I did. Why the fuck would I stay there? Why the fuck would I leave the gun there?
Well, because first off, she fell face first, okay, onto the bed. She didn't fall.
She fell face first, right? So I picked her up and rolled her over.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Because you know why? Because evidence don't lie. Okay.
Check your evidence.
I did. Because she's wearing booty socks. She's wearing half socks, right?
Me too.
Okay. Just like that. All right. Now she's laying on the bed, she's laying on the bed straight out, just like this. All perfect. Just like this.
That's how the ambulance told me to straighten out so you put pressure on her head. That's what the ambulance said. You run the back, they record.
Okay. Okay. That's fine. But I can also tell you this. So you had to place her like that. Why didn't you tell us that before? Why didn't you tell us that earlier, Johnny?
Shit,
what do you mean? We sat here for 2 hours with you. We didn't give you. We told you to tell your story.
Okay, and then the letter was sitting up, and then they told me to pull up. They said keep her straight and apply pressure to her head. We'll have her head sitting up.
So
hold on. So you telling me? I want to play this back in my head.
Okay.
And I don't even want to believe she dead.
Well, she is. She's gone forever, bro. Gone forever. But do you see what I'm saying? What I'm telling you and a couple things that you've said about the son. You left some of this stuff out. Why do you leave that stuff out? Maybe they did tell you to put her on the bed. I will pull the tape. I'll have it here in just a little bit. But what I'm saying about her sock is the sock is rolled down to right here. So rolled down, how that happens is if you're being dragged like that, and that's how. Her sock's down. It don't get rolled under like that by herself. Who does that? But plus, I know she wasn't placed in it didn't happen with her just like that in the bed because of the way the blood is. It didn't happen right there. It happened there to the side of the bed.
And the blood ran down her chest.
Yeah, but remember, let's go back to earlier, a couple hours ago when we were first in here. And I'm going to quote you on this, okay? You're saying, all right, here's the bed right here, okay? Here, we'll just use this. Here's the bed right here. Here's your nightstand, okay? All right, and here's the chair. Is that good enough right there? Nightstand, bed, all right? Now, you say she's laying here or right here, just like she was. Now, you tell us.
She wasn't laying. She was sitting up, but yeah, she was.
But you say, like, propped up against the headboard or something? Okay. And you said you're sitting right here, facing this way, towards the kids, and you got a blade in your hand that you had. And you're sitting there fucking with that and messing with your lighter or your lanyard. Right? Do you recall saying that? Do you recall that? Okay. And then you said, bam, I turn around and she done shot herself. You see what I'm getting at, bro?
Yeah. So I walked up over her while she was face down in the bed just so I had to sleep. And I shot her in the head and I turned her over.
Listen, man.
That's what happened.
You don't have to.
That's what happened?
You don't have to try to convince me.
What you talking about? That's what happened? That's what happened?
You were standing on that side when you shot her in the head.
You really fuck about it.
You were standing right over here.
Man,
next to that red chair. You came up behind her and shot her in the back of the head.
Because where the shell casing is?
And where the blood comes from the shot.
Come on, man.
And then when she fell onto the bed, she fell face first down. You rolled her into the bed and put her on her back and staged her hands and made her look all pretty laying there in the bed. While you had a 10-year-old hold her brains into her skull while you moved your dope.
Come on, let's go, man. Just how you feel.
I'm not saying.
Can we go?
Well, we're going to finish paperwork so we can get you charged.
Finish the paperwork.
Okay. I was really hoping that you would be a man.
Man, I ain't being a man. I ain't got nothing to say. I love the girl to. I have no motive.
You loved her to death, okay?
You do have a motive because you mentioned it earlier, right, Johnny? You mentioned that your court date's today, right? And that she refused to go to court with you, right? So if she's already got you on a charge with the city of Pensacola because you were harassing her and threatening to kill her, and you're out on a $20,000 bond because of that charge, and part of your pre-trial release is you're not supposed to have contact with her. And then you're listen, you're talking to her and she doesn't want to go to court with you, right? A, she catches you cheating.
No.
B,
first of all,
she goes through your phone.
Hey, look, that guy. I don't know what you got going on.
You call me
first,
little guy?
hey, look, like I just told you.
I'm listening. I'm right here.
Look, I'm going to tell you once again.
Tell me one more time.
If you ain't mistaken, don't you think I say that motherfucker out there work? Run that shit back.
It's back.
No, it's not. Because let me tell you something. If I ain't mistaken, I told you, she asked me, do you want, I was like, nah, baby, I don't think that'll be a good idea. I'm going to just go down there. Ain't that what I told you?
Could be. I'll play it back.
All right. But anyway, look, man, fuck what y'all talking about, man. Let's go. Let's go. I don't even want to talk to y'all no fucking more, man. You insinuating I just shot this girl in the fucking head and turned her the fuck over and had.
Yeah.
That's pretty much exactly how it went down.
All right, man. Well, come on. Look, you keep your story. Come on. Let's go.
Hey, like I'm saying, man, is you can either paint the picture or we're going to let the evidence paint it for you.
Let the evidence paint it for you.
It already has.
Will do.
Shit. I stirred up all this girl and shot her in the head. Hey, excuse me.
Yeah, buddy.
So, I stood up over this girl and shot her in the head.
I don't know if you stood over or whatever, but I do know that when she fell, you had the gun in your hand because the kids saw it. And the kids saw you throw the gun onto the bed. Okay?
The kid was still asleep.
You don't think when a gunshot or arguing is going on, how many times, go back to when you were a kid living at home or whatever. I remember being a kid, my mom and dad arguing, and I sit right there and I might act like I'm asleep, but I can hear and I know what's going on.
Can you tell me something, sir?
Sure.
Can you tell me where the child said you was at?
What the what?
Where the child said you was at?
There's an hour and a half worth of video from both of them. Okay?
You'll get to review it with your attorney.
Exactly. They're not going to lie. They have no reason to lie. Kids aren't predisposed to lying as a learned trait over the years.
I know. I'm not saying that they are lying. I know that shit ain't true. But anyway.
Well, how do you put the gun? How do you throw the gun over there on the bed? Okay. And they see you holding the gun.
Falling.
Now, you think a jury, when you put a 3-year-old or a 10-year-old up there, when I said, now's your chance, if it was an accident or something went wrong.
Man, listen, man, when a fucking accident, you quit saying that, bro.
Oh, well, did you do it on purpose?
I did not kill her, period.
Who killed her then?
No one killed her, man. What the fuck is you keep going
Well,
at,
she
bro?
didn't kill herself.
So you saying that I stood up over this girl?
You can use the word stood up over. I don't know how you did it. I know you were over there on the side where she was at.
Man. I ain't do nothing. Listen to me.
Okay.
You really pissing me off, sir.
Well, get mad at the kids. Okay?
I ain't got no reason to be mad at the kids.
Or get mad at yourself.
I really feel sorry for the kids. They done lost for some bullshit.
You're right.
That's what I feel like.
Well, hang tight, man. If you change your mind, we'll be here for a little bit.
Man,
Finish it up.
I don't want to talk about nothing.
All right, chill.
Come on, let's go. I need an attorney. Fuck what y'all talking about. That shit, come on. Nah, I done stood up over the girl and shot her in the head. Come on, man. I knew where they were going with this dumb shit, man.
So that's the end of Johnny's initial interview. Yes, I know, he's thick as pig shit. Now police are going to speak to Jasmine's family just to get some background on what their relationship was like before we go back to Johnny's interview.
The media knows something's going on and we make an arrest. They're like anybody else. They'll look on Facebook or they'll go to the blotter page or jail view and look. And as soon as they see that, they'll put it on TV. So I didn't want that to be no surprise to you. So, never. I will tell you this, because it's still ongoing. We compiled this stuff. As far as a homicide, when a homicide occurs, the process is never fast. Right. You know, if you've known anybody or ever unfortunately been a part of it, it takes 1.5 years to 2 years to go to trial, typically because of the severity. Because you look at, life in prison most of the time, every now and then a death penalty, but most of the time life in prison. So it takes a pretty good while for everything to play through. If he decides to take it to trial, may end up taking a plea at some point, but that'll be between the state attorney's office and the family, whatever they would offer him. It come down to that, out of our control. So can't give you a lot of details. We'll answer any questions that we can about it. I will tell you, as far as today, we spent numerous hours with him today, and I will tell you that he never flat out admitted he did it, never taken responsibility. And God forgive me for saying this, but the whole time I think I talked to him and Investigator Beatty, when I come out of that room, I think I was probably about 50 points dumber. Talking to that boy's illiterate, I think. My God.
So
talking to him.
Did he say anything like what?
No, he did not. He deflected. And what I mean by deflected is never owning up and taking responsibility. He knows what happened. He was there, or we wouldn't have put him in jail or have enough evidence to put him in jail. This isn't, like I try to explain to people, this isn't a dope case or a battery or a burglary. When it comes to a homicide, we work with the state attorney's office. We all get on the same page, because when you take somebody to trial for a homicide, you get one shot. Right. If you found not guilty, you can never be tried for it again. So we try to dot our I's and cross our T's and make sure everything is right. But no, he never, I told him many times, he'd say, I said, be a man for once in your life. And, you know, be honest. If it's an accident, it's an accident. If it wasn't, you know, now's your time. This is the only time you really ever going to get to tell your story because, you know, they probably never put him on the stand. So if it goes to trial, all he did was deflect and lie.
He kept stating that they were having an argument over him cheating on her. That kind of stuff. Would downplay the situation. Ouch. But, that's kind of what he kept going back to is that, she caught him cheating, was tired of the cheating, went through the phone, found some text messages or whatever, phone calls from females, and that's what they were arguing about.
Now maybe
according to him,
you can help us with this.
She not gonna go through his phone. It was the other way around.
Probably so.
I may have been working a little too long today.
It was like, cause like a couple of days, she was like, she was scared, and she was like, well, I did tell him that I did cheat on him while he was in jail. And then she bonded him out like 2 weeks ago.
She bonded him out on the 15th. He went to jail on the 11th, bonded him out on the 15th. Went biting you?
Yes. That's why I got hold of it.
So, I'm sorry, we're both tired of being up so early, but, with that being said, I don't even know where I was going with that, man.
I think you mentioned some stuff that has happened with a couple other people, Lincoln Park or Wedgwood or somewhere.
Yeah, when a month ago, I had sent some other that they used to screenshot. Well, the pictures where she sent me screenshots with him telling her that he was going to go shoot up my grandmother's house and then make his way around the city to everyone else's house, all her loved ones' houses.
Right.
So I sent them the screenshots where he sent all that to my sister. That was on December the 1st. And he actually did like walk past my grandma's house, but he saw everyone that was.
And there was actually a report done on that by the city of Pensacola.
Right.
Yeah. Because they actually included those text messages in their report. So I saw that.
Right. He was supposed to have went to court today.
Correct.
He was supposed to go to court.
Yeah, he didn't make it. He'll make it tomorrow.
Correct. I know. No. I never saw him shed a tear one time. Did not cry. Not one time. I will tell you this. Now, maybe you know. I do not know. But he says, his story is that, of course, they have been communicating since she has been staying with who? One of y'all?
Me.
With you. She's been staying with you. And I guess at some point in time they've been communicating, and she had packed her belongings up and the kids, and a cab brought her to the Key West. He said last night around 11 or so. I told him, I said, well, that's one of the few things I think you're telling the truth about.
Yeah.
So he paid for the cab, come inside or whatever. And then he was saying that his phone rang. He had been conversing with some girl, whatever. He tried to play it off, but your sister heard that it was a girl. So she grabs his phone, which is actually her phone, he says, and starts messaging all these people,
But she was too, like, when she was at my house, like, I know my sister, like, we was arguing, like, every day, like, just getting to it, because, like, it was, like, 3 nights, I think, 2 or 3 nights, that she went and stayed the night with him, and was, like, gone, like, one night, she was, like, gone all the day with him, or whatever, and, like, she was ready to go back, though, so I know she wouldn't get there and then, like, start something right back up.
Right.
Like, it don't matter what the situation was, like, she was too, like, she was ready to go back, like, she wanted to.
Did you know that she went yesterday to try to drop the charges?
No. She said
she went to the courthouse yesterday, and it still never made it all the way through the system. She filled out a sworn affidavit at the state attorney's office to drop the charges on this current case.
No, she told us that she was, she said she was talking to some people that was trying to help her get her and her kids into a shelter.
Now we did.
Yes, heard that too.
We did hear that, but I know for a fact she went to the state attorney's office yesterday.
We just found the paperwork.
So y'all have the
affidavit with her signature.
She writes real big.
But was she by herself?
We don't.
No, that I do not.
It was just a document that had been turned in the state attorney's office that they brought to us today to show us. Y'all play video games or anything on that TV?
Yeah.
Yeah. Were y'all playing video games this morning or last night or anything?
I want to say we were watching movies and whatnot. That's what I'm saying.
Dude, it's only a couple hours ago, bro. You know, you got to try to recall, man. You know
what I'm saying? This is a real big tragic situation.
Oh, trust me, I know.
Well, I think we're stalled out at the spot where, you know, we know she's gone through your phone and we know she's mad at you. But the night doesn't end like that.
No, sir.
So, Johnny, I need you to tell me how the night ends, what the rest of the story is.
She's still going back and forth, but she like going in her memory and whatnot. And trying to like just put two and two together. You know, but around this time, I'm on the other side of it. I'm thinking like, okay, the situation is going down. Like, I'm not mad or anything. I'm fully calm. I'm really trying to, you know, avoid it, you know, just to avoid the technical difficulties and whatnot. I'm just sitting there, I'm listening, I'm just being quiet, I'm not saying anything. Shh. I know, I want to say, I had a little blade or whatnot, outboard, I'm saying, a sling blade. I'm saying, on the area of the lady is on the side of me in the bed. She's on the side of me in the bed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on the side by the nightstand.
Mm-hmm.
She's on the side by the air conditioner.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, understand?
Yeah. If this is your bed right here and this is the nightstand,
yes.
You're here, she's over there, and the air conditioner's on the other side. Correct?
Say it again.
This right here is your bed. These are the pillows. Okay. You're sitting here somewhere because the nightstand's right here.
Yes.
This would be her over here.
Yes.
And then right over there is a chair.
Yes.
And then there's the air conditioning.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so she's on that side of the bed, and you said she did something to the chair. What did she do to the chair?
She came up out of the side of the chair with the gun.
What does that mean? She came up out of the side of the chair with the gun?
She grabbed the gun from out the side of the chair, sir.
Okay.
You saying the gun was hiding in the chair, like in the cushion or something? Well, I mean, I know you don't want to come out and say it, so let me help you. Was your back turned when she supposedly shot herself? Was she sitting up? Was she standing up? Where was she at? Did she say, hey, fuck you, I'm going to kill myself, this is for this, or anything like that?
When she snatches that gun out of the chair, what is she doing? She's standing up.
No, she sits down.
Sits down where?
Like where she was on the opposite side.
On the bed. Okay. So she stands up, gets the gun, sits back down on the bed, and go from there.
Yes.
You got the gun out of her hand.
Yes. And on the other side of the bed.
You skipped the part where she was shot.
She shot herself.
That's what I need to know, the details of that. That's kind of the whole reason we're sitting here. Is because she's dead in a bed.
She shot herself. I picked the gun up, put it on the opposite side of the bed, and went to cover the blood hose, and I called the ambulance ASAP.
Gotcha. I understand that. I just need to grasp in my little head the details that led right up to it. So she gets out of the bed that y'all are in, or on, gets the gun out of the chair, which is about 1.5 feet away from the bed. Okay. 6 inches from the bed. Sits back down in the bed. So now she's sitting in the bed. Is she facing the air conditioning?
No, sir. She's facing the television.
Okay, so she's sitting in the bed and she's facing the TV.
Yes.
And then what does she do?
What you think she did?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you, Johnny. You were the only one there.
No, I wasn't. But yeah.
You weren't there?
No, I was.
You were there.
Well, I'm saying I wasn't on the kids. I was just asleep by the grace of God.
Well, who was the other person there?
There was no other person in the room.
Oh. Johnny, she's sitting in the bed. She's sitting Indian style?
No, she's sitting with her legs straight out.
Okay.
And she say, fuck you, fuck you. And I don't know, I jump up. But I'm on the opposite side of the bed. I'm over like nightstand.
Mm-hmm.
The next thing I know, shh. And I try to catch her.
Where did she shoot herself at?
I'm mistaken over that head.
Where at?
I don't know.
Do you know which hand she had the gun in?
I would say all right. Yeah, I'll work for this because she right here.
Okay.
And that was there.
Say it again?
That was she was bleeding from her.
You said that's where the hole was at.
That was she was bleeding at. Let's see. Yeah, somewhere right here on this side. So yeah.
On the right side of her head is what you're talking about?
Yes.
And okay, so that takes place after she shoots herself. Where does the gun go?
I take the gun and I set it on the other side of the bed.
Where did you get the gun from, I guess is what I'm asking. Did it fall? Did it go to the ground? Was it in her hand? Did it stay on the bed?
I picked the gun up and set it. I can't truly remember if it hit the ground. I know I want to say I picked the gun up and I set it over there on the opposite side of the bed. I picked up the phone and I called 911.
What about the kids? Did they wake up at all?
No. They were asleep.
When the gun went off in that little room and the kids didn't even wake up?
Yeah, they woke up eventually.
Well, why did she come back to you if things hadn't been good? And how long y'all been apart? A couple months? Or not even that? You got arrested on like the 11th, didn't you?
He said earlier about a week.
So y'all been apart not even a month. Right?
Somewhat, yes.
When did you get out of jail?
I got out of jail December the 15th.
Okay.
I went to jail.
And I mean, I understand, people all the time, but, not typically with kids right there in the room,
Not normally over this kind of situation. Usually there's a lot more stuff going on in life to make someone want to do
Not
that.
because somebody's cheating. You don't kill yourself because somebody's cheating on you. Most people don't,
I know what I'm saying. I know that was the point of the situation at the moment.
Well, when is your court date? When are you going to have to go back to court for this stuff?
Today.
What time?
I want to say 8:30.
Okay.
So, that's the end of Johnny's interviews. I know, I can't make out anything he was saying. Mumbling, and it was actually pissing me off. It seems Johnny was annoyed at her. She was cheating, he was cheating, we don't really know. He shot her in the head in front of the kids. Johnny was sentenced to 45 years in prison. Comment, tell me what you think.
What? No! 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 What? Jesus! Jesus! No! Oh my God! Please, Jesus, please! Oh my God!
Dad.
Yes.
Praise His name.
I am.
Praise His
Lord
name.
Jesus, please.
No matter what happens. No matter what happens. Praise His heavenly name. Praise His name.
Okay.
Praise His name, John.
Dear Lord Jesus.
Jesus heavenly.
Dear Lord Jesus.
Friends, today's bizarre case is of 18-year-old David Olson. His father, Aaron Olson, rushed home, and he found David holding a gun. He was pointing this gun at his mother, Adriana. What happened next? Well, we'll hear the father explain, then David will come in and explain his version of events. This entire interrogation can best be described as an absolute shambles.
Oh my God. Oh my God. What? No, 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 no. Please. Please, please, please. 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 Oh my God. Please, dude, there's nothing you can do? Were you able to talk with her? Was she praying? Was she able to do anything? She's dead. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. She's dead. Can you let my son in here?
Yeah.
Oh my God, 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 oh my God. Please tell me there's nothing you can do. David, she's gone.
I killed her.
David.
I killed her.
David, stop. No. Wait a minute, man. Wait a minute.
Pray. Keep praying.
I'm praying. Oh my God! Please, Jesus, please. David.
My God, that is who you are.
There's nothing you can do.
No, just keep praying, Dad. Keep praying. I feel it in my heart.
I'm praying, David.
We need to try to sort it
I
out.
understand. All right, look, man, I'm trying. Oh my God.
And you, in the quicker.
I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out. All right. Where did we leave off?
So you talked about that you got the call from her?
Yeah. And then I headed over there. The minute I got there, I walked in the house. She was, let me see your pen. Here's the front door. Here's a couch here, a couch there. My son was sitting Indian style there. She was standing right there. I walked in right there. I was standing right there. I'm like, what is going on? My son was sitting Indian style. She was standing there with her arms crossed. And I'm like, what is going on, guys? What is going on? And it all happened so fast. And then she was like, what did she even say? It had kind of chilled out. And I was like, David, what is going on, dude? And I guess he was talking about hurting himself or something. And then he gets up. And I don't know if he had the gun when he got up or if he went and got it. I just know that I'm standing there, my wife's standing there. He kind of walked over here. And then when I look, he's got the gun in his hands. And then he just kind of was like moving around with it like this. And I said, David. And then it went off.
Okay.
He was just kind of he was like, you know, oh my God. She was there and he was there. And I'm kind of just walked in the house. And I'm like, what's going on, guys? What's going on? Like I said, he gets up, he goes that way. And then I see he's got the gun in his hand and he's kind of just moving it around. And I was like, David, whoa, dude. What are you doing? And then he kind of waved it around and he looked at her and he fired the trigger.
Okay.
And then the minute he fired it, he dropped the gun and started screaming. So I ran and grabbed the gun, put it in my pickup truck, went back inside, don't know what I'm doing. I hurry up and grab the phone and call 911. That's all I got for you, dude.
Okay.
I bought that gun for protection for my house. Okay? I've been wanting to do that.
Where's the gun normally kept?
We had it in a gun safe.
Okay.
But
how would he have gotten a gun? Do you have any idea?
It's for the house.
No, I understand.
I bought it.
You said it's in the gun safe.
Yes, and I needed him. It's not like it's kept from any of them. It's there.
I gotcha.
For that.
Okay.
I bought it to protect the house. I'm gone all the time.
I gotcha.
We've been having home invasions all over Pensacola. So when she called me tonight and said David was talking crazy stuff, like about hurting himself or whatever, and just crazy talk, he's been suffering because our marriage is split up. And him and her discussed splitting up. And he sees the hell I've been going through. And he was just kind of standing there with the gun, like blank look. Like nothing there. And
so, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So on the phone calls that she was on your way there, did she ever mention to you that David, what was David doing at the time?
Said he was talking crazy talk. Like, you know, honestly, this is a problem we have. So I'm tired, dude. I'm like, whoa. First of all, I'm like, calm down. I'm like, what's going on? Because I'm trying to win my wife back over.
So I know you said that she called you back and told you things had calmed down. And then, was that while you were on your way or before you left?
No, I was on my way regardless. And I was worried about that gun. That's why I was on my way. I was on my way. She had me upset.
Sure.
She said David's talking crazy stuff. She mentioned gun. I don't know if she said he had it or he talked about having it. I don't know. I don't need all those kind of details. I know there's problems, and I just knew I started headed that way.
Okay. And that was from your aunt's in Garcon Point? That's where you were staying?
Yes. She's at the hospital right now.
Okay. So you mentioned that he has psychological issues.
Yes, he does.
Tell me more about that.
I don't even really know, man. Dude, all I do is work.
Okay.
That's part of the problem with my job. I don't know. There's a lot of, I just feed my family, dude.
Sure.
I work and I feed my family. He's got issues.
Okay.
And he's been dealing with psychologists and stuff, and I don't even know his psychologist's name. Oh my God, dude. Oh no! Jesus! Oh my God, man!
We're going to step out for just a second, and then we're going to try talking to your son.
If you need to call.
If you need to make
all I know,
call your aunt.
All I know is I said I was coming. Oh, I didn't even tell her I was coming. She said everything's okay now, and I headed that way. I walked in the house, and he didn't have a gun when he was sitting down. I don't know if it was I don't know where it was. But then after he shot her, I did notice there were shotgun shells on the table. I do remember that.
Okay.
And I'm like, but you got to understand, dude. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, everything is, you know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, everything happened quickly as well.
I don't know what's going on.
Is her family here then?
No, her mom lives in Brazil.
Is that where she's from originally, or?
Yeah. Oh, Jesus, God, why? Yes, that's where she's from. That's where she's from, and her mother-in-law was deported. She can't even come over here.
So she has nobody here.
She's got, yes, we got community. She's got,
but nobody else.
Oh my God.
Well, look, we're going to let you call whoever you need to call. We're going to step out for just a second, and then we'll try talking to your son. So we can get you guys out of here.
The hospital's not going to let anybody but next to kin know. So you need to make contact with your family, let them know what's going on.
Yeah, because they're, and I don't know if you want to touch base with your aunt. You said she's at the hospital.
Jesus. Oh my God. Oh my God. I got to get out. I got to walk in the hallway. I got to go. Jesus.
It wasn't a fucking accident.
Yes, it was, David.
All right. Trigger discipline. I have my finger on the fucking trigger. I'm taking the consequences.
You're going to get consequences, but there's no need in adding to this, David. You were standing there with a gun in your hand, out of your head.
So that's the end of the father's interview. I think he's being honest. I think he's being genuine. The emotions you're seeing are real. A lot of the times in cases like this, the father, the son, the mother, there could be multiple people involved. I don't think Aaron was. So now the police are going to bring David in for questioning. So far, how much do you think is just anger? How much do you think is psychology? Let me know.
Come on, next time, whatever happens.
David, you got no choice on that.
Look,
Stop all that.
Here's the deal. And I'm just going to lay this out so everybody's clear. You're not under arrest. You're not under arrest. Both of you are free to leave at any time. Okay? You guys can walk out of here. We're just trying to sort out what happened with your mom and try to figure out what happened tonight. So right now, nobody's under arrest, just so we're clear. Is everybody clear on that? Okay. We're just trying to find out what happened. Okay. So kind of help me understand. Just walk me through what happened tonight.
Okay. I got nothing to hide.
Okay.
David, just talk. Just talk to the man.
I'm gonna talk. I'm just gonna open up. I'm gonna say things how it is.
Okay, that's fine, David. That's fine.
That's great. That's what we want.
Just your mom would want you to be honest.
Absolutely.
Regardless of whether I killed her or not, I just lost my mom.
Absolutely.
For one thing, we are going through a tough time. He has watched me suffer. He has watched his mother suffer.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, there's no, before She left before we had a problem. He was doing great. They had a discussion.
It was great.
They had a discussion about leaving me. And I was betrayed and upset with both of them.
Mm-hmm.
My son seen how I suffered, and he realized it's not what he thought. He just wanted peace in the house. He's right here fixing to graduate.
Where you go to school?
Pine Forest.
Okay.
There has been a lot of pain the last 3 weeks. My son has seen me crying every day that I talk to him.
Okay.
Just begging, saying, David, I just want to come home. I just want to be with my family. I just want my family back. I want my wife. I want my son. I want my dog. I want my house.
Sure. All understandable. Completely understandable.
And the first week, David's been, I'm just telling you as a father, from the outside, David's been neutral. The second week, David and his mom were kind of fussing because David sees what I've been going through. And I was not trying to pit them against each other. I'm not doing that. This third week or whatever. And I've been talking to David every day. How's your mom doing? How's everything going with your mom? I don't want y'all to fight. I want everything to be good. And it's, Dad, she's been cold or she's been a little bit friendly, and we've been talking. And I've said, man, here's conversations that I've had with my son.
Oh my God, I rolled with her downtown.
I
rolled with her downtown yesterday. We had a good time the last time.
This goes
What'd you guys do?
It was nice to me for once. Tonight? Yesterday. We drove around downtown. I don't know if that was God saying, this is the last time you're going to be with your mom.
Did you guys go anywhere specific?
Let's see.
We were just driving around, and I was trying to be on good terms. I've been trying to stay strong. I'm not going to victimize myself, but I was suicidal a long time ago.
My son's got a lot of psychological.
And I'm not crazy though, so it's my fault.
Okay.
Oh my God.
And I thought I could be strong. My dad told me he was getting a Benelli M4, and I was like, that's great. I thought I was strong. I thought I wasn't gonna break or kill myself or kill anybody else.
So what happened tonight then?
I'll explain. Just give me some time, okay? I just need to breathe.
Okay.
Because it's not fun to think about what led up to the situation.
Oh,
what is today?
I understand.
Today's 7th, 8th.
I'm trying to see.
The 8th.
Hang on a minute.
Our life was for once together. And my mom dies 3 weeks later because of me. Imagine that. 3 weeks later, right after everything goes back together, you kill your mom.
What do you mean?
And you love your mom.
Of course you do. What do you mean everything goes back together? Help me understand what you mean by that.
I've been having psychological problems. I wasn't a vegetable, but I was able to do things, and I decided to go, you know what? Screw it. Even though I got all these mental illnesses, I'm not retarded, I'm not crazy, I can do things.
Sure.
And I decided to take a step. And I'm getting a car, I'm about to get a job.
Okay, wow.
And I was going to go to college. My mom was there. Everything was good. And the day after everything went back together, at least I thought it went back together. It probably didn't go back together. My mom comes to me and she's like, can we keep a secret? And I was like, I'm about to divorce her dad. And I know he loves her, but they've been arguing, and all I've seen with them is arguing. So I thought they didn't love each other. I thought it was going to be better that way.
This is the day that me and her split. This is after their trip in Atlanta, and this is Sunday. And I said, where are you at? Call me. This is me. This is him. This is me. This is him. This is for the last 3 weeks. This is me and him talking. David, just look. There's no need to even say stuff like that. That's David.
I don't care. I'm just gonna say.
You don't have to say that.
All right, I won't say it.
You don't have to say that,
Fine,
David.
I won't say it.
There's nothing.
That's fine. That's fine. It's the second when everything calms down and it feels normal, and then everything goes back to normal. Then remember what happened.
Right.
This is the most tragic thing that happened in my life.
Yeah, without a doubt. And it probably, unfortunately, will be. I mean, it'll be the most traumatic thing. I mean, this is not something that's gonna, go away tomorrow, and everything you're feeling about it is okay.
I know.
That's all, that all should be there.
I know.
Anger, sadness, everything should all be there.
But, all right.
So what happened tonight? What happened tonight?
All right. If I remember correctly, she was, I don't remember if she was at a friend's. Yeah, she was going to go to the airport to bring back a rental car. She was with Tatiani, her best friend.
Okay.
And I slept for the entire day because, I'm going through it, And then she comes home, and then I get really heated because my mom used to be the most empathetic, the most amazing mother I've ever had. She still is, in my heart at least.
Mm-hmm.
But, she became really cold, and it's our fault. I was verbally abused.
Nothing is your fault, David. Stop. David, you're 18. You're just a baby, David. Me and your mother have had problems. This is not about your fault, my fault. This is not. Finish talking to the cop, but this is not.
Okay, let's just get back to the subject. That's all we're here for. She's been going through a lot, but at the end of the day, I believe that everything's a sign. I believe certain people in her life had bad spirits on them.
Okay.
I believe that ever since she started talking to these people, her best friends, getting close to them, I believe that's what caused her to be unempathetic. She was talking about leaving me. She was talking about leaving my life. And, back then it was like she was crap talking. I didn't believe it, but now I believed her. So I was heated,
Right.
This is the person I've relied on for, this is my backbone. I hate to say it, but she was my backbone. And now that I'm losing that, I was pissed off.
Okay.
I never thought about using that shotgun. Never thought about I thought about it, but I've never actually, the only time I've grabbed that shotgun was to check on how it's doing and put it back in the safe and hide the key because I thought my mom was going to lose it.
Okay.
I get the shotgun and I put it in the back of my car, and I drive illegally. I drive around illegally because I was ready. I don't care, man. I was ready. A lot of it was shit talk. I wasn't that serious about it. A lot of it was serious, and because I was thinking, well, you're really gonna do that? And I was hesitating. I was really, really hesitating. I couldn't even pull out of the driveway to do it, man.
To do what?
To go and kill Tatiani.
What?
Were you blaming her for, you said your mom had suddenly stopped being empathetic?
Empathetic. She just never ever talked to me. She was out of the house 80% of the day. She never talked to me, and I'm going through a lot.
Okay.
And I was expecting her, which she's going through a lot. And I understand that's why she acted the way she did, and maybe I should have thought about that. Because maybe if I was more empathetic, this would have never happened.
Okay.
But I was gonna go and do it, but I couldn't even leave the driveway. I was just talking. I wasn't gonna do it.
Sure. You're just angry, I'm sure.
I was angry and I was in shock. So I walked back in the house with the shotgun in the case, and I walked in the house and I pointed the gun at Mom, and then she's like, "David, what are you doing?" And then I pointed the gun at myself. And then I thought about it. I got my head right out of my ass. I unloaded the shotgun. And everything was peaceful if I just continued what I did. So we sat down, and She sat down on the couch, and I sat down on the floor. There was 10 shotgun shells on the table of the shotgun, and I was sitting there. Out of everybody I was going to kill, that was the last person I would expect to do it.
What do you mean everybody you were going to kill?
I was planning on it, but I changed my mind because I just couldn't do it. But even when I was planning on it and I thought I was going to do it, I knew that was the one person I just wouldn't do it. So I sat down, and without the finger on the trigger, I pointed the shotgun.
When I come in the house, did you have it with you? Because I did not see it with you.
It was under the table.
You were sitting Indian style.
I was sitting Indian style with the shotgun right at my feet.
I never seen it.
That's where it was. I put one in the chamber when you came in the house.
You did that when I got there?
No, before you got there. It was already in the chamber.
David, we had a rule. That gun is to defend the house. We had a rule. You gave me your word. I was worried about both of y'all with that gun.
And I trusted myself.
I had no choice. I'm gone. You gave me your word.
Look, I don't want to.
That's on me for bringing it into the house.
I don't want to get into like a blame game. That's not going to help the situation.
Jesus.
So you guys are talking. You unload the shotgun, then you put a round in the chamber?
No, that's when he came in the house, fast forward because he brought it up. Back to where we were.
Okay, perfect.
Back to where we were. I was on the floor with the shotgun. And I pointed the gun at her. And then I stopped. Pointed the gun at myself. I don't remember what she said, but she was really, really antagonizing, which that's not a right. You don't shoot somebody because they fucking yell at you.
Mm.
And then I was nervous because I was thinking to myself, damn, you try to play big boy for once. You try to actually, you trusted yourself with a shotgun. And now dad's coming back home and he's about to take that gun away and you're just going to go back to being that.
That was your mentality?
Not when I shot her, but that's what got me nervous.
I wasn't even coming for any of that. I was coming home to bring peace.
We'll talk about that later. We're talking to these people. Came in the house and I was so fucking nervous. Wasn't an excuse because I could have controlled myself.
Let me know when you're done. I've got to contact some people as well.
I could have controlled myself.
You seen?
Well, I'm going to let you contact them.
Well, no, I mean, I don't want you to.
I've had outbursts, and I've always, there's been moments where I've had outbursts. Like, I would just get, those parts where I thought I would control myself in the past, and then I just lose it. But I'm not a psychopath or sociopath. Yeah. I can still control myself.
I'll leave it right there.
But, I still had really bad outbursts. I've had a psychologist, I've had a psychiatrist. But, one thing I always trusted myself with, one thing because I've always worried about this day. One thing I've always trusted myself was you can control yourself, David. And that's what the one thing I had faith in. That's the one thing I held on to. That's the one time I actually put my own backbone on. I don't understand I could control myself. I could have done it.
I can't even talk anyway.
No matter what intrusive thoughts come in my head, no matter how angry I am, no matter whenever I'm angry, my intrusive thoughts, you can still go. That's crazy. That's childish. That's what I did was childish. I was angry, and I started talking about, because when he got in the house, I got so heated, because I wasn't expecting it to be between me and her. And then I got heated, so I started bringing up all the messed up stuff she said to me. I was pointing the gun around. I pointed it at Dad, because they were going to get the gun. I turned around, bop.
I wasn't getting anything, David. I just was there.
And you were walking towards me to grab the shotgun.
No, right. Once I realized you had it. But I didn't know I wasn't there for you. I didn't know what was going on. I was trying to keep peace, man. I just woke up and drove straight over there. When I noticed you had a gun and you were waving it around, yes, I did. I was like, David, what are you doing? And I was coming there just for peace. We're signing papers tomorrow. We're selling a house.
I was looking forward for all three of us to at least be together so we can have my graduation.
I was gonna
so I can still have my mom with me.
I was gonna buy chocolates and flowers. That's my whole plan for tomorrow.
I was planning on even if they do divorce, maybe I was gonna have a graduation. Maybe I was gonna have a fucking future. Maybe I was gonna have my mom. And it was all because of me.
No, David, it's not all because of you. You've had a rough life, and I'm not the fucking.
I didn't have the life you had, Dad. You didn't kill anybody. I did. This isn't a fucking excuse. Whatever prison I go to, I fucking deserve it.
David, stop that. They'll figure that out. You don't need to be talking that. That's their job. I know you.
I could go back in time.
I know you personally, son. I know you personally, son. I know you personally.
Oh my God. Do you know any cases where the person lives after they announced it?
No, not typically. Usually they do everything they can. They don't call it until they have no other choice.
God. Okay, that's stop. I'm still gonna pray to God, even if whatever happened.
All right, David, but just listen, son. As far as all that, that's their job. They handle that.
I know. I gotta say it. I gotta get off my chest.
They don't need you to say it.
I know they don't need it.
David, I'm just telling you, you're not helping. They're going to do their job. All right.
I
don't hate yourself, is what I'm telling you.
I got no problem with you praying.
I can't love myself after I just killed my mother.
I know that. I know you, son.
I can't love myself. I can't ever love myself. I can't forgive myself.
That was not you. That was not you. Okay?
Okay, it wasn't me, but it was still my actions, and I'm never gonna forgive myself for that. And don't make it worse than do anything.
I'm not gonna do nothing, David. I just want my family back. Tomorrow I was going to bring chocolates and flowers.
Okay, I don't need to hear that right now. I don't want to hear about that because I don't want to fantasize. Because maybe fantasizing is just going to make it worse.
I understand that, but I'm just telling you right now, listen to me. You did not mean to do that. I know how you love your mother, and I know you've been suffering and hurting. We've all been suffering and hurting. I know how bad you've been hurting. You've watched me cry every day for the last 3 weeks. Son, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that my lack of being the father and the husband I should have been has led to this point. I cannot go back in time. That's what I've been trying to tell your mother. I can't go back on nothing. I was just hoping and praying for a new start. You got caught in the middle of it. I have seen you suffering. I've been checking on you and worried sick about you every day. That's why I call you all morning long. I've never called you this much.
Hey, do you know if my dog is doing okay?
I don't know any of that.
Is your dog in the house?
They said like there was a canine dude. He was like, I know how to handle dogs.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's still at the house. So.
Don't worry about that.
David, I need to ask you a few more questions, but just kind of in light of some of the things we've talked about, I need to read this to you, okay? And just let me know if you have any questions about it after I read it to you, just to make sure you understand everything, okay? Because I want to make sure you're clear. So if you have any questions, you don't get what I read, make sure you ask me to clarify, okay? And I'm happy to explain anything, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used as evidence against you in court. You have the right to have a lawyer present while being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer will be appointed for you without cost before questioning. If you wish to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right this time to answering questions at any time. Do you understand all that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what that is? Have you ever heard of that before?
I know what it means. I know exactly what you're saying, but just to double check.
Sure.
Read it again.
Yeah, absolutely. So you have the right to remain silent. So basically, you have a legal right not to talk to me. Okay? You to not answer any more questions. Anything that you tell me can be used in court against you. Okay? You have the right to have a lawyer with you while we're talking, if that's your desire. If you can't afford a lawyer, the court will appoint one for you. Okay? And if you wish to answer questions now without a lawyer, you can stop at any time.
David, you'll talk when you get a lawyer.
All right.
I mean, just whatever. I
made my decision.
Well, that's on you to speak. I'm just saying, David.
Well, your dad can't make your decision.
No, I
for
can't.
you.
I know. That's fine. I want to get
I'm
a lawyer.
just saying, just be careful, David. I know you talk, and I know you just strict facts and straight to the point. Not a whole bunch of I'm guilty if I'm this. None of that stuff, man. That's not. This is. I mean, I love you, son. I know you didn't mean to do it. I know you did not mean to do it.
David, what's your last name?
Olson, but it's spelled it differently. O-H. O-S-O-N. There you go.
I'm just going to have you sign there that you understand. And you do not want to answer questions about an attorney.
Well, I mean,
what do you think, Dad? I'm going to just do what you
I don't
say.
know. I've never been in this predicament. I don't know. I mean,
here's the other thing to David. I mean, you're 18.
Yeah.
That's it. You're an adult.
And I know you're leaning on your dad, but the bottom line is it's your decision.
I understand.
What you want to do.
I know.
Okay.
well, I mean, I'm just saying.
But Dad says.
No, it's not what Dad says. I'm just saying. I mean, this is just crazy. Everything is crazy.
What should I have said?
Just talk with a lawyer. You've given him everything you got to give him. I know. I'm getting a lawyer. But
Okay.
anyway, you're 18.
Okay.
I made the decision.
Okay.
Hear the man out, David. Hear the man out. I'm here to hear him out.
Well, there's nothing more I can say. If you want a lawyer, then I can't talk to you any longer.
That's cool.
I mean, it's just kind of the way it is. So we can't talk about the case anymore. So until you get an attorney.
Where do I don't
Give me just a minute. I'll pull you out and I'll talk to you and kind of let you know what's up and just give me just a second.
Did you let your cat know?
Yes, I have.
Family stuff.
I can't even smell gunpowder anymore. I can't fucking smell that. I can't smell that. I can smell. I can just, it's just in my head. I can smell it. Something that I always enjoyed is now something I'm always going to regret. Something that I expected to enjoy shooting. Oh boy, I can't even think about it. Oh my God. Dear Lord Jesus, please, dear Lord Jesus, be with my son. Please, dear Lord Jesus.
Pray for Mom.
I understand that. Dear Lord Jesus, God in heaven, please be with Adriana. Please be with our precious wife. Bring her back. Please be with my precious wife. Dear God in heaven. God, please, dear Lord Jesus, I hope and pray you received her with open arms. Dear Lord, please, I hope and pray you received her with open arms. I hope and pray she's in paradise right now. Dear Lord, I pray my beautiful, wonderful, awesome wife is in paradise. God, I pray that you opened her with open arms. Dear Lord, please be with my son, dear God, please. Dear Lord Jesus, please be with my son, dear God, please. Jesus, please. Dear God, please, 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 please be with my son, Jesus Christ, Lord, please. Dear Lord Jesus, I ask that you be with my son going forward. Please, God, I know my son didn't mean to do that. I know he didn't mean to do it, God. I know that it's just been so crazy these last 3 weeks. Dear God, dear God, dear God, please be with my son, Jesus. Please give him peace. Be with his mind and heart. Please, dear God, please. Dear Lord Jesus, be with my son, please. Dear God, please. Dear Lord Jesus, I hope and pray that you received Adriana with open arms. Dear God, I hope and pray that you received her with open arms. Sweet Jesus Christ, Lord, please. Dear God in heaven, please. Dear Lord Jesus, please. I hope and pray that you received her with open arms. Dear God, please be with Adriana, please. Dear God, please be with Adriana, please. Dear God, please be with Adriana, please. Dear God, please be with her, dear Lord Jesus. My beautiful, beautiful, beautiful wife, dear Lord Jesus, I pray that you received her with open arms. Dear God, I pray that she is in heaven right now with you, dear Lord Jesus. Please, dear God, please, God. Dear Lord Jesus, please be with my son. Dear Lord Jesus, we're here now, though, Lord, and I know my son. I know he didn't mean to do it. I know he's been suffering. I know he's been hurting. Dear God, I pray that you be with him. Dear Lord, please be with my son, sweet Jesus Christ, Lord, please. Please be with my son, Jesus, please. Dear God, please, Jesus, please, dear God, please, dear God, please. Oh, Jesus, God in heaven, dear God, please, Jesus, please. Dear Lord, be with my son, Jesus, please. No matter what happens, be with my son, Jesus. Oh, my God. Dear Lord Jesus, please be with Anna. I don't even know how we're going to tell her she's in Brazil. We're going to figure it out. Dear Lord Jesus, oh, my God. Lord, I don't even know how to pay any bills. My wife pays all the bills. Dear Lord, I don't even know how to do nothing. All I do is work. Dear Lord Jesus, please. Oh, God. Dear Lord Jesus, please be with my son, please. Jesus, God in heaven, be with my son, please. Jesus, please be with my son, please. I know I love my boy. Dear Lord Jesus, please. God, please be with him, please. I know he didn't mean to do it. Dear Lord Jesus. Lord, I bought that gun to protect the house. Jesus, you know I did. Dear Lord, I brought that gun to protect the house, God. That was for protection, God. That was for nothing else. Dear Lord Jesus, that was for protection, Lord Jesus. Dear God, Jesus, please be with my son, God. Oh, my God. Please be with my son, Jesus.
David, can I see your dad for a second?
Dad, amen. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I'm sorry.
So that's the end of David's interview. Let me read out the newspaper article detailing everything. So, he shot and took his own mother's life. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. David had originally been charged with second-degree murder. He shot her with a shotgun on April the 8th, 2022 in front of his father. Now, despite David's attorney telling a judge that his client has severe mental illness and he needs medical care outside of prison, the judge said no, this was an accident, but it was not mental illness, hence the 10 years. David's attorney intended to rely on the insanity defense, but he did end up signing a plea agreement, stating he would plead no contest to one count of manslaughter with a firearm rather than face the full murder charge. In fact, his psychologist, Dr. Steven Zeman, testified that he did not feel David met the legal standard of being declared insane. But he did say David had the most severe case of OCD he'd ever encountered. The psychologist argued David was not able to lead a normal life. Finally, the judge said this: although this is a tragic event and the defendant may be a sympathetic person, his mental deficiencies are not an excuse for this crime. And you know something about this case? You know what his father said in court? His father said, "He's my only child. Neither one of us really had a life." To encapsulate the vibe of this interrogation, that's probably the best way to put it. Comment, tell me what you think.
A woman charged this week in her young son's death.
The suspect is the children's mother and is in custody tonight.
Yeah, Cynthia, I don't know how to say this here, but what happened here on this street in this tiny community behind me is simply unfathomable.
In October 2006, police responded to a 911 call at the home of 23-year-old Teresa Moses. Her 8-year-old son, Rajon Daniels, was unresponsive. He had vomit around his mouth, a rope. He also had chemical burns, along with many sores and other injuries to his bruised body. Rayon had been pulled out of school, and Teresa was supposedly homeschooling him in what she called Teresa's home school, a name she registered with the state. The public school he previously had been to had been told by her to not give him any food due to a special diet he was on. The school became suspicious and asked more questions about this mystery diet, and it's at that point she took him out of the school. Teresa eventually was arrested on suspicion of murder, torture, and child endangerment. Police, during the investigation, said that it was possibly for a year Teresa had kept the child in his dark room and tortured him. Teresa had been punishing her son for things like wetting his bed by pouring harsh chemicals on his body, tying him up, and starving him on a diet. On the day he died, the child was made to drink a household cleaner, and his body finally gave up. Rayon had multiple bruises, numerous belt welts, and other injuries in various stages of healing. At the hospital, he lay on the bed. His neck was in a brace with a tube coming out of his mouth. He looked unrecognizable, and in fact, social workers at Contra Costa's Children and Family Services had been called at least 3 times with complaints about the treatment of Rayon since May of 2005. After each investigation, Rayon was bizarrely sent home to live with his mother. Eventually, Rayon died at the hospital, and the autopsy report did not produce any cause of death at the beginning, but that's because the toxicology tests needed to be finished. However, police said that it was obvious that Teresa had been the one to cause his death. Detective Eric Smith said it appears he was held hostage in the home to prevent his escape. This kid was treated worse than a dog. Police had found the sheets in his room had been duct taped to the bed. The window was kept locked at all times. The door had a padlock on the outside. And inside the room, the only other piece of furniture was a small table. And on the table was a video camera and a baby monitor. You see, Teresa had been continuously watching Rayon on video while he spent most of this time locked inside a room. He spent most of his day in that room every day. He rarely went outside, and when he was heavily supervised by his mother. And since he was not allowed to use the bathroom anytime he wanted, he would often wet and soil his pants, and Teresa thought that he was doing this on purpose. She said that whenever she would get back from work, he would defecate on himself. She thought that he was doing mind games with her. But obviously he did it because he was scared. See, whenever she came home, she would end up torturing him. Lieutenant Enos Johnson, at the crime scene, he said that when he entered the apartment, it literally burned his eyes. He was met with fumes, very strong fumes, throughout the apartment. It was horrifying to think that a child lived in that environment, and that a child had to sleep in that environment with open containers of household cleaner. Teresa herself admitted to police that she had poured chemicals on his genitals in an attempt to stop him from wetting the bed. What the fuck? And the mystery of all of this is that Teresa also had a 3-year-old daughter who was not abused at all. And that child was being taken by a friend as the police arrived, but was later placed in protective custody. Rayon himself was around 8 years old. Eventually, this 3-year-old, Teresa, lost her rights to that child. Police found vomit in the bathroom and Rayon's bedroom, along with empty cleaning solution containers. In the kitchen, police found a pile of brown slop in a blender as well as in a cup. Teresa told them that it was beans and spaghetti, saying that Rayon was unable to eat solid food because it always made him vomit. On the day in question, Teresa said she had fed Rayon around 5 p.m., then locked him in the room. She was watching him via the video and she noticed he was sitting up. Then she went to check on him and he was frothing at the mouth and would not respond to her. Now in April of 2005, Teresa sent letters to King Elementary School with complaints that her son had been eating food from their cafeteria. She let them know that Rajon was on a special diet and asked them to stop feeding him. At this point, the school district contacted Child Services with complaints about Rajon's behavior and the fact that his mother was withholding food. A social worker did a phone investigation and decided no action needed to be taken. In July of 2005, a woman at a fast food restaurant called the police, saying that a child has been playing on the slides without adult supervision continuously for over 2 hours. Police came to investigate and Rajon told them that he had run away from home because his mother was putting handcuffs on him. The officer said he did not see any bruises or injuries on Rajon and that he had said his mother was not abusing him. A report was written and a social worker did another phone investigation. Again, no action was taken. On November the 23rd, 2005, Rajon ran away from home again by jumping out of his bedroom window on the second floor. Teresa reported him missing around 10 a.m. that day. When he was found, another phone interview was conducted and again, no action was taken. So, on October the 27th, 2006, Rajon died of trauma from long-term child abuse. Teresa is arrested and Rajon's 3-year-old sister is put into foster care. The coroner's office concluded that he died due to trauma because of battered child syndrome. The autopsy report said that he suffered from ketoacidosis, which is dangerously high levels of acids that build up in the blood and can lead to diabetic coma or death. Although diabetes is a possible cause, the report suggested that for Rajon, starvation was a more likely culprit. Now, in a trial, in March of 2007, Teresa pled not guilty to murder. But then in April of 2009, Teresa changed her plea to not guilty by reason of insanity. In November of the same year, Judge Charles Birch agreed that Teresa was legally insane. And in January of 2010, she was sentenced to 25 years to life in a state mental hospital. However, in 2012, almost 3 years after she had been sentenced, Teresa petitioned the court for an early release. And in February of that year, a judge ordered that Teresa would be released into a conditional release program because doctors said that she was no longer a danger to anyone. In March of 2013, Teresa was 30 years old when she was released from the hospital and would be required to enter an ongoing treatment program which would be monitored by the state. A friend went to visit Teresa at the hospital and said that Teresa seemed shocked to learn that her son was dead and told the friend that she learned how to be a parent by watching the ants while she was growing up. That's a bit weird. The friend in this moment thought she meant aunts, as in auntie, but no. She literally meant insects. It was said that she was having paranoid delusions and the doctors claim that her condition was a mental illness that could be fleeting. Of course, objections had been raised by the district attorney's office about the release of Teresa, but a trial was never asked for. Doctors at the hospital had said that Teresa had been the model patient, saying that she had shown how it was possible for the mentally ill to be given a second chance if they received the right treatment along with support. What can you say? If she's gone through the system and they're saying yes, she's insane, and then they have her released, you just have to take it on face value, because you know and I know that 99.999% of those that claim insanity get told, no, you're not insane, get your ass in jail. So, I believe she was actually insane. Should she have been released? I don't know. Comment, tell me what you think.
There's two things that can get you in trouble today, okay? One of them's telling a lie, and the other one's blowing smoke up my ass, okay? Neither one of them are going to happen, correct? Be honest. Help yourself, girl. You got an opportunity to tell the truth and help yourself, and you'd rather sit here and lie to me. Help yourself. This is your opportunity to tell the truth. Get it off your chest of what happened. The only person that can take care of children correctly as their mother, okay? Let's do everything we can do to make sure that happens, okay?
Friends, today's silly cow is Deborah Burge. She's being questioned in the death of Harvey Ray Smith. We're going to pick up this interview where she first goes to Little Caesars to get pizza.
All right, while y'all are eating pizza, did you see anybody? Talk to anybody?
Oh, yes, I did, Ray
Okay, Ray.
Smith.
Okay, what was that conversation about?
Nothing much. I just asked him how his daughter was doing because me and her had been friends for a really long time, and she went down the wrong path and got sent to rehab. So
What pizza place was it?
Little Caesars and Pace.
Okay, is that on 90?
Mm-hmm. Right beside One Dixie.
Okay. So you just asked how his daughter was doing
Mm-hmm.
and all that. What else was talked about?
Nothing.
Okay, well, I want you to understand something, okay? It's very important. And I know you say you're scatterbrained on things, but I want you to understand it's very important that anything that you can remember or anything that was said or anything that took place, it's important, okay? And you have to make sure that when I ask you a question, that number one, you're 100% honest, okay? And number two, that you don't give me half of the story, okay?
I'm going to tell you.
But let me finish what I'm telling you, okay? Because I just want to make sure you understand me 100%, okay? I guess you know him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Who is that?
That's Ray.
Okay. And I guess by now you know he's dead. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to get to that part in just a second. What did y'all talk about in Little Caesars?
His daughter, that's all.
Okay.
I've known his daughter for a really long time. And she got sent to rehab, like I said. So I was just asking how she was doing when she was coming home and, a couple things like that. But
Have you talked to him before?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He calls my mom's phone or my dad's phone and, talks to me every now and then, but it's not really much. Maybe like once a month or twice a month. That was the first time I'd seen him in forever.
Y'all ever messed around?
No.
Okay. After the incident at Little Caesars, when was the next time you talked to him?
He called my mom's phone. I can't remember the time because we were eating pizza in the car with the kids. And he called my mom's phone on our way there, and just I guess to see what I was doing.
On the way where?
Back home.
Okay.
And
after y'all talked.
Right after I seen him at Little Caesars, we left, and about maybe 20 minutes later, he called to see if I was in Pace anymore because he knew that I didn't live in Pace. I lived in Molino. Mm-hmm. And I guess he was seeing he asked if I was hanging out in Pace or anything, and I told him no, I stay in Molino with my kids and my mom and dad.
Okay, after that, did you talk to him anymore?
Mm-mm. I didn't talk to him on the phone no more after that.
What about text messaging?
I think I did text.
Hold on. Let me explain something to you, okay? You're saying you think, okay? I'm telling you I know.
I know.
Okay? So there's two things I've told you. Help yourself and tell me the truth, and let's get this straightened out and help you, okay? There's no use you sitting here telling me a damn lie when I know different. That's why we're trying to be nice and we called you. We wanted to talk to you because we want you to be able to tell us the truth. The truth is the only thing you can sit here and tell today that's going to make you feel better. Don't sit here with something on your conscience that you need to let off of it. So you want to start all over and let's get right? Huh? You want to let's put it on the table? Here's your opportunity. I need you to tell me the truth. Okay? Is that fair?
Deborah,
clear your eyes up, girl.
I know you've probably been a wreck for the past few days.
My kids.
You ain't slept a wink, have you?
Yes, I've been asleep. I don't get in trouble.
Listen, we're getting off on the wrong path. Okay, listen to me. The only person that can take care of children correctly is their mother. Okay, let's do everything we can do to make sure that happens. Okay, what'd y'all talk about in Little Caesars?
He kept looking down my shirt.
Okay.
And he kept telling me that I had nice boobs and everything else. And any other time that he called my phone, he was always hitting on me. Mm-hmm. And he always made me feel uncomfortable. So I didn't ever hang out with him because I didn't want to be feeling uncomfortable around, this is my best friend's dad, Mm-hmm. And so it was really weird.
whenever we left Little Caesars. Like I said, he called. We were going down the road, and he asked what I was doing and if he can come hang out. And I told him no, and then I told Zach what he had said to me, and I guess it had made him mad or something.
Okay, this is the first time she's mentioned Zach. Zach is her boyfriend. He's also a suspect in this case. Keep watching. More details on him are about to be revealed.
And he asked me to have the dude come to our house.
He asked you what?
He asked me to ask the dude come to our house to hang out. So he come to the house to hang out, and we were sitting in his car hanging out with him. And my kids, I walked inside to check on my kids, and they were awake, and I stayed inside with my kids. I don't know much after that. I went back inside to hang out with my kids, and that was it.
What happened when you came back out?
When I came back out, well, I was texting his phone telling him to tell Zach to come here and to tell Ray to leave because he was making me feel uncomfortable. Because he took me to the store and he kept trying to stick his hands down my pants.
Where was Zach at when that happened?
In the back seat of the car. And I guess he seen or whatever, and I guess it made him mad. Well, whenever I come back inside, I kept texting and telling him to come back, to come inside me. I don't know what happened after that.
Okay. When you walked back outside, what happened?
Get it off your chest, sir.
I want to be able to go into my kids.
You have to be honest.
What happened when you walked outside?
He told me that he was going to try to rob him for all of his money.
Did he have a lot of money?
I don't know. I don't know how much money he had.
And Zach told you that? Okay, what happened next?
When I told Ray to leave, I texted his phone and told him to leave. And I guess he drove down the road, and I guess Zach walked down the road, and I don't know what happened down the road. I don't know nothing.
What happened after that?
I kept calling Ray's phone and nobody would answer, so I started walking to the end of the road. When I get to the road, he comes running up.
Who came running up?
Zach did.
And?
He told me that he killed him. I was scared. I don't know what to do. I would have never let this guy in my house around my children if I felt like he was, you know what I'm saying, gonna hurt us or put me in a situation like that, because all I have is my kids. If my kids don't have me, they don't have anybody. But if their daddies are in prison.
Did you notice that? She didn't say daddy, she said daddies, as in plural, meaning her kids have different fathers who are both in jail, and her boyfriend is about to go to jail, it seems like, because he just killed another man. At some point, you got to ask yourself, Deborah, what the fuck are you doing?
I didn't even know that he was on probation or had warrants or anything. I had nothing to do. I didn't know none of that.
He said that he'd killed him. Okay. What happened next?
He asked me to walk to the end of the road with him. And I walked down there and I started freaking out.
Why did you freak out?
Because he was laying there dead on the ground.
Okay. Did you see how did he kill him?
I don't know. He didn't. I don't know anything. I don't know.
Okay, what happened next?
He put him in the back of the car, and then he made me drive the car.
In the back? Hold on, slow down. Okay, slow down. Take you a breath. When you say in the back of the car...
In the back of Ray's car.
Like, the back, is that like...
In the trunk.
Okay. Did you have to help him put him in?
No.
You didn't put him in there?
Mm-mm.
He did? Okay.
I'm not a bad person.
Hey, nobody's saying you are. Okay.
The reason we asked you to come down here, the reason you came down here on your own and we didn't go up there and kick in your door or nothing like that, is because we think you got caught up in a messed up situation. Okay? You got caught up in a bad situation, and we're here to try and right that situation. Okay? So what happened after...
He told me that I had to drive the car to Pensacola. He made me go down there and load my kids up. And we had to drive the car to Pensacola. And then we went to the Motel 6 and he made me go in there and get a room.
Okay.
And then the next morning we woke up and he called my friend Lauren Rockwell to come pick us up. She took us down to the Queen Mary down the road.
Mm-hmm.
And we got another room there.
Okay.
Well, we had to be out of there by 11 o'clock the next day.
Mm-hmm.
And I called Gene and told him that I didn't have no place to go, so can me and the kids come hang out with him? And he said, yeah. Well, Gene come up and one of his friends, I can't think of his name, come up to the room and to pick us up. Well, Zach was nowhere to be found. I asked Gene to come give me my kids. And I guess Zach was supposed to come with us. He told me he was walking down the hallway. Gene said he was ready to go. I called Lauren's phone because he said Lauren was going to go and pick him up later on. So I called to see if she was already there to pick him up. And he answered and said that he was gone. He left me in this hotel room and just left. Just left me and my kids.
Doesn't seem very fair to you at all.
No.
How'd you get home today?
Today?
Yeah.
I called to check in with my mom and dad. And my dad told me that he couldn't talk to me about anything over the phone and then he'd come pick me up.
Okay. I'm going to back up a little bit, okay? The night this happened, out there at the end of the road, what were you wearing?
They were in the washing machine. He made me put all the clothes in the washing machine in the house. He told me that if I didn't listen, then I'd be staring at the same fucking walls he'd be staring at, the same cement walls he'd be staring at.
What did you have on? What were you wearing?
I had a jacket. I can't specifically remember. It's too much.
I know.
Hey, calm down.
Deborah. Or do you go by Deborah or Leanne?
Leanne.
Leanne. What you gotta understand is you're doing right.
Scared.
Okay. I know you're scared. Man, look at me. You're doing right, okay? And we're gonna work through this. But we're just gonna slow down. We're gonna take it step by step and just answer a couple more questions, okay? Look. You didn't kill that boy. You just told me he did, okay?
I did it.
So you're going to help us make this situation right, correct? All right. What were you wearing then?
I had a jacket on that had some pink in it, but I can't remember if I had pants on or shorts on.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. All right. Do you remember what Zach was wearing?
Yes, he had on my ex-boyfriend's jacket and his shoes.
What kind of jacket?
A black jacket and a black pair of Nikes that didn't even belong to him.
All right.
What was the conversation when you were driving up to the hotel?
That I better listen to him, and that it's my fault too because I had something to do with it, and if anything happens, I'll go to jail, and he'll go to jail, and I will be away from my kids forever.
Leanne, what this boy has done
I know.
is put you in a bad situation, and he's trying to make you feel responsible for it. But you're not responsible for his actions, are you?
No, if that was...
And he hasn't
That's
treated
my
you
best
fair.
friend's dad. I would want somebody to do that to my dad, you know?
Mm-hmm. And what he's done to you isn't fair, is it?
No, it's not.
He did this, and then he left you.
He left me.
So what we're going to
Left
do
me.
is we just got a couple more questions we're going to work through, okay?
Ray had a cell phone.
There was a cell phone and a laptop in the car, and he threw the laptop and the cell phone out of the window going down the road.
You know about where at?
He took this, it's somewhere down 29. It wasn't far from the Tom Thumb. He gave me a cigarette pack that had everything that was in his wallet in it, and he made me throw it out the window.
Okay. Now, so this was on 29?
Mm-hmm. Not far from the Tom Thumb.
Okay. So did you throw it out the driver's side?
I didn't touch it.
Okay. Was it thrown out the driver's side?
The passenger side.
Okay.
Was there any cash?
Yeah, he had good money from him.
You know how much?
I know he had a couple $100 bills, but he left me. I didn't know how much money he didn't leave me anything. Whenever he left, he didn't give me $1.
Was there
nothing.
Was there any Apple iPods or anything like that?
I didn't see an iPod.
And you and Ray have never had any kind of relationship
Never.
whatsoever.
Never.
Okay.
He's always hit on me because he told me, he was like, I left my daughter and my girlfriend at home asleep to come see you. And I was like, why do you want to do that? I'm only 23 years old, you know? I'll be 23 years old in July. It's my friend's dad. That's weird. It's creepy.
Let me ask you a question. The jacket and shoes that were your ex-boyfriend's,
Mm-hmm.
were there any other clothes of your ex-boyfriend's that Zach was using?
No.
You know anything about a set of coveralls?
I've never heard that before. A boyfriend wearing the clothes of her ex-boyfriend. What the hell? Mr. Zachary, what the fuck is wrong with you, sir? I see why you were desperate for $200, but killing for it was not the one, young man. In fact, forget the $200. If my son was wearing the clothes of his girl's ex-boyfriend, bruv, I'd send his ass to prison myself.
No, I did not see any coveralls. I did not see what went in the back of the trunk and what came out the back of the trunk. I didn't see what he took out. I didn't see any of that. He was having me run around and go get him spray bottles and put the clothes up and everything. When he was out there doing whatever he was doing, I was freaking out. I didn't know what to do. I was scared. I didn't know whether to go tell my parents or to call or anything like that. I've never been in any kind of situation like that.
Did he use the water hose in your yard?
Yeah.
What did he use that for?
To spray the car off.
Do you know if he sprayed Ray down?
Yeah, because whenever I walked outside, he had the trunk open and he had the water hose at the trunk, and he told me not to come back there.
Okay. Let me ask you this: did he shoot Ray?
He didn't have I don't know. I don't know the dude like I thought I did, you know?
Let me
So
ask
I'm
you
not
this.
sure if he had a gun.
Let me ask you this. You said that you had to go down to the end of the road.
Uh-huh.
Where exactly are you talking about? Are you talking about out at Highway 97?
No, at the end of our driveway, just about behind. You guys come to the house, right? That boat.
Uh-huh.
Okay, at the back of the boat,
Uh-huh.
the car was parked right there.
Okay. Because that's where you said you get the cell phone service?
Uh-huh. Well, no, we had to walk way down the road to get the cell phone service, but.
Okay.
But whenever I told him he had to leave, I guess Zach had left whenever I told him he had to leave and walked through the woods. And I guess when Ray was backing up or something, he didn't tell me anything. He was, I wouldn't let that happen to my house or my kids, you know?
What do you mean by he walked through the woods? I thought
guess
Zach was with Ray.
No, Zach walked through the woods.
Okay. Do me a favor. I'm sorry. I'm just a little confused.
I know. I'm confused too.
Okay. Just, like I said, we're going to take this step by step, okay? Leanne, look at me. You're doing right
You're
here.
really hard.
Okay? You got put in a bad situation and we're making it right. Right? So y'all went up to the store.
We went to the store.
Who all went in the store?
Just me.
Okay.
And Ray and Zach sat outside in the car.
Okay. When you left the store, where'd you go?
Home. We pulled all the way into my driveway.
Okay.
I went inside to go check on my kids. And like I said, my kids were awake. So I texted Ray's phone telling him that my kids were awake and I wasn't coming back out there, and tell Zach to come back inside. Well, I guess when Ray left, Zach walked down the side of the woods and...
So did Zach come back to the house?
Yeah, because I was calling, Ray's phone. I didn't know what was going on, so I called. Nobody answered. So I went to go walk to the end of the road, and he come running up the road, telling me, "You need me to come down there. Hurry.
We're jumping ahead, okay?
And I'm sorry.
And I know this is a very emotional time and a very hard time you're having right now.
I'm not trying to lie to you guys. I'm trying to tell you all the truth,
I know. But do me a favor. You leave the Tom Thumb. You get back to the house.
Mm-hmm.
You go inside to check on your kids. Does Zach come back to the house?
No. No, he didn't.
Okay, a little bit ago, you said something about Zach said he was going to try and rob him.
Yes,
when did that happen?
I'm so confused.
Okay,
I'm so confused.
Take a deep breath, okay? When did that conversation happen?
I'm trying to think. It was so many days ago, and I've just been really stressed out. I think he said he was going to rob him when he got mad because I told him that what he was saying to me. You know, trying to stick his hands in my pants and the stuff that he said to me at the pizza place and the stuff that he said to me before, you know, whenever he's called. Because he's never really called just to conversate unless, you know, I ask about his daughter. He's always saying sexual things to me. Always. And he made me feel uncomfortable, but I don't know.
All right, y'all went to the store, okay?
Mm-hmm.
On the way back from the store, is that when you went in to check on your kids?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Whenever we got back from the store, I went
Okay,
inside.
went in to check on your kids. Okay, was it any time around then that you went back outside and he told you that he was going to rob him?
I never went back outside. I texted
You
Ray's
text.
phone and told Ray to tell Zach to come here.
Okay.
And he said he come inside and said that he was gonna do it. And I told him no, my kids live here, you know.
And that was after y'all went to the store?
After we had went to the store.
Okay.
See, I don't know what they conversated about while I was in the store, you know.
Right. But so you came back from the store, you went inside,
Right.
check on your kids, and then Zach came in
Mm-hmm.
and told you that.
Yeah, and I told him not to do that. This is my house. My kids live here.
Okay.
Whatever.
Where'd Zach go from there?
I guess he walked. I told Ray to leave, and when Ray left, I guess Zach left before Ray did or something. Because I was uncomfortable, so I stayed inside, away, you know. Because I don't want no part of anything that I don't have to be part of.
On your daddy's property, if you look out the front door, there's a shed up to the right.
Mm-hmm. And
Is that the way he went?
Mm-hmm.
Does that come out right to the boat?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a path cut through there?
you can just walk through it. You know, the grass is pretty low. It's not really a trail, but you can go through
But
it.
it's cleared out?
Yeah, you can kind of when you go down the road and you look over, you can see the building.
Okay. I want to jump back to something. I asked you if he shot Ray. Do you know if he shot him?
I did not hear any.
Did he tell you how he did it?
No, he didn't. I didn't ask questions.
Did you see a gun, a baseball bat, a wrench, a knife, a
I
screwdriver?
did not see anything.
Okay.
I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anything. I didn't ask any questions because I was scared. You know, if he can do that to him, why wouldn't he fucking do that to me and my kids? You know.
How long have you known Zach?
I've known him for a few years. He's always been in and out of jail. And then, you know, we hung out one time, and after that, he told me that he wanted to come stay a week or so at my house. So I let him come stay. You know, he just got out of jail. I didn't figure he'd get out of jail and already have warrants again to go back to jail, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Did he tell you he was wanted?
No, my mom told me that. I guess somebody had mentioned to them that he had warrants or whatever. And I wouldn't have let that in my house. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Right, so the police leave her alone for a little bit, and as you can see, she's crying intensely. I have a question for you. If this is all it was, she knew he was going to rob him, she was in the house, and then Ray ends up dying. If that's all it was, is she culpable? And if she is, what do you think her punishment should be? Is there more to it? Well, let's find out.
What are you doing while he puts Ray in the back of the car?
I'm just standing there. I was in shock.
Okay.
It was.
Did you put your clothes in the washing machine? Why?
Because he told me to.
Did you have blood on?
Not that I knew of, but it was all over the car.
Did you get in the car to go back to the house?
No, I walked back down to the house.
So he drove the car down there?
No, Ray drove the car down there. Because remember, Ray was leaving.
No. After Ray got killed, okay, was he put in the trunk?
Yes.
Did the car go back to your house?
Yes.
Okay. How did it get back to your house?
Zach.
Okay, he drove. Was Ray in the car when he killed him? Or was he standing out of the car?
I don't know. I wasn't down there, and I didn't ask any questions.
None whatsoever.
Nope. I mean, I seen blood all over the side of the car, and I seen Ray laying on the ground.
On what side?
The driver's side.
Okay. Was it on the inside or outside of the car?
It was everywhere.
Okay. It was everywhere. Okay.
Now, let me just, I know this is rough. Sorry, I don't mean to,
Okay.
But was it like along the side of the car, or was it just right there by the door?
It was all over the place. Like, all over the place. I've never seen anything in my life.
Did Zach have blood all over him?
Yes, but I didn't notice that he had blood until we were at the end of the driveway. I didn't know what had happened until we got down there and I seen Ray laying on the ground. Whenever I was, when I was scared and I was going to see what the hell was going on.
Where did you see blood on him at?
On Zach?
Yeah.
He showed me his hands when we got into the light at the end, and I just started freaking out. I was like, oh my God. I just felt like I was going to have an anxiety attack. Like, it's really scary.
I want to back up to something you just said. You said you walked out to where the car was, and you said Ray was laying on the ground?
Mm-hmm.
Where at?
At the end of the driveway.
No, but I mean, where was it in reference to where the car was?
He was laying on the driver's side on the ground.
Okay.
And whenever I walked down there, he was still making noises.
What kind of noises? I mean, was he crying or?
Kinda. It really scared me. Really, really scared me.
What did Zach say about him making noises?
Just ignore it.
What did Zach do next?
Put him in the trunk.
While he was still making noises?
Did he make noises as y'all traveled back?
I was trying to block everything out.
But did you hear anything?
I didn't hear anything.
Let me ask you a question. At what point did Zach start talking about robbing Ray?
Well, we had been out I guess he had bought him a couple beers or whatever, and he was okay until he drank his alcohol, and then after he started drinking the alcohol is whenever we started talking like really stupid, like he wanted to do stupid stuff, and
who was talking stupid?
Zach, like, he wanted to rob him, whatever, and I was like, I'm not doing that. This, I live here.
Did he mention that at all when y'all left Little Caesars?
Mm-mm.
Never was brought up.
The reason it got brought up because we were discussing how, he made me feel uncomfortable and stuff every now and then. But the reason I didn't talk to him is so that I didn't have to feel uncomfortable,
But hold on, I'm getting lost. You said the reason y'all talked about it because he made you uncomfortable. Talked about robbing him?
No, he made me feel uncomfortable. Me and Zach were discussing, how Ray made me feel uncomfortable when he looked at me or talked to me and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's when Zach, I guess he got mad because of the things that he was saying to me or whatever. And then he had, when we had got back home, he had mentioned robbing him.
Okay, and that was before Ray had came out there.
Right.
Okay.
And I was like, no, my kids live here. This is my friend's dad.
Okay. At that point, what did Zach tell you to do?
He told me to call him to see if he would come in, remember?
Okay. And he wanted him to come out there because?
I guess he wanted to rob him.
Okay. So did you call him or did you text him?
I'm not sure if I called or text. Because he was like, he made me play along like this story, like, oh, get him out here and this, that, and the other. And
let's back up. Instead of this, that, and the other, what exactly did he say?
He told me to get him out there so that he could take his money and that I'd better do it, or I was just doing what I was told to do.
You better do it or what?
Or he was going to hurt me too.
And did he tell you that?
Yes, Zach told me that.
Okay.
I mean, one of his ex-girlfriends told me that he's threatened to kill her before.
I don't know. I'm talking about you and him right now, okay? He told you if you didn't do it, what?
He would hurt me.
Okay. What? Did you text or did you call him?
I can't remember.
Well, you said you were supposed to play along and blah, blah, blah. What were you supposed to play along and say?
We were in the middle of, we'd text and then we'd call. I was supposed to tell him to come back out there and hang out with me. And remember, he'd come back out there and hang out with me. I went inside because my kids woke up, and that's when I said they had to go.
So are you the one that sent the text that said, when are you going to come up here and see me?
Mm-hmm.
Did Zach send him any texts from that phone at all, or did you do all the texting?
I only sent like one text. I don't know how many texts went through or whatever, but I can only remember texting like maybe once or twice. I'm trying to piece it all together.
I know.
Well, we're doing the same thing here.
I know.
So I was trying to get those records up. But
I have, I mean, it's not really, much, but I do have some Facebook messages from Ray from before.
From before?
From like a month or so ago. But I mean, I'm not sure if it would help any.
What is he talking about in those messages?
It's actually one of them's where he got my phone number and I gave him, he asked me for my phone number and I gave him my phone number. Cause, he'd never really ever said anything out of the way to me, before. And then I guess he got a little bit comfortable around me. Cause I always asked about his daughter,
Let me ask you this. Does he know that Zach's your boyfriend?
Uh-uh.
What does he think Zach is?
He was just a friend. Cause he knew my youngest child's father.
Mm-hmm.
Me and him were together whenever he went to jail.
Mm-hmm.
So that's who he thought that I was with.
Okay.
He thought Zach was just a friend of mine.
Okay. And he tried to stick his hands down your pants with Zach in the car?
In the backseat, yeah.
where were you at?
In the front seat.
So while Zach's sitting in the back seat, he's driving, reaching over across, following you?
Mm-hmm.
Zach say anything then?
Nope.
What did you say to him?
I told him, please stop touching me, I mean, it's uncomfortable, but...
Did he stop?
No.
Huh?
No. And I mean, I don't know if that's what made Zach mad or I was, I mean...
So what happened?
I guess I didn't even say anything because I was scared to say something about him touching me. I don't know. I thought that's what I was supposed to be doing, Like, he made me get this guy over here. So
were you leading Ray on?
That's what I was supposed to be doing. That's what I was told to do.
Okay.
Aha, so we have a little twist. I want you to picture this scenario. Maybe throughout this whole time, she was always leading Ray on, which gave Ray the idea he could speak to her in a sexual manner, and now she's playing it off as if that's not what she wanted. Furthermore, right, imagine this. A man puts his hand down your girl and you sit there and you do nothing about it. That makes no sense unless that was planned and that's what they wanted, to lure him to the house. This implicates her even more. You see what I mean? I could be wrong, but you understand the theory, right? Damn, Deborah, you really are just a classless cow.
The plan was to rob him. Is that it?
That was Zach's plan, yes.
Okay. And you were to go along with it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So why, if you were going along with it, why were y'all going to the store? Where was the robbery supposed to take place at?
At the end of my driveway where it happened at, I guess.
So why did y'all drive to the store?
Because Zach asked him to take him to the store to go get a Rillo because he wanted to smoke a blunt. And he took him to the store. And then when we got back is whenever I went inside and told him that, my kids were awake. I didn't want that to happen. I was trying to prevent it anyway.
So what happened on the way to the store?
Oh, we just conversated like everything was okay, all three of us, and he would reach over and rub my leg or try to stick his hand on my pants, and, I kind of close my legs or, please stop.
You're going to have to forgive me here, okay? I'm a little confused because a second ago when we talked and I asked you, I said, were you leading Ray on? And you said that's what I was supposed to do.
Zach told me to get him over there and lead him on, and that he was going to rob him and that everything was going to be okay.
Were you supposed to lead him on?
That's what he said, yes. And then I went inside because I didn't want that to happen.
Had you promised him sex?
No.
Did y'all talk about sex?
No, sex was never discussed. He kept trying to get me to go back outside and hang out with him by myself without Zach being there. But I didn't want to go hang out with him by myself, you know. I didn't want anything to happen, so I went inside with my kids.
If the plan was to rob him, what was Zach going to rob him with?
He never told me. He never told me. I never asked questions. I didn't know if I was supposed to ask or if I wasn't supposed to ask.
But you knew he was going to rob him.
Yeah, he told me he was going to rob him, but
and you knew he was going to do it.
I didn't think he was going to do it. No, I did really. Honest to God, I did not think that it would.
But you still called him to come up there, and you still flirted with him.
You played along with it.
Right, and then I got a weird feeling or whatever, and I was like, I don't want to do this, and I went inside, and that's when I texted Ray and said, my kids are awake, you gotta leave. Tell Zach to come here. And when Zach came inside, I was like, I'm not doing this. I couldn't do it. And I don't know if he was mad at me or what, because I said I wouldn't do it, and that's when Ray left, he left.
Did Zach text from Ray's phone at all?
Yes, he did. He told me that he texted one of his friends or called one of his friends from Ray's phone.
Do you know who that was?
I don't know any of his friends, so I wouldn't know. I'm trying to think.
Why did he do that?
I don't know. Let me ask you a question.
I'm
confused about one thing. Who went into the store?
I did.
What'd you buy?
Nothing. I just went to the bathroom. I didn't even have money to go into the store like Zach told me to go buy him this Rillo. So I had to go in there and play it off like I actually bought it, you know? And I really didn't. So I went to the bathroom.
You just walked in, went to the bathroom, and left?
Mm-hmm.
When you got back, did anybody ask about the Rillo?
Mm-hmm.
Did Zach know that you didn't have money?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when y'all went up to the store, was that part of the plan?
No, I think he wanted us to go to the store so he could sit outside, you know. I guess so that Ray wouldn't feel uncomfortable around him, I'm thinking. So Zach sat outside while I went to the store. So it was just, them two.
So when you rode up to the store and Zach asked you to go inside and get a Rillo, you knew you didn't have any money.
Yeah, I knew I didn't have any money.
Did y'all have weed?
No. I don't smoke weed. At all. I have kids. Huh.
So why buy something to smoke a blunt with when you ain't got no weed?
I was doing what I was told to do.
Well, something's just not adding up. We're missing something somewhere.
I'm telling you, I promise I'm telling you the truth. I promise.
Was he supposed to rob him before y'all got to the store? Did something happen where the time got changed on it?
I guess we did. I'm not sure. I think he wanted us to ride so that I guess Ray would be comfortable around him. So if he rode with him, he'd be okay. He'd be comfortable because he knows me, but he doesn't know him.
Did Zach walk through the woods, or did Zach tell him he needed a ride when he was leaving?
He walked through the woods. No. He walked up the driveway. He walked up the driveway. Excuse me, I know I said earlier that he walked through the woods, but right now he walked up the driveway.
Okay. If he walked up the driveway, had Ray already left?
Yeah, he was parked at the end of the driveway calling my phone asking me if he could come back. And I was telling him no.
Did you tell him he could sleep on the couch?
No, I told Zach that he could sleep on the couch. Because Ray just thought me and Zach were friends. He didn't know that we were boyfriend and girlfriend at the time.
Why did you text
Ray's
phone and say you can sleep on the couch?
Just in case you don't understand, we've got all the text messages. So
I know, and that's what Zach told me that you're gonna go down regardless because they have all of his cell phone information stuff.
I need you to listen to me, okay?
Yeah.
Why did you text Ray and tell him he could sleep on the couch?
I didn't tell Ray he could sleep on the couch.
Why did that text message come into Ray's phone from your phone?
I texted and said that Zach could come sleep on the couch.
Why would you tell Ray that Zach can sleep on the couch if Zach is not with Ray?
Because Zach told Ray that he got locked out of his house. And that he lived down the road. We weren't boyfriend and girlfriend. We were just friends. So I texted and said, tell Zach he can come sleep on the couch. And then Ray kept trying to get me to come back outside.
So,
and I did it.
Was Zach going to take him somewhere? Or was Ray going to take Zach somewhere?
Mm-mm.
So, when you're texting Ray, this is part of the plan? Tell Zach to come in, he can sleep on the couch, things like that? Is that what I'm understanding?
This is when I don't want this to happen. So I'm telling Ray to tell Zach to come inside so I can tell Zach, please don't do this. I don't want it to happen.
But you're still playing along like he's just a friend from up the road.
Yeah, because I didn't want Ray to, be suspicious and stuff like that.
But you knew right then that he was fixing to rob him. You knew that was when it was fixing to take place?
Not right that second. I didn't think.
But you knew it was coming.
I knew it was going to come, but I didn't.
Well, see, that's where you're.
I'm confusing myself.
Okay, well, let's not be confused.
I think a lot of what's happening. Listen to me, okay?
I'm really scared. That's what's bothering me.
Listen to me, Leanne. Take your head out of your hands and look at me. Sit up. Sit up. Okay. Like this man told you, the best thing that you can do for you and your family is to come in here.
Tell the truth.
Shoot us straight and tell the truth.
I'm trying.
The reason you're getting so confused right now is because I think you're trying to tell the version of the story that sounds best for Leanne. Now, I'll tell you, being in this room, you can tell 1,000 truths. All of that help can get destroyed by one lie.
I know. I'm trying to tell you the best way that I can.
Leanne.
I'm really scared about my babies.
I understand. Leanne. Look at me, Leanne. What you need to understand is that if you come in here and tell us the truth about everything but leave out details, what does all that mean? What does all that do for Leanne?
Nothing.
You're right.
I know.
Leanne, it's time to sit here. It's time to be grown. Okay. It's time to tell the whole truth. Because that's the best thing for you and your family.
We're going to get it before we leave here today. We might as well go ahead and get it the first time. Okay?
I'm sorry.
All right. Where did you lead us astray at?
My brain's so scattered. I'm just trying to put everything together,
Hey, you know what's what. Let's get to it, okay? You know where you've walked off the wrong end of the road. So tell us. Let's just start from there.
I was told to get Ray to the house so that he could rob him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I can't.
Just say it.
I don't know if he was supposed to ride off with him or if it was going to happen right there, but I'm just trying to remember. It just all happened so fast.
Leanne, you're coming so close to saying it, and you're just not. Just do us a favor, okay? Say it.
Well, I kept calling Ray's phone because I didn't, tell Zach to come here. I was trying to prevent anything from happening. Well, they stopped answering. And it scared me. I didn't hear no noises at all. So I started walking up the driveway. And then as I'm walking up the driveway, Zach comes back and he's like, I need you to come down here and help me. I need you to come down here and help me. Please don't freak out. Please don't freak out. But as soon as we got into the light, he showed me the blood all over his hands. And then when we got to the driveway, I seen blood everywhere. And I couldn't do it. Couldn't. I just stood there. I was like in shock.
Mm-hmm. What happened next?
I walked back to the house while he drove back to the house after he put the Ray in the trunk.
Did you see him put Ray in the trunk? Mm-hmm. Was Ray still moving?
He put him in the trunk by himself? You sure?
Yeah. I couldn't. I was like traumatized. I was in shock.
Okay.
I couldn't do it. And that was the whole reason he wanted me to go up there, was to help him. I could.
And you saw no weapon?
I seen no weapon.
Okay.
But I seen blood everywhere.
Did you see where Ray was hurting?
I wasn't trying to look.
I know you weren't trying to look. Did you see where Ray was hurting?
No, I didn't. I didn't want to see it.
So bottom line is, when Ray was leaving, you knew that that's when he was going to rob him.
Yeah, I knew that he was going to rob him, but I did not know that it was going to happen like that.
Why was
and you brought
I didn't want that.
Ray up there so Zach could rob him?
I told him not to do it.
What was
a weird feel? I just wanted to do it. I did not want to hurt him.
What was your reason for texting Ray to come out there?
Because Zach told me to.
To
get
rob
him out there.
Okay, to rob him.
Right.
Okay. So you knew when you texted him the reason he was coming was to be robbed.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I tried to prevent it anyway.
But that's the reason.
Any way possible.
But you're missing what I'm saying.
I know.
That's the reason he came out there, was so he could be robbed, right? Is that a yes?
Zach never mentioned one time killing him.
Leanne?
He went and grabbed one of my dad's tools and said that he was going to hit him in the head with it. I'm not sure where this.
What kind of tool was it?
You know how an air compressor goes into this long thing like that? It's one of them.
Where's that at?
I don't know. He might have put it back inside. He might have thrown it up. You know, he might have disposed of it.
Where did he get the tool from?
My dad's tools that were outside underneath the shed.
The shed that's up by the...
No, the one right beside the house.
And when was that?
Before Ray got there?
Okay, so this is before Ray got there. He went and got that tool and said he was going to hit Ray in the head with it. Ray gets there. Y'all ride up to the store, and you're playing along.
Right. Until we get back, and I went inside with my kids, because I didn't...
Okay. All right. Unless you can think of anything else, we're burning daylight.
Okay. Did you know, how much money did y'all know Ray had?
I do not know how much money Ray had.
Did Zach know Ray at all?
Not that I know of.
Do you know Ray?
I know Ray through my friend.
Okay. Every time you see Ray, do you know if Ray carries money on him or anything like that?
I'm not sure. I don't really pay attention to money.
But do you know if Ray normally carries money on him?
I guess, but I never really paid attention. You know, him when he pulls his wallet out, they look inside his wallet. That's not me. I don't care.
No. I'm just saying, do you know if Ray's normally got a reputation to have money on him?
I've been told by a couple people that, he's, does things that owe people money and stuff like that, but. I really don't want to leave my kids.
Okay, well, hey, like I said, when we're done here...
Can I please go home?
Yeah, we're going to take you to the house. I told you that, didn't I?
Yeah, I'm just really scared.
Okay, well, here's the deal, okay?
I'm not a criminal.
We're going to work through this, all right? We're going to get your prints. We got to do that. You said you were okay with that. And then Investigator Jackson and I are going to run you back up to your house, okay? And we're going to get you to point out a couple of things. And that's that. Okay? All right. Hang tight for just another minute, okay?
Yeah.
Hey,
My stomach's just not.
Oh, I can imagine. Look him. When y'all left from up there at your house with him in the trunk, did y'all stop anywhere? Y'all went straight to the 6?
No, we did pull through the Thompson parking lot.
Did you go in?
Nope.
Just drove through. Okay.
I can't remember what he asked me to drive through.
All right, you drove through there. All right. And then you went straight on to the Motel 6. Okay. Something else I wanted to ask you.
Oh God.
When y'all talked about robbing him, after y'all robbed him, what was the plan going to be when y'all were planning this?
He wasn't supposed to kill him.
Right, he was just supposed to rob him.
He said that he. Okay, remember?
Hey, I can't. You're gonna have to talk to him.
I know, but I feel like I'm.
Well, if you gotta throw up, girl, throw up. Ain't no issue.
I'm just all in knots. It's been rough.
Well, it's gonna get better. You better at least sleep. All right. What was the plan?
He told me he was just gonna. Remember when I said he called his friend from Ray's phone?
Yeah.
So he was gonna knock him over at the end of the driveway and leave.
And just leave him there?
Yep.
Then what were y'all going to do?
He said he was gonna come back and get me and my kids.
And go where?
A room or something, but it didn't happen like that.
Well, I mean, what did he say? What room y'all were going to go to?
No, we didn't specifically pick out a hotel room.
But y'all weren't going to stay there.
No.
So he's going to knock him in the head. Y'all was going to cut out. So let me ask you this: when you went into the house, when they were outside, were you packing up the kids' stuff?
No, because I told him to come in because I didn't want it to happen. I didn't pack up the kids' stuff till after he drove the car back from the end of the driveway.
Can we cut through something real quick? And I think you're thinking it's a bigger deal than what it is, and I think you're kind of worried about it for nothing. You knew it was going to happen, okay?
I did not know it was going to happen like that.
You didn't know he was going to get killed, but you knew he was going to rob him.
Exactly, but I didn't want it to happen, so that's why I told him to come inside.
And that's your 100% honest truth?
That's my 100% honest truth. That's somebody's dad. I don't know what I'd do if somebody did that to my dad.
What, rob him or kill him?
Kill him, rob him, both, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, let's take the killing out of the equation, okay? You didn't plan to kill him, but you planned to rob him, right?
Right.
Okay.
I had a bad feeling and told him I didn't want to do it.
But you knew it was still going down, right?
I thought maybe I could stop it by, saying something, but my words didn't work.
Well, you knew when he went up the driveway that it was, playing in motion, right? Huh?
Kind of, but not that way. I was really confused what I was supposed to be doing.
So that's the end of the interrogation. Deborah herself was sentenced to 15 years in prison. She's eligible for parole in 2 years, in 2026. And in this story, I can't help but think of her children. For the past decade almost, they've been by themselves. Who knows where they are? I hope at some point they can reach out to me or someone to ensure they're okay or if they need any help. So she was sentenced to 15 years and Zach was sentenced to life in prison. Comment, tell me what you think.
So as we look through your house and we find things like you reading a book about TikTok.
The day before she disappeared, an argument is what deputies say fueled Cameron Kirk's deadly attack on his mother.
We're trying to understand, is this where you're getting the idea?
Deputies say Paula Kirk's body was found wrapped in plastic on the garage floor.
Friends, today's Doo-Doo Dum-Dum is a Florida man enraged by jealousy and hatred of his mother. He brutally assaulted her and she died in early March of 2020. Why did he do it? It's the most sickening, depraved, what the F reason you'll ever hear about. See, Paula Kirk was an elderly woman. She is the victim. She was a troubled alcoholic. She cycled through boyfriends and got into many altercations with them consistently. She had been missing for over 2 months before her body was discovered in her house. It was dismembered, wrapped in in plastic and it was rotting away. Now, on May the 12th, 2020, Clay County sheriffs showed up at Paula's residence. It was around 6 p.m. They received a call from Paula's friend, Trisha. Trisha told the officers that she received a text message from Paula saying she's on vacation, but Trisha knew something was off. See, police had visited the home multiple times on previous months to conduct questions pertaining to a missing person report on Paula Kirk. Friends and family had also been trying to contact Paula for over a month with no success. Now, her son was Cameron Kirk. He's age 41. My name is also Cameron, but I'm not like this motherfucker. Now, Cameron was questioned on the scene, and he said he hadn't seen his mother since March 30th that year, and she was off with some new boyfriend named Bill, probably in West Palm Beach. He also told detectives he had reported her missing a while back. Now, detectives were able to obtain a search warrant to search the home on May 12th around 10 p.m, and when they began searching, Cameron disappeared. That guy's such a dirty bastard. Trust me, keep listening. Clay County Police found some disturbing pieces of evidence leading up to the wretched discovery in the garage. They immediately noticed a really bad smell. Instantly, they knew that is the smell of a body decaying. There were major areas of discoloration on the driveway, most likely from bleach. There were also other spots of discoloration in the house, also likely due to bleach. Officers noticed a slight smell of bleach around the residence as well. There was evidence of forced entry in the front door. Now, due to damage on the lower half of the door, they thought this was probably from a domestic dispute. There were dark stains on the walls and furniture in the living room. Officers conducted chemical tests suspecting blood, and they were right. They also used alternate light source to find blood spatter that had been cleaned up around the house. They found in Cameron's bedroom a backpack. In the backpack, you had a photograph of a male and female, potentially him and his mother, and a large box of American Eagle ammunition rounds. There was an empty chainsaw box, brand new, in the closet, and multiple storage bins. Why has he got a brand new chainsaw? There were 2 long guns behind his bedroom door, which were not secured in a safe. In the office, a spare room, there was also dark stains on the floor. Paula's room was quite messy. There was an ashtray full of cigarettes and mess strung about. There was also kitty litter in the kitchen, but no sign of a cat or litter box. The most disturbing evidence was found in the garage. It was a scene straight out of Dexter. And please, be warned, what you're about to hear is quite graphic and disturbing. There were bits of plastic all over the place. Police initially found a staple gun, some easy sand, and a Home Depot receipt for clear plastic sheeting and a Tyvek suit. And just so you know, a Tyvek suit is one of those plastic white suits to protect you from biohazards and other hazardous materials, meaning whoever killed Paula knew there would be a big mess to clean up. Police found a carpet cleaner, zip ties, tons of plastic sheeting, and not one but 2 different chainsaws, one electric, one gas. Both of the chainsaws showed bloody stains and bodily tissue attached to their blades. They found dirt and box cutters. There was a new shovel in the corner that was still wet from being used. There was also a pair of plastic used gloves by the trash can, and a pair of goggles next to the electric chainsaw with visible fingerprints on the rim. The killer was being methodical, or at least trying to be, about the murder. They thought they could cover their tracks. Police then used a 3D scanner on a dumpster outside the garage after seeing a large item wrapped in plastic. The item was chopped human remains. Inside the garage, multiple smaller items wrapped in plastic were also found. Police picked up one of these plastic bundles and cut it open to investigate. Wrapped in the plastic sheeting from Home Depot was the severed face of Paula Kirk, which had been removed from her head. Let me say that again. Severed face. Yes, this sick took the woman's face off. After they collected all the evidence, police labeled Cameron, Paula's son, as the prime suspect and immediately went searching for him. Police were able to locate Cameron a few blocks away from the house shortly after. How could a man violate his mother like this? He didn't seem remorseful. No mercy, eh?
What portions of her was you able to dismember?
Just her legs.
Just her legs?
It's
not as easy as it looks on
TV, is it? No.
Police were aware, though, that strange activity was going on with Cameron and Paula before the warrant to search the house. See, on April 15th, Paula's ex-husband, Guy Kirk, he called the sheriff's office and said he hadn't heard from Paula in a few weeks and that he was worried. Guy believed that Paula was with a man named Bill, her new boyfriend in Palm Beach. Police showed up at Cameron's house but had a hard time getting a hold of him. They claimed it took him 5 minutes to answer the door. Cameron confirmed the guy's story the same day, and detectives advised him to call them if he ran into his mother. So the police went to the house previously and knew something was going on. And then on April 20th, Cameron finally called to report his mother was missing after many weeks. Detectives arrived at his house sometime later to follow up. They noticed something was just off. They observed bags of chicken fertilizer in the yard and asked Cameron if he was trying to plant anything, to which he said no. Officers asked him, well, why do you have new chicken fertilizer? He then retracted his statement and said he actually was going to start planting some things. He also said he hadn't seen his mother, but knew she was alive because things slowly were being removed from the house when he would leave. He claimed she left a debit card with him to make sure her mortgage was being paid. Supposedly, he hadn't heard from Paula since March 29th. Police were all confused about the whole situation, but they persisted. When they asked to search the home and Cameron wouldn't give them full access, they warned him they'd go and get a warrant. He said, go ahead, front door's broken anyway. And then of course, detectives came back and they were able to obtain the search warrant. There were also many people who complained of a strong odor and that they had also been witness to domestic violence at the house in the past. When cops were able to locate Cameron, they questioned him right away. What they learned may explain his psychotic behavior and what his sick feelings toward his mother were. I mean, you don't take off someone's face unless you have some odd fascination with them. You know what I mean? So then Cameron told his story to the detectives. See, he had lived many places throughout his life. He was born in Florida, but he also lived in Virginia, Mississippi, and even Japan. And that gave me the creeps. I live in Virginia. I never came across this motherfucker. He moved in with his dad in Virginia at 16 because he couldn't get along with Paula's boyfriends, a trend in his life. Perhaps he felt some sort of jealousy with the boyfriends, and that's how he built such strong feelings toward his mother. Then when he was 18, he moved back to Florida to study computers and ended up getting married in 2006. In 2009, Cameron joined the military but failed to make it through boot camp because he received a foot injury. He and his wife didn't last. Well, there's a surprise. They split up and hadn't seen each other since 2010. In 2011, Cameron moved back with his mother. He needed to run and tuck tail back to his mummy. He also admitted to using heroin at times. He may have been using hard drugs because of all the pressure of living with his mom. He described it as stressful. He confessed that he had led everyone to believe that Paula was still alive and that he simply hadn't heard from her. So then detectives asked him, Cameron, is she dead? To which he responded, yes, she's dead. I shot her. When they asked him why, he said, because she wouldn't have sex with me. Bro, what the F? This clammy bastard had no game whatsoever that he tried to shag his own mother. Cameron said he shot her with a shotgun, one of the guns police found behind his bedroom door. He took her life sometime between March 4th and 5th, over 2 months before he was arrested. That explains the bad smell at the house. Now, apparently Paula was extremely drunk. Her and Cameron got into an argument. A fight between them broke out in front of Paula's bedroom doorway. He began physically assaulting her when the argument became too heated. Where police had noticed blood on the walls by the bedrooms was where Cameron was repeatedly punching his own mother in the face.
So I guess you punched her hard enough that she was bleeding?
Yeah.
Where was she bleeding from?
Her face. I don't know where.
Okay. So then you actually come into the living room. She falls between the two chairs, and this is where you shoot her at?
Mm-hmm.
He told them she just laid into me and I couldn't fucking take it. So I pushed her down and I punched her a couple of times. I don't feel good about doing that. I mean, how would you? He told detectives he had hit his mom once before and had also been in jail at one point. He had a history of domestic strangulation, disorderly intoxication, carrying a concealed weapon, tampering with evidence, possession of narcotics, and criminal mischief. This guy's got a record longer than my hairline. He said, it was just like she was on the floor and she was crying and yelling, so I just grabbed the shotgun and shot her. He shot her in the living room where forensics found bloodstains on the near side table. The living room was several feet from Paula's bedroom doorway. So Cameron had to most likely physically drag her out there, or she was trying to run away before she landed by the side table and couch. He then described what happened in the garage. Before he went on, police went back to the shagging. When they asked him again, wait, why did you have these sexual feelings towards your mother? He said he was jealous. I don't know what he means by that, but I think what he was trying to say is that he wanted his mother's affection, as any son would, but she gave it to all her boyfriends. How that manifests sexually, Don't ask. So then he described what happened in the garage. He had cut off her legs 2 weeks after she was killed, supposedly before any real decaying process set in. He said, I got to the rest of her body and it was just so disgusting. He used 2 chainsaws to dismember his mother. He tried to use it during the day to be less suspicious. Cameron used the electrical one first, but it broke, so he brought a new gas-powered one from the Home Depot. Naturally, the plastic bags he wrapped Paula in were leaking from the bodily fluids, so Cameron used kitty litter to stop it from making a big mess. He also had stapled plastic up on the walls of the garage. Detectives found staples in the wall with pieces of plastic still attached. He truly took his time with this and was very intentional about every step he took. Who knows what he was doing with Paula's body, if you know what I mean. He murdered her over 2 months before police arrested him. He hadn't even finished dismembering her or getting rid of the remains before he was found. He said he had planned to cremate her by throwing her in the fire pit in the backyard. Supposedly, Paula had always wanted to be cremated. Cameron also said he believed he deserved the death penalty when detectives asked him what his punishment should be. Furthermore, he killed her, he left her body there, and he dismembered her bit by bit, slowly. Why bit by bit? You know why? Just a lazy bastard. He realized how much effort it took. He was like, you know what, I can't be bothered. I mean, he did agree with detectives that he may have come desensitized to the horrendous smell. According to Cameron, he had thoughts of killing other people but never done it. He also supposedly sent out multiple fabricated texts from Paula's cell phone, trying to get people to stop reaching out. On his personal phone, there were texts from Paula saying, I want you out of my life, get out of my house. Cameron's sister, Sarah, also received an email from Paula which said, leave me alone. But Sarah knew it wasn't from her mother and it wasn't the type of relationship they had. You also had Paula's friend. Her name was Linda. She tried to text Paula, presumably after she was killed. And Paula, who was really Cameron, responded, I am fine, leave me alone, I'm on vacation. I mean, it's clear he saw his mother in a villainous way. He needed her attention, and when she gave it to her boyfriends, he became jealous and violent. Cameron also fabricated texts and showed them to his drug dealer, Megan. The text he showed her from Paula said, I wish you had been killed. Megan herself was a friend on the scene the day Paula was found. When police had arrived at the scene, Megan had just pulled up to find Cameron. She was there to sell him some prescription medication, something she had been doing for months. She hadn't known Cameron had recently killed his mother. She did say, however, that he was acting strange, and that one time when she was over, he was frantically scrubbing some dark stains off the wall. She said she had met Paula before and they had talked on occasion. She also reported smelling the awful odor when she was inside Cameron's house. Strangely, Cameron had asked Megan if she could smell the odor. Megan was a little freaked out by him. She told police he would sometimes make her and her friends uncomfortable and described Cameron as sometimes shaping his hand into a gun and pretending to shoot his friends in the head. They asked him to stop many times as it weirded them out. As I said, doo-doo dum-dum. Megan was completely clueless that Paula had been murdered and that Cameron was the one who did it. Police also questioned several neighbors of Paula and Cameron's, all who had somewhat similar stories. The neighbors immediately to their left, Kenneth and Samantha, both said Paula and her ex-boyfriend Robert would drink a lot. While they would drink, they would fight very loudly. They didn't notice, however, much fighting between her and Cameron. There had been 28 different phone calls regarding the residence, all domestic disputes. 4 of them involved Cameron. Kenneth remembered Cameron asking if Kenneth had seen his mother. Cameron told his neighbor his mum was missing and she was possibly in Palm Beach. The neighbor also reported seeing Cameron driving his mum's car all the time after she was missing. Multiple neighbors also commented on the smell coming from the house, describing it as quite terrible. Samantha, the other neighbor to the left, said when she would host workout classes in her front yard, Cameron would stand behind the car and watch the women exercise. She felt uncomfortable. Cameron seemed to have a perverted nature about him, or as I call him, clammy. Linda, Paula's friend, was also a neighbor. She would give Paula rides to Alcoholics Anonymous while Paula was trying to quit drinking. At some point, Paula became increasingly violent after a relapse and cut Linda off out of nowhere. Linda also informed police that Paula had complained at times that Cameron would lock himself in his room and she felt lonely. A different neighbor also described Cameron as quite strange. Some of them said Paula would sit outside with her garage door open every single day, smoke and drink. By day, she would drink and smoke, and by night, she'd be fighting loudly with whatever significant other she had at the time. Neighbors hated it, so did Cameron. One of them claimed that Robert had brought Cameron's shotgun over to his house so that the neighbor would hide it. Robert explained that Cameron was threatening to shoot him with it. He used the same gun to kill Paula months later. Digital forensics were also later able to find telling some content on Cameron's computer. Oh no, that's the worst. When you go through someone's internet history, it tells you a lot about them. The search history included questions how to clean up blood, how to use a carpet cleaner, and where does Walmart dump their trash. He also watched YouTube videos on human decomposition and looked up his own criminal record. The searches were conducted over the course of a month after Paula was dead. In his interview, Cameron wasn't remorseful. He was just sad, numb, cold, merciless. He felt such a strong rage against his mum until it festered into something twisted. So at the end of his police interview, he was placed under arrest for second-degree murder. And the police concluded that Cameron seemed to be violent towards her boyfriends, being jealous, and this was his motive. As well as them finding out that he was a creep toward other women, makes it seem as though he had sort of trauma attraction to his own mother and became more violent. So in the end, Cameron was sentenced to 15 years in prison. He is still serving time. I don't know why it's 15 years or second-degree murder. He obviously meant to kill his mother. Okay, they get into an argument. That doesn't mean you shoot someone, does it? But have you ever come across a more pathetic person in your life? Look at him, bruv. 41 years old. What a waste of space. Right, so now that I've finished with the story, I figured let me go through more of the crime scene photos with you. Now the image that you're looking at, this was his image of Cameron at the time of arrest. It did make me wonder, where's his beard gone? Now, in the backyard, police found lighter fluid and this lighter. My assumption is maybe he was thinking of burning the body. I don't know, but it's an interesting observation. These are some plant buckets that the police found with the chicken fertilizer. Now, in here, there's an onion. I don't know what an onion is doing in there. That seems like sun-dried tomatoes. What this guy was up to, I don't know. What do you think? Now, in the garden, in the backyard, they also found a garlic clove, or like a bunch of garlic, or whatever you want to call it. Why? I mean, was he into vampires? I'm kidding, of course. But yeah, just a random piece of garlic in the backyard. Why do you think that was? I can't make out why. Now this is the living room. I want you to have a look at this image. This is not his mother. I think this may be his sister. Even though it's a bit blurred, looks like a very pretty woman. But I'm still not sure who it is. So this is an image of the living room into the kitchen. I don't know if the oven has been blurred by police or if they had some kind of sheet over it. But the reason why I mentioned that image earlier is because this seems like it's an older image of Paula, the victim. That seems to be Cameron, and that seems to be maybe his sister or someone who does look like the image I just sent you. But what year do you think this is? Cameron was born in 1978. This to me has an 80s vibe to it. But even if this was taken in 1988, Cameron would have been 10 years old. He doesn't look 10 in that image. So is this a 90s photo? Another observation I had in this house, you're going to see this as we go on, there's a lot of books. Daily Reflections, The Language of Letting Go, More Language of Letting Go, self-help books. I don't know who were reading this, but you're going to see more of these throughout the house. So we enter into the kitchen. Again, I don't know if this is blurred by police. One could think though, given how sick Cameron was, did he try to put his mother in the oven? Who knows, after he chopped her limbs off. So this is the pantry, right, in the house. Has most condiments and most foods that you'd find in America. The Great Value brand, that's the Walmart brand, right? Prego sauce for pasta. But for those of you watching in Europe and particularly England, Bush's beans. Now, in England, you guys have Heinz baked beans, beans on toast, staple food. Well, the American equivalent are these Bush's beans. They are beautiful. I'm not going to lie. I know I'm going on a tangent, right? Now, I don't eat this particular one because I don't eat bacon. I get the vegetarian ones. But imagine Heinz baked beans with a little bit of sugar in there. Toast, egg, Bush's beans, lovely jubbly. Honey. This is the same honey I actually put into my tea. But again, in the average American household, this is your normal looking pantry. Now, this is interesting. These were notes left on the fridge. Cam, have a good day. Love you. Maybe that was from his mother. Now, if you look down here, this seems to be a low cholesterol diet. The goal LPL or LDL is under 100. I think that's the measurement for cholesterol. It doesn't state who this is for, but just says which foods to avoid and which foods to have. So now we enter Cameron's bedroom. Don't even want to know what this poster is about, but Cameron at the time was around 41 years old. Why are you 41 with a Spider-Man poster? I'm not judging, but what the hell? This is the bed that he slept on. So this is his bedroom floor. I don't think this is blood. I think these are coffee stains. If you go to the next image, I don't think he brought his mother into his bedroom. This is just stains, some coffee, food, drinks, could be Coca-Cola, whatever. So I mentioned earlier, books, right? So these are some books he was reading. Stephen King novel, Fundamentals in Motorcycles, Top Gun book, but there's also Beginning Spanish, which I found interesting. But what on earth is this? What is that? Some kind of, is this for his eyes or something? Let me know what that is. Now, something else I was confused about. What are these? My assumption is they're either vape cartridges or they're tattoo ink. Let me know. So, going back to the books I was talking about, this is a collection he has, quite an old collection, but I want to start with this cologne. Can you guys make out what cologne this is? So, you see the C? There's a C there, and it's K. Calvin Klein. I forgot the name, but this is actually one of the best colognes you can get. Or should I say, the cheapest best cologne you can get. Smells fantastic. But when I come down to the books here, this is the one that caught my attention. Again, this is in Cameron's bedroom. Beyond Good and Evil by Friedrich Nietzsche. Now, Nietzsche was a famous philosopher, the founder of nihilism. And in this book, he argues how there's no objective morality. The only morality that exists is what you think is good and what I think is good, because we all have biases. There's no God or church that can decide that for us. So it seems Cameron was into his philosophy, a bit like me. 48 Laws of Power, again, another self-help book. So this is the photo I was talking about earlier, taken in December 2009. That does not look like his mother to me. Maybe that was his auntie, and maybe that's her husband, I don't know. Why would he have that random photo on his bed? A famous poster, but a creepy one nonetheless, on his wall. So this is his bathroom. This filthy bastard, look at it. So this is the chainsaw. This is the gas chainsaw that he purchased. This is what he used to remove his mother's limbs. I'll come back to the chainsaw, but this is his mother's bedroom. The first thing I noticed was all the cigarette stubs next to her bed and a Diet Coke. Again, more books. And it seems to me one of Paula's favorite pastimes was to get a book, sit on this chair and read away. Fair enough. This is a closer shot of the Diet Coke and the cigarette stubs by her bed. Aspartame and nicotine. Lovely. So this was a note that was found on her dresser. It says, "This is a legal document. It's a verbal agreement between Robert Horn Jr. and Paula Kirk. I, Robert Horn, transfer funds in the something 6,000 when I get my Teamster pension money." Interesting. This was her bathroom. That's all cigarette ash, am I correct? Again, more Diet Coke over there. Either she's drinking Diet Coke while she's on the toilet, or she's drinking Diet Coke while she's doing her makeup by the mirror. So now we come into the garage, and this is where Cameron stored the body. This plastic wrap is where he stored the body in. The body's been removed. It's not in there right now. This is the receipt from Home Depot where he purchased the plastic wrap. This is the plastic wrap where police found the body in, or parts of the body. Now, these are just tools that you'd find in any garage, but now that you know the context of the dead body, it just makes the garage seem like, this guy was kind of weird, you know? It's interesting how the context changes all of that. This is the electric chainsaw that he purchased. Remember, there was two. Gas one, electric one. This is a close-up of the chainsaw. No blood or anything on this one though. This is another close-up in the garage where police found more stains and blots on the floor. See the shoe imprints over here? This is blood found on the washing machine. So these are stains on the floor under where the body was found. This seems to be some kind of bleach or something that's just dried on there. This is a close-up of the chainsaw that he actually used. Can you see the red marks over here? Or shall I say, I don't know what that is. Chunks of skin, blood or something. There's a close-up of it there. Again, I can't even begin to describe what's on this chainsaw. But this amateur kind of work, like if he was trying to get away with it, he would have tried to clean it off properly. But I think because he was so lazy in ridding the body, in the end he just thought, you know what, fuck it, I don't care. If I get caught, I get caught. These are the clips on the floor, or the bullets rather. This is another gun that he had. So this is the plastic wrap that they found the body in throughout the house and other places. The body's obviously been removed. See all the dirt and how wet it is, and a lot of the blood. Another image of the plastic wrap. This seems to be a glove maybe that they found. The next image will confirm that. There you go. So this may have been a glove he used to remove the body or something. So this is the final image. This is Cameron in jail today. I'm not gonna lie, he looks like a nasty piece of work. According to some experts, 30 to 50 serial killers may be prowling the United States at any one time. Jeff Mailhot, one of the few to make Rhode Island his stalking ground, is nowhere near the top of the body count list. But he dispatched 3 women with his chokehold. Perhaps a dozen more narrowly escaped. You see, Mailhot displayed a predator's psyche. He killed not for money or vengeance, but for the thrill of it. He snuffed out lives with his hands, never a knife or a gun, to savor every moment of his victims' suffering and fear. He preyed on a specific group, prostitutes, whom he'd come to regard as less than human, and he concealed his horrifying depravity with an unremarkable everyday routine. He could dismember a body, toss the parts in a dumpster, and stop for a Budweiser on his way home. From time to time, as far back as the early 1990s, Woonsocket police had speculated that a serial killer could be preying on the city's prostitutes, who seemed to disappear with the grim sort of clockwork. In the summer of 2004, with 3 women gone in 17 months, the notion was once again making the rounds. Police had no clues, no suspects. The women just kind of vanished. Their break came in mid-July with the tipster's call to police headquarters. The tipster suggested detectives contact Jocelyn Martel, a local woman with an arrest record for drug offenses and prostitution. They found her at a detention center awaiting trial. Martel told of a harrowing encounter with a man who offered cash for sex and then attacked her inside his apartment. Her description of the building and its location matched 221 Cato Street. This was the home of Jeff Mailhot. The detectives got Mailhot's name from utility bills and his picture from the DMV. They showed her a photo spread and she picked him out as her assailant. In the days that followed, cops tracked down several more women who described similar assaults. One joined Martel in signing a complaint. That was enough to get an arrest warrant. But their first encounter with Mailhot knocked Officer Lee and Officer Nowak off balance. You see, Mailhot seemed more normal than multiple murderer. He was polite, friendly, soft-spoken. His police record was clean. His landlord called him the ideal tenant, a guy with a steady job who always had the rent check. Then Mailhot buried his brush-cut head in his hands and he began to talk. "I just want to be totally honest," he said. "I don't want to hide anymore. I don't want this shit inside of me anymore. I want to do what I have to do to help the situation any way I can. And I want that to be my last act. I'm not expecting forgiveness." As the minutes ticked by in the spare interrogation room, Mailhot recounted his adventures in Woonsocket's night town. Over the years, he said he'd picked up perhaps 30 prostitutes. Most took place at his apartment, where privacy was guaranteed. He could not recall exactly how many women he'd throttled, but he guessed 10 or 12 had survived an escape. Mailhot's words picked up speed as he recalled the attacks. At one point, he rose to his feet to demonstrate his squeeze technique. He held his left arm in front of his chest, as if grasping a victim and gripping his wrist with his right hand. I lean back, he said, so it puts more pressure on their neck. With minimal prodding, he provided details on several chokings. On 2 occasions, his victims fell to the floor unconscious. Both were back up in minutes, and neither wasted time getting out of the door. Another, who got away, stood outside shouting that she had a cell phone and she'll dial 911. The cops never showed, however. One woman convinced him to back off by playing the submissive slave. He recalled she standing in the bedroom saying, "Please, master, please let me go." And then things finally spun out of control the night he picked up Audrey Harris. He was driving home after too much beer from a strip club when he spied her on a sidewalk. He pulled up beside her and suggested a quick trip to his place. She agreed. "I was gonna have sex with her, just straight sex," he told the detectives. She got undressed. I got undressed. I went to get her money. She turned around, and that's when I went up behind her and started choking. She was kicking, scratching, trying to get away. As she was losing her breath, she stopped struggling. Then I let her go. I looked at her. Her eyes were open, but she wasn't looking at anything. I figured she was dying. That's when I got the pillow. I suffocated her. It's at this point Officer Lee asked him, "So it was not accidental?" To which he said, "I didn't want to do it, but once I realized what was happening, I was scared to death. I had to finish it." By his own account, his actions left him stunned for several minutes. Then he shook off his disbelief, dragged the body to the bathroom, and stumbled to his bed for a night of drunken slumber. The next morning, he wandered to the toilet and was startled to see a corpse in the tub. The previous night's events rushed back into his head. He called his employer to ask for the day off. That evening, he wrapped the body in a cheap rug and loaded it into his SUV. He drove about the city, searching for a place to dump his cargo, and then returned home, convinced it was too risky. For 2 days, the body lay in his apartment while he pondered how to make it go away. Then, like an episode from The Sopranos, he used a newly purchased handsaw to dismember it in the bathtub. An aerosol spray helped mask the smell, and a few drinks steadied his nerves. The parts went into trash bags, and the bags into various commercial dumpsters. He made the drop-offs under cover of night, but early enough to allow him another stop at the strip club before bedtime. Then Jeffrey Mailhot picked up Christine Dumont some 14 months later, and Stacy Golou 2 months after that. Both women died in his apartment. Again, the bodies were dismembered and disposed in trash containers. For nearly 6 hours, the 2 detectives listened while a butcher described his deeds. Since that night, they've looked back on the episode many times, and not surprisingly, they have their own ideas as to why Mailhot killed. They said for him it was all a fantasy. He'd slip into his fantasy to escape his depressive world, and once he's taken that final step, once he kills, he's like an alcoholic. He's had a taste, he's addicted, and there's nothing that's gonna stop him. Throughout his confession, Mailhot himself tried to explain his motives. He dismissed his victims with contempt and disgust. "Maybe I was doing them a favor," he said, "because they were just killing themselves anyway. They were just going down the toilet." He described his existence as purposeless, his world as dark and ugly. He said, "It's stupid for me to be saying this, but with all the killings and the bad and all the drugs, the world is someplace I don't want to be. I know I'm not doing anything special with my life. I mean, I'd like to have $1 million and do all kinds of things, but I don't have the motivation." The police officers then asked if he'd kill again, and he said, "I probably would." Now, even before Jeffrey gave his account of what happened, the police officers were searching his apartment in Cato Street. At first glance, they saw a typical bachelor pad, 3 small rooms furnished with mismatched hand-me-downs and the latest electronic gadgetry. Before long, though, they uncovered signs of the slaughter as they darkened the bathroom and then sprayed the tub, floor and walls with an aerosol can of luminol. The bathroom light went off and the investigators gasped. The porous grout lines between the tiles became a luminescent grid, revealing the gore Mailhot had tried to scrub away. Out came the tub, out came the toilet, then floorboards, pipes, and sections of tiled wall. The officers then reviewed tapes from a surveillance camera at a local hardware store and discovered footage of the suspect buying the tool just a day after the last victim's disappearance. From there, the search moved to the street. Mailhot had told Lee and Nowak he'd disposed of a latex glove and some small body pieces by flushing them down the toilet. With that in mind, investigators launched a probe of the sewer line outside his building. They first explored the pipe using a small video camera attached to long cable. What they found was an infestation of tiny worms, apparently attracted by high-protein material coming down the drain. A public works crew then dug up several feet of the sewer line. For all that effort, the pipe proved to be a dead end. The lab team determined Mailhot's diet had provided a feast for the worms. He'd been sucking down protein shakes to help him bulk up at the gym. By the end of their investigation, police had gathered more than 170 items of evidence. Not one piece was ever presented in court, however, as the defendant, Mailhot, decided to forego a trial. You see, in Providence, Rhode Island, Superior Court, a teary-eyed Mailhot pleaded guilty to 3 counts of murder and 2 counts of assault. The judge sentenced him to 2 life terms plus 10 years. He made no plea for mercy. He said, "Nothing I can do can take away the pain. I hope God can give the families, both the victims and my own, some peace." He now resides at the Rhode Island Maximum Security. He will be eligible for parole in 2047 when he is 77. On March the 24th, 2010, police found the body of Audriana Zimmerman in Escambia County in the state of Florida. Audriana, though alive at this time, was badly burnt to the point where the EMT could not identify if she was wearing clothes. Once Audriana was rushed to the hospital, she told the police that Tina Brown, her daughter Brittany Lee, and their friend Heather Miller attacked her. The police then bring in Tina Brown for questioning. Now, I did make a full true crime story on what happened in detail, so the link to that video is in the description if you want to know the story fully. The police so far in this interrogation have read Tina her Miranda rights, and they will now ask her where she was this evening. Just keep in mind, these blurry parts are redactions, as the police are holding sensitive information in their hands, so parts of the video will be blurred, but the suspect will be clear the whole time. I also have all the crime scene photos, so you will see them displayed throughout the interrogation.
Okay, Tina, can I call you Tina?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, obviously know something's up.
Yeah.
So tell me what happened tonight.
Nothing happened that I know of. Heather just said that something about Adriana got beat up real bad.
Okay, you don't know anything about that?
No.
See your arms and hands if I could. Okay, can I see the top signs? Okay. Those old scars on there?
Yeah, I have a puppy.
Okay. And what's this right here? That little scratch there.
This?
Yeah.
I have a puppy.
Okay. And your puppy caused that?
Look, I'm going to here.
Got your chin? Okay.
Nothing new.
All right.
No, yeah,
So where were you tonight?
at Heather's.
At Heather's house?
Well, I was at home. My daughter's braiding my hair, so I was at home, but it started hurting, and her little friend started coming by. So Heather said she was gonna cook, so I went down there. She was cooking fish and French fries, and then we just started watching movies.
Okay. And did you go anywhere from there?
Mm-mm.
You were there all night until the cops came up there?
Mm-hmm.
What time did you go over there?
Probably just started getting dark.
Okay, so about sunset, you go over to Heather's.
Mm-hmm.
Was anybody over at Heather's house when you went over there?
Just Heather and her husband.
Heather, okay. And I forget his first name. What's his first name?
Darren.
Darren?
Mm-hmm.
Did anybody else come over there?
Brittany said she came by. Said she heard her hand. Her and her little friend girls were at the house. She said she heard her hand, so every time she said she wanted to go to the emergency room, usually we get there and everything is all right, so I don't end up going with her, but she said she was going to the emergency room. Her and one of her little friend girls called Mallory, and I think her other little friend girl named Jessica from next door.
What time was that when they came by? You know?
Mm-mm.
No? Was it, had you been over there long? I mean, you said you went over to Heather's and Darren's at sunset. Was it long after you got there?
No.
Okay. So, early in the evening?
I'll say maybe what? Maybe 30, 40 minutes after I got there.
So, what, 7:30?
I don't know what time it was.
Oh, okay. So about 30 to 45 minutes after sunset. Okay.
No, after I got over to her house.
Okay. But you said you got over there right about sunset.
Right.
Okay, so 30 to 40 minutes. Okay. Make sure we're on the same page. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Okay.
And what has been going on between you and Adriana this week?
Oh, a whole bunch of stuff. Actually, Adriana, me and Adriana were together today.
Okay. Where were y'all together?
At my house.
Okay. What was going on there?
We were just sitting there watching movies, trying to get my computer. The man next door has a computer, put a virus on my computer. So my daughter is the only one who knows how to pull it up where I can get iTunes and watch movies. So Adriana was over there, and she was actually Adriana and another white guy named James. They were trying to pull the iTunes up on my computer.
Okay.
And she had went and got some 3 naked movies from our house to ask him did he want to buy them.
Okay. Have y'all had any problems?
Oh yeah, we've had problems. The first 3 trailers, we've had problems for a long time.
What's the problems?
Well, lately the new problem is she thinks that I'm the one who had her boyfriend locked up in jail.
Okay, so she's mad at you thinking her boyfriend's locked up because of you.
Yeah, but we talked about it earlier today.
Okay. But y'all getting along today, no problems?
Yeah.
Do you know what happened to Adriana tonight?
No, I don't. Heather just said she got beat up, but that's all I know.
A little bit more than that. We're not sure if she's going to make it or not.
No, I don't.
She talked to us, or she talked to the people that came over to help her.
Mm-hmm.
And she told them something. You know what she told them?
I could just imagine what's that.
She said that you and Heather did this to her. So that's why we're talking to you two.
But she said I called. She's been saying a lot of stuff lately.
Okay.
She said I called, because this is all stuff that we talked about today at my house.
Okay.
About somebody supposed to have called Crime Stoppers on her about her kids. And I told her I didn't do it. You know, I would never do it, but she said people around the trailer park have been telling her that. And my tire was stabbed.
Okay.
And I asked her if she do it. She said no. I mean, I couldn't prove she did it, so I didn't argue about it, fuss about it, or nothing.
But you thought she did it?
Mm-hmm. Just because of what people said. But
did you hear about her window getting busted out?
Whose window?
Adriana's window getting busted out a few days ago. You didn't hear about it?
No, sir, I didn't.
Did you know the police came out there last week to talk to her about the problem she had in her neighborhood?
Yeah, they talked to me too.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you were there.
Mhm.
What was the problem?
Her and another girl come out there to fight Adriana because Adriana was supposed to have gotten smart with her on the phone.
Okay.
And Adriana's boyfriend was there, Andre Smith,
hmm
and he sent Adriana in the house. No, he came outside the house, and he was saying that I was in the middle of that, which I didn't even know the white girl. And then he said, oh, he cussed all the kids out and me that was outside. And he told Adriana to go in the house and get that thing or whatever. She came back outside on the porch. She was on the porch cussing. And she came out in the walkway and she tried to tase my daughter.
Who tried to tase your daughter?
Adriana.
Adriana got a taser?
hmm
What kind of taser?
I just think it was a black one.
A black one.
She said that,
You seen it?
yeah, everybody out there
Describe it
saw
for
it.
me.
I just know it was black.
Okay.
And it made a loud noise.
Okay.
Everybody out there saw it.
Okay.
Mhm.
Why would she say that you and Heather did this to her?
Well, from what Heather telling me that Adriana is jealous. Adriana told me that the stuff that's supposed to have been going, that she heard from Heather that I was the one who called children, the DCFS people
Mhm.
on her.
Well, certainly
It's just
that
going
would
back
certainly
and
I could
forth.
see some animosity going on there, and of course you think that she stabbed her tire. But the problem I see here is she may not live, and she is saying that you and Heather did this to her. So that's probably pretty important at this point.
Okay, so Tina claimed that she was at Heather's during the crime. She confirmed that she did have problems with Adriana, some argument over a man. She claims she did send her man into jail, but she also says, I don't know what happened to Adriana. Importantly, Adriana believes that Tina is the one that reported her to child services about supposed neglect of her kids. So there's clear friction. The police officer is now going to tell Tina, hey, come clean, because Adriana is probably going to die.
You seem kind of lackadaisical about this. I'm telling you that this woman is probably going to die and has named you as the person that's harmed her. It kind of, doesn't sit easy with me that you're just so nonchalant about this.
I just talked to her today, and I told her I never called DCFS on her kids.
Okay. Well, she's probably going to die is the word we're getting. And we're concerned over that. And the last person she said that did this to her is you and Heather. Okay. We're going to go out there. We know what happened out there. It's just going to be a matter of getting fingerprints and evidence back. Okay.
Out where? It happened at her house? We
No,
didn't hear.
it didn't.
It started at her house.
Right.
And then it went somewhere else.
What started at her house?
That's the reason we're here.
Basically, what she told the fireman was that you two came and grabbed her. Mm-hmm.
Well, say what now?
What she told the fireman was that you two came over and grabbed her, pulled her out of that house, beat her, and harmed her.
And nobody out there, the kids or nobody saw none of this.
Nobody saw it. We talked to
Lady
everybody in that
next door's
neighborhood.
Kids are always outside.
We've talked to everybody in the neighborhood.
And
You
didn't
saw them all
nobody
out
hear
there.
Nothing?
Nope. And she's saying that y'all did it.
Well, she said I called DCFS on her. She said I put her boyfriend in jail.
Apparently, she was right about that.
Only one that I put her husband in jail, but I didn't call DCFS on her because most of the time that we was together, we was getting hot together.
Mm-hmm. Well, we got some issues, okay? And we're going to get to the bottom of it one way or another, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So we're sitting here talking to you, and then I'd certainly appreciate, and I know Tom appreciates that you're talking to us. But we got to get to the bottom of this, and we got to know what happened, the truth. And, there's two choices here. Either you're going to tell us or Heather's going to tell us. So Who's it gonna be?
I didn't do anything to her.
Okay.
Promise to God.
And you were home all night.
I was at Heather's house.
Okay. You were at Heather's all night. Never left there. Because, see, the story between Heather and Darren is already shaky. And your story is a third version of what they've told us so far. Okay? Now, there's pieces and parts that are the same, which makes me think y'all probably had a story together. Is it ready? Okay. I'll send somebody down there to get that tape in just a minute, okay? Thank you, sir. Bye. But they aren't exactly the same. Okay? It concerns me. It sounds a little too good, and then the parts that they're breaking up, I don't understand why they're not saying the same thing. Okay? And so we need to get to the bottom of this. This is a serious allegation. I mean, this is life-changing. Okay? And somebody's life may end over this. We're getting told that she's in pretty critical condition at this point and not likely to make it. Why?
I mean, she was just at my house today. Why she didn't tell me?
Why is Adriana saying you and Heather did this to her?
I don't know.
That's serious business.
I've been blamed for a lot. Well, it's a cycle over there. It goes trailer 1, trailer 2, trailer 3.
Well, she didn't do it to herself. Somebody did it to her.
Adriana been riding that bike all day today.
Okay, but somebody did it to her.
I didn't.
Okay,
I swear I didn't.
But she's saying you did it.
I didn't. Adriana been saying I didn't.
It may be the last thing she tells somebody.
So Tina keeps denying everything. However, the police officer is going to come back and he's going to tell her, well, your friend Heather Lee has a different version of events, to which he's going to tell her now.
Let's skip that. Let's get to this.
I did.
Heather's telling me that she always has to protect Adriana from you and your daughter. You and your daughter chasing around all over the place. Your daughter has a taser. She saw the taser over at your house today.
My baby don't have a taser. We never had a taser.
I don't know. That's what she's telling me. Why is she telling me that?
I don't know. We never had a taser, sir.
Okay.
Adriana had a taser. We never had a taser. My baby was tased.
Y'all stories are getting further and further apart.
Like I said, Adriana tried to tase Brittany with the taser. Brittany has a scratch across her chest right here. That I was grabbing Brittany from off the porch so that they wouldn't fight. Okay? We never had a taser.
Let's get back to Brittany's hand. Okay? So Brittany comes up and says her hand's hurt and she's going to go to the emergency room.
She said, Mama, would you take me to the emergency room? And I said, for what, Brittany? She showed me her hand. She said, look at my hand, Ma.
And what did you see?
I said, yeah, it swole up. What did you do to it? She said, you going to take me to the emergency room? I said, no, you can go.
Did you say how that happened?
Yeah, I did, but I don't remember what she said. I thought she said she hit a wall or something. If I'm not mistaken.
Okay, I just want to go over this sequence one more time. She says to the officer, there. You see what she was doing there? So she says to the officer, maybe she hit a wall, arms on the wall, and then she stops. And she's waiting for the officer's approval to think, oh, yeah, maybe I believe it. Then to comfort herself, she's going to start scratching her face. That's not a nervous tick, it's just she's trying to comfort herself at that time. The police officer during this moment stays quiet. Essentially, he's not buying what she's saying, and this interrogation is now getting to the point where they are exhausting her mind and she's looking for some kind of feedback to make herself feel better.
You come in a hurry, nervous, saying the cops are outside, don't answer the door. Why is Heather telling me this?
You tell me. If me and Heather were together doing this, then how is Heather going to be already in the house and I'm not in the house?
Don't know. Maybe she's lying on you too.
I mean, you said that Miss Adriana said that me and Heather did it to her, right?
Well,
so
she said you and your daughter and a Heather. Okay. She didn't have a last name for Heather, though. So maybe there's another Heather out there. She knew your name. She knew your first and last name.
I told you we were best friends in that trailer park in the beginning.
That's funny because Heather says that her and Adriana are best friends, and that you and Adriana don't get along, and that you and Adriana are constantly having problems, and that you and your daughter have been chasing Adriana around this trailer park, trying to hurt her, and that you have a taser in your house. And that taser was Brittany's taser, and that Brittany had chased
when the police come
Adriana
out there.
around.
If you can check back when the police came out there, Adriana called the police that day.
Okay.
I told the police what happened. The same thing I'm telling you is that Adriana tried to tase Brittany with the taser. The same thing I'm telling you, Adriana called the police that day.
And you want to press charges?
No, what'd I say?
I don't know.
No, actually, no. They didn't even come out there to press charges. They told us to just cool it out. For us to stay on our side, for her to stay on that side. That's what
I
she
talked
said.
to the officer who came out there that night.
Was supposed to be leaving town. She was not going to be here for long.
Okay, right. Because I talked to that officer. He told me
Okay.
exactly that.
Okay.
But he told me that Adriana did not wish to pursue charges against y'all.
Well, he never asked us about pressing charges. He just said for us to cool it out because he's tired of coming out here.
He didn't ask you because you weren't the one bringing forth the charges. She was.
Okay.
Why
would I bring charges? I didn't.
No, you weren't. She was going to bring charges against y'all for attacking her.
But we didn't attack her.
But
so
that's what
would she need
told.
Her boyfriend, Adriana's boyfriend, told her to go get that thing. Adriana was standing on the porch arguing. She wasn't even thinking about going to get a taser. He told her to go get that thing. We didn't know what that thing was until she came outside with it. I didn't know she had a taser.
Then why is Heather saying that she sees the taser in your house and that Brittany has it, and that Brittany has tried to? I know where it is right now. It's in my evidence locker.
Okay, well then how do we have it?
Because Heather says you have it, and because Adriana says she was tased with it.
So the interrogation continues where she denies Heather's story. Now, as you can see, this interview took place on March the 25th. Unfortunately, 2 weeks after this interview, Audriana Zimmerman died in hospital. So the police brought back Tina for questioning, and this time she is under arrest.
Now we're going to tell you what we think happened. Good, Tom.
On that particular night, you, Brittany, and Heather were gotten in a verbal altercation, a physical altercation with Adriana Zimmerman.
Okay.
Okay. The fight kind of escalated a little bit, got out of hand. She was attacked with a pry bar, whatever you want to call it, crowbar, and then she was disabled with a stun gun and then set on fire.
And all this was supposed to happen in the trailer park and nobody heard it.
Not at the trailer. I didn't say at the trailer park. I'm saying during that night. It originated at the trailer park. You, Brittany, Heather, and maybe one or two other people transported her over to the Ashland Avenue on the gas lines, and that's where the
what? What?
Ashland Avenue.
What is that?
It's out another road over by the house.
Okay.
And that's where it went bad.
Okay, where is Ashland Avenue?
It's around the corner from your house. Or where you were.
It's right across the street from Fowler.
Yeah.
You know where Fowler is. You're living there right now.
Yeah.
Now, the thing, we got information. We've got information that you're involved in it. We've got good information that you're involved in. Now, I'm going to sit here and listen to you tell me what happened and who all was involved.
We didn't get in no altercation. We were just together that morning. We didn't get into an altercation. We didn't. What do you have that say that I did it?
I've got plenty.
What is it? Hearsay? If it's hearsay, we all got into it at that trailer park. So what else? What kind of evidence do you have that say I did this?
Like this, Tina.
Listen.
Not only did our victim name you,
know
first
what?
and last name,
We went and talked to those people yesterday.
Not only did they name Heather, not only did they name your daughter, you've also told people. That's how we know the story too.
Me?
Yeah. Why don't you let me finish telling?
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And we know Brittany hurt her hand beating on that girl. That's how she hurt her hand. We hear that you used lighter fluid, poured it on her, and lit her up. And you're mad at Brittany because she got up off the girl, and that's how she got up and got to run away.
I'm mad at my baby.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What else, sir?
Yeah.
What else? What else is it?
She told 2 people.
Who?
She told the fire chief and she told the EMS supervisor.
Okay. Then when did she do that?
Right before they put her under.
Okay. That's when they supposed to have one. Because we went yesterday.
It's called a dying declaration.
A what?
Dying declaration.
What is that?
It's when somebody's about to die and they tell you who did it.
So if Adriana's supposed to have told these people this, wouldn't you think that she would have told them everything that fucking happened if you laying on the ground and you burning up and you about to die?
She told everything she could was the pain she was in at that time, and they didn't give her long because they had to put her out. She said, EMS supervisor told her, she kept asking her, am I going to make it? Am I going to make it? Am I going to make it? She said, I'm going to do the best we can for you. Put her out.
What we was told from the people yesterday.
What people?
We went to the house where they said that she's supposed to have went to, and we talked to a black girl and some guy named Tevius or Terrence or something like that. They're the ones who said that they called the 911 people. Me and Heather went over there yesterday.
What'd you talk to them about?
We asked them from what the newspaper was saying that she had called, that she was yelling saying call 911 and that she asked for some water. And then we asked them, well, did she call our names out? And if she did call our names out, was she saying that we did it, or did she just say Tina and Brittany or Tina and Heather or what? They said she passed out. When the fire people got there, that she was already unconscious. So I'm wondering where did they get that from, or who's making up these names? Then we were told that only reason why that our names are being called out is because so much stuff from the past that has went down in the trailer park with us, that's why we being called out.
Where y'all hearing that from?
In the trailer park.
Okay.
Well, now I'm barred from out there, but I mean, everybody is saying it. First, they were saying that she didn't call out nobody's name. Then they said she just said one person's name. Then they said that Heather did it. Then they said that I did it.
You just keep on listening to them, all right? Just keep on listening to them because they ain't got a clue what we know. They don't have a clue.
I heard that you felt like
you heard. How can you go on hearsay, but you don't want to hear what I say? That's supposed to be hearsay. So what difference does that make?
First of all, you need to lower your tone when you're talking.
I'm upset. I should be
upset all you want. And lower your tone when you're talking to me. You want to hear what I have to say?
Yes,
I don't care if you
yes,
do.
Sir.
I'll walk out of this room. It don't make nothing to me. I don't know you. I don't care to know you. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But you talking to somebody and telling them that she go ahead and die. Y'all be good to go. Well, that ain't the case, is it? Because she died. She died last night. Succumbs to her wounds.
Mm-hmm. And guess what? That's premeditated.
Yeah.
So you sit here and play all these little games you want to. You want to be able to help yourself. You want somebody to be able to tell your side of the story of what happened that night. But you sitting here copying this badass attitude, and it's not helping nothing. It's not helping you, Brittany, or anybody else involved in it.
They told us that she was in a coma yesterday.
She died last night.
Why you think we come back out there like gangbusters today?
Mm-hmm. That's why you're under arrest for murder.
Dad, the one who told us that.
Who?
Our lawyer, Gene, his dad. He said he called down there and they said that she was in a deep coma.
Well, she didn't come out of it. So guess what? We got information from the ME that she didn't make it because of the burns. Now you sit there, you think about it. You think about what we're saying. That woman, those kids would never see their mama again. You've got a chance to see your kids.
You think I don't know that?
You got a chance to see your kids again somewhere down the road. Now, like I said, we're not going to sit here with you as long as we did the other night. So if you got nothing to say,
Where's Gene at? I guess not. You already got me convicted.
ain't nobody got you convicted. We just got you charged.
Everybody got me convicted. Where am supposed to go now?
So you want to talk to Gene? Is that what you're saying? You want to talk to Gene?
I don't know.
Is that what you want? You want Gene?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, if you don't want to talk to us,
oh no.
Do you want to talk to us without your lawyer present, or you want to talk to us with your lawyer?
Oh no.
Well, we need to know. That's burning minds want to know.
Where am I supposed to go now? To jail?
Yeah, you under arrest.
Okay.
So what you telling? You ready to go?
Oh my God.
Tina, what I'm saying, things get out of hand. Maybe you didn't mean for it to be this way, but that's what I said. We don't know. So you need us to be able to tell your side of the story when it comes time to go before the judge. And by you just sitting over there, not, thinking we don't have nothing, we've only gave you a little bit of what we got.
Mm-hmm.
And believe me, it's not hearsay. We know that that night, those clothes were taken and burned that y'all were wearing.
Burn where? We
still
still had the same clothes on the next morning when they came to get us. When they came to get Brittany.
Okay, so whilst Tina sobs in shock, let me tell you what happened. So first, Audriana and Brittany, they get into an argument as Brittany thinks that Audriana is fooling around with her boyfriend. It is then alleged that Audriana, she tried to tase Brittany with this stun gun. Brittany goes home, tells her mom Tina, and then Tina seeks to punish Audriana. They invite Audriana over to their house under the guise of, let's be friends again, let's put this behind us, we're sorry, you can say sorry, let's move on. So when Audriana arrives, they, being Tina, Brittany, and Heather Lee, they attack Audriana with the stun gun and a crowbar. They then put her into Tina's car, drive to the woods, to which they pour gasoline over Audriana and light her on fire.
I see it in you. You're trying to protect somebody. You know what? You know who I'm thinking? I'm thinking you're protecting? You're protecting Brittany.
No.
Your car's up here.
We got your car.
Yeah, we have your car.
It's listed as evidence.
Oh, we have your car except for like tires, stuff like that.
How old are you?
39.
You still got a full life ahead of you.
Yeah.
There's still a chance. Don't throw it away. Don't throw that chance away. Brittany still has a chance.
Mm-hmm.
She's got her whole life ahead of her. She what, 15, 16?
16.
Tina, we told you what we thought. We told you what we knew. We didn't tell you all of it. We told you enough.
Mm-hmm.
I think the real question is, we pretty much don't think you've been telling us the truth. So, that's what it comes down to.
Okay.
So it comes down to that.
Okay.
Either you're willing to tell us or not.
It's decision time. Do you want to help yourself? Or do you want to go in the courtroom taking that chance?
All he wants is the truth.
That's all I'm asking. Just be honest with us. Tell us the truth. Is this just because this happened? Does this make you a bad person? Not necessarily.
No.
Not necessarily. But something happened out there and it triggered this type of reaction. That's all we're wanting is the truth. And again, the truth will help you in the long run.
People usually don't believe us when we tell them that until later that they realize, I wish I had talked to you that day.
Right.
And you can
set up by the police to drug cases and everything because the police.
We ain't set you up.
I tell you, we got to wait for some lab results and stuff like that.
You told me.
But we told you the basics of what the case is. We ain't hiding nothing. Basics of the case is what we told you. I can't go into every detail, but that's what it is. Okay? You'll be able to read the arrest report when you go over there and book you in. They'll let you have a copy of it. Okay. Honestly, you saw the Channel 3 news. If you went back to your trailer, you probably saw the copy we left of your of the search warrant. That's what all they had. That's all they had.
The copy of what?
The search warrant. We left one at your trailer.
Oh.
I mean, you probably read it. That's all they had. That's what they were reporting on. It was filed with the court, so they took it and read from it. So, you probably saw the news. Did you see the news? Okay. Maybe there is no explanation. Maybe there is no reasoning behind why it was done. It just happened. Maybe get caught up in the moment. I don't know. But I think if there was some reason behind it, if there was something that, lessens your involvement, that gives a reason for what happened, I think you probably should tell us, probably be in your best interest. Does it change anything immediately? No, you're still going to jail. Okay. But it does change, maybe later down the road, Mm-hmm. At this point, our job is to give you this one opportunity to hear. And then, we let the attorneys talk about it, figure it out. Okay? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, if there's something that was done that we don't know about, that you need to get off your chest, something that caused to do this terrible thing, caused this all to occur, we don't know unless you tell us. We know what we know. And we realize everybody's got their own version. And I can tell you, in this case, everybody's got a different version. Just from talking to you and Heather and Brittany, all three of y'all have a different version.
Well, see, sitting here watching you, I can see you want to tell us, you want to do the right thing. You're just afraid to take that first step. You want to be.
I let everybody drive my car.
We sit here and tell you all this, and the words that come out of your mouth are, I let everybody use my car. See, that to me tells me the kind of mind that you're thinking with.
No, it don't.
Yeah, it does. It does to me. Shouts to me. Shouts to me.
What?
Shouts to me. You're trying to think of ways to get out of this.
No.
There you are. Yeah.
I'm right. We went through this shit the other night.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm ready.
You ready to go? You ready to go to jail?
Let's do it.
Okay. This is going to conclude the recorded statement from Miss Tina Brown / Cook. Today's date is April the 9th, 2010. The time is 2:24 p.m.
That's first time. We will. I don't have any cuff keys on me. We'll have to get one of these guys out here to get some cuff keys on here to unhook you, and then we'll walk you on down.
Tina, we're gonna get ready to take you over there, okay? Just let you know, we just talked to Brittany. She's under arrest also for murder. Okay? But I just, this just between me and you.
This is serious.
I just want to show you something.
This is so serious.
I want you to look at that. You know who that is?
No.
That's Adriana. This is her side. And just let you know, let me tell you something. That's her body. Let me look at. I want you to look at them so I know you understand what I'm saying. The medical staff and the medical examiner's office didn't even know if this girl was white or black female or white female, because she was so burnt so bad. They didn't have a copy of our report at the time. You wouldn't want this to happen to you, would you? You wouldn't want to go out this way, would you? Huh? Yeah, we're gonna transport you across the street. Just hands up right now.
Okay. Where's our arrest warrant for today? A search warrant, arrest warrant.
They got it at the jail.
Okay.
Why?
Is that home?
Huh?
Is that on?
No.
They on their way to get us now.
Mm-hmm. Do you want that on?
It don't matter.
It's not on. I turned it off. Or the battery went dead. Okay. We'll be back with you in a second.
Okay.
Ultimately, Tina refuses to admit what she did and the other women did. When the case went to trial on September the 28th, 2012, Tina Brown was found guilty and she was sentenced to death. She is currently on death row. Brittany was sentenced to life in prison without parole, and Heather Lee was sentenced to 20 years in prison in exchange for testimony against Tina. January 29th, 2024, late at night, Wasif Hussain and his newlywed wife Nabila Tabassum waited in the shadows. They were masked and armed. They waited for Wasif's stepmother Arifa to come downstairs. Arifa enters the kitchen, turns on the light and notices the couple standing there, but decides not to think too much about it. The couple did odd things sometimes and it seemed nothing out of the ordinary. Perhaps they were just making a video for TikTok and YouTube. As Arifa approached the counter to begin preparing some food for her husband Mohammed, the couple snuck behind her, striking her. So the question remains, how did we get here? What did the stepmother do to warrant a stealth attack? Well, let's get into the backstory. You see, Wasif's mother and father sadly divorced when he was around 7 years old. In the boy's mind, his father, Mohammed, left his mother for Arifa, and he had a hard time adjusting to his new stepmother. But tragically, shortly after Mohammed and Arifa became official, Wasif's biological mother deleted herself, leaving behind 3 children, including Wasif. Wasif, the anguished son, he started to blame his father. He was overcome by such grief. Keep in mind, Wasif is autistic and suffers from ADHD. These 2 neurodivergences made the grief heavier, causing a great deal of emotional issues for the boy. And one of the reasons why I decided to tell this story is because the couple, the suspects, they're Pakistani. I'm also Pakistani. Mental illness plays a huge part in this case. And in the Pakistani culture, in the Pakistani communities, there's actually no avenue for you to overcome or get help with your mental illnesses. So I'm going to try and provide you some cultural references to help you understand why this crime took place. So as the years went on, Wasif was very angry with his father. Their relationship was strained. He found himself starting to get along with Arifa as he got older. They had a sort of love-hate relationship, but he was sure his stepmother loved and cared for him. Unfortunately, there's no images of Mohammed or Arifa. I couldn't find any. If you can, link them in the comments. Because if you think about it, It wasn't Arifa's fault that his mother deleted himself. Arifa is the one that comforted Wasif where his father couldn't. Wasif had 2 siblings who also emotionally and socially supported him through his teenage years, but they moved out in December 2023. This was a strenuous change for him. For someone who's autistic, change is quite difficult, especially when they have an emotional attachment to particular people. Wasif's siblings leaving was painful, and he continued to feel abandoned by the people he loved and needed every direction he turned. Now, December was a busy month for Wasif. This is when he met and married Nabila. He met her online. He only knew her for a few months. Nabila herself also experienced neurological differences and had similar special needs to Wasif. The families of the couple arranged for them to get married and to move in together. So the question you might ask is, why did they get these two married quite quick? Well, let me tell you the thinking. A lot of his family would have looked at Wasif, and one of the things they would have been worried about as he grows up, who is he going to get married to? Will he ever have children? Who's going to accept my boy? Because of his mental issues. This is something his biological mother would have thought about over and over again. Because in the Pakistani culture, marriage is 50% of your life complete. So if you take the same ideal and apply it on to Nabila, who also had some mental issues, the two families were like, wow, we found 2 compatible people who can grow together despite their conditions. I'm trying to say this as respectfully as I can, you know what I mean? But you understand the thinking, right? So the families arranged for them to get married and then they moved in together. Nabila moved into Wasif's family on January the 7th, shortly after the wedding. But this changed the family dynamic, causing tensions to rise between the newlyweds and the parents. Arifa was not pleased with Wasif and Nabila's efforts around the house. She complained that they treated it like a hotel, with no contribution to the cleanliness of the home. Apparently, Nabila did not wash up properly and she smelled. Mohammed, the father, naturally took his wife's side in this dispute, and the younger couple began to hide away, feeling dejected. They avoided the parents eating separately and spent long periods of the time outside of the house. They felt unwelcome in their home immediately after Nabila moved in, causing a serious degree of discomfort for Wasif's wife. Both pairs harbored resentment towards the other. Mohammed, worried about his son's anger issues, then installed CCTV cameras all around the house to ensure the safety of everyone, so he could keep an eye on Wasif and Nabila. On January the 9th, only 2 days after his wife moved in, Wasif searched online for a hitman. Bro, 2 weeks, and they had already had enough. Literally, in his Google search, he typed hitman to shoot someone. This careless action is a clear indication of Wasif's mental intellect. The rising tensions were too much for both sides. In fact, when he told Nabila that he plans to get revenge on Arifa for the way she treated him, Nabila was quite nervous. She's like, me? Take someone's life? Wasif's final plan was reluctantly agreed upon by Nabila on January 27th. This plan was to attack Arifa and then Mohammed. Wasif had also been in communication with a friend who lived in Bolton. They talked about how Wasif would be traveling from Birmingham to visit them. He didn't tell the Bolton friend why. Wasif described his troubles with his father and how things were becoming increasingly tense. The unsettled young man harbored a great deal of resentment. Nabila herself most likely did not comprehend Wasif's extensive trauma. She and Arifa had very little communication throughout the short time she lived in the house. It was Wasif who was arguing so much with his stepmother, and his anger led to the desire to kill her. In Wasif's mind, he had to defend his wife Nabila. Nabila felt that Arifa would deliberately exclude her, calling her distant and unhelpful. The 18-year-old Nabila had also experienced a traumatized childhood like Wasif. And early on in the living situation, Mohammed and Arifa became tired of Nabila's behavior and laziness, so they went to her parents to complain about her manners. And this is important. Again, in the Pakistani culture, or I guess in the Muslim culture, if your in-laws go direct to your parents, you are fucked. Because what would happen is if your father-in-law or whatever is not happy with you, he would come to you and say, hey son, we have this issue, let's talk it out. Then they would come again. Then they would come again. But then when they go to your parents' house, your parents are going to be like, what? Why are they coming to us? How bad is my son that the in-laws are coming to us to try and fix our son? or daughter or whatever. You understand the point, right? And this part is all to do with honor. And, well, we're not a bad family. We didn't raise bad kids. You don't need to come to us. Our kids are okay. So Mohammed and Arafah went to Nabila's parents to complain about her manners. Nabila's mother then informed Nabila of this confrontation during a phone call. While on the phone, Nabila told her mother she felt like dying, which made the mother concerned. Her mother thought Nabila was going to delete herself. So she called Mohammed, which prompted him to ask for advice from the police on how to kick his son and Nabila out. This created even more animosity between the two couples. See, Wasif came from a sheltered and controlled environment under the control of his father. His life under his father appeared to be one which from his perspective can be described as sheer hell. He felt bullied, dominated, exploited, and undermined. And again, as I said, in the Pakistani culture, there's no process to help someone who has mental illness. It's one of those where, listen, we don't know if this is real, deal with it. And it's shameful if you ask me, but it's playing a huge role in this story. Because Wasif hated it when his father would call him handicapped and felt as though Mohammed hated him. Maybe his father blamed him for his mother's death, though he wasn't sure how. And that's a fair point. The biological mother deleting herself, Mohammed, who saw his child as weak, probably took it out on him. At the same time, Wasif, losing his mother, needed comfort from his father. You understand the dynamic and how it can go so wrong. So Wasif's resentment was there towards his father, and he had a plan. He wanted to take the life of Arafah and Mohammed. And his plan was quite simple. Attack Arafah from behind, catching her off guard and kill her. And when Mohammed returned home, they would kill him too, burn both their bodies in the garden and bury them there. So, January the 29th, Wasif and Nabila went to Poundland, a commercial retail store. They bought 2 animal masks. They were giraffe heads. Intimidating. The image you're seeing is literally the mask they wore. Then they stopped at a one-stop store in Kings Norton. Wasif located a highly flammable aerosol can, which he would use to start the fire. Satisfied, the couple bought the can and returned home. They arrived home around 7 p.m. before they were locked out. Wasif looked over at Nabila and told her, "We should have done this yesterday. How do you manage to lock yourself out the day you want to commit a murder?" As I said, intimidating. Wasif couldn't help but wonder if this plan was going to work. Arafah let them in, then returned to her room upstairs, where she was tending to her young daughter. Wasif followed Arafah upstairs. While they were up there, Nabila went into the kitchen and noticed there were many dirty dishes in the sink. She found this ironic since she hadn't been home all day. Arafah didn't do them. I remember the stepmom Arafah was always getting on Nabila for leaving a mess around the house. So Nabila got her phone, took a picture, sent it to Wasif, pointing out this hypocrisy. She then joined Wasif upstairs where they changed clothes, donned their masks, put on gloves and grabbed their weapons. Wasif armed himself with a hammer and a large knife. Once they were ready, the two returned downstairs and waited in the dark kitchen for Arafah. So Arafah comes downstairs, she enters the kitchen. When she turned the lights on, she saw them two with masks on standing in the dark. Now, instead of screaming or wondering what's going on, she basically ignored them because in her mind, Wasif and Nabila played around on social media. So Arafah thought, oh, they're just making a TikTok or something. They looked ridiculous with their masks on. Arafah just carried on making food. So Wasif took this moment to strike. Once she had taken a few steps towards the counter, Arafah was violently struck in the back of the head with a hammer. It wasn't hard enough to knock her unconscious because Wasif, well, he was considerably weak and the plan was already falling apart. Arafah fell on the floor, clutching her head in pain. She began to scream for help. Wasif dropped the hammer, climbed on top of her and began punching her in the face repeatedly, hoping to knock her out. But Arafah wasn't giving up. She continued to fight back, even while Wasif tried to strangle her with both hands. When that wasn't working, he switched to bearing his forearm down on Arafah's throat. He yelled in her face that he was going to kill her and demanded an apology for what she had done. Nabila stood back and watched while Arafah begged her for help. Nabila was in shock. She had just married this man and only a month later was watching him trying to murder his stepmother. How did she get to this place in life? Arafah began trying to inch her way over to where Nabila was, reaching her arm and begging for mercy. Nabila, looking for approval from her husband, pushed the woman away further into the kitchen. And at this point, Nabila began assisting Wasif. She sat on Arifa's legs while holding her hands down by her side. Wasif told his wife, "We need to finish her off. Get the knife, finish her now." Arifa was pinned down, horrified as she heard Nabila tell her husband to kill her. And possibly in this moment, Arifa is thinking, why are they doing this? Where is Muhammad? She watched as Nabila handed the knife off to Wasif before the boy began stabbing his father's wife mercilessly. Luckily, Arifa was wearing thick clothing, and Wasif's lack of strength made it to where there were barely any real punctures. Arifa blocked a few jabs with her hand, leaving deep gashes between her thumb and index finger. Her arms were being cut up as she fought back hard. Luckily, she was wearing several layers of clothes to keep warm in the winter, which made it difficult for the knife to pierce through. Realizing his plan was falling apart, Wasif resorted yet again to attempting to strangle Arifa. She begged him to stop. Then he did, because he just got too tired. Either that, or he started to realize, oh shit, what am I doing? And I know his mental illnesses and his physical condition is no joke, but in many ways, that could be the reason why she didn't die, because he wasn't strong enough to do it. And in the moment, Nabila was no help to Wasif. She was too confused and overwhelmed by the situation to take any action on her own accord. Arifa begged Wasif to let her live, crying and pleading. This made the boy feel unstable, and he rapidly apologized 1 minute later, and he kept blaming Arifa and his father for allowing this to happen. He couldn't decide if he wanted to go through with it or not. Arifa told him she would not call the police if they let her and Muhammad go, and that she would say the injuries on her hands were from an accident. So, miraculously, Wasif let her go. Immediately after though, Arifa ran upstairs to get her daughter and immediately called the police. Wasif and Nabila knew, oh no, we are done for. They had seriously botched the plan and would be locked away for a long time if caught. So then, it was time for an escape. The young couple quickly caught a train to Bolton and checked into a travel lodge. West Midlands police wasted no time in finding the fugitives. They were located at the travel lodge in the early hours of the following morning and were promptly taken into custody for attempted murder. Nabila was frightened during police questioning. She found herself in a compromising position for the sake of pleasing her new husband. Consider this, they had only known each other for a few months. I've slept longer than a few months. Immediately after getting married, they moved in together, and then after that, the girl's newlywed husband is asking her to commit murder. Nabila, being intellectually limited herself, found difficulty in telling people no. She needed a role model. Instead, she got a killer husband. She told detectives, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't stop Wasif, but I wanted to let Arifa go because I'm not a criminal. Because I've never attempted ever in my life to commit murder. This is when investigators were informed of the original plan. They were going to kill Arifa, then Muhammad, burning the bodies next to the house. However, they only bought one aerosol can, and they realized after, hold on, how are we going to burn the bodies with one can? What are we going to accomplish? It's clear though, Nabila wasn't a violent person. She had a hard time restraining Arifa because she was also weak and uncertain of her actions. This poor woman was begging for help, looking in the eye and asking for mercy. At the same time, she saw the violence her husband was capable of. How could Nabila say no to Wasif? Guilt and insecurity led her to this point. And I know, I may sound like I'm sympathizing with Nabila, who could have stopped this at any moment, but trust me, understand, there was never a moment in Nabila's life where anyone ever tried to talk to her. How are you? How are you feeling? Do you have many friends? Do you feel wanted? Do you feel needed? Do you feel like you belong? Because that's all she ever would have wanted. I think Wasif manipulated her. And also, she's only 18. She gets married. She moves into a house where her mother-in-law may not be treating her right or whatever. That's going to drive anyone insane. So I'm not justifying her behavior. I'm contextualizing her behavior. And during the course of Nabila's interview, detectives realized she most likely didn't understand the gravity of what Wasif was asking her to do. Her defense team dug into her personal records to find evidence of long diagnosed disabilities. So, the question was, what are the courts going to do when the people committing the crime are intellectually disabled? The judge and jury proceeded carefully through this difficult case. On one hand, there were two individuals who committed an egregious crime but suffered from severe mental hindrances. On the other hand, they had a woman who was completely and utterly traumatized from the attempt on her life, because Arifa did survive. Arifa told the courts everything that happened. She was crying in the courtroom. She was having a panic attack. She said she received multiple lacerations from the knife and a large cut on the back of her head from where Wasif hit her with a hammer. It was immensely painful and led to a long-lasting head injury. Her neck and face had been bruised from the assault, with red welts showing where she was strangled. She told the court she still suffers from headaches due to the impact of the hammer, and her body has loads of scars. Arifa suffered significant psychological harm, including flashbacks and a sense of panic when people come to the door. The trauma from that night was so intense, she was forced to move houses, feeling as though her previous one was tainted. Her mental health was shattered. She never expected her stepson to commit such a heinous act against her. How could he try to kill her? Did he really hate her that much? Was he getting revenge for his mother passing away? The court watched the CCTV footage of Wasif and Nabila attacking Arifa. It was an intense watch for everyone, as they could hear the impact of the hammer on Arifa's skull cutting into her skin. This video in court showed everything. Even Wasif and Nabila climbing on top of her, holding her down before Wasif began attempting to stab her to death. "I still panic when the door is knocked," Arifa told the court. "I can feel the fear in my body. I'm terrified they have returned to finish me off. I live with this for the rest of my family." The younger couple had called her a gold digger and other insulting things. Arifa recalled how she could hear her younger daughter upstairs crying out and begging to be let go. If not for her, for her daughter. She wondered if they were going to hurt a little girl and she needed to get up to be with her. Her daughter was only an infant and saw the painful injuries on her mother. She worried she may be affected by the scarring experience as well. Wasif and Nabila, though they denied it being attempted murder, looked remorseful in court. Since this was a special situation regarding the mental capacity of the defendants, the judge carefully considered their medical records. Wasif's defense was not able to provide any records except for the initial diagnosis. There were no further tests to determine his intellectual abilities. Nabila's defense, however, located many of her elementary school and early childhood records, and they found that there was a clear pattern of behavior. Nabila's IQ fell under 70 points, and according to the National Institute of Health and Care, they had excellence guidelines, and for them, a score of 70 below, along with a significant impairment of social or adaptive functioning, this indicated an intellectual disability, and with them, Nabila scored a 66. The judge determined this score put her in a mild disorder of intellectual development. He also acknowledged that her difficulties did play a significant role, both because they affected her ability to exercise appropriate judgment and also because they led to her being vulnerable and impressionable, which in turn played a part in how and why she agreed to her husband's plan to commit murder. Her psychologist also recognized she had communication difficulties, including problems with reasoning, comprehension, memory, and processing speed. Her personality revealed both avoidant and dependent traits, meaning she could switch from appearing cooperative to then becoming resentful and angry. She had a past of seeking relationships with people she believed could care for her and lead her. As a child, Nabila had to receive one-on-one assistance at school. A former teacher described her as a young woman with the cognitive ability of a child. That's so sad. I mean, put yourself in Nabila's shoes. Was she the victim or is she a criminal? She was unemployed as well as Wasif and showed some comprehension of the gravity of the situation. But overall, she was not equipped to truly understand the coming consequences of her actions. Nabila's defense came forward during the proceedings and told the court she didn't appreciate or understand what she was doing fully. The pre-sentence report states she was regretful but still minimizing in terms of her actions. What they meant here is that she didn't understand her actions, but she was also intentionally downplaying them to avoid a serious punishment. The defense lawyer continued, she was still talking about the difficulties she was going through in her household and the circumstances she found herself in. She wasn't trying to minimize anything. She told me to tell Your Honor she absolutely regrets what she did. Wasim himself was also adamant he didn't understand what he was doing. He told the court he only wanted to scare Arifa and he had no real plans to take her life. His emotions got the better of him and he blacked out. However, we can agree this was a premeditated attack. Wasif did not black out every day leading up to the night. There was no way he did not know what he was doing. He wanted the court to believe he had no real recollection of the events that took place, although he had planned all of it. I mean, how could you plot a murder for weeks and then be like, oh, I don't know what I was doing? No matter the disabilities Wasif faced, he was still able to reason right from wrong and knew what he did was bad. Wasif's lawyer told the court, this young man, as he says, knows his actions were wrong. He can legitimately be said to be remorseful and regretful. He is fully cognizant of the horror of the situation, and it can be said he already shows a degree of insight. Maybe further in time, this insight will deepen. He is fully reminiscent of the horror of the situation. In the trial, Wasif's brother-in-law also wrote to the judge to suggest his intellectual limitations are profound, and that it's his understanding the world is vastly different for Wasif than other people. What a way to put it. I mean, is it possible Wasif had no clue what he was doing? Was this a case where the villain is just another victim of abuse and emotional neglect? I completely disagree. I think Wasif knew what he was doing. In the trial, they went into more detail about Wasif's troubled childhood with his father and his mother deleting herself. It was said that these are traumatic parts of his life which he would not seek to in any way minimize or try to excuse what he has done. It's a very unusual situation for someone his age. He's still old enough to know what he's doing. Perhaps if Muhammad found the help and guidance his son needed, perhaps the situation wouldn't have happened. I don't think Muhammad knew how much Wasif needed him after his father died. Which, I'm sorry, but it's fucking stupid. It's Muhammad's duty to look after his son after such a tragic event. Wasif needed someone to step in for him and guide him through the grief, but no one did it. The closest person to him after his siblings was his wife, and they barely knew each other. The couple still had a long way to go and could have had a successful relationship. Ideally, you would think that once this couple gets married, Arifa and Muhammad could have provided support for each other, assisted them. So with all of this, the judge had to decide the culpability of Wasif and Nabila. He had to consider all the different aspects of the crime. There were multiple aggravating features that could lead to a longer sentence. They are considered additional offenses within the crime that could lengthen one's time in custody. The first feature was attacking Arifa in the house. The living nightmare made her feel like she had to move out. She couldn't look at her kitchen the same. Second, there was an infant in the house. And not only was the infant in the house, but she could hear the commotion downstairs and also saw the cuts on her mother. Third, they had the plan to burn the bodies. This element shows the intention. They were killing with a purpose. Arifa and Muhammad had to die because they had done too much damage to the couple. This was a case of revenge. Lastly, the extent of Arifa's injuries, particularly her psychological ones, are further aggravating features. The court also had to consider the mitigating points which permitted a sentence reduction. There were many factors. It was complicated. Wasif truly believed he was being oppressed, to the extent his actions felt justified. He was only 20, and at the time he was extremely immature for his age. And while the judge did not think his disabilities reduced Wasif's responsibility, the judge acknowledged that the disabilities had a part to play. They compromised his ability to think about other ways of resolving the issues with Muhammad and Arifa. And it's important to note, Wasif had never committed a crime before. He was a law-abiding citizen who was actively seeking a job and was looking forward to starting a new life with his wife. Prison for him is going to be difficult. He had never been without some form of caregiver or responsible adult to help him through life. There was never any expectation that Wasif would be out on his own. He heavily relied on his parents to guide him. Prison would not allow for him to have any form of care provider. These factors led to the sentencing being reduced. And since Nabila was less enrolled and her disabilities were more burdensome, her sentencing was shorter. They both received sentence reductions by a third of their original time. The judge thought it was most likely that they would not reoffend because of the circumstances. To the judge, this was an isolated incident. Wasif was sentenced to 15 years. He was considered to have high culpability. Nabila was sentenced to 9 years. She was considered to have medium culpability. There was a restraining order put in place between them and Arifa. And who knows if Mohammed will choose to have any contact with Wasif when he gets out. Could you have a relationship with your son who tried to kill your wife? Mate, that is a dilemma for the ages. The prosecutor told the press the attack took place against a background of broken down familial relations. Both the newlyweds were remorseful and regretful, and Wasif thought he was being noble by defending his wife to the highest degree. Wasif's defense told the court the stepmother came into their lives and initially appears he was able to talk to her, but as time went on, things became difficult. Nabila's defense was trying to portray her as a helpless wife who couldn't stand up for herself, and it's possible that this is not far from the truth. She was easily influenced by her husband's passion against his stepmother. Wasif felt like he wanted to defend his wife, so perhaps she felt obligated to help him. And it's like I trying to react to this and tell you the story in the manner in which I did, because a lot of the times I'll throw in a joke here or there, I'll ridicule the the criminals, etc. But like, as I said, I grew up in a similar environment. Not a bad one, but I'm just saying, the Pakistani culture, right? I had a wonderful upbringing, my parents are great. But I came across so many kids in my school who now when I look back, I thought, if there was only some kind of, what do you guys call it, early intervention? Or some kind of help to help nurture these children, then maybe everything would have been so different for these two. Anyway, comment, tell me what you think.
Have you got the key?
Yeah, I've got the key.
Is this your recent data? No, that's 27th. Which? Huh?
T-minus 3 minutes. T-minus 2 minutes. T-minus 1 minute. T-minus 50 seconds. T-minus 40 seconds. T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
In the winter of 2015, as Christmas approached, snow began to fall across Pennsylvania. You had a young mother named Ashlee Druhot. She faced a decision that would haunt her for the rest of her life. She and Daniel Murphy, who's the father of her two young sons, they needed someone to watch their children. You had Daniel's brother Scott and his wife Kristy, who offered to help. The arrangement seemed temporary. Ashlee and Daniel needed someone to care for their boys that December, but no one could have imagined that 2 months later, 5-year-old Orion Murphy would be dead on the floor in his uncle's apartment. His small body bearing the marks of violence, his life cut short in a place that should have been safe. He only lived for 2,000 days. Now this story is going to be live streamed. After this story, I have a whole bunch of other stories for you, some of the worst true crime cases ever, so please stay tuned. Now, Orion Murphy was 5 years old in the winter of 2015. He had a younger brother who was just 4, and together they were the children of Daniel Murphy and Ashlee Druhot. They were a young couple in Meadville, Pennsylvania. Daniel was 26, Ashlee was 23. They were young parents navigating the challenges of raising 2 small children, and like many other families, they sometimes needed help. Daniel's brother Scott was slightly younger. He was around 25. Scott had married Kristy, who was a lot older than him. She was 35. Cheeky bugger. Scott and Kristy lived in Ridgway, a small borough in Elk County, Pennsylvania. They had no children of their own. Now Scott and Daniel, the Murphy brothers, shared a troubled history. Murphy brothers, or as I call them, 2 cheeks from the same arse. In 2009, Scott had been convicted of assaulting Daniel with a knife. Quite the serious incident, the kind that leaves scars, both physical and emotional. But of course, families are complicated, and over time they managed to patch things up. Both Scott and Kristy had criminal histories that painted a picture of lives marked by poor choices and dangerous behavior. Their record included drug offenses, assault charges, and other violations of the law. These were not people who had demonstrated the ability to look after a child. Yet when the question arose of who would care for Orion, Scott and Kristy stepped forward. Daniel and Ashlee accepted their offer. You got to ask yourself a question. Why do Ashlee and Daniel need someone else to care for their children? Well, rumor has it that Ashlee and Daniel were selling meth from their house and sending the kids to Scott and Kristy. Ashlee had reservations. She worried, given they had no children of their own, they had no experience with the daily demands of young kids. She did express these concerns, but she was given reassurances. Daniel told her the children will be okay. Her own mother said, don't worry, the children will be okay. Even her sister said, it will be okay, send them. So in late December 2015, Daniel Murphy drove his 2 sons to Ridgway. He dropped them off at Main Street, the apartment where Scott and Kristy live. This was meant to be temporary. Days would turn into weeks, and then weeks would stretch into months. But no one said that at the beginning. The boys arrived with whatever belongings they had, and their father left them there, and he did not come back. the apartment on Main Street was a place that's not suitable for children. In fact, it was a place no one should be living. The conditions were deplorable. Feces all over the floor. The waste had been there long enough to become part of the landscape of the apartment. Something to step around and step in, a constant presence that filled the air with its smell. Let me say that again. There was so much animal shit on the floor and around the house that it was stuck on the couch, stuck on the beds, stuck on the furniture. What? There was garbage decomposed in piles, rotting and festering, creating a breeding ground for bacteria and disease. The apartment was filthy in a way that went beyond normal clutter. It was a health hazard, a place where the basic standards of sanitation had been abandoned entirely. Also, the apartment had very little heating. Orion and his brother, small children, they needed warmth and comfort. They lived in conditions that were not just uncomfortable, but they were also dangerous. Hypothermia is a real risk for children in cold environments, and while the apartment may not have been cold enough to take their lives, the lack of adequate heating added another layer of misery. But the physical discomfort and unsanitary conditions were not the only dangers. Throughout the apartment, there were drugs everywhere. Prescription drugs all over the tabletops, all in the drawers. Pills that could poison a child who didn't know better than to swallow them. Alcohol was available and bottles that small hands could reach. Weapons were left where children could find them. Knives with sharp blades, a blackjack that could be swung and cause injury. This was the environment where two small children lived for 2 months. This is where they woke up each morning and went to sleep each night. This is where they ate their meals, if they were even given food. This is where they played. And during this time period, from December 2015 to February 2016, neither Daniel or Ashlee came to visit their children. Daniel had dropped them off and he stayed away. Ashlee stayed away too, though her absence was built on a foundation of reassurances and deception. She was receiving regular reports the children were fine. Daniel said they're fine, her mother said they're fine, her sister said they're fine. The messages were consistent and positive. During this 2-month period, there were some social media posts by Scott and Kristy with the children showing them that the children are okay. They looked healthy and cared for. Based on this information, Ashlee believed her children were safe. But regardless of this, right, as a mother, you miss your children. I miss my kids. I mean, I'm with them all the time, but when they go to school or whatever, of course I miss them. Imagine going 2 months without them. As a mother, did you not have just, oh, I want to see them anyway? Sure, they might be doing okay, but I want to go see them anyway, right? Now, what was actually happening inside the apartment on Main Street during those 2 months, I can only partially reconstruct. I know that the conditions were horrific. We know that at some point Orion suffered injuries, bruising on his arm and torso. He had 2 teeth marks on his body. He had a scratch on his face. He suffered a blunt force trauma injury to his head, severe enough to take his life. But we don't quite know the full circumstances on how this happened. We have an idea of what daily life was like, given that there was shit all over the floor. I can only imagine how miserable life must have been for these 2 kids. We don't know if they cried for their parents. We don't know if they asked for mummy and daddy to come back. We don't know how they coped with the cold. We don't know how many times Orion was hurt. We don't know if his little brother witnessed what happened. But what we do know is that 2 small children were left in the care of people who couldn't do it, in an environment that was not fit for humans. Part of the reason why we didn't know is because the parents never went and inquired. There was no DCF, child services, or anyone involved. So on the morning of February 3rd, 2016, at 8 a.m., Scott and Kristy called 911 because the child was not breathing. The paramedics arrived at the apartment to find a scene that would stay with them for the rest of their careers. Orion was lying motionless on the living room floor. He was unresponsive. His small body was cold to the touch. The responders would have tried everything to save him. They would have checked his pulse or any sign of breathing, but he was beyond saving. And just 22 minutes after the 911 call, County Coroner Michelle Muccio pronounced Orion Murphy dead. Again, he was only 5. He had been alive for fewer than 2,000 days. And now he would never see another sunrise. he would never grow another inch. He wouldn't learn to read or ride a bike, or experience any of the thousands of moments that should have been his future. The officials who examined Orion's body could tell he had been dead for several hours. His body temperature, the state of rigor mortis, and other physical signs that the medical examiners use gave them the time of death. All of these indicated Orion had died much earlier that morning, maybe even the night before. For hours, his small body laid on the floor while life went on around him, while his brother was somewhere in that apartment, while Scott and Kristy were there knowing he was dead. The examination of Orion's body revealed the violence he suffered. Again, bruising on his arm and torso, the kind of marks that come from being grabbed or struck. There were 2 teeth marks on his body. Human teeth marks had broken his skin, pressed into his flesh hard enough to leave marks that remained after he died. There was a scratch on his face, and there was the injury that took his life, blunt force trauma to his head. Someone had struck Orion's head with enough force to cause fatal injuries. And after his body was removed from the apartment, officials had the opportunity to fully assess the conditions in which he was living, and what they found was appalling. Unfit for human occupation. Animal feces, decomposing garbage, the lack of heat, the dangerous items all over the house. It was all documented and photographed. And I'm waiting for these photographs, by the way, and I'm also waiting for their police interviews. So when I see them, so will you. The evidence painted a picture of profound neglect. Thankfully, the investigation moved quickly. 4 adults were charged in connection to the death. Scott and Kristy were the ones charged with the death. They were charged with homicide. They were also charged with child endangerment and other conditions. The district attorney said he would seek the death penalty for both of them. The state of Pennsylvania was prepared to argue that what happened to Orion was so heinous it was unforgivable, that the people responsible deserved the ultimate punishment. Daniel and Ashlee, the actual parents, they were also charged. They faced charges of involuntary manslaughter and child endangerment. The legal theory was that by leaving their children in such dangerous conditions, by failing to check on them, by not ensuring their safety, they had contributed to the child's death, which I agree with. They may not have struck the child, they may not have been the one to take his life, but they created the circumstances that made his death possible. See, for Ashlee, she had lost her son. She had trusted the wrong people. She had believed the reassurances she was given. And now the state was saying she was responsible. So during this, they looked at the evidence against Ashlee closely. What did she actually know about the apartment? What should she have known? What could she have reasonably have been expected to do? Now for me, if I'm a member of the jury, in my mind I'm thinking, it doesn't matter what your family tells you, it doesn't matter what the evidence is, you as a mother should have taken your ass and gotten over there just to check on them. Surely you missed them, surely you wanted to hold them. What do you mean you saw pictures on social media? You didn't want to hold them, feed them, just to visit? I mean, it's disgraceful enough that you sent them away in the first place, but the least you could have done is visit them, you silly cow. But according to the judge, the facts that emerged painted a more nuanced picture. Ashlee, of course, didn't visit for 2 months, but she had been receiving regular reports. These reports came from multiple sources. So the question the courts had to answer was whether Ashlee had sufficient knowledge of the dangerous conditions to be held criminally responsible. Did she know, or should she have known, her sons were in danger? Eventually, the courts concluded the evidence was insufficient. If you can Adam and Eve it, yes, the courts decided, it's not her fault, so we're not going to charge her. The charges were dismissed. The legal system determined that while her decisions may have been unwise, she did trust the wrong people. Bruv, that's a diabolical. From a legal point of view, that's taking the piss. According to them, the judge and the court, she had been deceived by the people she trusted. There's nothing worse, the deceitment or whatever you want to call it, that's nowhere near the fact that she didn't get off her ass and go for 2 months. But if it's any crumb of comfort, Ashlee did eventually end up in prison, and I think she's still in prison to this day. But that's unrelated to Orion's death. She was actually in prison during the middle of this investigation, so she was unable to attend sentencing hearings or hear from the other defendants. See, court records show Ashlee pled guilty in court to 1 count of burglary, which is a first-degree felony, 8 other charges including 2 counts of robbery. This is what she was sent to prison for. So while her sons are getting tortured in shit and she doesn't want to go see them, she was out and about playing cops and robbers. What the hell? Now Scott Murphy was charged with homicide. Kristy was charged with homicide. They were both sentenced between 8 and 20 years in prison. I couldn't find any information on what happened to Daniel. I did go to the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections. He is in prison, but it doesn't say for what and it doesn't say for how long. And the death of Orion is a story of failure, a systemic failure. He was only 5. He should have been starting kindergarten, like my son has. He should have been learning to write his name, making friends, discovering the world. Instead, he spent the last 2 months of his life in an apartment filled with shit, in care of people who are not capable of caring for him, separated from his parents, suffering injuries that culminated in his death. His younger brother survived, but at what cost? What memories does he carry? Is he experiencing this trauma today? What is his life like? We don't know. Now, one of the cornerstones of any legal system is the presumption of innocence. So in the case of Ashlee, right, was she innocent of not knowing what's really going on? It's irrelevant. It's your job to go and be with the children. If you couldn't take care of them for whatever reason and someone else agreed to do so, okay. But you should have been there at least once a week or once every 2 weeks. The fact that you went 2 months without seeing what happened, you're a disgrace. As for the others, 20 years might not be enough, but it's certainly better than getting the charges dismissed. But let's move on to the next story. How many of you know the name Ezekiel Mathis? Well, that's what we do on this channel. We tell the stories of those that were never told. My name is Cameron. Welcome to True Red Crime. This is the case of baby Ezekiel. Now, on May the 18th, 2011, around 8:30 p.m., emergency services arrived at the house of Swaziki Mathis. This was in Hillsborough County, Florida. The call was made by multiple people when Mathis came running out of her apartment, screaming at the top of her lungs, "My baby, my baby." Witnesses watched as the young 21-year-old mother broke down outside her home, and the paramedics rushed the 1-year-old infant who wasn't breathing to the hospital. See, the paramedics determined that Ezekiel was experiencing cardiac arrest and was flatlined when they arrived on the scene. Once Ezekiel made it to the University Community Hospital, he was declared dead at 12:08 a.m., May the 19th. Multiple individuals had attempted CPR, but there was no saving the child from death. The medical examiner's home office declared the death a homicide. This tragedy could have been avoided had Swaziki followed a safety plan set in place after her 2-year-old daughter, whose name is unknown, had been taken away by the state due to physical mistreatment by Swaziki's boyfriend, DeMarcus Kirkland Williams. He is the main suspect in this case. And who would have thought a 21-year-old would be this prone to violence? Muppet. DeMarcus had been seen by multiple witnesses and security camera footage, striking the young girl with a blunt object at a public park around 2 weeks earlier, having grown irritated of that child and Ezekiel's crying. Witnesses also claimed they saw DeMarcus quivering Ezekiel violently when the infant would not calm down. Swaziki's daughter, her only other child that was still with her, was taken into custody on May the 7th, 2011, 11 days before Ezekiel died. One child is gone, another one's in custody. What? Why did the mother not take action sooner? The daughter that was taken had marks on her private area, but there were no SA allegations. She also had swollen feet marks on her legs and arms and a bloodshot eye with a mark under it. After her daughter was taken away, Swaziki agreed to a safety plan that wouldn't allow DeMarcus anywhere near Ezekiel or her residence, and forced her to participate and comply with the children's first response team. However, she did not abide by this plan and continued to be in a romantic relationship with DeMarcus, allowing him to watch Ezekiel alone at times. So she stayed with him for a bit of hanky-panky, and look at what that resulted in. You cheeky devil. The children's first response team was aware that DeMarcus was left unsupervised with the child and did nothing about it. DeMarcus claimed in an interview that he had been living with Swaziki for around a month. How could a team dedicated to protecting children allow for the innocent child to be left with a violent man who had a history of child mistreatment? Furthermore, why did it take all these agencies for the mother to act somewhat? She still allowed DeMarcus to be with the child, but she didn't have the own foresight to say, "Bye, Marcus." So on May the 18th, around 1:45 p.m., Swaziki left for a doctor's appointment with a social worker from the child's first response team. This social worker's name is Pidad Mink. His name is spelled Pidad, so I'm going to call him Pidad. Now, Swaziki was supposed to take Ezekiel to this appointment, but ensured Pidad that DeMarcus had watched the baby many times before and that he would be okay. Surprisingly, Pidad was okay with this and left Ezekiel behind. Albert Slicker, another social worker, was also at the residence checking in on the family. He checked on Ezekiel in the main bedroom, where the child was laying on a bed with a near-empty bottle in his left hand, wearing a light blue and brown striped jumper and a diaper. He was sleeping peacefully. Albert quietly checked his body for bruises as he slept when DeMarcus was out of the room, but he didn't see anything suspicious. Albert also noticed that the house was somewhat messy. There was a full ashtray in the room where the baby slept, and Albert encouraged DeMarcus to clean up the mess, so that the baby would not be exposed to that kind of environment. And aside from the ashtray, Albert, this genius, saw no issues and claims DeMarcus treated Ezekiel as his own son. Albert even said he had watched TV with DeMarcus striking up casual conversation. Albert left the boy alone in the house with a violent person while Swaziki was at the appointment. So, then an unknown friend of DeMarcus and Swaziki was over and also saw no issues with how DeMarcus was treating the child. So around 3 p.m, this friend left. DeMarcus and Ezekiel were going to take a nap together because the boy was feeling sick and irritable. So then around 4 p.m. is when Swaziki returned with Pidad. Swaziki was going to the doctor to see if she was pregnant. Upon finding out that she was not, she was relieved, as was Pidad. Swaziki had told Pidad that she did not even know DeMarcus's last name. Pidad wondered how the 21-year-old could have a child with someone she barely knew, and encouraged her to get out of the situation, as she did not know DeMarcus well enough for him to stay permanently. So when they returned home, Pidad helped inform DeMarcus that Swaziki was not pregnant, which he did not enjoy hearing. DeMarcus became visibly upset at the news, becoming cold towards Pidad. The social worker ensured the child was okay, and saw him sleeping on the bed still with the bottle in his hand. Now, sometime between 4:30 and 10:30, this friend had returned. He didn't report any mistreatment he witnessed firsthand. Around 10 p.m, Swaziki was playing with Ezekiel and feeding him. The baby was bouncy as ever, happy to be interacting with his mother. She saw no issue with him and he was in good spirits, as usual. She said sometimes he was fussy, but nothing out of the ordinary. He had been taking medication for an ear infection because of multiple health conditions that Swaziki suffered, including cervical cancer. She had to take medications that upset her stomach immensely. Once Ezekiel was back down for a quiet time, she went to the bathroom for over an hour. And between 11 and 11:15, DeMarcus began to bang on the bathroom door saying, "The baby isn't waking up." Sometime between when Swaziki went to the bathroom and when DeMarcus began knocking on the door, DeMarcus had callously tossed Ezekiel into a dresser, causing blunt force trauma to his abdomen, making it distended and bruised. He flung him so hard that it broke a clock on the top of the dresser, causing plastic pieces to fragment across the room. He was angry at the mother and decided to take it out on the helpless baby. He also used an unknown blood object on the child, causing lacerations to his liver and spleen. Wow. He grabbed him hard on his right thigh and right arm, leaving large red handprints in his rage. At some point, he must have struck him over the head as well, since he had cuts and bruises in the hairline of his forehead. Swaziki rushed out and DeMarcus took the child into the living room on the couch and attempted CPR. Swaziki was not aware at this point that her child had been savagely mistreated, only that he was not breathing. That is when Swaziki ran out of the house, not knowing what to do. She ran to her sisters who lived next door and broke down. She couldn't stand the thought of her son crying. Multiple neighbors and friends attempted CPR on the child, but it was of no use. He was far too gone by the time the ambulance got there. Swaziki and DeMarcus both agreed to go in for questioning after Ezekiel was taken to the hospital. Swaziki also consented to the house being searched. Detectives on the scene noticed the house was visibly dirty with clothes spread out on the floor, evidence of smoking inside. There were stains on the curtains and walls, and roaches and bugs crawling everywhere. They removed a pair of orange shorts belonging to the boy, stained with blood, from his crib. At first, when questioned, DeMarcus had told the detective that his name was Willie Kirkland, a lie to cover up his identity since he had an outstanding warrant for burglary. When the investigators later discovered his real name, he was then arrested, but not because of the child injuries. He was arrested for the burglary warrant. They were not aware he was the reason for this devastating murder. They were still trying to figure that out. So after the medical examiner and the doctors had confirmed that Ezekiel's death was caused by blunt force trauma, they began questioning Swaziki, DeMarcus, the social workers, and all the other witnesses. Now, I do have DeMarcus's interview. Take a look.
Stop breathing, and I'm still doing it. I'm still doing it.
You're doing the compressions?
Yeah, I'm doing this to his stomach.
Yes, it was recorded on a potato. But in the interview, he claimed he had been living with Swaziki for nearly a month and that he sometimes watched Ezekiel alone. Employees at the doctor's office also confirmed that Swaziki showed up without her son that day. In DeMarcus's statement, he claimed at first that he checked on the child around 11 p.m. and that Ezekiel was happily playing with his toys in his playpen. When he returned about half an hour later, he saw that Ezekiel lying on his back with a brownish liquid coming from his mouth. DeMarcus claimed he thought it was maybe chocolate or another candy the child has gotten into. DeMarcus said when he picked up the child, he was breathing, and when he sat him back down, he suddenly stopped. This is when he began CPR. Yeah, because suddenly stopped happens all the time, huh? Moron. Upon further questioning, DeMarcus said Ezekiel must have fallen on something, but later he admitted that while he was watching the child, he became frustrated with the mother and attempted to toss the child onto a pillow, instead accidentally throwing him into a dresser. You mistaken the pillow for the dresser. What? When the child began to cry, he patted him on the back to get him to stop. He also said he flicked him on the thigh where there were marks. Only a pat would not have caused the bruising and external injuries that Ezekiel had suffered. See, the baby also showed blunt force trauma on the front side of his abdomen, which was caused by intentionally throwing the baby at the dresser. He also said that Swaziki was not home when this occurred, when clearly she was still in the bathroom. So the question is, what actually happened? But the story continued to be confusing and inconsistent. During Swaziki's interview, she was unaware her child had been pronounced dead. She detailed her experience of coming home, spending time with her son, needing to use the bathroom, and suddenly learning her child was not waking up. She told detectives the father of Ezekiel was not involved in her life and lived somewhere in Alabama. The father was a paranoid schizophrenic and a victim of bipolar disorder. Swaziki herself became pregnant at the age of 18. Only 4 months after her daughter was born, she was pregnant with Ezekiel by the same man. Swaziki admitted later in other interviews that she grew up in the foster system, having been the victim of child SA starting at the age of 7. Swaziki lived a life filled with adversity. Apparently, her mother was not a great advocate for her either. Naturally, someone with so much trauma in their lives may find it hard to raise children in a healthy environment. When asked about why she allowed DeMarcus into her life and to stick around, she said, "I just like staying in corners. I like being by myself in dark rooms, all quiet. I still like that." Whatever that means. Swaziki said DeMarcus was extremely romantic at first, a charmer. He stole her heart with flowers and acts of kindness, gaining her trust before he would later murder her son. Wow, that's powerful. Let me paint another picture for you. Imagine it's Valentine's Day, right? I get to know you, I take you out on a date. Yeah? Now, I live by Washington, D.C. What restaurant is good? There's a restaurant nearby called La Vie. Excellent restaurant, great for a date. So imagine we go there, I get the lamb chops, you get, I don't know, chicken or something, have a great time, and it's going well. I move in with you, you have kids, and then that very person who took you to that restaurant, you know, the flowers and the kindness, ends up murdering your son. What the fuck? See, her family was not always on board with their relationship, nor were the neighbors who always claimed that Swaziki was a great mother. They were not so sure about DeMarcus. Supposedly, they had broken up and gotten back together about a month before Ezekiel was murdered. Swaziki's mother, she said, he didn't really have nothing going for himself. I think he was threatening my daughter and she wasn't saying anything. Ezekiel's grandma had just started taking him to church and was trying to teach him how to pray. Swaziki was known for being a quiet girl, and she didn't want to upset DeMarcus about anything in case he became violent. Swaziki's sister, Yoni, also said about Ezekiel, "You can just tell when a child has been mistreated. I don't understand why they would do this to him." She also claimed she had seen marks on her sister before as well. It's tragic that the state seemed to care more about the daughter than Ezekiel. Had they also taken the young boy, perhaps he would have survived. It's astounding, actually, that the CPS tried to remove Ezekiel on many occasions, but the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, refused to have him removed. Pam later admitted that they dropped the ball on the incident, a mistake that cost the baby his life. What do you mean, drop the ball? Bollocks. DeMarcus had been unsupervised both times the children were physically assaulted, so it never seemed to occur in front of Swaziki. Even though DeMarcus admitted to throwing him against the dresser and swatting him on the back, Dr. Mainland, at the medical examiner's office, upholds that the bruises and lacerations on Ezekiel's head, upper body, arms and legs must have been caused by DeMarcus assaulting him with a blunt force object rather than the throwing of his body. See, when the previous daughter was being mistreated by DeMarcus, Swaziki told the authorities her daughter was clumsy and she must have fallen down the stairs. She was purposefully ignoring the signs that her children were in danger because she was afraid of conflict. The young girl had been taken to the hospital due to her injuries caused by DeMarcus, which ultimately led her to being taken away. Swaziki even ignored the safety plan put into place to keep Ezekiel safe. Why would she do this, knowing she had just had her daughter taken away because of this dangerous man? As I said, hanky-panky. Swaziki was still allowed regular visitations with the young girl while she was in the foster system. DeMarcus was known by many names, however: Slim, 6'9", and Willie Kirkland. In fact, DeMarcus was 6'10", so you can only imagine when he got angry what kind of towering person he must have been. And why did he get so angry when he learned Swaziki was not pregnant? Did he intend to trap her? The story gets more confusing when investigators are tipped off by Miss Hicks and a girl only known by the name Jamaica. Miss Hicks called detectives at Hillsborough County and told them she had video evidence proving DeMarcus didn't do this. Miss Hicks refused to give any further clues about her identity. She also told detectives she would not turn in the video evidence and that they had to meet her in person to go over it. 2 days later, they met with this anonymous Miss Hicks at her house and watched a video, supposedly showing Swaziki admitting that her family had hurt the child, not DeMarcus. In the video, the mother claimed she left Ezekiel with her sister. So why did DeMarcus admit to mistreating the child if that is the case? Both stories could not be true at the same time. Was Miss Hicks a friend of DeMarcus trying to get him off the hook? We still don't have the answers. As for the other female, Jamaica, she never spoke to detectives, but was part of the story according to a neighbor and friend. She told him Swaziki told her Ezekiel had been food poisoned. But this again was a dead end. There was no proof of this. In fact, the medical examiner even said the injuries occurred well before the death. So it's clear DeMarcus and Swaziki were covering up a lot. But regardless of all the mixed up stories, DeMarcus was found guilty in a trial by jury and sentenced to life in prison. He was charged with first-degree murder and aggravated child abuse. The investigators took only 15 days. a Secretary of State at the Department of DCF said the presence of DeMarcus should have triggered a crisis response. Their failure to recognize the danger is another stepping stone toward Ezekiel's death. Bit late for that, isn't it? So Ezekiel denied that DeMarcus ever hit her and said she did not believe he would hurt her kids. She admitted to disobeying the ordered safety plan because she did not think anything would happen. The failure to acknowledge the danger Ezekiel was in on the account of the mother and the social workers and of course the Attorney General all led to the untimely and vicious murder of the child. But of course, if someone had stepped in, especially after his sister was taken away, his death could have been prevented. How could a mother allow a man to stick around who had done this to her daughter, had her taken away, and then Ezekiel died? Is she just as guilty? Just a tragic case, but as I said in the beginning, the story of Ezekiel Mathis had to be told. Torn liver, ruptured spleen, broken spine. Comment, tell me what you think.
I feel horrible because, I mean, which good thing he's at the hospital, and I'm glad that I made the call so that he's there, but I don't know why he's there, and I don't know what happened. I honestly don't, and I really do care for him.
Friends, this is the case of 9-month-old Colton Sinogols. His mother, Caitlin, took him to the home of Jennifer Baldwin. This video will contain Jennifer Baldwin's police interview. Jennifer calls 911 stating Colton is struggling to breathe. It was March the 25th, 2018 in the state of Minnesota. I'm going to start this video by first showing you the audio-only interview between police and Jennifer when they arrived at the house. Then I'm going to show you the audio interview from the police station. I do have some of the crime scene photos. They'll be shown throughout. Let me know if you think she's guilty.
And then he threw up on the way here. So I had to clean up some on the floor. It was, like formula or whatever. And I said, oh, is he sick? And she said, no, that it's just, just the formula that he just kind of threw back up. And, but then, right at when so she took him out and then handed him to me. And then she left and he was and I sat him down because he can sit up and crawl. And so I sat him down or whatever, and he kind of got a little fussy at first, when his mom walked out, but then he was fine for just a short while, and then he was getting fussy, so I checked his diaper, I changed his diaper, and then I made him a bottle, and I laid him on the boppy pillow thing, which I think he uses that a lot at his house, and gave that to him, and he started drinking it, and then he fell asleep. So I just, I was sitting right on the couch, and he's just, sitting, he's just sleeping. And then he, so we're being quiet, watching TV. He wakes up, and then he, is like kind of fussy, and so I gave him a second to see if he would just go fall back asleep, which, because some, babies do. And so then he was just kind of fussy. So then I picked him up.
So he fell asleep in that?
He fell asleep
in that little pillow thing there?
Yep, and then he had this blanket kind of, like around him. He likes a blanket, and and so then I got him up, and that's when I know I'm like, and he was just like,
How long was he sleeping for, do you think?
Maybe 20 minutes, half hour max, no longer.
Okay.
And then when I got him up, then I noticed that his, his outfit was wet, probably from on the throwing up, and then from, drinking and yeah. Yep. So then I go and grab another outfit. I laid him on the floor. I changed his outfit, but as I'm changing him, so he's just in his diaper, his eyes were just kind of like, I don't know how to explain it, but I mean, I know when a baby's tired where they're like this, where they're like fighting it, right. But it's like almost seemed like, I don't know how to, it was like his eyes were like rolling back. I'm like, Colton, and he didn't seem alert, I'm like, Colton, and you at this 9 months, he'll look at you when he hears your name, Yeah. And so he wasn't being alert. So I'm like, Colton, and then so then after that, so then I got him dressed and
was he on the floor still when you were doing that, or did you pick him up?
I picked him up.
Okay.
And then so then I was holding him for a second, and I was just walking back and forth and holding him like this with my hand on his back so that I could make sure I could feel that
Right.
that he was breathing. So then I got him dressed, and then he kind of seemed to act okay for a second, and then I got him dressed, and then he just kind of was still like, he'd kind of fall asleep on me for a second, and then he'd wake up, but then it's like he was doing this, like he didn't want to hold his head up.
Uh-huh.
And so then I don't know, just right away, I called his mom, Caitlin, and I said, Caitlin, you got to get here. I said, I don't know if I'm being overly protective, what I said, but something is, and I don't know. I know that he's been to the hospital a few times, so maybe, I don't know, he's supposed to, I guess he still does nebs at times. I don't know. But I had, I felt something, I just didn't feel comfortable. I felt like, so then I call her. So then she's like, okay, I'm going to leave, whatever. And then a minute later, her boyfriend or fiance calls me, Logan, the dad, and says, I'm on my way. What's going on? And I told him, and he said, call the ambulance.
Yeah.
And I literally hung up with him, and I called the ambulance right away. And then,
do you think could he hit his head on anything, or
no? There was nothing around him except for that brown blanket, and he was laying right here.
Okay.
This is the only thing that may have been but no. He was laying right here, and you can see it's all wet because when he fell asleep drinking his bottle,
yeah,
it so I took his bottle away and set it on the table because it was like he fell asleep drinking it, so it was like dripping. That's how his outfit got wet.
Right. Okay.
And he was sleeping on the couch, and she was in the room, and I was just sitting on the couch next to him watching TV.
Sure. Yeah, I gotcha. So when you were trying to wake him up, did you shake him at all, or just kind of pat him, or what'd you?
No, and no, he was awake because his eyes were open. But when he was crying down here, I'm like Colton or whatever. So I picked him up. I'm like, it's okay, just doing this,
just kind of patting his back, yeah.
Yeah, because he was just seemed like he was upset. But then when then his outfit was wet, so I went to go change him. I laid him on the floor. That's when his eyes started. So then when he was just in his diaper, I didn't even wait to put his clothes back on him. I picked him up, in just his diaper. And so I'm just doing this or whatever and patting his back and having my hand, rubbing his back and having my hand on his back so that I can hear or I feel that he's breathing, because sometimes, I just wanted to make sure, because then that's what I was freaking out, because I know he was recently in the hospital, was having breathing issues. So I was making, so then he seemed to be doing better, and it sounded like he was like really congested, or like sounded like, I don't know, he's just right in like the chest area, which, he was recently sick. And so then he seemed to be better for a second. So then I set him on the ground, put his onesie on, but then he just wasn't alert. I'm like, Colton, and he just seemed like really tired, but it wasn't his normal self tired. And I know that he had just woken up from a short nap, so I'm like, okay, he could, but I didn't feel comfortable laying him back down just because of how. So that's why until you guys got here, I was holding him the whole time, because I wanted to be able to make sure that I could physically feel that that there was a heartbeat.
Right.
Because I don't know that, they told me he's been in the hospital a few times, and they've had to bring home I'm not sure what it's called, a nebulizer, I think, or something that he's had to use at home. I know that they've done that before.
Okay.
I don't know. I called his mom right away, and then called you guys, and she just said he threw up. I thought she said last night, and then he did throw up this on the way here. So I don't know. And then he was fussy shortly after he got here, so I gave him a bottle, and he fell asleep, and then woke up, and then all this happened. And it was, he was kind of he was like that, and then for a minute he was kind of alert, and then he went like that again. So when he was kind of alert, that's when I then got him dressed. Because I had been at first when I laid him down to change his outfit that was soaking wet, that's when I could see his eyes doing that. And I'm like, so then I picked him up and was holding him, and I'm pacing back and forth from the sink to the door, and I was on the phone with his mom while I'm doing it. And I'm like, Colton, you know, and I had my hand here to make sure that I could feel a heartbeat. And then all of a sudden, then he made a couple noises or, you know, grunting or whatever, you know, and then it seemed like he was fine, you know, again. So then I laid him back down on the floor, put his outfit back on, put an outfit on him, and then picked him back up, and then I was holding him until you guys got here.
Okay.
So, I mean, and he sleeps, like, I guess because, you know, I just bring this out for him, but Caitlin, the mom, and Logan, the dad, both say that he both sleeps using this quite often, but I was sitting right here, and he was right here, so, you know.
Sure. I got you. Okay.
Is Caitlin the mom?
Caitlin is, yes.
Do mom and dad live together?
They do. They live together at Caitlin's mom's house.
So that's the end of the initial police interview at her house. They then take her to the station a day later, interview her again. I want to play that for you now. Before I do, let me give you some of the autopsy results so you can understand the impact, the injuries on the child. So there was evidence of blunt force head injury, a subdural hematoma, there was brain damage and cell death caused by oxygen and blood deprivation. There were contusions on the left scalp and right ear. In addition, the examination of the child's eyes revealed retinal hemorrhages in both eyes extended through all retinal layers, retinal folds, and hemorrhages surrounding the optic nerves. But at this moment, the child is still alive at the hospital. Let me play the second interview for you now, then at the end I'll give you the full police report.
Sitting on the couch with my son who had fallen asleep, and he sat up and was fussing, so I got up and picked him up, and when I picked him up, then I noticed that because he was wearing just what do you call them, like the one piece, you know, button up, snap up outfit, you know, like a onesie, yep. And so it was wet, and it was probably from, you know, with his bottle when he fell asleep dripping. So I was holding him and went to the dining room into the diaper bag to grab another outfit, and then I laid him on the floor in the living room, and I was taking his outfit off, and when I took his outfit off, that's when all of a sudden. I don't know Colton very well. I mean, I do, but I don't. But I mean, I have 4 kids, so I worked at a hospital for 10 years, so I'm pretty, you know. But he wasn't. He was like seeing like, I mean, he was like, so he's laying there, and he had his coat, but then he was like laying there, and he all of a sudden was like, you know, like this or whatever. I don't know. It just seemed kind of weird. I'm like, Colton, and he wouldn't look at me, which usually a kid would, you know, make eye contact. And he didn't do that. And so then I picked him up, and, you know, I was holding him for a second or whatever, just kind of popped, and he like rests his head on me, and I was just kind of rubbing his back and, you know, patting his back. And then, you know, then I looked at him again, and then he seemed, you know, like, so I didn't know if at first maybe if he was just kind of a little tired or just waking up, I don't know. So then I laid him back down on the floor so that I could put the outfit on him. And then when I was putting the outfit back on him, I noticed there's something with his eyes again where he was like, I don't even know how to explain it, like I don't know how to explain it. His eyes were fluttering and stuff? Well, not I mean, it was like, but then it's like his eyes would roll back, and I don't know, it was different, not, like, I don't know how to explain it. It was just different. And then, so then I picked him up again, and then he was like, kind of like breathing, like, and it kind of like sounded like he had like, because I know my kids have had it before. Like if they have like a bunch of crap, you know, in their lungs, which doctors will tell you it's kind of gross, but you blow in their mouth and then a bunch of crap will come out of their nose, you know? And so he was kind of, you know, breathing kind of like almost like after you've been crying and the baby's calming down type of cry, like, you know, like he was just acting. It was weird. There was, I don't know, something from just, and then when I was holding him for a minute, he like put his head down, so he was laying on my shoulder, and I was just kind of walking back and forth and rocking him. And then all of a sudden he put his head up, but then like